Synopsis. On Halloween night, 1981, Voldemort's killing curse backfires, but not in the way anyone expected. Instead of dying, he awakens trapped in the body of the very child he tried to destroy, Harry Potter. Now, with a second chance and a new identity, the Dark Lord must navigate a life he never imagined, as the boy who lived. Chapter 1. October 31st, 1981. This better be the right house, Wormtail, the man in dark robes said to his ugly companion. Oh, of course, my lord. Is right over there. The little man took a piece of paper and gave it to his master to read. In the paper, the words, Godric's Hollow, followed by an address could be read. As soon as the man in dark robes read them, a new house appeared in between two other similar houses. It seemed cozy and warm, the lights were on and voices could be heard from inside. The Lord smiled. Good, let's get this over with. Go on and knock on the door. The little man did as told, and a few moments later James Potter opened the door. Wormtail, what are you doing here at this ho-dash? At that moment he noticed that his old friend was not the only person at his door, and when he saw who the other individual was, his face turned pale. He quickly reached for his wand, but before he had the chance a strong force pushed him backward until he hit a small piece of furniture. The decorations on top fell down, causing a lot of noise. The worried voice of a woman then could be heard. James, is everything all right? Lily. It's him, Voldemort is here. Run. James managed to yell while taking his wand and aiming a spell at Voldemort. Stupefy. A blue light came from his wand. To this Voldemort just conjured a small shield to take it. A smile was drawn on his face. Seriously, Potter, a stunner. I just came here to kill you and your family. Sigh, I see that Dumbledore has been a bad influence on you. Shut up. He is the greatest wizard that ever lived. He is 10 times the wizard you are. He then looked for a second at his old friend. And you? Traitorous rat. How could you? The little man looked away in shame. You have other things to worry about, I'm afraid. He made a cutting motion with his wand and a cutting charm came forth and hit the shield that James managed to conjure in a hurry. But a second cutting curse hit his leg, forcing him to the ground. Then Voldemort made a third cutting motion. This one seemed stronger somehow. A bright red light came from his wand and hit James' wand hand. The spell went through, completely severing the limb, and blood started to pour. James screamed and covered his right arm. He then looked towards Voldemort, wanting to throw some last word, but the last thing he saw was the green light of the killing curse. With the deed done, he did not spare another glance to the body of James Potter and instead looked towards the stairs that his wife went while carrying the reason for his visit. He found his target at the end of the corridor in the last room. A bombarda took care of the door while a female scream could be heard. After crossing the door, he could finally see the image of Lily Potter, wand in hand, next to a baby crib. Please at least spare the child. He has done nothing to you, he pleaded. I'm afraid I cannot do that, however, I will give you a chance. Give me the boy and you will live, he counters. Already knowing what his answer was going to be. But he promised to try. You want Harry? Why? He is just a baby. But if you think I will abandon my child, you know nothing about mothers. She pointed her wand at him and fired a very strong reducto aimed at his face. He moved aside with speed that didn't seem human. Then he looked at the woman with an unreadable expression, but it almost looked like respect. With a quick move of his wand, a dark red, almost black light came from his wand and hit the intended target. She fell to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. No, I suppose I do not know much about that, he said in a solemn way. He made his way to the crib and saw a boy there. Sleeping peacefully regardless of the circumstances. Sleeping spell probably, he thought for a moment. The last mercy from a mother. You have given me a lot of headaches, young man. Well, it's over now. I win. He pointed his wand towards the boy and... Avada Kedavra. Green light engulfed the room and he knew no more. Chapter 2. Rise once more. It felt like he was floating in darkness. He could not feel his body, he could not talk or even feel how much time he spent there. Once in a while, he could hear voices. Sometimes it was a man screaming something. He could not understand the words clearly, the tone was clearly a man of middle age. Sometimes it was a woman, again screaming. And sometimes it was someone crying. Someone young. This continued for an unknown amount of time until one day, after more screams could be heard from the same woman, something happened. A light appears in the darkness. Small at first, but it got bigger, fast before he could ponder about this new event, the light grew enough to cover him completely. He woke up in darkness again, but no, this was different. He could feel something now. He could feel his body. He had a body. And he wasn't in complete darkness either, he could recognize some shapes. A bed, a small table, some broken items on the ground. He was also experiencing something he hasn't felt in a while. Pain. His head was in great pain and he could feel his blood flowing across his face. He instinctively moved his hand to a switch next to his bed and there was light again. Now he could inspect his body. He knew there was a small mirror hidden under his worn-out small drawer. He took it from his aunt without her knowledge, yes, but how do I know that? He took the mirror and looked at himself. He was a small boy, maybe 4 or 5, no, he knew he was 5, after all his birthday was 2 days ago. He remembers because his birthday is the only day in the year he doesn't have to do chores. His uncle says that is more than he deserves but they are too kind to not give anything at all. He has a small face, very bright green eyes, and an ugly scar on his forehead. Blood was coming from it. His eyes grew wide in recognition but chose not to panic. Nothing could be gained by letting emotions control him. He took an old shirt and used it to stop the bleeding. He then sat down on the bed and closed his eyes. In the past, he was acclaimed as a genius in many fields, but the one he could claim to be the best in the world would be the mental arts, occlumency, and legilimency. He went inside his mind and started to sort all of his knowledge and memories in an orderly fashion. His last memories as himself were off that night, Halloween 1981. After using the killing curse on the child something happened, it seemed like the curse hit some protection and went back to him. Something that should be impossible since the killing curse has no counter. But then again everything is possible with magic, at least in theory. Then there is the second set of memories. Those belong to Harry Potter. There was not a single good memory there. Being yelled at and beaten by his family, forced to do chores and sleep in a cupboard because apparently, a proper bedroom is too good for a freak, according to Uncle Vernon. Sigh, becoming a slave to some bloody muggles, how far have I fallen? Bold Harry stood up from the bed, went to pick up the mirror, and removed the cloth from his wound. The bleeding has already stopped and the wound seems to be closing. Normally this would take hours. Seems my magic is still strong. Well, let's see what I can do to improve my current situation. After spending some time performing some tests to see how his magic behaved, now he had a good grasp of his magical capabilities. I can tell that my magical core is strong, especially considering my age. But there is a magical bind preventing me from accessing most of my power. He ponders for a moment and considers that it is better to leave his magic bound for the moment. His core is still unstable and with the lack of a wand too much magic can be a bad thing. He can always remove it later on. Well, it is not like I need much to deal with some muggles, and I am versed enough in wandless magic. What I need now is more information about my new situation. So let's have a word with my beloved relatives. He went to open the door of his cupboard only to remember that they always locked it. After giving a grunt, he took some distance from the door, pointed his finger at it, and said very quietly, Alaham dash. Boom, crash. In the place where the door was there appears to be only a hole. I seem to have less control than I thought, I will need to work on that. It didn't take long before 2 very angry individuals ran down the stairs. It's 4 in the morning, what the bloody hell are you doing, you little freak? Uncle Vernon had his face as red as a tomato already, and it only got worse when he saw the destruction caused by the spell cast by his nephew. A woman gasping could be heard from his side. You little monster, what have you done this time? Almost burning the kitchen yesterday, not enough for you. Vernon quickly spotted the object of his anger, standing at what used to be the entrance to the cupboard, staring at the mess he had just caused. When Vernon was close to him, he turned around to look at his uncle. I am going to make sure you never forget this day, boy. Vernon made a motion to grab Harry by the throat. But before his hand could reach, he heard the boy whispering some words, and then Vernon was flying through the air until he crashed into a wall, making a great noise before falling to the floor with a thud. Petunia was about to start yelling, but one look at the cold expression her nephew was wearing made her blood ran cold. And the next words that came out of his mouth startled her even more. None of that, uncle. We are going to sit down and have a talk. I believe you have much to tell me. He moved his gaze to his aunt, who was looking at him like he had grown a second head. But the moment her eyes met his cold gaze, she felt a chill run through her body and realized that something happened to her nephew, that this was not the meek boy she knew. Chapter 3. Getting Answers. It took shoving Vernon against the wall 2 more times and threatening that Dudley was going next before they calmed down enough to talk. The first thing that didn't make sense to him was how the heir of the ancient noble Potter family ended up with Muggles. Surely the father must have left a will naming more appropriate candidates, and even if he didn't, the Ministry of Magic has laws stating that purebloods and their heirs must always be raised in the magical world and by their closest magical relatives. And if there was no magical family left, then the ministry would choose one. This makes him come to the conclusion that someone with a lot of political power has intervened in this matter, and he already has a suspect. So, let's start at the beginning. How did I end up being raised by the likes of you? While Vernon's face was starting to get red again, Petunia asked. Who are you? You are not my nephew. He is a demon, that's what he is. We should never have allowed this freak into our home. Vernon said, his face already looked like a tomato, a very big tomato. Dudley was sitting next to his mother looking down. Harry gave a wave of his hand. Vernon was lifted from the couch, flew to the kitchen and landed on the table, crushing it. After that, he stood on the ground, whimpering. Before Petunia could get up to help her husband, Harry stood in front of her and with a commanding voice said. Stay there and answer my questions, or the next one to fly is your son. And don't even try to lie to me, for I will know. All right. I believe it was Halloween of 1981 when the FREM they left you at our door. There was a note saying that you were Lily's son, that she and her husband were murdered, and that we needed to take you in our home. It also said that as long as you were here, the people that killed my sister will never be able to harm us, that we were safe. Did that person sign that note? Yes, it was. Let's see, Albie, no Albus something. I think I still have the note, I can dash. No need. Tell me one more thing. Did he come inside this house at any point? No, we never saw the man in person. No, Vernon would never allow those freaks in our home. She gasped after realizing her mistake and her face paled for a moment, but when she looked at the boy, he seemed to be distracted or thinking about something. He then stood up and went outside the house. She took the opportunity to go check on her husband. Outside the house, Harry was walking through the yard and thinking. So it was Dumbledore, as I thought. He brought me to a house of muggles that seemed to have a problem with wizards and left me here with just a note. He also told them that they would be safe as long as I was here. Which means he put some wards and tied them to me. What is he playing at? He went around the yard, carefully inspecting everything, trying to feel something. He never entered the house. So he must have hidden the ward stone somewhere around here. When I find it, I will be able to tell what kind of wards it is and what it can do about it. It took him nearly 2 hours before finding it. At the back wall of the house, there was a group of ordinary rocks, but in the middle of them, there was a very smooth dark gray rock that emitted small waves of magic, and something else. The moment he touched the stone, he was startled for a moment. What? It can't be. This is a blood ward. Blood wards are very powerful ones indeed, but the ministry declared them illegal since they were part of a branch of magic called blood magic. A type of magic that can accomplish great things, but it always comes with heavy prices, mostly human sacrifices. In order to power a blood ward, you need a blood relative with magic to use as a sacrifice. You tie them to the ward, and as long as they don't leave the place for too long, the wards will hold and the warded areas would be almost impossible to breach. The price for that protection is the life force of the tied person. It would basically shorten the lifespan of whoever is tied to the wards. Dark families would take some squib family members, forcibly tie them to the wards and then keep them alive somewhere in the house, making sure they could not leave. The more light-aligned families didn't like that practice and demanded the ministry to make that practice illegal, along with the entire branch of blood magic. That bastard dared to tie me to a blood ward. He is going to pay for this. Unfortunately, I cannot just take down the wards. He will definitely notice that, and in my current state, it is better to not call for attention. I can, however, change the person tied to the wards. I think Petunia would do just fine, she seems to hold some magic. After that, he went back inside the house. Vernon was lying on the couch. Petunia was cleaning the kitchen and Dudley was nowhere to be seen. The moment Harry came back inside the house, they both looked at him, obviously afraid of what he would do next. I know you don't want me here, but it seems that for the time being I must live in this place. However, there are going to be some changes around here. He gave a soft smile at the end that gave them both a terrible chill. Chapter 4. The Visitor. July 31st, 1991. It was a peaceful Wednesday on Privet Drive. On the number 4 house on the street, a grey owl could be seen perched on the mailbox, looking towards the house, like he was waiting for something. Inside the house, in the biggest bedroom of the second floor, there was a boy sleeping. The bedroom was beautifully decorated, with lavish furniture and a king-sized bed that could fit 3 adults comfortably. Suddenly a soft knock on the door is heard. "Harry, wake up. Breakfast is ready," a very polite Petunia said before turning around and going back downstairs. Harry opened his eyes slowly and removed himself from the bed. He has changed a lot in the last 6 years. Although he can still be considered a bit short for his age, his body is no longer scrawny. His hair has grown quite long and now reaches almost the middle of his back. The scar on his forehead is merely a thin white line that can barely be seen unless you were looking for it. And he no longer needs glasses, something that seemed to be a side effect of losing the scar. After getting dressed and tying his hair in a low ponytail, he went downstairs. His relatives were waiting for him at the table since they were not allowed to eat before him. After sitting down, his aunt placed a plate with 2 eggs, 3 slices of bacon and a bagel in front of him. "Good morning, Harry, oh, and happy birthday." Petunia managed to make some resemblance of a smile while saying that and gave a look at her husband. Oh, yes, happy birthday. We can eat now, right?" Vernon managed to get out. Dudley didn't say anything and started eating. He is always very quiet around Harry, just in case he says the wrong thing, which he usually does. A sound was heard at the front door. It was the sound of the mail slot opening and closing. Petunia quickly stood up and went to get the mail. When she came back, she was carrying a big envelope with a red wax seal. She went to Harry's side and said, "Harry, I believe this is the letter you were waiting for." She then carefully put the envelope on the table. He took the envelope and opened it. Inside there were 2 letters. One informs him that he has been accepted into Hogwarts, and another one lists a great number of items he will need to bring. "Finally, I have been patiently waiting for the time when I can rejoin the magical world. One of the teachers should arrive in a few days and take me to Diagon Alley. After that, I can start my plans." For the last 6 years, Harry has stayed away from the magical world. He knew Dumbledore had put monitoring charms on his persona. Fortunately, they were just mere tracking charms to reveal his general location and nothing more, but still prevented him from moving as he wished. He could not gain the attention of the old man too soon, for it would raise questions he could not answer at the moment. At least he was able to practice his magic at home. After doing some modification to the blood wards, he managed to create a magic concealing ward powerful enough so neither the Ministry nor Dumbledore would detect the flimsiest amount of magic being used here, as long as he did not go overboard. That addition came with a heavy increase in the maintenance cost. Fortunately, it was Petunia, the one currently linked to the wards. At this rate, she may not live more than a few years. But that was a sacrifice Harry was willing to make. He has seen their deepest thoughts, the things they had done to him when he was a defenseless child, and what they were planning for his future. Even with his low expectations on Muggles, the Dursleys disgust him. But he needs them, for now. He was able to practice his wandless magic to the point that he could cast most of his spell repertoire with no wand. Aside from the spells that require the most finesse control, like complex transfigurations and of course apparition. Trying to apparate without the extra control of a wand is just asking to lose some limbs, even for someone like him. However, his wandless skills have far surpassed the ones from his previous life. His control and power is also growing every day with no sign of stopping, even though he still carries the magical binds. There will be a chance to remove them soon. His thoughts were interrupted by a nervous Petunia. "So, are you going to attend that school then?" He merely looked at her for a moment and said, "Yes." "Oh, I see." She tried to hide her relief, unsuccessfully. Harry folded the letter and put it in his pocket. Gave a glance to his relatives and said, "In a few days, someone from Hogwarts will visit in order to take me to Diagon Alley." Vernon placed down his fork. What? No. I will not have one of those in M-. Silencio, Harry said while looking at Vernon. Vernon tried to keep speaking but was not able to. He brought his hands to his mouth like that would help identify the problem. He then realized what happened and looked at his nephew with fear and anger. Harry just looked at him with a stern glare. "You will behave like a polite civilized man. You two will also mention nothing about what happens in this house. As far as they are concerned, we are a perfectly normal family. If you try anything, I can assure you that you will not like the consequences. Are we clear?" They both nodded at that. "Good. Now I have things to do. Do not bother me." Oh, and the spell will wear off in an hour or so. He turned around and left to his room. 3 days later, on Saturday morning, right after they finished having breakfast, the doorbell rang. Petunia and Vernon were in the kitchen. Harry was on the couch reading a book and Dudley was quietly watching TV. "There is someone at the door." Dudley pointed. "Well, go see who it is then." Harry lifted his eyes from his book for a moment to look at Dudley. He didn't need to be told twice and quickly went to open the door. After he did so, his voice could be heard from the entrance. "There is. There is a dash. Oh, for crying out loud, Dudley, use words." Harry was losing his patience. "A giant. A giant." Dudley yelled and started running towards the kitchen. Petunia and Vernon came to see what all the yelling was about. Harry also stood up to see who this giant was. When he looked towards the door and saw a very tall man with a big beard and rugged robes, he realized who it was. He was surprised and very much offended. "Of all the people from Hogwarts they sent me Hagrid." Chapter 5. Diagon Alley. "First we should go to Gringotts, the wizard's banks. The safest place in the world to keep your coin, well except for Hogwarts of course. And let me tell you something else dash." After arriving at Privet Drive, telling Harry that he was a wizard and trying to feed him something that he assured him was a cake, Hagrid has not shut up for more than 30 seconds. He seems intent on telling Harry how great the wizarding world, Hogwarts, and of course Dumbledore are. The best piece of information he got was that after his Voldemort's downfall, people claimed Harry Potter as the boy who lived and worship him as a hero. Even though the baby didn't do anything. It was obvious that whatever saved the baby Potter was something the mother did. Also, it seems that even 10 years after his supposed death, people are still too afraid to even mention his name and just refer to him as, you-know-who. Something that he found very amusing. After taking that stupid night bus, and walking through all of Diagon Alley, Harry was already beyond annoyed at hearing Hagrid talk. Luckily they seemed to have arrived at their destination. The bank looked like he remembered. Well, everything looked like he remembered. It hasn't been that long after all, since he walked those places. He has missed it though. There is something different in the air in magical areas. Most cannot feel it, but he can. They made their way toward the counter. Hagrid gave the goblin my vault key. When I asked why he had it, he said that Dumbledore kept it safe for me until I was of age. Of course, he did. I need to pay a later visit and talk to my account manager to make sure that the great leader of the light has not stolen all of my money. We went down the vault until we reached my vault, which was just a trust vault. Neither Hagrid nor the goblin mentioned the family vault. Something else to talk about. The vault contained a bit over 50,000 gallons or around £1,250,000. Hogwarts cost 2,000 galleons a year, so is more than enough for education. But I'm sure there is more in the main vault. If not, I will have to find another way to get money. There are many things that I require at the moment and all of them are expensive. After getting enough money for shopping, they went into another vault. Apparently, Hagrid had some secret mission from Dumbledore to retrieve an item that no one must know about, for it is a secret. I guess is not secret enough to not take a student along. Not to mention Hagrid would be the last person I chose for such a task. It seems the old man wants to play some game. Well, let's play then. Hagrid, what's the secret package? It's very small. Is it a magical ring or maybe a magical medallion? Sorry, Harry, I can't tell you what the secret stone is, he answered while placing the secret item in his jacket. A stone? What kind of stone? A magical one. Did Dumbledore make it? What does it do? How do you know it is a stone? I mean is not a stone. It could be anything. I'm sorry Harry, but I cannot talk about this thing. Only Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel know about this. He gave me a pat on the shoulder as consolation and focused on something else. Nicholas Flamel. The famous alchemist who made the Philosopher's Stone. Then, I see, interesting. That is one of the items I have been wanting to get my hands on for a very long time. He looked towards Hagrid and with an innocent smile said. Oh well, that's too bad Hagrid. I love mysteries. While Hagrid went to get his books and other stuff, he left Harry at Madame Malkin's to get his uniform. A woman guided him to a spot to stand on so she could take his measurements. He then noticed another boy standing close to him. He had short platinum blonde hair, and when he turned around to face him, Harry was surprised by seeing a miniature Lucius Malfoy. Then he realized that this must be his son. Going to Hogwarts too, I presume, the blonde boy said. Yes, Harry answered bluntly. He seems offended for a moment by the lack of respect for his persona. I am Draco Malfoy, by the way. Heir to the noble and ancient house of Malfoy. And you are, ... he said, with an air of superiority. He thought for a moment and decided it was better not to reveal his name to Minnie Lucius. I am Dudley Dursley. Draco seems to be pondering for a moment, like trying to recall if there was any pureblood family with that name. After a few seconds he seems to be done, and his expression changes to one of disgust. You are one of those then. A mud-blood. He looked at the woman taking his measurements. Finish already, woman, I don't want to spend more time here with these filth. He gave Harry a glare. A mix between angry and disgusted. Why yes, my lord. We are done with the measurements. Your robes will be ready in an hour. The lady hurried to reply. Draco didn't say anything else, and without looking back he left. Harry stood there and let the young girl taking his measurements continue her job. His face remained unchanged the whole time, as if nothing affected him. This was in part due to his mastery of occlumency, which allowed him to have complete control of his emotions. On the other hand, he wasn't even sure he should feel offended. After all, Minnie Lucius thought he was a mudblood, so his reaction was understandable from his perspective. In the past, he was the leader of a group of purebloods who all believe in pureblood supremacy. They didn't know that he didn't really share their beliefs. I mean, of course, he didn't. He wasn't even a pureblood born from an ancient magical family, but a half-blood born from a crazy witch and a brainwashed muggle. Not that they knew about that. At first, he just wanted to fit in with Slytherin, so went along and behaved like all the purebloods did and hated the same things that they did. Then his goals started to change. He knew their beliefs were nonsense. He was the living proof of that. He was smarter than them. His magic was more powerful. He was superior to them at everything. So he wanted to put them in their place. He created his order and collected followers. All of them purebloods from powerful families called themselves Death Eaters. They would follow all of his orders without question, or they would pay for it, painfully. Ah, it was fun to see them squirm in pain under my crucio. Good times. But he never forgot about his true goal. What he wanted to archive since he found out that magic was real. To reach the pinnacle of magic. To learn everything that there is to learn about magic, and finally, to achieve immortality. Chapter 6. Obtaining a wand. While he was buying his robes, Hagrid obtained most of the rest of the items on the list. He then left Harry at Ollivander's to acquire his wand while he was getting a surprise for him. That made Harry a little worried since he remembered his weird tastes, but there was nothing he could do about it. When he entered the old shop there was no one in sight, but he could feel someone beneath the counter. Once he approached it, the old Ollivander himself jumped up and said in a very dramatic way. Ah, Mr. Potter, I was waiting for you. Harry was speechless. Was he trying to surprise me? Was he always that weird, or did the old age get to him? Hi Mr. Ollivander. I am here for my wand, as you may have guessed. He tried to move things forward because he did not wish to spend more time than necessary with the weird man. Ollivander put his hands on the counter and moved his face forward in order to get close to Harry. He opened his eyes wide and said. Ah, a wand. Of course, of course. I have many wands here and I am sure we can find something for you. Hi. After laughing in Harry's face, he pulled back, turned around, and started going through the many shelves filled with wands, picking a box here and there. Harry meanwhile was left there at the counter, dumbfounded. Maybe I should just go. I mean, I hardly need a wand anymore. I can just grab a stick and pretend it is a wand. No one will notice the difference when I do wandless magic. Yes, I think that ... His thoughts were interrupted when a myriad of boxes were unceremoniously dropped on the counter. Ollivander then grabbed one of the boxes, opened it, and took the wand out. Which one is your wand arm? He asked. Sigh. Harry extended his right arm. Well, since I am already here, I might as well see what kind of wand I get this time. My last wand was you with a phoenix feather core. I loved that wand, at least until I found out that the feather for that wand came from Dumbledore's blasted phoenix. It was never the same after that. I wanted to get another wand at first, but the link formed to your first wand can never be replicated. Yes, you can use other wands, but the link will not be as powerful, and at that time I could not afford to lose even a sliver of power just to protect my pride. So I guess it is a good thing I'm getting a new wand. Yes, something new and different will be good. Harry smiled. A rare thing for him. And with review vigor, he started trying all of the wands that Ollivander had brought for him. After losing count of how many wands he has tried, finally, a wand has formed a very strong link with him. As powerful as his previous wand, if not more. There was light, wind, and many boxes flying around. Ah, magnificent, glorious indeed, Mr. Potter. What a great wand has chosen you. I think I can expect great things from you. Ollivander exclaimed. Harry took the time to check his new wand. It was certainly different from his last one. The wood seems to be holly and it has a different shape. He could not tell what the core was, but it felt familiar. But curious indeed, that one, in particular, would choose you, Ollivander said while getting his face close to Harry and opening his eyes wide. Then he continued. For you see, it was her brother the one that gave you that scar. He said, pointing at Harry's forehead for a moment, and then he realized. Wait a minute, where is your scar? He asked, dumbfounded. Forget about the bloody scar. What do you mean about the brother wand? Are you referring to I mean Voldemort's wand? Harry asked. He did not like where this was going. Ollivander managed to recover for a moment. Yes. You see, it was a wonderful thing. The phoenix that gave his feather to make that wand gave only one more feather. And that feather was used to make the wand of, well, you know who. The realization hit him like a night bus driven by a blind man at 100 miles per hour. His occlumency shield in charge of controlling his emotions started working at full force, his eyes twitched a bit. And then. Okay, so, the same phoenix then. He looked at the wand. For a moment he thought about taking the wand, shoving in the old man's behind, and leaving the shop. He thought that for a while. But then he resigned himself to his fate. This was the best wand he was going to get, and once again he was in no position to turn away more power for himself. He paid for the wand and left without saying another word. Ollivander for his part was surprised by the lack of reaction from the boy. Normally they are more excited about receiving their first wand. And this wand, in particular, had a lot of stories, not a good one, but still. Well, at least I know someone who will be very happy with the news. He said, before getting started on cleaning all the mess. Once outside, Harry didn't have to wait long before the giant found him. He was carrying a lot of things. Harry, you seem a bit down. What happened? Seeing as Harry had no intention to explain, he continued. Well, it doesn't matter. I have something that will cheer you up. Look what I got for you, Dot. He then put a big cage on his hands. Inside laid a pure white owl. Harry was speechless once again, and his only thought was, he bought me a bloody owl. Chapter 7. Reporting and Naming. Hogwarts, Dumbledore's office. Come in, my friend, a gentle voice was heard as the gargoyle statue that protects the entrance to the headmaster's office moved aside. Hagrid goes up the stairs and enters the office. Inside he could see the headmaster sitting behind his desk. Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall were sitting at each side of the desk. Hagrid approached them, and after exchanging their greetings he says. I just came back from the shopping trip with Harry. What a great lad, very polite and mature for his age, but a bit quiet. Humph, he is probably just a spoiled brat, like his father was, Snape said, with a snarky grin. Severus, don't judge the boy before you meet him. McGonagall remarked before turning to look at Hagrid. Tell me, Hagrid, you were at his house, the Muggles. How did they seem to you? Did it seem they are treating him right? She showed a worried face. Come on, Minerva, I'm sure young Harry is treated fine there. They are his family after all, Dumble claimed with a confident smile. I want to hear it from Hagrid, Albus, McGonagall said firmly, and Dumbledore backed down, allowing Hagrid to speak. Well, I was only there for a few minutes, mind you. But it seems they treated the lad with a lot of respect. And, well, I don't know much about Muggles' clothes, but the ones he was wearing seemed very fancy and expensive. Hagrid said, trying to recall the details of his visit and inform them. I told you, he is a spoiled brat, Snape declared loudly. Dumbledore seemed very surprised for a moment. Wait, he was well treated and well dressed. That dash, he then realized that the other three occupants of the room were looking at him. I mean, that's fantastic. Wonderful even. See, Minerva, I told you it was a good idea leaving him there. Once their attention was off him he sighed in relief, but then his expression grew serious for a moment. This is unexpected. Harry was supposed to learn humility there. So then he would appreciate his trips to Hogwarts even more, as they would be an escape from the mistreatment and chores. But this changes things. He will be more difficult to shape into the savior we need if he is too confident in himself. I will need to test him when he comes to Hogwarts. The other three were talking among themselves and didn't notice Dumbledore's moment of reflection. Later that day, number 4, Privet Drive. Harry was currently in his room, looking at his owl. I never planned to have an owl, maybe a snake, a big one. But not a pure white owl. It doesn't really go with my image. The owl looked at Harry and made a noise like it was trying to communicate something. Harry could feel there was something unique about this owl. He could notice intelligence in those eyes. Very well, you will be my owl then. I should give a you name. He then started to think about an appropriate name. In my previous life, I only had 2 pets. My first one was a Burmese python I got in my 6th year of Hogwarts called Nagini. Unfortunately, she was killed by a loose curse during a fight with some Aurors. The next one was some kind of magical boa. I never got the name of the breed, but she was magnificent. A lot more clever than a normal snake, and this one even had a lot of magic resistance so she would not suffer the same fate as the last one. I named her Nagini too. She was still alive and well during my downfall at the Potter's house that cursed night. I wonder if any of my followers remember to feed her. He stopped his thoughts and looked at the owl again. Yes, I remember some of my most daring followers dared to say I had poor naming sense, but to them I say, well, I am the one that came up with the name of Lord Voldemort, which was a perfect anagram of my real name, and it also had some other meaning I forgot. But, there is no doubt it was a great name nonetheless. So I think I know the perfect name for you. Your name shall be Dash. Chapter 8. Return to Gringotts. The day after Hagrid's visit, Harry made his way back to Diagon Alley. There were a few things he had to do before arriving at Hogwarts, for he was sure once there, he would be under the watchful eye of Dumbledore. My placement with those muggles, away from the magical world, the blood wards, the tracking charms, and the squib living next door. With all of those things put in place to keep an eye on me and keep me contained. It's obvious that his motives are more than just keeping an eye on magical Britain's great savior or the boy who lived, that people apparently like to call me according to Hagrid. He thought for a long time about Dumbledore's motivations. His first guess was the prophecy that Sirius told him about, the one that brought his doom. That prophecy has been accomplished already. Technically Voldemort is dead. Of course, he only knew half of the prophecy since that useless git ran away before listening to the end. So there is more to that prophecy, or there is something else. Whatever it is, I will find out eventually. While deep in his thoughts, Harry made it to the entrance of Gringotts. His first stop of the day. He was currently wearing a glamour to disguise his appearance since he didn't want to call attention to himself. The goblins of course are able to see through the simple charm, but they know to keep their mouths shut. I would like to speak with the Potter account manager, Harry said to the goblin at the counter. A few moments later he was led to a small room, but decently decorated. In the middle were a table and some comfortable-looking chairs. He was told to take a seat. It wasn't long before a well-dressed goblin came into the room with a small box in his hands. He placed the box at the table and took a seat. Without saying a word. He opened the box, revealing some parchment and a quill. This is the contract between the Potter family and Gringotts. All Potters who want access to the main vault have to sign here. He put the parchment in front of Harry and gave him the quill. I must warn you however that the quill in your hands is a blood quill. If you are not who you say you are, your name will disappear from the parchment and I will know you are lying. He didn't say it, but it was understood that there would be consequences if he was proven to be an impostor. Without hesitation, Harry took the blood quill and signed his name. His writing shone brightly for a second and then it turned black. Nothing else happened. The goblin smiled. Ah, Mr. Potter, it is good to finally meet you. My name is Griphook. What can I do for you, Dot? Let's start with the current state of the vault. Grip took a small book from his pocket and read it. Let's see. The main vault currently holds 425,300 galleons, a selection of books, jewelry of undetermined value that includes your family ring and some paintings. I see. Can I access the vault? Harry asked. I am afraid not, Mr. Potter. In order to access the vault you need to be declared as an adult, normally at the age of 17. That will also be the time when you can claim your family ring. Well, I need galleons right now, so I will have to resort to the backup plan. I suppose it is fine, since I need to access that vault sooner or later to retrieve that item. He then looked at Griphook again. What was the last movement of the account? And has someone tried to access it since my parents' death? Griphook looked at his notebook and started flipping some pages before stopping. The last movement was made by your father 2 months before his death. He made a transfer of 300,000 galleons to one Albus Dumbledore. He gave Harry a look only to see him twitch his eyebrow a little. He then continues. As for trying to access the account. We had a couple of idiots trying to impersonate you, Mr. Potter. Of course, they failed and ended up in our lovely cells for some time. Also, Albus Dumbledore tried to access the account a month after your parents passed away. He claimed that he was your magical guardian and wanted to make sure everything was in order. I informed him that since the Potter family was without a lord, as per our rules, the account was to be frozen until the heir came of age. He seemed most distraught about the news. Griphook finished. Yes. I am sure he was. Harry said, not letting his anger show. Thank you, Griphook, you have done a good job. That would be all for now. Oh, but before I forget. I need to speak with the account manager of the Lestrange Vault. If the goblin was surprised, he didn't show it. He asked Harry to wait in the room while he called the other account manager and left. It took less than 5 minutes before a very angry-looking goblin entered the room. He walked to the table, took a seat, and stared at Harry with an intense glare. Well, Mr. Potter, what can Gornick do for you? Harry looked at the goblin, gave it a soft smile and said. Oh, not much, I just want full access to the Lestrange Vault. Chapter 9. The Lestrange Vault. After hearing those words, the goblin seemed confused for a second. I'm sorry, Mr. Potter, but what makes you think I will grant you access to the Lestrange Vault? As far as I know, you are not related to them in any way. Harry gave a soft smile. No, I am not. But I have this. He raised his right hand and used his index finger to write in the air like he was using a pen. The letters stood there, floating and shining. Once he finished, he moved his gaze towards the goblin, who was sitting there without saying a word. His eyes were wide like platters. Gornick was first surprised to see a child no older than 11 performing wandless magic. A feat reserved for the most skilled of wizards. But the most surprising thing was the words written. Shortly before their defeat and encirclement in Azkaban, Bellatrix Lestrange came to him after a visit to their vault with a request. She wanted to create a secret code that will grant access to their vault to anyone who could name it. Gornick of course advised her against this since it could be a grave breach in the security of their vault. But she insisted that it was necessary and that only one person in the world beside her would ever learn the secret code. The words Audentes Fortuna Juvat were written in the air. They mean, fortune favors the bold. The words were chosen by Bellatrix's master. Some old saying he liked. Harry, who was still looking intently at the surprised goblin, said, So. Let's get moving. I don't have all day. Gornick looked at Harry. He didn't understand how could this child know those words. Even though she never stated it directly, he was sure he knew the person who Lady Lestrange trusted with the code. This didn't make sense. But he had a job to do and he will do it. Of course, Mr. Potter. Follow me, please. Clank. The noises of machinery could be heard when the door of the vault was opened. The candles of the chamber were lit, and they could see the contents of the chamber. It was filled with all sorts of things. Mostly antiques, jewels, and books. In the end, there was a huge mountain of golden coins. Well, Mr. Potter, here it is, the goblin indicated for Harry to enter the vault. Although he did fail to inform him to be careful about not touching anything since most of the objects here were cursed. Gornick's idea was that if this boy was truly here with Lady Lestrange's permission he would know about the curses, but if he was a thief who somehow got his hands on the code. Harry entered the vault and started looking around, but he didn't touch anything. Eventually, he spotted it, on one of the shelves. He took out his wand and using a silent summoning charm he called the item he was looking for. A golden cup came floating and stopped in front of him. He moved his wand and muttered an enchantment to remove the curse put in the cup. He then took a small wallet from his pocket, approached it at the cup, and for a moment it seemed like the cup was being shrunk and deformed before it went inside a small pocket of the wallet. He then moved to the mountain of coins. Took a bag out of his pocket and pointed it toward the coins. Immediately all of the coins started to fly inside the bag at impossible speed. The gigantic mountain of coins started to get smaller by the second. It took a bit over a minute for all the coins to get in the bag. Once it was done, Harry closed the bag and put his hand in a galleon symbol that was on the side of the bag. Once he did so, a number appeared, 1,256,145 galleons. Not bad, he thought. That should be enough for now. He then looked around the vault, it was still filled with valuables. Altogether may even have more value than the mountain of coins. The Lestranges were one of the few really loyal to me. I won't touch the rest. Harry exited the vault to see a very upset goblin. He was probably expecting me to get cursed, fool. My business here is concluded. Let's go, goblin. Gornik was very angry but could complain. Yes. Mr. Potter. The business at the bank finished after midday. After eating something at the Leaky Cauldron, Harry made his way toward Knockturn Alley. People gave him strange looks when they saw where he was going. One old man even tried to warn him not to go there. Even though they couldn't recognize him because of the glamour, he still looked like an innocent child. Well dressed, with blonde trimmed hair and hazel eyes. Harry just ignored them and continued his way. The alley was not very populated at this hour. But there were a few people here and there, roaming the dark alleys. While he was making his way towards his target, a black-dressed old woman stood in front of him. Oh, what is a pretty boy doing alone in a place like this? Are you lost? Perhaps you can come with me. I'll take care of you, hi. She then put her hand on his shoulder and was going to slowly take her wand with the other one. Just one look into her eyes and Harry had all he needed. In his last life, he was already considered a grandmaster in legilimency. But in the last few years, he took it to a new level. With no wand and no words, he was able to enter the minds of people. He could read their surface thoughts, and their deepest memories, and even manipulate their free will to a certain degree with just one look. Marge Dumont, get your filthy hands off me before you lose them. His words were not said too loud, but they still resonated inside her head like he was using some amplification charm. The woman took her hand off him and made a step back. Her face got paler and she even forgot about taking her wand. What? How do you know my name? Who are you? That is none of your business. And now, why don't you get lost? His words resounded inside her head, and before she could think, she was already walking away like something was compelling her to do so. Not sure about her destination, the words, get lost, keep sounding inside her head over and over, and she could not think. She would continue walking around Knockturn Alley aimlessly for hours before she could even remember where she was. Harry continued making his way through the alley. He was not bothered again. A few wizards and witches were able to witness what transpired and were startled. They didn't know what spell he used against that witch, but they didn't see him use any wand. They came to the conclusion that this child was probably some old dark wizard wearing a disguise, and it was better to stay away from him. At the end of the oldest corridor was a dingy shop with a rotten wooden door and no windows. The only way to know this was a shop at all was the sign above the door that said Cobb and Webb S. Harry opened the door and went inside. Chapter 10. Breaking Free. Despite its degraded state on the outside, the inside of the shop was very well preserved. One could tell that this place was very old, but everything seemed to be in pristine condition and there was not a bit of dust. There were many shelves on both sides of the shop filled to the brim with all sorts of artifacts and strange objects. At the back of the shop was a counter, and behind the counter were two doors, one on each side of the room. A very beautiful woman who looked to be around her mid-20s was sitting behind the counter reading a book. She only lifted her gaze from her book once Harry had reached the counter and said, "Good evening, Mr. Client. What can Madam Webb do for you?" She didn't seem fazed or surprised by the fact that her new client could not be older than 12. There are many ways to change one's looks and even age, although only in appearance. And she knew this very well. Despite her looks, she was actually well past her 70s. Harry looked at the woman. He has made deals with her in the past. As long as you had the galleons, she was able to provide almost anything, and he needed some materials that were very rare, not to mention illegal. He took a piece of paper out of his pocket and gave it to the woman. "I need all of the items on this list." She took the paper and started reading. "The forest nymph blood will take me some time to obtain, a few months or maybe a year. There are few of them left in the world. The rest I have it all here." She gave him a serious look. "This will not be cheap, and I require payment in advance, even for the nymph blood, since I will have to hire someone to get it." "I am sure you understand, my dear client," she said sweetly. "Name your price," Harry answered without changing his expression. She started writing on parchment and making her calculations, and then said, 180,000 galleons, and I don't make discounts." She took a bag from behind the counter very similar to the one Harry used back at the vault and gave it to Harry. He knew what to do. He took his own bag and used some of his magic to move the coins from one bag to the other, exactly the amount asked. Once he was done, he gave the bag back and she inspected it. Once she was satisfied, told him to wait while she was getting the materials, and left through the door on the left. She came back with a very beautiful wooden box and placed it on the counter. Then opened it and took a step back. Harry looked inside the box and inspected the contents. Several vials and flasks were inside containing a variety of things. Liquids of several colors, parts of animals, and plants. Once he was satisfied with the inspection, he closed the box and placed it inside the dimension pocket of his wallet. I need to make use of your back room for a few hours. From the 2 doors behind the counter, she now approached the one on the right. There were many runes inscribed on it. She pulled her wand and started touching the runes following a specific pattern. Once she was done, the door opened. Go ahead, my dear client. Take your time and don't worry, no one will detect anything cast inside this room, no magic can leave it. As Harry entered the room, the door closed behind him and the runes on the walls started to shine. The room was a perfect cube, around 100 cubic meters. There was nothing inside it. No furniture or decoration. Not even a window. Of course, there was no need for it since this room was mostly used to perform rituals or to test dangerous spells. Or anything that you didn't want the ministry to know about. Because of the protections, nothing that happened here could be detected on the outside. The blood wards back in his house had the ability to cover some magic, but they may not be enough for what he was about to do. Harry went to the center of the room, he removed all of his clothes and took his wand. He then started casting diagnostic spells over himself until he saw a mark on his right leg shine. I found the tracking charm. The old man is going to get a surprise when he is unable to track me. But he will never suspect I removed it myself. Sometimes tracking charm will lose effectiveness over time, and this one was cast 10 years ago. After removing the charm, he went to the next objective. To remove the magical bindings. This was the main reason he wanted to use this room, since he is not sure what effect it is going to have. His magic was already very strong and he didn't know how much of his magic was currently bound. Usually, magical binds for children are about 20% to 30%, but if the old man tried to bind more than that, the reaction could be very hard to conceal. He closed his eyes and started to focus. Bindings are easy to place when the target is a toddler with an undeveloped magical core, but they are not easy to remove, especially if you do it after the age of 10 when the core has already started to develop, and is even more difficult if you have to do it yourself. The magical core is not a physical organ inside your body but an abstract concept. However, it is commonly agreed that it is situated at the center of the chest, so Harry focused on that area, trying to visualize it. He has done an exercise like this many decades ago, during his travels through China. Soon he was able to see it. In the middle of what seems like a dark room, there is a ball of pure white light. Surrounding it, there is what looks like a chain made of red light. It seems to be tightly wrapped around it, constricting the core and preventing it from expanding. He knew this was going to hurt like a crucio. He approached the chain, grabbed it with his bare hands and pulled as hard as he could. The ball of light started to shine even more while the light from the chain started to dim and cracks appeared on it. Harry was already starting to feel a sharp pain in his chest, but he didn't stop. The chain seemed to feel it was being broken and started to shine brighter. Dumbledore. Do you think you can stop me from achieving greatness? No, not in my past life and not in this one either. He kept pulling and pulling until the chain broke. Chapter 11. Rituals. The sensation was difficult to describe. It was like spending your entire life having weights tied around your body without knowing, and suddenly, the weights are off. Harry's body has not changed on the outside, only his eyes seem to shine more brightly, and there was an aura around him that seemed to radiate power. He has never felt like this, not even at the pinnacle of his life as the Dark Lord. He could feel the magic flowing through his body. He extended his right hand and focused his magic there. He could almost see it concentrate on the palm of his hand. The sensation was intoxicating. Once he regained his composure, he started to think about his current state. This situation is strange indeed. An 11-year-old wizard should not be this strong. Even with all of my knowledge and training. Even being the child of prophecy destined to be equal to Voldemort. He then recalled reading an old tome at the Zabini library. Lady Zabini claimed that it was her most valuable tome and that it was written by Herpo the Foul himself. The main theme of the book was souls. Herpo did a lot of research on souls because he believed they were the key to immortality. He also claimed that souls were the source of magic, and some wizards were born more powerful than others because their souls were more powerful, somehow. He wasn't sure what made a soul stronger or weaker. I think I now understand what happened to me that Halloween night when I visited the Potters. At first, I thought that when I shot the killing curse at the boy, my consciousness or my soul ended up somehow inside the boy, like a possession. However, my soul does not possess the body of Harry Potter. Instead, the two souls somehow managed to merge together. The process must have taken years since I did not regain my wits until my 5th birthday. That means I truly am Harry Potter and also I am Tom Riddle. The souls of 2 of the most powerful wizards of this generation united as one. That would explain it this. After finishing his musings, he sat down and relaxed to calm his magic down. He was going to get started with the second reason to come to this room, rituals. In his past life, he went a bit overboard with them, he could admit. He ended up losing his humanity and part of his sanity. This time he has planned things better. He only needs to perform 3 rituals. 2 of them will allow him to reach his physical peak and the last one will have to wait for a lack of materials. The first ritual is going to improve his physical strength, flexibility, and speed, and it will continue to increase over the next few years until he reaches the pinnacle of what is humanly possible to achieve. The second one will make his body more resilient. His bones will be harder to break, his skin will be harder to pierce, and will even gain some minor magical resistance. The rituals took over 6 hours to complete and by the end, he passed out for another 7 hours more. The rituals had exhausted both his body and mind. Harry woke up on the cold hard floor of the room. The place was a mess. There were residues of the materials used in the rituals, blood, and other things better not described. He was in dire need of a bath. But a Scourgify will have to do it for now. He got dressed, stored all of his things, and made sure to clean the place properly. Not for decency but to avoid leaving evidence of what he has done here. He spent the next week barely leaving his room. He had 2 more things to do before attending Hogwarts but he wanted to recover properly. After eating his breakfast, he went back to Gringotts to talk to his account manager. He asked Griphook to provide a house elf for him. They are expensive, but having one would make his life a lot easier. He would not need to come to Diagon Alley so often, and he will also have someone to clean his room since he doesn't trust Petunia to do it. Griphook told him that he will buy one for him and send the elf to his house. That afternoon Harry was alone in his room and decided that it was time to check on the Hufflepuff cup. He took it out from the pocket dimension and placed it on the floor without touching it. He waved his wand in front of it while muttering something to remove the curses he put on the cup many years back. After that was done, he started observing it. Then he picked it up. How is this possible? I can feel that it is still there but I don't feel any connection to my Horcrux anymore. It's like it belongs to someone else. He pondered for a while. In the end, he decided that his soul must have changed too much after fusing with Harry, so the fragments in the containers are no longer considered a fragment of himself, but it would be better to check the rest also, just to be sure. This also means I am no longer immortal. I will need to be careful until I find another way to secure my life. He has decided that he would never make Horcruxes again. Tearing apart your soul comes with a heavy price. Losing everything that makes you who you are, your mind. He was even more reluctant after confirming that the power of a wizard is also correlated to the strength of the soul. No. He will find another way. He had plenty of time. But, no matter. I should still gather all of the Horcruxes again. After all, they are still mine, and maybe there will be some use for them. 2 days later, while he was reading a book on the couch, an elf popped up, giving his aunt and uncle a good scare. His uncle was about to complain when Harry shut him up with a silencio, and he seemed to get the message. Greetings master, this one is called Lori. The elf was properly dressed and seemed to handle himself better than most elves. This was one of the requisites that Harry asked for. A properly trained elf, and preferably one that came from a lineage of dark families. Since those elves were going to be more comfortable with him. After giving the elf look, he nodded in approval. Yes, you will do. My name is Harry Potter, as you probably know. I am your new master. Those over there. He pointed at the Dursleys. Are my servants. I don't care what they tell you. You will only take orders from me. Is that clear, Dot? Yes, master. The elf then gave a bow. Vernon and Petunia suddenly stood up. Vernon tried to speak to no avail. Then Petunia said, servants. What do you mean servants? We are your aunt and uncle, and we will not tolerate dashed. She suddenly was flown through the air until she crashed against a wall. You, still don't seem to understand your place. I have let you live all those years because you are useful to me, even though you are the worst kind of muggles, and that is saying something coming from me. And before you complain again, I remind you. Not only. I remember everything that you did to me since I was a baby and put in your care, I also have seen what is in your mind. What you had planned for my future. So don't play the family card with me now. Petunia's face became pale with horror. Wait. He sighed, then removed his wand out of his pocket. But, I am a patient person. So let me once again remind you, your place. Vernon tried to get in between Harry and Petunia, but Harry moved his wand and chains appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around his uncle. He approached his aunt, who was now pale with worry and fear. Harry, I am sorry, she tried to continue. Oh, don't worry, this won't take long. But it will be memorable to you. Crucio. Chapter 12. The Train. The day to go back to Hogwarts has finally arrived. Laurie was finishing packing Harry's clothes when Harry went to check on his owl, who was currently sitting on a tree branch, right outside Harry's bedroom window. All right, Nagini 3. The owl looked at him and gave him an angry hoot. What? Don't tell me you don't like the name, Dot. The owl bobbed her head up and down. That's strange. Is a good name. Well, you'll get used to it. Harry just dismissed the owl's complaints. He didn't want to come up with another name. Anyways. I want you to go directly to Hogwarts. There is no point in you riding the train. I trust you know the way, Dot. The owl seems offended at his doubts and gave another angry hoot. Harry raised his hands in the air. All right. Well, off you go, Dot. He said before turning his attention to his house elf. This one noticed his master was looking at him and said. Master, everything is ready. Shall I take you to the station? Harry just nodded and they took off. The Hogwarts Express was exactly like he remembered it. It brought back so many memories of the past, not all of them good. He took a seat in an empty cabin at the back of the train, took a small book out of his jacket and started reading. Soon enough his door was carelessly open with a slam and a small redhead boy entered. My brothers told me they saw someone that could be Harry Potter, is that you? The boy said while pointing his finger at Harry. Harry sighed, he was already expecting this. He has seen the books they made about him and what people expected him to be like. Seeing no reason to hide it anymore, he answered. Yes, I am Harry Potter. The red-headed boy was taken aback by the declaration for a moment. But, you don't look like Harry Potter, you have long hair, you are dressed like a Malfoy, and, he kept looking toward Harry's forehead. Where is your scar? Show me, he demanded. The day had just started and Harry's patience was running thin already. I do not have to prove anything to you, boy. But for the sake of making this interaction shorter, he moved aside his hair to show a thin white line in the shape of a lightning bolt. You can barely see it, but I suppose it is really you then. Oh, I'm Ron Weasley, by the way. Let's be friends. He smiled at Harry and sat down on the other side. Harry sighed again. He had the feeling he was going to that a lot that day. Fine, you can stay but be quiet, I am trying to read. You read for fun. Why? I like to play Quidditch to have fun. Do you know how to play, Harry? What is your favorite team? Mine is the Chudley Cannons. Do you know any magic already? Well, of course you do, I mean you are Harry Potter, right? My brothers told me about a spell yesterday. Here, let me show you, he then proceeded to look around for his wand. Harry on the other hand was seriously considering stunning the boy and throwing him out of the window when the door to his cabin opened once more. This time a little girl with bushy hair and buck teeth stood there. Have any of you seen a frog? A first-year boy has lost it. She then seems to notice Ron waving his wand around. Oh. Are you going to do magic? Let's see it then. I have tried a few spells already. She then stood expectantly at the entrance of the cabin. Ron proceeds to take his rat out of his clothes and point his wand at it. He started saying a bunch of nonsense words that he believed were a magical spell. Harry was not listening to a word he said, instead his attention was completely focused on the rat in Ron's hands. It can't be. What is he doing here of all places? He stared at the rat for a while and considered what to do with that information. Wormtail has been a fairly loyal subject in the past, but he was only loyal because of his fear of Lord Voldemort. I wasn't planning on approaching any of my former Death Eaters yet. I just don't trust them to keep my identity secret. Besides, I still haven't decided if I want to reform the organization. For now, I'll just keep an eye on Wormtail. I may have use for him in the future. Ron has finished embarrassing himself with his magic demonstration and the girl asks him if that was even a real spell, which seems to embarrass the boy even more. She then turned towards Harry. My name is Hermione Granger, by the way. What are yours? She asked. Harry Potter, he answered dryly. He didn't hate mudbloods as much as his former associates, but he still rather not be around them too much. Ron tried to introduce himself but was interrupted. I am Ron Wisdash. Are you really the Harry Potter? Oh, I read all about you in Famous Wizards of the 20th Century and the Downfall of a Dark Lord. There are other books, but those seem more like fantasy. I mean, you don't actually have a pet dragon, right? No, I do not have a pet dragon, Harry answered with a blank expression. She doesn't seem discouraged by his lack of enthusiasm in their conversation and continues. I have to say. You do look very different from how you are described in books. You are normally depicted to have short messy hair, glasses, and the very famous lightning bolt scar on your forehead. Why is that? Are you going for a change of image? I only looked like that when I was little and I have never needed glasses. Now, would you let me be? I am trying to read, Harry said, losing what little was left of his patience. She seemed taken aback for a moment and a bit flustered. Fine, she said before leaving the cabin in a rush while muttering something about rude boys. She seems like a nightmare. I hope we don't see her much at Hogwarts, Ron claimed. You are as much of a nightmare, Harry thought. He was regaled with almost an entire hour of peace before the doors of the cabin opened again. This time, there was a blonde boy surrounded by two big kids. I heard that Harry Potter is in this cabin. Is it true? He gave a glance at the two occupants of the cabin for a moment before stopping at Harry. You are the mud. Wait a moment, you are Harry Potter. When he failed to answer in a quick manner, Ron saw it fitting to answer in his place. Yes. He is Harry Potter. The boy who lived. He proclaimed proudly. Like he had achieved something important. Sue, you thought it was amusing to deceive me, Well, you made a grave mistake. I was willing to let you be one of my subordinates like Crabbe and Goyle here. While he was going about his monologue, Ron seemed to find it amusing and left a chuckle. Draco turned towards him. Is there something funny? I don't even need to ask who you are. Red hair and second-hand things. You are a Weasley. My father says that you are all worthless blood traders. While Ron's face was getting red, he turned toward Harry once more. Is this who you want to associate with? You will learn soon how grave of a mistake you have made today, Potter. Let's go. He turned and left. His two minions promptly follow. Well, at least I didn't have to say anything to make this one leave, Harry thought. Ron spent a few minutes complaining about Malfoy before finally shutting up. The rest of the trip was fairly quiet, much to Harry's satisfaction. Chapter 13. The Sorting Hat. When they finally arrived at Hogwarts, he could see the castle again after so many years. A wave of nostalgia hit him. Everything is just like he remembered it. When they entered the Great Hall, hundreds of memories came to his mind from all of his 7 years in this place. The place where he discovered the wonders of magic. The loud voice of Professor McGonagall thundered over the 1,000 voices of children happily chatting. Silence. We are about to start with the sorting ceremony. First years, stand ready and quiet. When your name is called, approach this stool and put on the sorting hat. The first-year students could be heard whispering about what houses they wanted to be sorted in. I'm definitely going to Gryffindor, the best house, like the rest of my family. I am sure you will go there too, mate. Ron said, looking at Harry. The best house? Sure. Maybe a couple of blood traders will be the perfect house. But is nothing compared to Slytherin, Malfoy claimed, a bit too loud. When McGonagall gave him a look, he quickly lowered his head. Harry was not paying attention to any of this. Instead, he was looking at the teacher's table. He recognized several of the staff members. But the one that surprised him the most was the dark-robed man sitting next to the headmaster. Severus? What in Merlin's name is he doing working at Hogwarts and sitting next to the old man? Did that bastard betray me, or did he start working here after my death? I will need to find an opportunity to take a peek at his mind, and if I don't like what I see, well, I have dealt with traitors before. Soon enough the professor started calling names, and the children sat on the stool and put on the hat. Neville Longbottom, Gryffindor. Draco Malfoy. Slytherin. Hermione Granger, Gryffindor. Padma Patil. Ravenclaw. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff. Ron Weasley. Gryffindor. And finally, the professor said. Harry Potter. The number of murmurs increased tenfold. One could discern some of what they were saying. Harry Potter. Is that really the boy who lived? That's Harry Potter. He looks nothing like the book said. Yes. He looks like an arrogant pureblood. I bet he gets sorted in Slytherin. Shut up. Don't say that. He's a hero. Harry finally sat down and McGonagall smiled at him and put the hat on top of his head. Everyone in the hall was looking at him intently, especially the headmaster who did not take his eyes off him for a second like he was looking for something in particular. A familiar voice resounded in his head. Harry Potter, could you lower your mind shields a bit? I cannot sort you if I cannot see what kind of person you are. That's not happening, Mr. Hat. Just put me in Ravenclaw. After all, I would rather study in peace. Many would expect you to be sorted in Gryffindor. And it seems like you have already made some friends from that house. The Hat pointed. I have no need for friends. I can walk the path to greatness and achieve my goals by myself. That sounds very ambitious. I believe you would fit well in Slytherin. Don't you think so? The Hat asked, with amusement in his voice. Slytherin is too obvious. I mean, just stop messing around and put me in Ravenclaw. You do not want to make me angry, Hat. I would hate to burn a relic of the founders. He was getting tired of this Hat wasting his time. Threats. Very well. I will put you where you belong then. The Hat claimed, and Harry thought, well, finally. After a few minutes of silence. Everyone in the hall was eagerly waiting which name was the Sorting Hat going to say. And then. Better be Hufflepuff. The Hat loudly proclaimed. To the surprise of everyone. Especially Harry, who opened his eyes widely. Before he could say anything, the Hat said. I do not appreciate threats. Hopefully, the House of Loyalty can mellow that attitude a bit. Oh, and by the way, I am fireproof. Professor McGonagall removed the hat from his head and hushed him to move to his table. While most of the school was clapping, despite the surprise. Dumbledore looked at him with a smile. Well, I was hoping for Gryffindor, but I suppose Hufflepuff is the second best. I will also have to make a few changes for this year and test. Professor Snape, who was sitting next to the headmaster, was also looking at Harry, but there was no smile on his face. Harry was still too shocked to notice this. He slowly made his way to the Hufflepuff table and sat down next to a blonde first-year girl. Hi. I'm Hannah Abbott, she introduced herself. Then pointed to the redhead next to her. And this is my best friend Susan Bones. Harry looked at the girls. He vaguely remembers the Abbotts, they were some small pureblood family. He does however remember the Bones very well. They were a huge thorn in his side during the war. I thought my Death Eaters killed them all. I guess there was a survivor or two. He didn't let his thoughts reflect on his face. One of the advantages of mastering occlumency is having more control over your emotions and facial expressions. He gave them his best charming smile and said. A pleasure to meet you, my ladies. I am Harry Potter. The girls blushed slightly and smiled at him. Susan then said. You know Mr. Potter? Hannah here is a huge fan. Oh dash. Susan. Shut up. Hannah put her hand on Susan's mouth while blushing, less slightly this time. Harry paid them no mind and focused on his dinner. Answering politely if they ask him something. He was very used to getting attention, especially the female variety. Back in his days at Hogwarts as Tom Riddle, he was considered a very charismatic boy. In fact, many of his first followers were gained with his charms and not with his magical prowess. After the feast was over, the headmaster stood up and said. It is time for everyone to go and get some rest, but before you go I have some announcements to make. First, the Forbidden Forest is, well, forbidden, hence the name. Second, the room at the end of the third-floor corridor is also forbidden, unless you want to suffer the most horrific of deaths, and finally, third, no wait, there were only two. You can go to bed now. Classes will start tomorrow. First years follow your prefects. Flappity flippity floo. He loudly proclaimed before disappearing in flames. Is he insane? Hannah asked no one in particular. He is just a bit eccentric. You get used to him, a seventh-year girl with pink hair answered. It seems like the years are getting to him. Good. Maybe I get lucky and he just drops dead of old age. Harry smiled briefly. Although, a forbidden room at the end of the third-floor corridor. That rule never existed before. What is he hiding there? Come on, Potter, we have to hurry before the prefects leave, Susan said while giving him a tap on the shoulder. Well. Today has been a long day. Let's get some rest, Harry thought before following his classmates. Chapter 14. First Classes. The Hufflepuff dormitories were much better than whatever he thought they would look like. They were situated close to the kitchens, behind a secret entrance between some barrels. There was no password. One just needed to memorize where to push in order to open the entrance. Despite the abundance of yellow, it wasn't terribly decorated, and the bedrooms for the first years were spacious enough. His male classmates tried to start some conversations with him, but they soon realized he was not interested and left him in peace. Early in the morning, a boy named Justin woke him up in order to attend class. He was joined at the entrance by Susan and Hannah. They were supposed to wait for their prefect so they wouldn't get lost. "Good morning, Potter," Susan said while Hannah waved at him. "Good morning, MS Bones, MS Abbott. You two may refer to me as Harry if you wish." From all of the first years, these two seemed like the most tolerable of the bunch. They smiled at him and said, "Well then you have to call me Susan, Harry." "You can call me Hannah then, Harry." She seems to have more difficulty saying his name for some reason. "You can also call her Hanny if you want," Susan teased. And Hannah blushed. "Thank Merlin, the prefect is here," Harry thought as soon as he saw the fifth-year prefect. A girl called Trisha Buttermere. They were escorted to the Great Hall for breakfast, and near the end of it, the same prefect came to them and gave them their class schedule. "Oh no. We have potions first thing in the morning. My brother told me Professor Snape is ruthless and does not tolerate any mistake," Hannah said. "Severus ruthless? He was always considered a softie among my Death Eaters. He was only part of the inner circle for his skills in potion making," Harry thought while finishing his bacon. While still walking to the front of the class, Professor Snape made a big speech about how amazing potions are while giving Harry some nasty looks. "Why is he looking at me like that? This is supposed to be the first time we meet and I haven't even had a word with him yet. And if I remember correctly, he was very fond of my late mother. He even begged me to spare her life. Is he angry that the baby survived while the mother died?" While Harry was pondering, Professor Snape approached his table and slammed his hand against it. "Apparently Mr. Potter thinks he is too good to pay attention in my class. As expected of such a celebrity," Snape said while some of the students seemed to find his comment very amusing. Harry just looked at the professor and said, "My apologies, say Professor. It will not happen again," and gave him a smile. This seems to anger the professor even more for some reason. "Tell me, Mr. Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" In his past as Tom Riddle, he has been considered a genius in many fields. Defense against the dark arts, charms, jinxes, mind arts. Unfortunately potions were not one of them. "Well, that would be a calming draft, I believe," Harry answered, not very sure. He hasn't touched a potion book since his time at Hogwarts, and that was a very long time ago. "No, it's the draft of the living dead." "Let's try again. Where would I find a bezoar? Oh, I know this one. Is in the stomach of something. The stomach of a cow? A goat, Mr. Potter. The stomach of a goat." The professor answered with a serious face. "Let's try one more time. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "No idea, Sev. Professor Snape. I need to get used to calling this man Professor now. Humph, it seems like fame isn't everything. Isn't Mr. Potter?" Snape said with a sneer, and some of his classmates laughed. He then looked around the class and said, "For your information, Mr. Potter, they are the same plant. Now, why aren't you all taking notes? Wow, what a start to the year. It seems like Professor Snape is even worse than the rumors and has a grudge against you, Harry. Did you do something to him?" Susan asked after sitting down for their next class of the morning. "No. At least not that I know of," Harry said. He also found Severus's behavior strange, not to mention, very unprofessional. He will need a chance to enter his mind and find some answers. At that point, the professor for their next class made his entrance. He moved very quickly towards the curtains and closed them up, leaving the classroom in almost complete darkness. Then with a wave of his wand several torches lit up, illuminating the room and also giving it a creepy aesthetic. He then turned around and they were able to take a good look at him. He was a thin, middle-aged, short man. He wore a dark grey tunic and a dark brown turban that covered most of his very pale face. "My name is Quirinus Quirrell. You may refer to me as Professor Quirrell. I will be your defense against the dark arts teacher for this year," he said in a raspy voice. Then he looked around at his students who carried surprised expressions at the man's behavior and looks. He then proceeded to say, "Before you ask. The reason I chose to cover my head is as follows. Last summer during a trip to Romania I was attacked by a dark wizard that left a cursed scar on my face. That is all you need to know. I will have no questions about it. Now let's get the class started. Defense teachers are usually weird, but this one takes it a bit far." Were Harry's thoughts. Chapter 15. Altercation in the Halls. The next day, Harry was having breakfast at the Great Hall, when several owls entered the hall and started to fly around and land in front of several students to deliver their letters. One of the owls landed in front of Harry and placed a newspaper. Hannah notices this and asks, "Harry, did you subscribe to the Daily Prophet?" "Yes, I like being informed." He then saw the front page and was surprised by the contents. Susan got close and started to read the paper over Harry's shoulder. Let's see. Oh, there has been a break-in on Gringotts. I can't believe it. Who can be that crazy to steal from the goblins?" "Crazy, or very desperate," Harry said. He noticed the vault number. It was the same vault that Hagrid opened during their trip to the bank. The vault containing the Philosopher's Stone. This can't be a coincidence, the thief somehow knew the contents of that vault. If Dumbledore is keeping the stone in Hogwarts now, there is a chance the thief will come here to try again. I need to get my hands on that stone before that happens, but I have no idea where it could be. I believe this is the first time a thief escapes the goblins. They must be very mad." Hannah smiled. After the afternoon classes, Harry was walking through Hogwarts alone when he encountered Draco Malfoy, his two goons, and a girl with short black hair. The moment Draco spotted Harry he gave a cruel smile and quickly approached, standing in front of him. Look who we have here. The famous Harry Potter himself. Where are those two harlots that follow you everywhere, Potter? Did they dump you?" He started laughing, and his followers started laughing too. Harry was starting to lose his patience with this mini Lucius. He seems firm about antagonizing him. He has given the little Malfoy some leeway about his constant disrespect because of his father's contributions in the past. "What do you want, Malfoy?" "I am busy," Harry said with a cold expression. Draco seemed to hesitate for a moment under Harry's stare, but then he remembered that he was surrounded by his trusty followers, while Harry was alone. "Look at the loser Badger, acting all brave. Be careful on how you treat your betters, or you are going to end up like your mudblood mother." Draco tried to give his most intimidating stare. "I am losing my patience, Malfoy." "Get lost." Harry stared at Malfoy and his green eyes seemed to shine for a second. Draco could not move a muscle or look away from those green eyes. For a moment he thought he was about to die. But then one of his goons stood in front of him, and that seemed to break the spell. "Draco, should we teach him a lesson?" Goyle said. Draco seemed to regain his wits. He shook his head and looked at Goyle. Yes. I mean yes, let's teach him a lesson," he said, while still avoiding looking into Harry's eyes. Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle took out their wands. Pansy Parkinson stood behind, not knowing what to do. Harry was staring coldly at the trio. Well, it seems the little Malfoy is stubborn about becoming a permanent nuisance. "I am sorry, Lucius, I'll find a way to compensate you." Before anyone could make a move, a seventh-year Hufflepuff with pink hair intervened. "Put your wands back in your robes. There is no fighting in the halls. Unless you want to spend the rest of the year cleaning the floors with Filch." Draco stared at her and was about to yell at her when Pansy put a hand on his shoulder and whispered to his ear. "Draco, that's the head girl. Please." She begged him to stop. "Humph, fine, let's go." Draco then looked at Harry and said, "You got lucky today, Potter, but this is not over." "No, it is not," Harry thought. He then looked at the pink-headed girl. "Thank you, miss. Tonks, 7th year. I am the head girl, by the way. If anyone bothers you, come tell me. After all, we Badgers have to protect each other." She smiled at Harry. Harry still was not used to people just being nice to him without expecting something in return. His experience in Slytherin taught him that. But the Hufflepuff seemed different. "Thank you, Miss Tonks. Do you want me to accompany you to the house dorm? I was on my way there." "There is no need, Miss Tonks. I still have 2 hours before curfew and I want to explore the castle a little bit." Tonks smiled at him. "All right. But be careful, this castle is very tricky. If you get lost just ask any of the older students." Although I would avoid the Slytherin ones if I was you. She then waved at him and left. Afterward, Harry made his way to the 7th floor of Hogwarts. He kept walking until he reached the portrait of Barnabas the Barmy. He paced in front of the painting and saw a door appear. The Room of Requirements. One of the most fascinating places in Hogwarts. And, home of an item of mine. Chapter 16. Room of Requirements. The room was immense and completely filled with items. It is said that any item that any teacher or student has lost during the last 1,000 years while inside Hogwarts has ended in this room. Unless you already knew what you were looking for, it would be almost impossible to find a particular object. And that's why he chose it, to store one of his most precious items. He pointed his wand and said, "Lead me to Rowena Ravenclaw's tiara." A pile of items to his right started to make noise. When he approached it, he saw there was a box moving from beneath a pile of books. He moved the books and took the box. He opened it to see the contents inside. There lay a beautiful tiara in the shape of a raven and decorated with sapphires and diamonds. He picked up the tiara and, like what happened with the Hufflepuff cup, he felt no connection to the soul inside the item. This confirms my theory. Whatever happened to my soul? It changed it to the point that I completely lost my connection to the Horcruxes. It's like they don't belong to me anymore. And of course, they won't keep me alive. Now the question is, what to do with them? Destroy them or keep them? Harry suddenly felt something change in the tiara that he was still holding. He started to hear a voice inside his head. "Young wizard. Put me on. I can make you powerful. I can make you great. Put me on." The voice kept repeating over and over. Aside from the voice, he could also feel a very strong compulsion charm commanding him to put the tiara on his head. What is this? I never placed a compulsion on this thing. Put me dash. Silence. Harry was getting angry. You do not command me, little fragment. He felt his anger rise and then let his magic crash against the tiara. Cracks started to appear on the jewels. It would not destroy it. Horcruxes are very hard to break, but he imagines that it will be very unpleasant for the soul fragment inside. Suddenly the compulsion stopped. Then the voice appeared once again in his head. Stop. Please. I don't want to be destroyed. I can give you power and knowledge. Harry was now amused. Oh really? And who are you to offer me such a thing? My name is Tom Riddle. I used to be a very powerful wizard in the past. If you help me, there is so much I can teach you. With my help, you can become an incredible wizard. Tom Riddle, don't you mean Lord Voldemort? How do you know that? Very few knew my real name after I took the mantle of Voldemort. Who are you? The voice all but demanded. Never mind that. Do I presume that the way to help you would be to let some poor fool wear you? Then you will take over their body and soul. Am I correct? The voice was silent for almost a minute before it spoke again. You look like a young boy, but you are much more, aren't you? However, what you said is true. I cannot explain it, but I feel that I am capable of coming back to life if I can absorb enough life essence. Would you help me then? Let me think about it. He then took out the dimensional wallet where he keeps the cup. Opened a different pocket and went to place the tiara inside. The voice tried to complain about it. No, wait. I see a dash. But before he could say more, it was pulled inside the pocket and stored inside Harry's robes. He then went and sat in one of the many chairs in the room and pondered about what happened. This is a problem. It seems like my Horcruxes are becoming self-aware. Damn. That old book didn't say anything about this. Was the fragment inside the cup also the same? It never occurs to me to try and talk to it. Should I? No. It will be the same as the tiara, I am sure. He then started to think about what to do about them. Despite what he said to the fragment inside the tiara, he had no intention to help it resurrect. The last thing he needs is a copy of his former deranged self running around, causing chaos. After this year is over, I will go and collect the ring hidden at my old house and the amulet from that cave that would leave only the one I left with Lucius. I will have to think of something for that one. It was almost curfew already, so he decided to go back to his room. The next morning Harry was having breakfast with his housemates. Susan and Hannah were talking about homework. He then noticed someone was staring at him and looked towards the Slytherin table. Their Draco Malfoy was giving him a baleful glare. He paid him no mind and kept eating. He will deal with that one soon enough. "Hi Harry," Susan addressed him, very cheerfully. "Today is going to be fun. We have our first flying lesson, dot." Harry almost dropped his fork. "Oh no. I hate flying." Chapter 17. Visiting Hagrid. "I guess you're not going to be playing Quidditch anytime soon, Harry?" Susan teased. "We agree not to talk about that again." Harry was trying to focus on his breakfast, anything to not remember the disastrous first flying lesson. "I have never seen a broom explode like that," Hannah exclaimed cheerfully. "I don't want to hear about it," Harry said with a straight face. This was going to be a long breakfast. "Oh come on Harry, doesn't worry, I'm sure you'll do better next time." Susan was trying and failing to contain her laugh. "Why do I allow those two to tease me like that? In the past, no one would dare to speak to me in such a way. Not even Bella, who I will admit. I had a soft spot for her. Is it because I am no longer a Dark Lord, or could it be that I am becoming softer? Even now, with those two girls making jokes at me, I feel no need to crucio them, right here in the Great Hall. Maybe my current circumstances have begun to change me and make me less aggressive and cruel." "Hey Potter," Malfoy came swiftly to the Hufflepuff table. Following him were the two usual gorillas. "I said, hey Potter," he got close to Harry in order to get his attention. And everyone else in the hall, considering how loud he was being. "I heard that you couldn't even fly a broom. I mean, how useless do you have to be? Even Longbottom over there managed to fly a few feet, before falling down and breaking his wrist." Harry just looked at him for a moment and decided, that's it. I'm killing this little shite tonight. "Leave him alone Malfoy." Susan stood close to Harry. "Yeah, stop bothering us," Hannah added. Two of the Hufflepuff prefects stood up and told Malfoy to stop disturbing their breakfast. Malfoy was going to tell them off, but then he saw that he has gathered the attention of some of the teachers and decided it was better to leave for now. When the time for breakfast was about to end, a white owl flew through the Great Hall and landed in front of Harry. "Wow, what a beautiful owl," Hannah said while getting close. "Is it yours, Harry? Can I pet her?" Susan was already stretching her hand. The owl seems to have gathered the attention of most of the table at this point. "I suppose she won't mind." Harry took the parchment on the owl's beak and gave her some ham from his plate. He was going to start to read the letter when Hannah asked, "What's her name?" "That's Nagini 3, Harry said absent-mindedly. He then ignored their complaints about giving his owl weird names and read the letter. It was from Hagrid, inviting him to have some tea after classes. He had no reason to refuse. And besides, Hagrid might have known if Dumbledore is keeping the Philosopher's Stone somewhere inside the castle. His first guess was that supposedly dangerous room on the third floor that the headmaster mentioned during the opening feast. Of course, if you are going to keep something as valuable as the Philosopher's Stone hidden in the castle, the last thing you want is to call attention to the location you are keeping it. But at this point, he strongly believes Dumbledore is going senile. So I won't be that surprising. The door of the cabin opened after a couple of knocks. "Harry, come on in." "Oh, and you brought company," Hagrid said while looking at the two girls. "Hello. I'm Susan Bones, and this is Hannah Abbott. We are Harry's friends," Susan cheerfully said. Harry was a bit surprised at the claim. He thought they were merely acquaintances. Although they have spent a lot of time together, he can't blame her for reaching that conclusion. Before he could ponder further about the utility of having friends to someone who was trying to achieve immortality, Hagrid gave him a strong pat on the shoulder and said, Way to go, Harry. Not even a week at Hogwarts and you have already made two good friends. Come on, sit down you three. And tell me about your first week." "I made tea and cake." After an hour of telling Hagrid all about their week, although most of the talk was made by Susan and Hannah, it was getting time to leave, but before that Harry wanted to find out what Hagrid knew about the stone. He could just delve into his mind and look all around for the information he wanted, but that would take time and there is a risk that Hagrid will notice, even if he only knows a little bit of occlumency. However, there is a better method. If you ask someone what they ate for dinner the day before, they will instinctively bring forth all of their memories about that particular event so they can answer the question. Reading those surface memories is very easy to do and almost impossible to detect. "Oi Hagrid. Do you know by any chance what's at the end of the third floor corridor?" The headmaster said that whoever goes there would suffer a terrible death but forgot to say what the danger actually is. Susan and Hannah perked up at the question. They obviously were also curious about that. In fact, most of the school was. Hagrid seems to get a bit nervous at the question. "Oh, that, I am afraid I am not allowed to talk about that." Harry quickly started to read Hagrid's surface thoughts. There were images of the room on the third floor. A giant dog with 3 heads. The headmaster and the stone. I cannot tell you what's there. But you 3 have to promise me that you will never go there, Hagrid said, very seriously. Susan and Hannah were nodding rapidly. Harry was now getting some pieces of conversation. Hagrid gives Dumbledore the stone and asks him if it is really safe to have something like this in a school when they know there is someone dangerous after it. But Hagrid doesn't seem to know who it is. Dumbledore gives him his typical grandfatherly smile and tells him not to worry. There is another conversation. A more recent one. Dumbledore is telling Hagrid that they are almost done preparing the traps, and once they are finished, Hagrid must move his Cerberus to the room and have him guard the hatch that's inside the room. Hagrid tried to express his concerns. Even though he thinks Fluffy is an adorable puppy, he knows how dangerous it can be for anyone else to approach him. Especially a student. Once again Dumbledore gave him his grandfatherly smile and said that everything was under control. So, the stone is going to be placed in that room on the 3rd floor. Dumbledore also prepared some traps and Hagrid is going to put a Cerberus to guard the entrance. Harry smiled. This is going to be fun. Chapter 18. Nightly Visit. It was near midnight and most people in the castle were already long asleep. Harry was sitting cross-legged on top of his bed. The bed curtains were closed, and he had cast several privacy charms, just in case one of his roommates woke up. Harry pictured in his mind the specific characteristics he needed for his assassin. Serpensortia, he then whispered. A moment later, there was a snake in front of him. She was a very small snake, around 10 inches. She had a pattern of bright colors on her body. Reds and yellow with a white line running through the top of her body. This was a coral snake, but not a normal one. A magic variant breed deep in the jungles of Brazil. Her venom is extremely potent and almost impossible to detect. Unless you knew exactly what you were looking for. She is also very small and fast. In other words, the perfect assassin. You summon me, the small snake raised her head to look at Harry. Harry was surprised. I can understand her. How can I still have the Parseltongue ability? I never tried talking to a snake before because I assume I lost that ability after dying. Can you understand me, he asked the snake to make sure his Parseltongue was working. Of course, speaker. How can I serve you, Harry used the mental connection with the summoned snake to pass her the necessary information. I need you to sneak into that person's room and kill him, Very well, speaker. It shall be done, The snake was about to leave when Harry stopped her. Wait. I shall cast a disillusionment charm on you so no one will see you. Even then be careful. I don't want anyone to detect you. After your job is done, you can dispel yourself, The snake gave something resembling a nod and left in search of her prey. The next day during breakfast, the castle was in absolute chaos. Harry sat down next to the 5th-year prefect from his house. A boy named Michael Frimley. What's with all of the commotion? He asked innocently. The prefect looked at him with a complicated expression. I guess you haven't heard yet. Something happened at the Slytherin dormitory last night. Someone was attacked. We don't know who it was yet, but the head girl Tonks said that the Aurors had been called and she had to go talk with them. I see, Harry said impassively. He took a look around the hall. Many of the teachers were missing, including the headmaster and Professor Snape. At the Slytherin table, it seems like half of the students were missing, and the ones there looked very restless. I wonder who was attacked. I can't see any of the Slytherin first years. Hannah, who was sitting on his other side, said. It wasn't until much later that day that the name of the unfortunate victim was announced. During dinner, the headmaster stood up and tapped his glass, and asked for silence. The first thing that Harry noticed was that the headmaster seemed to have a black eye and a broken lip. It looks like someone had punched him, more than once. Susan, who was next to him, seemed to also notice, but before she could make any questions, Dumbledore started to talk. His voice didn't seem loud, but it could clearly be heard everywhere in the Great Hall. As you may have already heard. Something very unfortunate happened today. A student from the Slytherin house was found dead this morning. The Great Hall erupted with hundreds of voices at the same time, until the headmaster clapped his hands, creating a thunderous noise that made everyone shut up. I will ask you all to be silent until I finish, please. He recomposed himself before continuing. The student in question was a first-year student called Draco Malfoy. Some of you may have heard that he was attacked. However, neither the Aurors nor myself have found any signs of an attack. Everything points at Mr. Malfoy dying of natural causes. As bizarre as that sounds. So there is no need to worry about some dangerous attacker running around Hogwarts. That would be all. After the headmaster sat back down with a sad expression, Harry noticed that Professor Snape was giving him a nasty glare. Harry just looked at him for a second before going back to his dinner. Humph, they couldn't even find he was poisoned. The Aurors probably just waved their wands around looking for usage of magic around the body and could not find anything. Muggles with their autopsies could have done a better job. Well, this works better for me, I guess. It seems that Severus has some suspicions, but that can also give me an opportunity. Harry had a sinister smile for a moment, one that no one seemed to notice. Chapter 19. Inside Snape's head. 2 days after Malfoy's unfortunate end, classes started again and life at Hogwarts seemed back to normalcy. At the end of the potion class, Snape approached Harry and said, "Mr. Potter, stay for a moment, I need to have a word with you." Susan and Hannah looked worried about this. It was not a secret that Professor Snape hated Harry for some reason and they weren't sure what he could possibly want. Harry looked at them for a moment and reassured them. "Don't worry, I'll see you at the launch." This seemed to ease them a bit and then left. Harry took a seat again and waited for Snape to address him. After everyone has left, Snape closed the door and approached Harry's desk. He then leaned on, close to his face. "I don't know how you did it. But I know you were involved. Even if no one believes me." Harry just looked at him and innocently said, "Involved in what, Professor?" Snape slammed his hand on the table. "You know what? My godson Draco's death. That is a very serious accusation, Professor. Do you have any proof?" Harry calmly answered. "I don't. But I know how to get some." He looked at Harry straight in his eyes and muttered something. This is what Harry has been waiting for. When one uses legilimency on someone who is skilled in occlumency, there are many ways to repel the attack. Block the intrusion with a strong defense, deflect it, or even turn it into a counterattack. Since Harry knew he was not supposed to know any occlumency, he could not show strong defenses. So he lowered his shield, leaving his mind open. But the only thing, there were false memories of him having a normal boring life at the Dursleys and then at Hogwarts, just going to class, doing homework, things like that. While Snape was busy reviewing those memories, looking for something incriminating, he was able to get past his guards and delve deep into his memories. He watched events that happened shortly before his death. Snape went to Dumbledore and asked for help, in order to save Lily Potter. Dumbledore agrees to help, and in exchange, Snape was to become a spy for him. He makes an unbreakable vow. After Lily's death, he goes back to Dumbledore. He was furious with the old man since he did nothing to save her. But Dumbledore just reminds him that at least her baby has survived. Dumbledore says that the baby has a great destiny and that Snape can redeem himself by protecting Lily's child. Memories about his first class appear before his eyes. The moment Snape lays eyes on him is immediately reminded of his father James Potter, and all of the bitter moments he had back in his student days. Harry realizes he needs to hurry up and get whatever information Snape has on the Philosopher's Stone before it's too late. He can feel Snape is starting to pull out of his head. Memories of Snape talking to Dumbledore in his office. The old man mentions that all of the protections are in place. He is planning on placing the stone after the Christmas break because he needs to use the mirror for something else, but refuses to say what. Suddenly he is pulled back from Snape's mind and finds himself once again in the potions classroom. Probably only a few seconds have passed since time inside a mind is perceived very differently. "Professor," Harry said. Snape seems to get his bearings again. "You can go to Potter." Snape seems very tired now. "Are you sure, Professor? You seemed very angry with me a moment ago," Harry asked innocently. "I said go, Potter." Snape yelled and pointed at the door. "As you wish, Professor." Harry gave him a kind smile and left. That night, at the headmaster's office. "Severus, did you talk with the boy?" Dumbledore asks while popping a lemon candy in his mouth. "Yes, I did, and he denied having anything to do with Draco's death," Snape said dryly. "And I assumed that wasn't enough and you peered into his mind. What did you see?" The headmaster said knowingly. "Just Potter's boring life. Going to school, playing with friends, then doing the same in Hogwarts. Nothing illegal, nothing bad. Just normal, boring child things." Snape finished saying. "Well, I told you he had nothing to do with it. From what I have been hearing from the other teachers, he is an exemplary student. Snape stood up from the chair and paced around the office nervously. That's the thing, headmaster. No one is that perfect. It has to be a lie. Are you hearing yourself, Severus? What you are suggesting is a skill that only a master occlumens could have, and even that would not be enough to fool someone with your skill. Are you saying that Mr. Potter is a better occlumens than me? And no, Snape was a loss for words. Dumbledore put a hand on his shoulder. I know you had your differences with James Potter. But can't let that cloud your judgment on his son. Go get some rest. Snape nodded and quietly left the office. The headmaster sat back on his chair and said, What do you say, my friend? He looked at the phoenix, who was standing on his perch. What kind of person has Harry Potter grown up to be? I guess we will find out soon enough. The tests are almost ready. Chapter 20. The Troll. It was Halloween night, and the entire school was celebrating at the Great Hall. Harry was having dinner with his friends and listening to the many conversations happening all around him. Two older boys who were sitting in front of Harry said something that called his attention. I heard that Lucius Malfoy has lost his mind. He got into a fight with the Minister of Magic. Who told you that? My mom. You know that she works at the ministry. So, what happened then? Did he got fired? Nah, Malfoy is still a very influential guy. He probably just got a slap on the wrist. Why was he even fighting with the minister? I asked my mom the same thing. She wasn't sure, but there are a lot of rumors around the Ministry of Malfoy looking for some excuse to get the headmaster fired. It makes sense after what happened to his son. Harry then felt a tap on his shoulder. It was Hannah. Harry, are you okay? You haven't eaten anything. She seems worried. I'm fine, Hannah. I was just thinking about some stuff. Nothing to worry about. Harry tried to reassure her. It was true that today was supposed to be a sad day for him. It was the day he became an orphan. But then again, he was also the reason he was an orphan, so he couldn't really blame anyone on this one. He wasn't really sad. The only reason he wasn't eating was because this day reminds him of the day he lost a fight against a baby. That was the most humiliating day of his life and the last one, in some way. But the girls seem to have come to the wrong conclusions. Susan seems to come to some realization. Oh, that's right. Today is the day that you... I'm sorry, Harry. Harry was getting uncomfortable. He did not like people taking pity on him. I am a former Dark Lord, for Merlin's sake. Professor Quirrell seems to have chosen that moment to push open the hall doors with a loud slam. He then started to run towards the teacher's table and yell. Troll! There is a troll loose in the dungeons. Troll, ... And then proceeded to collapse on the floor. The hall immediately erupted into a panic. Dumbledore wasted no time standing up to calmly address the situation. Silence. The voice resounded through the hall, clearly amplified with magic. Once the students started to calm down, he started talking again. Prefects. Escort the students back to their room. Teachers with me. Everyone started to move. Wait. Aren't the Slytherin rooms in the dungeons? Susan asked. Is just a troll, Susan. Any 7th-year student should be able to deal with just one troll at least, Harry calmly said while they were walking towards their rooms. Maybe. But what if it encounters a first year or something? Hannah asked worriedly. Hannah, don't be a jinx. There is no way that will happen. Susan said nervously. The next morning Hogwarts was once again engulfed in chaos. Teachers going back and forth, students missing, and many rumors about someone being attacked again. Well, this looks familiar, Harry thought while having his breakfast. Don't tell me another Slytherin student got attacked. One of the older Hufflepuffs said. Nah. This time it was a Gryffindor student. A 7th-year Puff answer. What? Someone was attacked. What happened? Was it the troll? Hannah looked very alarmed. She had some friends on Gryffindor. Yes. It was the troll all right. I don't know all the details. But it seems the troll managed to attack a first-year girl from Gryffindor before the teachers got him. The 7th year from before said. Hannah gasped. Do you know the name? The other student just shaded his head. Susan takes Hannah's hand to reassure her. I'm sure the teachers saved her in time, Hannah. The headmaster should make an announcement soon, and then we will know exactly what happened, Harry added. At the end of breakfast, the headmaster came into the Great Hall to inform the students that classes had been suspended for the day and what happened to the attacked student. Once again I come with bad news, Dumbledore said with a solemn expression. As you know, yesterday a troll had somehow become loose in the halls of Hogwarts. Unfortunately, he came across a first-year student who was at the time, alone in one of the second-floor bathrooms. The student in question was Hermione Granger. She is currently alive but severely injured. She has been transported to Saints Mungo and her parents have been notified. If she recovers, we do not know if we'll come back to Hogwarts. That is all for now. You all have the rest of the day free. Goodbye. Chapter 21. The Mirror. It's been over a month since the troll incident. Hermione Granger managed to survive the attack with no permanent injuries. At least physically, but her parents decided the school was too dangerous and that she would get her education somewhere else. Dumbledore would have tried to convince them otherwise but he was too busy dealing with the Board of Governors who were trying to get him fired. One student dead and another one almost dying in 1 year did not make Dumbledore look very good. However, thanks to his tremendous political influence he was able to avoid losing his job. It also didn't help the board members' case when Lucius Malfoy seemed to lose his head and viciously attacked the headmaster. Normally he could have gotten away with this but Malfoy and Minister Fudge seemed to be on bad terms at the moment. So Malfoy ended up losing his job and spending a week at the ministry cells for the attack. It was Christmas morning and Harry had decided to stay in Hogwarts for some peace and quiet time. Harry was currently having breakfast by himself when an owl landed on his table. The owl was carrying a big package. What is this? He took the box and examined it. There was a note that said, "This belonged to your father. I hope it will be as useful to you as it was to him." There was no name signing the note or the box. Harry proceeded to open the box after making sure it was not cursed. Inside was a beautiful cloak. It looked very ancient and had complex patterns. On the upper part of the cloak, close to the neck, there was a symbol. A triangle with a circle inside and a straight line going through the circle. Harry could swear he had already seen that symbol before, but couldn't recall where. However, what surprised him the most was seeing his arm disappear after he put the cloak over it. An invisibility cloak. That was quite a gift, he thought. Those are very rare. But then he remembered the contents of the note. Wait. The note said this belonged to my father. But that would mean this cloak is well over a decade old. That was strange. Invisibility cloaks don't last that long. The enchantments lose their effect eventually, no matter how high the quality of the work. Upon further inspection, he noticed something else. There seems to be a mild compulsion put on the cloak. He didn't notice before because it seemed like a harmless and very weak compulsion. Even if it is weak, it would be more than enough to work if the target was an untrained first-year student. That night Harry was walking through the halls of Hogwarts. It was only a little bit before curfew. Harry was sure that the one that gave him the cloak was Dumbledore and was curious about him placing that compulsion on it. He needed to know what was the headmaster planning. So tonight he lowered his shields and let the compulsion guide him towards an abandoned classroom on the 3rd floor. Inside the classroom, there was a single item. In the middle of the room, there was a big silver mirror with complex runes carved alongside it. The moment he went in front of the mirror the image changed. Instead of his own reflection, he saw a much older version of himself. Very well dressed, and he seemed to have the invisibility cloak on one shoulder, several rings that looked like house rings, and a wand he didn't recognize. He was smiling, something the real Harry didn't do often, at least not a real smile. There was someone next to him. It looked like a woman but it was too blurry to tell who it was. Harry stopped looking at his reflection and directed his eyes upwards. There were words carved on the upper part of the mirror. Erised stra eru oit ube kafru oit onwosi. I show you not your face but your heart's desire. He then realized what this thing was. He has never seen it before but the Mirror of Erised was a well-known ancient artifact. It was also considered borderline a dark artifact due to its addictive nature. Why did Dumbledore bring this thing here? And why did he want me to find it? Harry was suddenly startled by a strong presence getting close to the classroom he was in. He waited for whoever it was to enter the room while pretending he didn't notice. He then saw the headmaster dispel his invisibility and reveal himself. "Ah, Mr. Potter, I see you have discovered the wonders of the Mirror of Erised. I see. I understand now." Harry realized the motives of the headmaster and decided to play along. But he never lowered his guard and prepared his occlumency defenses just in case. Headmaster. What are you doing here, Dot? I could ask the same. Shouldn't you be in bed? He gave Harry a smile. Oh, I'm sorry, I was just. He looked at the mirror and tried to seem nervous. Dumbledore gave a soft laugh. Don't worry, my boy. You are not in trouble. Now, tell me. What did you see in the mirror, Dot? That's quite a personal question, old man. Now, what should I tell him? What does he expect me to see in the mirror? Yes, probably what any orphan would want to see. I see my parents, sir. Dumbledore then used a mild legilimency to perceive if he was telling the truth. Something that is easy to fool with his skills. He looked at the old man innocently while giving his answer and then looked at the floor pretending to be embarrassed, but he was actually trying to avoid looking into his eyes too much. He was confident in his mental defenses, but there is no need to get arrogant and make a mistake now. The headmaster seemed to like his answers and gave him a big smile. I see. And, do you understand what the mirror does, Dot? When Harry was unsure if to talk about the inscription, Dumbledore gave him a clue. Let's just say that if the happiest man in the world looked into the mirror, he would just see himself, unchanged. It shows you what you desire the most then. Harry answered. Indeed, Dumbledore then got a bit more serious. But let me warn you to not look for the mirror again. Because of its nature, it can be very addicting. That's why it's going to be moved somewhere else soon. He walked towards the door, turned around, and said. I believe it is time to go to bed, young one. Then disappeared. What a manipulative old man. Harry thought. Chapter 22. The Trials. Christmas ended and classes started again. Not much happened in the next few weeks. Other than Hagrid having his house burned down because apparently, he thought it was a good idea to house a dragon in a wooden house. After his first visit to the Room of Requirements, Harry has taken the habit of going there a few times a week to practice. He has no new spells to learn at Hogwarts since he already knows all the spells in the school curriculum, and even the forbidden section holds no secrets for him. What he can do is improve his control over the spells he already knows, with and without a wand. With more control, spells can become more powerful while being less exhausting to cast. After acquiring it, Harry started to use the Cloak of Invisibility for his visits to the Room of Requirement. He didn't want to risk more people finding that room, or having to explain to a teacher how he found it. It was during one of his visits that he saw something interesting while going through the third-floor corridors. Snape had Quirrell pinned against the wall and said, You don't want me as your enemy, Quirrell. Quirrell seems very calm. I don't know what you mean, Severus. He then gave Snape a cocky smile. Snape seemed to become more enraged. Don't think I don't know what you are doing. You better remember where your loyalties lie. After saying those words, Snape left while muttering something. Quirrell stood there for a moment, looking at Snape walk away. Then his eyes turned bright yellow, only for less than a second. But Harry didn't miss it. A month later, Harry was leaving the headmaster's office. Dumbledore would call him to his office once in a while to have a chat. Harry knew he had some ulterior motives, and sometimes the old man would use some mild legilimency on him, just to check his surface thoughts. Of course, Harry was more than prepared for this. He was always on guard when he was called to his office. At the end of this particular meeting, Dumbledore informed Harry that he was going away for some business in the ministry. When Harry was leaving the office, he ran into Ron Weasley and two other first-year Gryffindors he didn't know. Harry noticed that they seemed very distressed for some reason. If you are here to talk with the headmaster, he just left for some business in the ministry, Harry informed them. What? He chooses now of all times to leave? Ron said, clearly exasperated. The other Gryffindors were looking at each other and saying something like, What do we do now? Can you tell me what happened? Harry asked. He felt curious about what had those Gryffindors so stressed out. Ron seems to hesitate. I don't know. We shouldn't be telling this T-dash. Come on, Ron. You can tell me. This time Harry used a mild compulsion on Ron to answer. Oh, okay. Look. We heard Snape threaten Quirrell. And, well, let's just say that we found out that Professor Dumbledore has something very valuable hidden inside Hogwarts and Snape is going to steal it. Tonight. Ron said, nervously. I see. You should go inform your head of the house and then go back to your rooms. It's best not to get involved in this. Harry looked at all three and used a small compulsion on them. It was best to have them out of the way. It seems I have to make the move today. Harry concluded. 10 minutes later Harry was in front of a flaming door and what seemed like a logic puzzle. Glacius. The flames froze in place and he walked through the door. Sigh, these challenges were supposed to keep the thief out. A dog, a plant, a giant chess set, a troll, and now a potions puzzle. Oh well, let's see what the last line of defense is. Harry thought while feeling a bit disappointed. Dumbledore has been subtly pushing him to investigate the mystery. Hagrid would also mention something he should not have said, once in a while. So Harry has actually been looking forward to finding out what the old man has prepared. He should have known better, those tests were obviously designed for first years. The room that he walked into was empty, except for a very familiar mirror in the middle of it. He put the stone inside the mirror. That's clever, there are probably some specific conditions to get it out. He got in front of the mirror and the image changed. He saw himself holding the stone and smiling, but that was all, the stone remained nowhere to be seen in the real world. He tried everything he could think of, but he could find the conditions to get the stone out. Knowing Dumbledore, I probably have to perform some selfless heroic Gryffindor-like act to get the stone. His patience was running out, as well as his time to get this done. There are probably some teachers coming already. Well. Let's hope this works. He hesitated for a moment before he took his wand out and blew up the mirror. Among the fragments, there was a red stone. Harry smiled at the success, but when he was about to pick up the stone, he felt a hostile presence rushing toward the room he was in. A few seconds later, a voice was heard from the entrance of the room. Ah me. Potter. Very impressive, but I'm afraid I am going to need that stone. Right now. Quirrell was a few meters away from him. Directly pointing his wand at Harry. Chapter 23. Quirrell's Secret. Now Mr. Potter. Hand over the stone before I lose my patience. Quirrell said threateningly. Harry was still kneeling on top of the remains of the mirror. He picked up the stone with his back turned to Quirrell and with a quick motion, he stored the stone in one of his dimensional pockets while taking out the fake one he had prepared. The replica was made months ago. He was very familiar with the design of the stone after reading both Hagrid and Snape's memories. He made a detailed drawing and sent Laurie to commission the replica. It was not cheap. Even though it was a replica, the stone was masterfully crafted, and powerful enchants were weaved into it, to make it look like a real ancient magical artifact. The plan was initially to steal the real one and leave the fake. Even to someone like Dumbledore, it would have taken him some time to realize the deceit. Or even better, the thief who was after the stone would succeed in stealing the replica. He did not expect Quirrell to grow desperate and make a move this early, forcing him to change his plans. He turned around to face Quirrell while holding the fake stone. Quirrell smiled and his eyes glowed in intense yellow light. Yes, give the stone to me and I promise I won't hurt you. You really think the stone is going to cure you? Harry asked, and was amused by Quirrell's surprised expression. What? What do you know about my condition? Quirrell demanded. You are a vampire, obviously. Quirrell's eyes shoot wide open and Harry continued. Pale white skin, afraid of light, yellow eyes, it was hard not to notice. And as I said, the stone won't cure you because there is no cure for vampirism. Shut up. What do you know? You are just a first year. That is a legendary magical artifact beyond your comprehension. If there is anything that can cure me is that. Now, this is your last chance, Potter. Hand it over now, Quirrell yelled and pointed his wand to Harry while getting closer. Harry just gave him a smile. As you wish, he then slammed the stone on the floor as hard as he could. Quirrell started to run and yelled. No. When the stone hit the hard floor, it broke into dozens of small pieces. Quirrell stopped for a moment, looking at the remains of the Philosopher's Stone. He then looked at Harry. His face was completely contorted with rage. His eyes shone in yellow light. You. I am going to kill you, Potter. He raised his wand and started to cast a spell that emitted a red light. But Harry was quicker and silently cast Avifurs onto the remains of the mirror. It was a first-year transfiguration to turn small objects into birds. The birds got in front of Harry and intercepted the blood-boiling curse Quirrell just cast at him and moved forward to attack him. You think you can fight me with first-year spells, boy? Quirrell gave him a smirk and then used a finite incantatum to return the birds back to pieces of glass. First-year spells are enough to deal with a third-class wizard like you, Quirrell. He taunted. Quirrell moved to cast another curse at Harry. But was interrupted by a very bright light that blinded him and hurt his eyes. Verdimillius Tria, he cast it out loud to maximize the potency of the spell. An extremely bright light shot out of his wand and traveled towards Quirrell. This spell is used as a distraction in duels, but again someone like a vampire who is sensitive to light is a lot more effective. Ah! Quirrell screamed in pain and covered his eyes. Harry did not stop there and used a flipendo to knock him back. Quirrell flew several meters in the air and crashed hard against the wall, losing his wand in the process. Quirrell stood up quickly. He was hurt and still could not see properly, but he could still make use of his enhanced senses to tell where Harry was. What the hell was that? That was too strong to be just a knockback, Jinx. Quirrell was getting worried, but he was also trying to gain time in order to recover more of his vision. Harry didn't bother to converse with Quirrell and instead made a cutting motion with his wand. Quirrell barely managed to avoid the cutting curse that left a big gash on the wall. Quirrell made his nails grow in size and become something more resemblance to claws. He then ran towards Harry and decided to rip him to pieces using his superior strength rather than waste time looking for his wand. Die! Quirrell yelled while charging toward Harry. Harry didn't wait for Quirrell to approach further and used a silent levitating charm on his clothes to lift him up in the air. Quirrell stopped his advance as was lifted in the air like a feather. He could only struggle by moving his limbs around. Let me go. Arg! Harry looked at Quirrell, his eyes started to shine brightly as he focused his magic on his next spell. Quirrell started to panic now. Wait, please, if you let him dash. Harry didn't waste a second. He moved his wand to his left and then made a cutting motion while saying, Defendo. When Quirrell's body hit the ground, his body stood in place, not moving, while his head rolled to one side of the room. Chapter 24. Revelations. Harry sensed a familiar presence approaching. He knew it was a matter of time before a teacher came to check on the thief, but he didn't expect to be the one person that wasn't supposed to be there. He then realized. It was a trap to lure the thief, of course. It seems the old man is not that senile yet. Soon enough, he could hear once more his voice. Ah, Mr. Potter, I'm glad to see you are alive and fine. Harry was currently sitting on the ground, pretending to be very exhausted and traumatized from his fight. He looked at Dumbledore with surprise. Headmaster. Quirrell, he. Dumbledore looked around. He locked his gaze for a moment onto the fragments of the Philosopher's Stone laying all over the place. He then approached Harry and helped him up. Don't worry, my boy. I think I have an idea about what happened. Why don't we go talk at my office? They both sat down in his office and Dumbledore placed a cup of tea in front of Harry. Well. First, I want you to know that you shouldn't let the death of Professor Quirrell weigh down on your conscience. You could say that the man was already dead, Dumbledore said. Well, that's a bit rude to vampires, but I guess he is not completely wrong. Harry thought. Dumbledore took Harry's silence as a sign to continue. You could never have guessed that Voldemort has been hiding inside Quirrell's body. He must have been guiding his every action. Dumbledore explained with a serious expression. What? Harry was baffled. What is he talking about? Yes, I understand your confusion. After all, everyone thought that he died that fateful Halloween night. But I know for a fact that he survives, in some manner. Then I believe Quirrell had an encounter with Voldemort during his trip to Albania and was possessed by him. Dumbledore looked at Harry and took his silence as an obvious surprise to his revelations. Then he continued. So, you see, my boy. You have again defeated Voldemort and saved the wizarding world once more. Dumbledore gave Harry a pat on the shoulder. Sir, about the stone. Harry was about to explain the destruction of the stone when Dumbledore stopped him again. That's all right, Harry. You did the right thing. The stone should have never fallen into the hands of Voldemort. I am sure that my friend Nicholas will understand. Dumbledore smiled at Harry reassuringly. He then was told to go to his room without even a medical check. That night, Harry was sitting in bed, thinking about the events of the day. So, Dumbledore thinks Voldemort survived that night and has been living as some sort of ghost or wraith until the posseed Quirrell, and now Voldemort is out there again planning his return or something. But, how can he be so sure I survived? Harry then gasped, coming to the realization that Dumbledore has somehow found out. He knows about the Horcruxes. How could he find out? I didn't even tell my most loyal followers. Even Bellatrix and Lucius didn't know what they were guarding, just that it was very important. Well, in the end it does matter how he found out, just that he did. At least I have already recovered 2 of them and I can get the rest this summer. Even if they are not keeping me alive anymore, I don't want them to end in the hands of the old man. After all, they are still fragments of myself. Dumbledore office. Severus Snape and Professor McGonagall were currently sitting in the headmaster's office. Weasley and 2 other Gryffindors came to warn me this afternoon. Sigh, I should have listened to them. I'm sorry, Albus. McGonagall said sadly. Nonsense, Minerva. I am the one who told you that the stone was safe, and you believed in me. For that I am grateful. I never thought about the possibility of Quirrell breaking the mirror. Luckily Harry was there to destroy the stone and even defeat Quirrell. Dumbledore said proudly. How can you be so sure it was Quirrell the one who broke the mirror? Maybe the brat was trying to steal the stone and was caught by Quirrell. Snape spat. Severus, don't spout nonsense. Mr. Potter has proven to be an exemplary student so far, McGonagall answered him, outraged at the accusation. I have to agree with Minerva. Severus, I assure you that young Harry is a most excellent boy. I have personally conducted a few tests with him this year to guarantee this. Dumbledore claimed. Tests? Albus, what are you talking about? McGonagall was a bit disturbed by these revelations. Oh, nothing to worry about. I just guided Harry towards the Mirror of Erised during Christmas. I was curious to find out what could he see in it. I will not reveal what he saw, since it's private. I will just say that it was exactly what I hoped for. Dumbledore smiled. What else did you do? McGonagall said, with a complicated expression. Well, I might have been leaving young Harry some clues about the location of the Philosopher's Stone. I wanted to see how would he react to this information. I also wanted to find out what would he do if some evil wizard was trying to steal it. And as we have found out today, he was quite a hero. Although I had personally hoped that he would have taken his friends with him. After all, those tests were designed for a group of first years and not just one. The headmaster said. Wait a minute, those were tests. You said they were to stop the thief. You mean that the security measures that you had us all create to protect the stone were just a test for some first years? Snape almost screamed the words. I knew they were too easy to stop any thief, but you did say that there was nothing to worry about, McGonagall said. Yes. Well, I apologize for the small deceit. But I knew the stone was perfectly safe inside the mirror, McGonagall gave the headmaster a knowing look. Well, what I mean to say is that everything ended well. Dumbledore finish. Didn't you say that you know who, spirit or something, escaped? McGonagall asked. Dumbledore got a bit flustered. Ah, yes. That did happen, I suppose. I could not find any residue of his presence on Quirrell's body. So, everything ended mostly well then. Dumbledore nodded, satisfied. Snape and McGonagall sighed. Chapter 25. End of a year. The end of the year has finally arrived. Harry got first place in all classes except potions. He managed to get an acceptable thanks to the help of Susan and Hannah. Flying classes did not have grades, which was a good thing for Harry as he was banned from the class after destroying his 5th broom. He had the theory that these old brooms they use in class cannot handle the amount of magic he has, even if he is being careful. The entirety of the Hogwarts population was currently enjoying the end-of-year feast when the headmaster stood up to say some words. Another year has come to a close. I know we had some sad moments this year, but I hope we can learn to get past them. As you know, at the end of the year we count the points made by each house and gave the house cup to the one with the most points. Dumbledore gave a moment for the noise in the hall to die down again before he continued. In 4th place Gryffindor with 312 points. In 3rd place Hufflepuff with 352 points. In 2nd place Ravenclaw with 426 points. And in 1st place Slytherin with 472 points. The Slytherin table erupted in cheers at the news. Their house banner filled the sky with green. Even Harry gave a soft smile, a bit proud of his former house. But then the headmaster asked for silence once more. However, I have to take into account some recent events carried out by a brave Hufflepuff. He then looked at Harry, who was making a complicated expression. Harry Potter, for your service in protecting an invaluable treasure and defeating an evil thief. I award Hufflepuff 125 points. Dumbledore said. He then waved his wand and now, it was Hufflepuff's sigil, the one decorating the sky in yellow and black. Congratulations Hufflepuff for winning the House Cup. The headmaster started clapping, and soon most of the school followed. While everyone at the Slytherin table looked miserable. The ones at the Hufflepuff table were static. They keep yelling, "Potter, Potter." Susan got her face close to Harry so he could hear her and said, "Harry, why didn't you say anything about this adventure of yours?" She didn't seem really mad, just curious. Harry just shrugged and said, "It didn't seem that important." Hannah just started laughing. "That won't do, Har. We want to hear all of the details, tomorrow on the train. Right, Hannah?" Susan smiled. Hannah nodded enthusiastically and Harry just sighed. After dismounting the train at King's Cross Station, Harry said his goodbyes to the girls before he called his elf. "Laurie." A well-dressed appeared out of nowhere. He looked at Harry and gave him a bow. "Master. It's good to see you again. Did you have a good year?" The elf asked. "It was all right." "Did the Dursleys give you trouble?" Harry asked the elf. "Just a little bit at the beginning. But as Master instructed, I showed them their place." Laurie gave a small smile at that. This elf is better than I expected, Harry thought. "Well, then let's go home." The elf nodded, then took Harry's arm and popped them into the Dursleys' house. They appear in the living room of the house, giving Dudley, who was watching TV, a good scare. "Ah!" Dudley almost fell off the couch. Then he saw how has arrived and his face became very pale. He is be back. Mom. He then runs towards the kitchen. Petunia came into the living room and found Harry and the house elf there. "Harry. Welcome back," she said with very little emotion. "She seems very tired and has black rings under her eyes." "Ah, my beloved aunt," Harry mocked and ignored her state. "Aren't you glad I'm back?" "Well, of course you are. Where is the whale that you married?" Harry gave her a smile. "The wall, I mean Vernon, is still working," Petunia said, trying to hide her annoyance. "Laurie, I am hungry. Prepare a feast for me and some scraps for the Muggles. This is going to be a very productive summer, I hope," Harry said with a soft smile. Chapter 26. Collecting Horcruxes. After a week of relaxing at home, Harry decided it was time to go take a look at the old gaunt house. "Laurie, it'll be gone for a few hours. I'll try to be back for dinner." "Understood, Master. Have a good trip." The elf gave a quick bow. Harry took out his wand and prepared himself. He hasn't used apparition in a very long time. "Well, here we go." Harry moved his wand and hoped for the best. Even during daytime, the gaunt house looked very creepy. Like those old haunted houses that people like to use in horror stories. Harry apparat right outside the front door of the house. He needed to disable the protections before going inside. He started speaking chants in Parseltongue. In order to make the house more secure, he made sure that all of the protections were cast using this unique language. That way, it would be incredibly difficult to disable that protection and enter the house for anyone but himself. After the job was done, he heard a clunk, indicating that the protections had been disabled and the door was opened. Once inside, he started looking around. The house is exactly as the last time he was here. There is not even a speck of dust. He greatly dislikes being here. This house just reminds him of a life that never was. What if his mother didn't become obsessed with a Muggle? What if he grew up here, with a family, instead of in an orphanage? Would he still end up becoming a Dark Lord? But no matter, those questions are pointless now. He decided to quickly make his way to the basement, where he hide the ring, and then get out of here. "I can't help but feel I am forgetting about something," he murmured while walking through the house. When he was passing next to a big couch, he suddenly tripped on something and almost fell. "What the?" he complained before looking at the object that made him trip. He noticed that it looked like big bones. "Who left a skeleton in my house?" On a closer inspection, it became obvious that those were not human bones. In fact, they looked more like ONOO. Nagini too. With a wave of his hand, the couch went flying, revealing the skeleton of a giant snake underneath. His face then contorted in anger. "When I find the bastard that was supposed to feed her, I am going to rip him apart." After taking some time to collect himself and give Nagini 2 a proper burial at the family cemetery, Harry was once more ready to continue. He made his way to the basement. The room appears to be empty, aside from some old furniture. Harry approached a specific part of the wall and started taping it with his wand. Suddenly one of the bricks moved, revealing a small wooden box hidden inside the wall. He used a levitating charm to move the box out of the hole and placed it on the ground. He very carefully opens the box without touching it with his hands. He put a very nasty curse on the ring and a strong compulsion that forces the victim to put the ring on. Resisting the compulsion is easy for him, but removing the curse will take a while. After 30 grueling minutes, Harry was done. He cleaned the sweat from his face and picked up the ring. He chose the Gaunt family ring for this particular Horcrux. Once he started inspecting the ring to make sure he hasn't missed anything, he looked at the marking on the stone. A triangle inside a circle with a line running through it. This is it. I knew it was familiar when I saw the invisibility cloak. Here is where I saw that symbol before. But what does it mean? The cloak and the stone of my family ring were made by the same craftsman. Arg, I hate not knowing things. Put me on. I can give you power. I can give you wisdom beyond belief. Put me on. A voice rang inside his head. Oh, not this again. Little fragment, better shut up, lest I decide to destroy you. Wait. I can really dash. Harry interrupted the voice by placing the ring inside his dimensional wallet. He is going to need a better place to hide these things, so he doesn't have to carry them around all the time. But for the moment is safer than the Dursleys' home. Alright, I am done here. Next stop, the cave. Chapter 27. Family Trip. Harry appeared in front of a stone cliff, with the sea raging behind him and barely any solid ground to stand on. On the face of the cliff, one could see there was an opening, less than 10 feet tall and 3 feet wide. With the intensity of the waves crashing against the rocks, it would be almost impossible to see the opening unless you knew what you were looking for. There were also some protections on the entrance to keep muggles away, in the remote case they found the place. Harry looked at his side of his companion. Vernon Dursley was standing there, with glazed eyes, without saying a word. He had to be put under the effects of the Imperious Curse since he refused to cooperate. Before coming to the cave, Harry had to make a stop at his relative's house, since he needed someone's help to disable the last defense of this particular Horcrux. Let's go, Uncle. Harry grabbed his uncle's arm and forced him to go inside the opening. After one goes a bit deeper they will find a solid rock wall. This seems to be the end of the cave, but if one examines the place further, one will find some subtle runes carved over the wall. Harry took out his wand and started taping the runes in a specific order. Once he was done, there was a noise, and the seemingly solid rook wall moved aside, revealing an opening big enough for a person to go through without the need to crouch. After that, the cave became huge. There was an underground lake that took most of the space inside the cave. In the middle of the lake, one could see a small island. Harry approached the lake, and with a move of his wand, a white boat appeared from the depths. Harry looked at the small boat, and then looked at his uncle. He then looked at the boat again. Yes, there is no way that would work. He cast an inflatus charm on his uncle, who then started to inflate like a balloon and float in the air. He took hold of one of his legs and got into the boat. As soon as he did so, the boat started to move towards the small island fairly quickly. Harry looked from the side of the boat, into the dark waters. The waters were too dark and deep to see anything, but he could feel them down there, waiting. He just smiled and let the boat take him to his destination. On the island, there were some crystals, and on top of them, there was something that resembled a basin made of white marble filled with some dark shiny liquid. Harry removed the charm on his uncle, who unceremoniously dropped to the rocky ground with a thud. If he hasn't been ordered to keep his mouth shut, he would surely be complaining loudly by now. Start drinking the black liquid on the basin, and don't stop until it is all gone. Vernon did not hesitate and followed the command, even though he seemed to be in great pain after taking the first sip of the stuff. Once the liquid was gone, Vernon dropped to the ground, shaking in pain. Harry approached the now empty basin and saw a beautiful locket laying inside. Harry took a closer look at the locket and frowned. Something wasn't right. I can't feel anything from it. No magic, no fragment. Nothing. He took the locket into his hands to analyze it further. Then, the realization came, and rage started to grow inside him. His face was slightly contorted in anger that not even his inclemency could completely control. Who dares to steal from me? His eyes shone as bright as a lighthouse in the dark. His magic physically manifested around him and the entire cave seemed to start shaking. His hand clenched onto the fake locket that someone left there to mock him, and for a moment it seemed that the locket would be crushed. Harry then closed his eyes and took hold of his emotions, putting them back in check. Losing my calm will get me nowhere. I need to find the thief first in order to recover what's mine. Once he was calmer, he noticed that the locket made a noise when moved, indicating there was something inside it. He opened it, to find a note. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match you will be mortal once more. R.B. It came as a shock that someone found out about his Horcruxes. He was always very careful with that information and didn't even tell his most trusted followers. R.B. must be the name of the thief, MMM. Wait. Harry's eyes opened wide when he realized the mistake he made. The elf. He took only one living being to this cave. One time he borrowed the house elf of one of his followers. Brought him here and forced him to drink from the basin in order to hide the locket since he didn't want to drink himself and there was no other way to disable the defenses. That was Regulus elf. Regulus Arcturus Black, R.B. And I thought he was one of my most loyal followers. What a joke. He looked at the fake locket and for a moment thought of throwing it at the lake. But then an idea came to his mind. This actually presents me with an opportunity. He placed the locket back at the basin and started to weave the strongest curse he could muster onto the locket, an even more deadly curse than the one he put in the ring. A moment later the defenses reactivated, filling the basin once more with the black liquid. He looked at his uncle grunting in pain and smiled. Did you enjoy the TR-? He suddenly felt danger, and the water started to move. Oh, this is bad. They don't recognize me as their master anymore. The inferi started to come out of the water in great numbers. Glacius Maxima. Blinding white light erupted from Harry's wand. Everything surrounding the small island was suddenly frozen, including the inferi and most of the water of the lake. That won't last long. Come on, you big oaf. He cast the inflatus charm on Vernon again and as soon as this one started to float, he grabbed him by the arm and threw him towards the entrance of the cave as hard as he could. Vernon just flew away to safety until he hit the wall close to the entrance. The inferi started to break away from the ice, so Harry wasted no time and ran on top of the frozen water until he reached the entrance once again, took his uncle, and ran away from the cave. Chapter 28. Relaxing at home. Harry arrived back home while dragging Vernon who seemed unconscious. His house elf spotted them and immediately approached. Do you need help with that, pointing at Vernon, master? Yes, take care of it, Harry said while throwing Vernon, who was still floating, at his elf. Harry then went straight to the couch and sat down. This has been an exhausting trip, both mentally and physically. Moments later a female shriek was heard from upstairs. It seems like Petunia has found her husband. Vernon had a few cuts and bruises after hitting so many rocks, but it was nothing too serious. Then, a pop was heard and Laurie appeared next to Harry. Master, are you feeling unwell? The elf seemed like he was going to say something else but stopped himself. Is nothing important, Laurie? I had a long day, and I also found out that my snake Nagini too has died, and had to bury her. Harry said tiredly. I see. Speaking of pets, master, didn't you have an owl? The elf asked. Harry's eyes opened wide. Oh, Nagini 3. I left her at Hogwarts. Yes, well. I believe, master, that your owl made its way back home. She is currently in your room and seems very upset, I must add. The elf said impassively. Oh, Harry muttered before going upstairs. Come on, you can't be angry with me forever. I already apologized. The owl hooted angrily at him. It's been 30 minutes since Harry has been trying to calm the owl down. I'll tell you what. You can have double owl treats for a year. That seemed to do the trick and Nagini 3 hooted happily once again. Wow, this owl is a glutton. I have to inform Laurie about the arrangements. A week later Harry received a message from Cobb and Webbs informing him that his nymph blood is finally ready. He proceeded to send Laurie to get the ingredient. Harry went to his room, sat down on his couch, and started to ponder about his final ritual. With this, I'm only missing some basilisk blood to perform that ritual, and I know exactly where to find the best and most ancient basilisk in existence. He has already performed 2 rituals to improve his physical capabilities to the peak of what's humanly possible. The last ritual he has planned, however, is very different. This is a ritual that uses a wizard's soul as a sacrifice to improve one's magical potency. It is one ritual he did not dare perform in his past life. The book containing this ancient magic came from Egypt, and in it, there are many warnings. One of them said that this ritual must only be performed once in a lifetime because of the strain it puts on the user's soul. Repeated attempts will result in a soul fracture or even complete destruction. Because his soul was already fragmented due to the use of Horcruxes, he never dared to perform this ritual. But now he has a complete and powerful one, so there should be no problems. The only question that remains is, who would be the sacrifice? When he came out with the idea to use this ritual, he was planning on collecting all of his Horcruxes and then using them as sacrifices. In some way, he would be reabsorbing what he once lost and gaining power that way. Now, he wasn't so sure anymore. His fragments seem to have gained conscience of their own, and that may complicate things. Absorbing so many consciences at the same time could affect his own mind. I don't need to decide just yet, there is still time. The next morning Laurie knocked on his door. Master, I believe there is something wrong with your aunt, sir. You may want to take a look. Harry looked up from his desk. Something wrong with Petunia? Well, she has been looking a bit sickly since the start of the summer. All right, I'm coming. He went downstairs and saw Petunia laying on the couch. She had big black circles under her eyes and seemed to have trouble breathing. Oi. If you are not feeling well, you can go to your Muggle doctor. Harry told her. Petunia looked at him briefly before standing up with difficulty. I am fine. I already went to the doctor. He just said I needed more rest, that's all. I am just tired. She started making her way to the kitchen slowly. I need to make breakfast. Harry put his hand under his chin. Always tired, and the doctor can't find anything wrong. He then thought of a possibility. It can't be. Is too soon. Laurie, who was next to him, asked. Master? Do you know what is wrong with the Muggle? Well, is just a remote possibility, but she is currently linked to the wards, powering them. That would put a toll on her vitality, eventually. But is too soon. I see. And how long would the wards take to deplete her vitality, Master? Laurie asked curiously. According to my calculations, she still has at least 3 or 4 Y-. Harry was interrupted by a loud crashing sound coming from the kitchen. Petunia was on the floor, along with several kitchen utensils. Laurie went swiftly to her side and checked on her condition. She is not dead, isn't she? Harry asked, a bit perplexed. Very dead, sir, Laurie asked with his usual straight face. I see. Harry said, pensively. I must have messed up the numbers somewhere. A loud noise coming from upstairs interrupted Harry's contemplations. Toonie. Vernon screamed when he saw his wife on the floor. Once he realized that she was dead, he turned to Harry. Vernon's face was filled with rage. You killed her, you monster. Vernon spat. Well, not directly. But I suppose I did kill her, yes. Harry admitted. Vernon lost the last of his wits and prepared himself to attack his nephew when chains appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around him, locking him in place. None of that, uncle. We have much to do now. Harry pulled his wand, pointed it at Vernon, and said. Imperio. Chapter 29. Goodbye Privet Drive. After instructing Vernon to take Dudley to his aunt's house, Harry and Laurie were left alone at the house, with a very dead Petunia. This complicates things. Couldn't she at least wait until the end of the summer to drop dead? Sigh. What now, Master? Laurie asked. Now, we start packing all of my belongings, and by we I mean you. We cannot stay here any longer. With my aunt dead, the wards are going to start falling apart soon. Harry pointed the elf upstairs. Right away, Master. The elf gave a soft bow and got to work. Harry stood there, thinking for a minute before making up his mind about the next course of action. He then used some wandless magic to move Petunia to one of the kitchen chairs. He was then trying to get her into a natural sitting position at the table. This needed to look like an accident to the Muggles. He was having a hard time moving her corpse because it had already started to become stiff. At that moment he heard a pop, and at first, he thought it was Laurie, but the moment he heard the voice he realized that this was an unknown elf. Mr. Harry Potter, sir. You dash. The elf froze there for a second, looking at Harry struggling to get the corpse of Petunia in place. Harry quickly got in front of Petunia to cover her. Laurie appeared suddenly at his side. Master, we have an intruder. Laurie warned. Thank you, Laurie, but I have noticed already. Harry pointed at the elf. Laurie looked at the other elf. Oh. The intruder seems to regain his wits for a moment. Harry Potter, sir. I am Dobby. I came to see the great Harry Potter because dash. Harry interrupted him. Hold on. Tell me first, how much did you see? Harry asked inquisitively. The elf hesitated for a moment before answering. And nothing, Mr. Harry Potter, sir. Dobby didn't see Mr. Harry Potter moving around that dead muggle SIR. I see, Harry took out his wand and pointed it at the elf. Avada Kedavra. A green light shot towards the panicked elf. Wait, Harry Potter, sir. You must not come back. The elf was hit by the light and fell down with a plop. Laurie approached the dead elf. Master, I believe this elf was trying to give you a warning of sorts. Maybe it would have been wise to listen to it, sir, Laurie pointed out. Maybe. But I could not take the risk of him escaping after seeing me and informing, whoever his master is. This must look like an unfortunate accident. I understand, Master. Laurie noticed a bulge on Dobby's clothes around his chest. Laurie inspected it and found a small stack of letters, and when he saw the names of the senders he was surprised. Master, I believe these letters were yours, sir. Laurie handed the letter to Harry. Ha! A spy and a thief. Now I really want to find out who his master was. Harry looked at the letters. 2 letters from Susan, 3 from Hannah and 1 from Gringotts. I'll read them later. Harry then looked at the dead elf. Laurie, I need you to take care of that, pointing at Dobby. We cannot leave a dead elf for the muggles to find out. Yes, Master, I'll make sure it is properly disposed of. Laurie pops away while carrying Dobby. An hour later, Vernon came back into the house. His eyes were still glazed. He did not say a word and just stood there, in the living room. Everything is ready and packed, Master. Laurie had a big suitcase floating next to him. Harry turned to Vernon and gave him instructions to wait for 2 hours before burning the house. With him inside, of course. He seemed to want to resist the order but had no chance against Harry. Harry turned to watch Vernon sitting in the kitchen, silently looking at his wife. You are probably thinking that you have done nothing to deserve this. But remember that I have seen what lies deep into your mind and trust me when I say that you deserve worse. He turned to his elf. Let's go. The elf just nodded and they disappeared from Privet Drive number 4. Chapter 30. Visiting the Potter Manor. The next day, he woke up to a knock on the door. Mr. Potter, you have a visitor. He is Hagrid, from Hogwarts, and says he has some very urgent news. Tom, the owner of the Leaky Cauldron, said. Still half asleep, Harry managed. All right, tell him to come in. Hagrid made his way into the small room. Harry. It's good to see you. I am sorry. I wish I could have visited you under better circumstances. Hagrid looked very sad. Harry feigned ignorance. Hagrid, what is going on? What is the urgent news? Hagrid looked at him with difficulty. There is no easy way to say this, Harry. Yesterday there was a fire in your house. I'm afraid your aunt and uncle are dead. I'm sorry. Harry looked shocked for a moment. Oh, that's terrible. Poor Vernon and Petunia. Yes. Harry, don't take this the wrong way, but why weren't you at home? Not that I am not glad you weren't, but we also could not find your cousin. Hagrid said. Well, they wanted to spend the day alone. I believe it was their wedding anniversary or something. So they sent Dudley to his Aunt March. That woman doesn't really like me, so I told them I could come to Diagon Alley and stay here a day or two, while I do some shopping. Harry finished telling Hagrid the excuse he had prepared. I see. Well, it was fortunate for you and your cousin. Listen, Harry, Professor Dumbledore wanted me to tell you that for the moment is better if you don't leave Diagon Alley. You are safe enough here. He said that he will visit you in a few days, and if you need anything all you have to do is send a message with your owl. Hagrid finished saying. Harry gave the giant his best fake smile. Thank you, Hagrid. After saying his goodbyes to Hagrid, he approached the owl who was resting on a perch, close to the window. As soon as he got close, the owl gave him an angry hoot. Yes, yes. I know you are still angry. But hey, at least we did remember to come back for you in time, right? The owl gave him another angry hoot. Harry sighed. He then opened the window of the room and said. All right, just go do your thing. He gave her 2 letters for Susan and Hannah and the owl flew out rapidly. That's done. Laurie, let's go to Gringotts. The elf, who had been hiding in the room, suddenly appeared. Yes, Master. The letter that he received from Gringotts was from his account manager to inform him about a law that would allow him to be declared an adult at the age of 15 because he is the last member of an ancient noble family. That was nice to know, but still 3 years away. During his visit, he took the chance to inquire about the properties owned by the Potters. There are only 2. There is one at Godric's Hollow in West Country. Unfortunately, that one has been declared a national museum by the ministry and he cannot live there. The other one is Potter Manor, on the coast of Wales. He is allowed to live there if he wants to, however, he has been told by his manager that the manor is in dire need of repairs. After leaving the bank, Harry decided to take a look at the property, since he doesn't want to be a homeless wizard for too long. Wow, they must have gone a bit crazy with the Bombardas. Harry thought while looking at what was left of the Potter Manor. His former followers did an excellent job destroying the property when they targeted his grandparents. Most of the walls have been destroyed, there were no roofs left, or windows, or doors, or, well, it was more accurate to call it, a pile of rubble instead of a house. Master wants to live here, ... Laurie asked while trying hard to maintain his poker face. Come now, Laurie. Is not that bad? Harry looked at the sky when the elf gave him a stare. Well, at least it will give you something to do while I am at Hogwarts this year. I will give you plenty of money to hire people. Harry told the elf. As you wish, master. Laurie said, still not very convinced. Some days later Dumbledore gave Harry a visit and offered him a place to stay with the Weasleys for the rest of the summer. Harry politely declined the offer. After meeting Ron and the twins, he cannot imagine spending what was left of summer, locked in a small house with them. Dumbledore didn't have any other family to suggest at the moment, so he agreed to let Harry stay in the leaky cauldron with the condition that he did not leave the alley. That was fine by him. He had already done everything he needed for the moment and just planned to get some reading for the rest of his vacation. Chapter 31. Start of the second year. Harry was once again at the opening feast. The last of his summer was very relaxing. All he did was study some rare books he got from Knockturn Alley. No matter how much one knew, there was always something new to learn. Aside from that, he tried to get into contact with Lucius, since he is the one in possession of his diary. Unfortunately, he got no answers from him, and the Jolly Prophet claims that he and his wife seem to have disappeared after losing his job at the Ministry of Magic. I am going to have to try something else. Harry pondered while looking towards the Gryffindor table. While Susan and Hannah were talking about their summer, Harry was looking at the house sorting. There was a hyperactive kid with a camera that kept looking at him and got sorted into Gryffindor, much to his apparent disappointment. A female Weasley, who also kept looking at him, was sorted into Gryffindor. And also seemed disappointed for some reason. A blonde girl who seemed to be distracted about something was sorted into Ravenclaw. Before going to her table, she gave Harry a look and a smile. After the sorting was done, the headmaster introduced the new defense against the dark arts teacher. Hannah, who was next to him, almost got up from her seat in enthusiasm. Oh, Gilderoy Lockhart is going to give a speech. He is so dreamy. Susan wasn't as excited as her friend. I don't know what you see in him, Hannah. I mean, yes, he is handsome but also old. And look at his clothes, even the headmaster doesn't dress that flashy. Susan said, pointing at Lockhart. I think Violet looks good on him and he is not that old. Besides, he is one of the most powerful wizards out there. According to my dad, the more powerful the wizard is, the longer they live. Hannah defended. Powerful? That guy? Harry thought while looking at his new teacher. He did not have the gift of mage sight, but Harry could at least tell the intensity of one's magic, and Lockhart was by far the weakest among the teachers. It was even weaker than many of the older students. The next day, they had potions with Ravenclaw and defense with Gryffindor. The potion class went as Harry expected. Potter, what is this? Snape asked, pointing at his finished potion. It's a swelling solution, I believe, according to the instructions, Harry answered impassively. Don't get cheeky with me, Potter. It is supposed to be yellow in color. Does this look yellow to you? 10 points from Hufflepuff. Snape spat, pointing to a vial containing a very dark, almost black liquid. I miss Slughorn. I used to be decent at potions when he was a teacher. Harry then started to wonder if Slughorn would be willing to come back from retirement if something unfortunate happened to the current teacher. And 5 more points for not paying attention. Snape said angrily before going back to his desk. The next class was even worse. What is this? A joke? Harry wondered while looking at the questions in front of him. Questions like, what is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color, or, what would be the ideal present for Gilderoy Lockhart, were written on the paper. During the second part of the class, the professor decided it was a good idea to release a dozen Cornish pixies in the classroom. It was total chaos. Lockhart tried to perform a spell that sounded ridiculous. Not only did the spell not work, but the professor was also disarmed by the pixies. And now there were a dozen pixies flying around the classroom and causing chaos. A few of them got hold of the Longbottom heir and place him on the chandelier. Pathetic, this is the last heir of a noble ancient house. How has the mighty fallen? Harry thought. Most of his classmates were taking cover under the desk, including Susan and Hannah, who kept asking him to come down with them. Harry just sat there, watching what Hogwarts education has devolved into, and wishing he was in a better place when one of the pixies decided that he was easy prey. Once the pixie was close to his face, Harry's hand came fast as a bullet and took firm hold of Pixie. This one tried to struggle for a moment before Harry slammed it hard on the desk. Bam! The sound resounded in the class, making all of the other pixies stop what they were doing and looked at what was left of their comrade. Harry then looked up from his desk, directly to the pixies, and his eyes seemed to shine for a moment. The pixies were beyond terrified and decided that the best course of action was getting out of there. So they broke one of the windows and flew out of there as fast as they could while Lockhart was trying to stop them. Wait, don't go. I need you for my next class, Dot. Lockhart yelled at them while trying to catch them with his hands. Wow, mate. That was brutal, Dot. Ron Weasley said, smiling at Harry. Did you have to do that, Harry? Susan said while looking at the squashed pixie on the desk with disgust. They were too annoying. That's all that Harry said. Once a few days have passed and everyone in the castle settles back into their routines, Harry decided it was time to go back to his nightly practices in the Room of Requirement. It wasn't only about practice spells, it was also the only place where Harry could blow up some steam. Classes were for the most part very boring to him as he already knew all of Hogwarts' curriculum. After finishing his practice for the day, Harry was making his way across one of the 7th floor corridors when he spotted a small blonde girl leaning against one of the windows, looking outside. Why isn't she wearing any shoes? Were Harry's first thoughts. Chapter 32. Luna Lovegood. On a closer inspection, he noticed that on top of not wearing shoes, she was also not wearing her school robes. Instead, she was using some sort of nightwear dress. Normally, he would just ignore other students, unless they addressed him first, in which case, he would try to sound polite while trying to end the interaction short. However, there was something odd about this girl. She had a strange aura around her. It was hard to explain since he did not have any ability that allow him to prove further. He decided to talk to her and maybe he would find out. Harry stopped close to her, but she was still looking out the window, so he decided to speak first. There are only 10 minutes to curfew. You should go back to your room, Mississippi. The blonde girl turned around to address the speaker. Harry noticed that her eyes seemed glazed for a moment before returning to normal, but it was different from someone under the Imperius curse. I would like to, but I seem unable to enter my house's common room. She answered while looking into Harry's eyes. Did you forget the password? Wait, I remember you from the sorting. You are a Ravenclaw. Don't tell me that you are bad with riddles. I am very good actually. She smiled brightly for a moment before frowning a bit. But the statue refuses to say anything. I didn't know what to do, so I went for a walk. The statue refuses to speak. That's impossible. Unless. Alright, let's go see this statue. I think I know what's wrong with it, Harry said and started to walk away. The girl tried to follow his pace with difficulty since he was walking very fast, but didn't complain about it, instead just asked. How do you know where the Ravenclaw dorms are? That is supposed to be a secret. I know many things. Harry just answered. Soon, they reached the entrance to the Ravenclaw Tower. It was a stone door, and a small statue of an eagle was placed on the top. Harry looked at the statue and said. A Ravenclaw student seeks entrance. But the statue did not move or say a word. Harry made an exasperated sound before taking out his wand and saying. Finite incantatem. The statue seems to come back to life. It looked down at Harry and the girl and said. What is always in front of you but can't be seen? Harry looked at the girl, and she answered. The future. She said cheerfully. Correct. You may enter. The statue said, then the door opened. Thank you for your help. I am Luna Lovegood, by the way. She gave Harry a smile. Before Harry could introduce himself, she said. It was nice to meet you, Harry Potter. And then she went inside. A few days later Harry would once again encounter Luna walking through the halls of the 7th floor at night. This time at least she was dressed and had her shoes on, but she seemed more distressed than the last time for some reason. Did you get locked out of your common room again, Miss Lovegood? Oh, Harry. Hi. She seems to have just noticed his presence. You know, it is common courtesy to call people by their last name until they give you leave to call them by name. Harry pointed out. Yes, but you don't care about that stuffy old pure-blood etiquette, Luna answered knowingly. Harry gave a humph noise. No, I do not, but, never mind. Fine, call me as you wish, as long as you are not disrespectful. So, are you going to tell me what happened this time? I seem to have lost my necklace, or maybe the Nargles decided to hide it. They sometimes hide things. But I need to find it. Is very important to me. Luna said while looking around. Harry decided to ignore the Nargles' comment for now. Let me show you something, Harry said to Luna before turning to one side. I require the assistance of a Hogwarts elf. He pronounced loudly. A pop noise was heard and a small female elf appeared in the spot that Harry had turned to. How can Wispy help, sir? The elf asked. Harry looked at Luna and said. Describe the elf, the item you lost. Luna approached the elf. It is a necklace made with a butterbeer cork and a blue cord. The elf disappeared immediately. Would she be able to find it? The castle is very big. Luna wondered. The elves have their ways. They can communicate with each other very fast and there are over 100 of them in the castle. It only took a few minutes before the elf came back. She approached Luna and showed her a necklace like the one she described. Is this Missy necklace? The elf asked. Yes. Thank you. Luna enthusiastically took the necklace and started to look at it. Harry addressed the elf again. Where did you find it? The elf looked at him and quickly answered. One of the other elves found Missy's thing inside one of the trash cans of the Ravenclaw house. Harry's voice got a bit colder. I see, you may leave now. And the elf did. Harry then approached Luna and said. Miss Lovegood, would you let me cast a spell on your necklace? To make sure it doesn't go missing again. You can call me Luna, Harry. And yes, of course, you can. She put her necklace in his hands. Harry put the strongest anti-theft charm he could cast, while still being legal, so nothing lethal, unfortunately. One of the things that Harry had poor tolerance for, was bullying. And, he knew he was being hypocritical since he has done worse things in the past. But the bullying was something he had to personally suffer back in his orphanage days. At least until he was strong enough to put those muggles in their place. He then returned the necklace and escorted her back to the Ravenclaw house dorms. Chapter 33. Wormtail. Weasley, I need to speak with you in private for a moment, Harry told Ron after their very disappointing defense class. Ron seems a bit surprised since Harry never speaks to him. Sure. After going a bit far away from their classmates, Ron spoke. So, what do you need, mate? I would like to purchase your pet rat, Harry revealed. Ron's eyes opened wide. What? You want to buy Scabbers? Why? Is it just an old rat? I have heard from other students that Scabbers used to belong to your brother Percy, who had it since his first year. Rats never live that long, so I'm curious about how magic has affected him. Harry just told some nonsense he thought about. Oh, right, you like to study, Ron said the last word with a lot of difficulties. But, I don't know mate, Scabbers has been with me for a long time a dash. I'll give you 100 galleons. Harry interrupted him. I'll go get the cage. Ron started running as fast as he could. Harry was walking alone through the corridors holding a cage. Inside the rat was nervously looking around, unsure about his current situation. Once making sure there was no one around, Harry made his way into one of the girls' bathrooms on the second floor. A ghost appeared suddenly and got in front of Harry. What are you doing here? This is a girl's bathroom, the ghost said. Harry looked at the girl. Strange. She seems familiar. Who are you, Harry asked the ghost. The ghost was taken aback by the question. Usually, students avoid talking to her or even looking at her. I am Myrtle Warren, but most students just call me Moaning Myrtle. Did you come here to mock me too, Ah, I remember now, this is the girl that was killed by the basilisk. How should I handle this? I don't want my visit here to be known. Can you keep my visit here a secret, Myrtle, He decided to just directly ask the ghost. After all, ghosts can hide things, but they cannot lie. Maybe, the ghost appeared pensive. Then she approached Harry. You are quite fetching. If you promise to visit me once in a while, I will keep your secrets. Myrtle decided. Harry sighed, not having much of a choice. He agreed. Although there is a ritual to get rid of a ghost, it is a very complicated one. Not to mention, an action like that will definitely gain the attention of Dumbledore. As long as the ghost remains compliant, he has no reason to take drastic measures. Harry approached the sink at the end of the bathroom and said, "Dollar open dollar." When the rat heard Harry speak in a snake tongue, he opened his eyes wide and went very quiet. He was terrified now. The sink moved aside, revealing the entrance to the chamber. "Wow, there is a secret entrance in my bathroom, Myrtle exclaimed. "Yes, and you promised to keep this a secret, remember, Harry gave her a serious look and she just nodded. After sliding all the way down into the chamber, Harry landed on the top of some bones. Ugh. I hate this entrance. But the other one is in the dungeons. Harry walked past another door before reaching the actual chamber containing the statue of Salazar Slytherin. He placed down the cage with the hysterical rat and approached the statue. For a moment he thought about calling the basilisk, but he had no task to give her and brought no food. He does need to collect some of her blood and venom, but that can wait until the end of the year. It was better to leave her alone for now. The reason he came here was to have a private talk with the rat, and this would also serve as proof of his identity. He got in front of the cage and said, "All right, Wormtail. I am going to turn you back and we are going to have a nice chat. You better not try to run away, for your own sake." The rat looked at Harry in fear but did not move an inch. Homorphous. A blue light hit the rat. The effect was immediate. As the rat started to grow, his body compressed against the cage until this one broke into pieces. Wormtail screamed in pain, as many pieces of the cage were stabbed into his flesh. Ops, I should have taken him out of the cage before using that spell. Harry realized. Wormtail was now laying on the ground of the chamber groaning in pain. Once he recovered enough, he looked toward Harry. "Hello, Wormtail. How have you been doing lately?" Harry gave him a small smile. "Harry, it's good to see you," Wormtail said, still unsure of what was going on. Harry suddenly started laughing, in a way that seemed to frighten Wormtail even more. "I understand your confusion, Wormtail. After all, Harry Potter should have no knowledge about you, and even less about your ability to transform. However, I am still disappointed that you cannot recognize your own master." Wormtail opened his eyes wide. "Master? What are you talking about? You are James and Lily's son, Harry Potter, are you not, I am that, and something more. Let me give you a reminder." Harry pointed his wand at Wormtail, who in turn got scared and tries to escape. Crucio. Wormtail fell to the floor, shaking in pain and screaming loudly. "Do you recognize me now, Wormtail?" He looked at Harry like he was seeing a ghost. Can't be. Master. You died." Wormtail said. "Yes, I am aware of the stories. But you really think that something like death will stop me?" Harry said while getting closer to Wormtail. "Then, you took over the child's body?" Wormtail said with an expression of disgust. Then he looked down and softly whispered. "What have I done? Are you regretting your allegiance now, Wormtail, Harry said with a steel glaze. Wormtail looked horrified. "No, my lord, of course not. I am loyal to you forever. Have I not proven that already, He kneeled on the ground, as best as he could in his condition. Harry seemed satisfied. "Stand up. I believe your fear of me is what makes you loyal. But it doesn't matter. I have a mission for you." Wormtail stood up with difficulty. He still had several pieces of the cage embedded into his flesh. "A mission, my lord, Indeed. A while ago I gave Lucius an important item. A black diary. Inside, on the first page, it said T.M. Riddle. I tried to contact Lucius and retrieve the book, but he seems to have disappeared after being fired from the ministry. I need you to find Lucius and retrieve this book for me." "I understand, my lord, I'll get to it immediately." Wormtail turned around and was going to leave when chains appeared from nowhere and tied tightly around him, causing intense pain and making him fall down. Arg! Wormtail hit the floor with a thud. "I did not give you permission to leave, and I am not stupid enough to let you leave just like that, after revealing my secret to you. I will need some guarantee." Harry knelt down in front of the fallen Wormtail in order to look at his face. "Guarantee? My lord, I would never betray you, ... Wormtail tried to defend. I am afraid that is not enough. I will need an unbreakable vow. Wormtail's face paled. Chapter 34. Dealing with bullies. Harry was walking at night around the 7th floor, after one of his training sessions when he heard some girls yelling at someone. How dare you, loony, look at what you did to my hand, ... The sound came from an empty classroom to his left. He approached it to look and saw Luna being surrounded by 3 older girls. Is not my fault, Cho, you should not have tried to take my necklace, I warned you it was protected. Luna said impassively, like she did not understand the situation she was in. Your trashy necklace belongs in the trash, like you, loony. Cho Chang said while the other 2 girls laughed. It's not trash, my mom made that. Luna tried to explain. No one cares. How are you going to compensate me for hurting my hand? Cho Chang then showed Luna her hand that seemed to have been burned. There was a mark in the shape of a cork on it. That would not have happened if you didn't try to take it, Luna explained. Cho Chang's face contorted with anger. She then proceeded to push Luna, who fell to the floor on her butt. Cho Chang then pulled her wand out and pointed it at Luna's face. Let's start with a furunculus curse, Cho Chang said with a smirk. Before she could cast anything, her wand flew from her hand and she gasped in surprise. Let's do something else instead. The voice of Harry was heard from the entrance of the classroom. He was holding Cho's wand. Potter? What are you doing here, ... One of Cho Chang's companions. A girl named Marietta Edgecombe asked. Cho Chang was confusedly looking for her wand when she saw it in Harry's hand. Potter, give me my wand back. You are not really going to defend Loony, right? Cho said. Harry just ignored them and went to where Luna was and helped her up. Go back to your house dorm, I'll take care of this, Harry said to her. Luna just looked at Harry for a moment before smiling and saying. Okay. And then she went out of the classroom while humming some song. The 3 girls still could not believe that the famous Harry Potter just came in to save a crazy first-year Ravenclaw that no one seemed to care about. The girl next to Marietta seems to recall something. So, the rumors are true then, the girl said. What rumors? Asked Cho Chang. Some of the older girls claimed to have seen Loony talking with Harry Potter. Of course, no one believed them and thought they might have confused some other blonde girl with Loony. I mean, it was impossible to believe. But it's true, isn't it? She looked at Harry. Oh, I love it. I am going to have so much fun ruining your reputation, Potter. Said Cho Chang with a smile before she continued. Of course, if you apologize properly and return my wand right now, maybe we can forget about what just happened. She offered. Harry wasn't listening to them. He turned towards the door and using Cho's wand, he cast a powerful locking charm, followed by a privacy one. There were 10 minutes left to curfew and he must be in his bedroom before that. He wants to keep his image of a proper student for as long as he can. What are you doing? Why, you don't really want to fight us, right? There are 3 of us and 1 of you. And we are in our 3rd year. Marietta said that, but in reality, she didn't have much confidence in their fighting skills. 2 of the girls pointed their wands at Harry, while Cho Chang just gave him a threatening gaze since she didn't have a wand. Harry moved his left hand, and the 2 other wands flew through the air until they stopped right on top of the palm of his hand. Before the girls had time to say anything, Harry moved the wand he was holding in his right hand and ropes suddenly materialized right next to the girls. The ropes seemed to have a life of their own and tied the girls with swift moves. The girls started screaming for help now, with a mix of pain and fear. Silencio. With another move of his wand, girls were now unable to make a sound. They looked at Harry with fear in their eyes, and tears started to appear in their eyes. You 3 are very lucky. Under different circumstances, you would already be dead. Or worse. He walked towards them and stopped very close to Cho Chang. Since I cannot do that, I will do the next best thing. The mind can be a very fickle thing. He looked directly at Cho Chang. Let's start with you. Look into my eyes. Cho Chang did just that. She looked into Harry's green eyes that seemed to become shinier every second that passed. She seems to be in a trance, looking into those eyes with the color of the worst curse of them all. She felt her consciousness leaving her, then, nothing. An hour later, the 3 girls woke up on the floor of the classroom. They did not remember how they got there or what were they supposed to be doing that night. They found their wands on the ground, right next to them. They quickly checked all their clothes, and they heard some terrible stories about Slytherins attacking girls at night. But after seeing that everything seemed to be where it should be, they breathed in relief. Eventually, they concluded they must have been the victim of some prank, or maybe they were practicing some new spell and it backfired. They went back to their rooms quietly, hoping they would not get in trouble for being outside, late at night, and decided they would not tell anything to the teachers, lest they get in trouble. Chapter 35. Punishment. The next day, while most of the school had already started eating their breakfast, Cho Chang and her two friends made their way to their table. They were still feeling a bit off, after whatever happened to them the day prior. The moment Cho Chang sat down, she noticed that Luna Lovegood was already sitting in front of her and was happily eating pudding. Cho Chang started to feel anger just by seeing her. Was this somehow her fault? Did that weirdo do something to us? She wonders. She wanted to get some answers, so he looked at Luna and went to call her. Ei. Loon dash. The moment she tried to speak that name out loud, she felt an intense pain around her stomach area. She bent down and placed her hands on her belly. Ugh, she could only make that noise, the pain was too intense. Cho, what's wrong? Are you okay? Marietta, who saw this, asked her friend. The pain seemed to recede for a moment and Cho was able to speak again. My stomach started to hurt, but I think I'm fine dash. At that moment, the pain came back and got a lot more intense than before. She felt like she was being burned from the inside. Ah. Cho Chang made a blood-curdling scream that got the attention of everyone in the hall. The teachers rushed to her side. McGonagall and Flitwick took her quickly to the infirmary while she continued to scream. Cho Chang and her two friends followed behind them. The great hall was silent for a few seconds. No one knew what to say or think about what happened. Then everyone started to talk again. What happened to her? Could it have been the food? Harry just looked at the procedures with no change in his expression. Looks like it works just fine, but I will keep an eye on them just to make sure. Harry was thinking about the measures he took the day before. He has never tried to do something so complex. Those girls will serve as test subjects. The mind is truly incredible. Pain is in reality a defense mechanism. It warns you when there is something wrong with your body. However, the mind can be tricked. What he used was something close to a confundus charm that makes the brain think that the body is severely injured and so, pain must be felt. He also had to add specific triggers, and that was probably the most complex part. In this case, the pain will trigger when they try to insult or attack a specific person. The pain is also all in the mind of the victim, so even an experienced healer like Madame Pomfrey will be unable to find anything wrong with her. Harry smiled softly, thinking about his small accomplishment, before going back to his breakfast. Why do I have to come too? Harry asked, exasperated. Oh come on Harry, is a dueling club made by Professor Lockhart himself. Is going to be amazing, Hannah commented excitedly. Yes, and I believe Professor Lockhart asked you personally to attend, didn't he, Susan asked. I don't know, I never listened to that man, Harry said dryly and Susan just laughed. Once they made it to the classroom hosting the first session of the dueling club, the trio could just how full the place was. Almost every second year in the school must have decided to attend. In the middle of the classroom, there was a dueling platform, and on top of it, one could see Professor Lockhart smiling and waving at everyone. Next to him was Professor Snape. He was not smiling at all. Once the last students came in, Lockhart gave a few claps to gather everyone's attention and started to speak. Welcome to the best dueling class you will ever attend. As you all already know, I am Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin 3rd class, successful author, and 5 times winner of the most charming smile by Witch Weekly. But on top of that, I am also a master in defense against the dark arts. I am sure you all have already read about my many incredible fights against dark creatures and evil W-. Snape made a few coughing noises to interrupt him. Lockhart, I do not have all day to waste here, so let's get this class started already, Snape said, looking very exasperated. Ah yes, of course. Why don't we start this class with a demonstration? One of the most useful spells for self-defense is the disarming charm. He gave a smile to Snape and then said. Professor Snape and I are going to have a quick duel and demonstrate how it works. Oh and don't worry children, I will give you, your potions professor back in one piece, I promise. Lockhart gave a soft laugh and most of the girls in the room followed him. Snape now looked just murderous. Maybe we'll get lucky and Snape will just kill the clown. Harry thought. Oh, this is so exciting. We are going to see Professor Lockhart in action. Hannah barely contains her excitement. It seems that many of the girls in the room shared her opinion by the looks of it. Lockhart and Snape took their positions. At the count of 3, Lockhart said. 3, 2, 1. Go. Lockhart started making his wand motion. Exp. Expelliarmus. Snape was much faster on his casting. Lockhart was hit in the chest and went flying off the platform. He ended up crashing against some tables that were placed in the back while making a tremendous noise. I think Snape put too much force into that spell, is not supposed to send people flying. Harry mentioned. Well, that was something, said Susan. Oh no. I hope Professor Lockhart is okay. Hannah said, worriedly. He did lose very fast though. Susan pointed. I am sure he just has a bad day. It can happen to anyone. Hannah defended. Chapter 36. Dueling. Lockhart stood up again with difficulty after a few minutes on the ground. He tried his best to give a smile and wave toward the class. I am all right, everyone. Do not worry about me, for I am made of very thought material. He raised his arms in the air and the class started cheering for him. Well, the purpose of this duel was to demonstrate the effects of the disarming charm. Unfortunately, Professor Snape accidentally put too much force in the spiel and ended up pushing me instead of disarming me, as intended. Lockhart commented while getting back up again in the platform. Then he moved his hands in a placating manner. Now. Do not blame your professor for his mistake, after all, he is the potions professor, not the defense one. Lockhart said. Snape looked ready to take out his wand and curse Lockhart to death. Maybe we should try again, Professor Lockhart. I am sure I can do better. Snape said with a sneer. Lockhart got a bit paler and said. And no. I don't think that would be necessary. It is time to let the young ones try. He looked toward Harry. What about you, Mr. Potter? And maybe one of your lovely companions. He said while looking at Susan and a very blushed Hannah. You want 2 Hufflepuffs to demonstrate dueling? Snape said loudly, while the Slytherins laughed. He then added. Come up here and teach Mr. Potter a valuable lesson about dueling. Harry, who had already climbed on top of the dueling platform, was looking at Theodore Nott. It seems that after Malfoy's death, Nott has been trying to fill the void. He is always accompanied by the 2 gorillas and he gives Harry a hateful gaze once in a while. Although, unlike Malfoy, Nott has taken no action for the moment. After both of them stood in dueling position, with their wands out, Nott said with a serious expression. Potter. I am going to teach you how a real wizard fights. Unlike those blood traitors. He looked towards Hannah and Susan. Harry said nothing and just stood there, waiting for the sign to start with a bored face. Lockhart got to one side of the platform and said. All right, only disarming spells. On the count of 3. 3, 2, 1. Duel. Nott started by quickly casting a Jellylex Jinx. Harry moved slightly to the left and avoided it easily. They were too far away for that slow Jinx to have any chance to hit him. Nott noticed this and got closer before using his next spell. Incarcerus. An enchanted rope shoot out from Nott's wand and flew quickly towards Harry. If he is touched by the rope, this one will begin to entangle his body until he cannot move. Harry whispered, Finite. His spell hit the rope mid-flight and this one fell to the ground. It looked like a normal rope now. I said disarming spells only. Lockhart exclaimed. Nott was becoming more and more furious. Fine. Try this one then. Serpensortia, Nott yelled while pointing his wand in Harry's direction. A very big snake appeared on the platform and looked towards Harry and then looked around, seemingly confused. Even with no way to communicate, a summoned animal will know the intention of the caster at the moment the spell was used. It became obvious however that Nott had no experience using that type of magic because the summoned snake had no idea what she was supposed to do. Snape made to approach the platform with a sneer. Potter, I believe this is too much for you, let me handle dash. Depulso. After the words were heard, a wave of energy shoot out of Harry's wand and collided with the snake. The snake flew backward at great speed until it got tangled with Nott. She hissed in anger and started to coil around Nott's body while showing him her fangs. Help! Nott manages to get out while being completely terrified. Oh, worry not, I'll handle this. Lockhart, who has closer, quickly approached. Not looked at him with pleading eyes. Not worry, I know just the spell to use. He pointed his wand and the snake, and before Snape could stop him, fired his spell. Serpento Evanesco. A red light hit the snake, but instead of making her disappear, the spell seems to have torn away many of the snake's scales, causing her great pain. The snake was enraged and bit not on his checks. The boy could only scream. Snape finally made it close enough. Vipera Evanesca. The snake disappeared in a cloud of smoke and Not fell on the platform and started shaking. It seems that the snake was venomous. Snape made Not's body levitate and swiftly took him to the infirmary. Lockhart looked around nervously. Well. That should teach to not use certain spells. Yes, I believe we can end this first class here. I have many things to do, I'm afraid. Lockhart quickly made it out of the classroom. Wow, Harry, that was impressive. Susan approached Harry, who was getting down from the platform now. Yeah, you taught that slimy snake a lesson. Ron, who was close by, said. I feel a bit sorry for Not, that must have been very painful, Hannah said with a complicated expression. He was the one that summoned the snake. Besides, he may not have gotten bitten if Professor Lockhart didn't with his spell. Susan pointed out. Hannah wanted to defend Lockhart but was at a loss about what to say. Chapter 37. The Witch with a Gift. A few days later, at night, Harry encountered Luna once more, looking out one of the windows of the 7th floor. She was intensely looking toward the Forbidden Forest. You didn't get locked out of your dorm again, right? Harry approached her and asked. Luna turned towards him. The glaze in her eyes disappeared, she then looked at him and smiled. Hello, Harry. No, I just like to come here and watch the luminous little creatures flying around the forest at night. They are very pretty. Luminous creatures. Harry looked towards the forest but it was all pitch black. Yes, there are many types with different colors and sizes. There are humdingers, crumplehorn snorkax, heliopaths, nargles. Yes, I get the idea. Harry interrupted. Then asked. Do you see them around wizards and witches too? Are there any around me? He had an idea of what she was seeing but needed to confirm it. Luna examined him closely. Yes, there are some raxperts around you, just a few. Most students have only a few around them. The teachers have more, especially the headmaster. Harry was always keeping his magic on a tight leash, except when he was practicing inside the room of requirements. For a moment he slightly released the leash and let his magic out. The effect was immediate. A gush of wind seemed to emanate from him, his eyes shone brightly and the tiles on the ground shook a bit. Luna's eyes opened wide like plates. What do you see now? Harry asked plainly. I see a lot of them. Raxperts and some dabberblimps. I have never seen so many of them around one person. Luna was not an easy person to surprise but this one was one of those rare occasions. Harry contained his magic once again and everything went back to normal. I think I understand what it is that you see, Harry said to her. So, you believe me? Luna sounded hopeful. No one else can see those creatures. Daddy once said that he could see them too, but I know he was just trying to be nice. Luna looked down. I cannot see them either. But I have read about your gift. Harry said. Gift? Luna sounded doubtful. She wasn't sure if that was a gift. It is called Mage Sight, it is an ability as rare as Parseltongue, maybe more. What you see are not really living creatures, is just magical energy, in its purest form. I don't understand, they seem alive, they move around and shine, Luna explained. Yes, I suppose it can look like that to you. Magical energy can move in erratic ways, especially around people with poor control like the students here, or in nature. Tell me, what color are the lights you see in the forest? Are they green? Harry asked. Luna nodded. Mostly green, but there are some yellow. I call the green ones crumplehorn snorkax and the yellow ones heliopaths. Luna answered. The green one is known as wild magic energy or nature magic. There are many magical plants and animals in that forest that would expel that type of magic. As for the yellow one, I'm not sure, but it could come from the centaur tribes that live there. Harry explained. So that's what it is magic. What I have been seeing since my mom died, I thought. Tears started to pour from her eyes. Harry did not know what to do. He has no experience dealing with crying girls. The only ones crying before him have been those who knew were about to die at his hands. Harry approached Luna and gave her a tap on the shoulder. You should be proud of the gift you have and don't concern yourself with the opinions of those below you. You have the potential to become a very powerful witch and dash. Harry was interrupted when Luna suddenly launched herself against him and hugged him while still crying. Harry did not know what to do, but it seemed impolite to push her away he just stood there until she calmed herself. Thank you, she said with a smile. Chapter 38. The chamber is open again. The next day, at breakfast, Harry went to the Hufflepuff table and sat down. Luna, who came with him, sat down at his side. Hannah was the first one to notice. Harry, why is there a Ravenclaw sitting next to you? Oh. This is Luna Lovegood, a new acquaintance. She will be sitting here once in a while. Harry answered. Acquaintance? Wow, Harry must really like you. He never brings anyone to our table. Susan smiled at Luna while shaking her hand, then she said. I am Susan Bones, and his one is Hannah Abbott. Welcome to the Hufflepuff table. Nice to meet you, Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott. Your house seems very friendly. Luna smiled at them. We are the house of the friendliness, of course. You can see it by just looking at Harry, right? Susan and Hannah laughed. Yes, Harry is very friendly too, Luna commented, not understanding Susan's jest. Do I have to be teased at this hour of the morning, Susan? Harry grumbled. You do when you bring an acquaintance to the table, Susan answered. A white owl descended to the table. It was carrying a letter on its beak. Ah, Nagini 3, you brought me a letter, I see. Harry picked up the letter and ignored the angry hoot. The letter was from Laurie. Since he was not allowed to apparate inside Hogwarts, he must have chosen to give the owl some exercise. The letter was merely an update on the reparations on the house, the progress made, which was not much, and the money expended, which was a lot. While Harry was reading his letter, Luna was playing with the owl and giving it some food. Harry, did you really name her Nagini 3? Luna asked with a furrowed eyebrow. Yes, why? Harry said. I don't think she likes that name a lot. Can't you see that she gets angry when you call her? Luna explained. Really? Harry looked at the owl, who seemed to move her head up and down like she was agreeing with what Luna just said. We told you it was an awful name already. Hannah said, looking exasperated. Maybe you can shorten it a bit, something like Nagi, Luna said. Susan approached the owl and said. Do you like that better? Nagi? The owl hooted happily. Well, there you go, Harry. Hannah commented. Harry crossed his arms and grumbled. Fine. I'll call you Nagi then. Happy? Nagi hooted happily and Harry sighed. A week before Christmas vacations. Harry, Susan, and Hannah were on their way to Transfiguration class, which was their last class of the day when Harry started hearing a voice coming from the walls, a familiar voice. What? Harry asked, confused, and looked around. What is it, Harry? Hannah asked. The voice had stopped, or it went away. Harry was not sure. He could not make out what the voice was saying either. It sounded like nonsense. He looked at Hannah. Is nothing, I thought I heard some voice coming from the walls for a moment, Harry answered. Maybe it was one of the ghosts, they do that sometimes, although I didn't hear anything. Susan added. They started making their way again when after turning the next corner, they heard an unpleasant voice. Potter. Oh, and the two hussies. Theodore Nott, who was sitting on a stone bench, stood up. Next to him was one of his gorillas. Harry wondered where the other one was since they seemed inseparable. Susan and Hannah were making angry faces at Nott. Harry seems as calm as usual. Is there something that you need, Nott? He asked. TSK, I don't need anything from you, Potter. I merely wanted to tell you to not get full of yourself just because you won one duel against me, that meant nothing. Nott's face was getting a bit red. Duel? Harry looked confused for a moment. Oh, you mean the thing with the snake? Right, I had forgotten about that. Harry said nonchalantly. Nott's face got even redder while Susan and Hannah chuckled. They all thought that Harry was making fun of Nott. However, for someone with a past like Harry, that event could not really qualify as a wizard's duel, so he just forgot about the incident altogether. You bastard. Nott and his gorilla were ready to pull their wands out when a blood-curdling scream was heard. They all froze for a moment and looked in the direction of the sound. "Come on Harry, let's go find out what happened." Susan started running with Hannah following closely. Harry quickly followed them, leaving behind the two other boys before they followed too. When they reached the origin point of the scream, they could see that a lot of other students were already there, surrounding something. Argus Filch, the caretaker of Hogwarts, came through, moving students out of the way and yelling. "Let me pass," he spat. Once Harry managed to make his way into the center of the crowd, he heard Filch again. "No." Filch kneeled down and picked up his cat, Ms. Norris, who seemed to be dead. There were two first girls close by, one of them was crying and the other one was trying to console her. Harry concluded that the scream must have come from the crying girl who found the dead cat. "Oh, I was hoping for something more interesting," Harry thought disappointedly. "You." Filch pointed at the crying girl. "Did you kill my cat?" Filch's face was contorted with anger. "And no." The crying girl tried to defend herself. Then loud and commanding voice was heard. "What is going on here?" Students made way for the headmaster, who was being followed by Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape. Filch pointed at the crying girl and said. That one did something to my cat. Miss Norris is dead. I want her punished." McGonagall tried to de-escalate the situation. "Mr. Filch, calm down. We will get to the bottom of this, you have my word. But we will not be punishing anyone until we know for sure what happened. And I don't believe this is the work of any student, Mr. Filch. I am afraid it has happened again," Dumbledore said while looking up. When everyone started following his gaze, they saw it. Many gasps and some screams were heard. At the top of the wall, written in blood, were the words. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened, enemies of the heir, beware." Chapter 39. On to the chamber. "This can't be right, I should be the only one that can open that chamber. And that cat is not dead, if it had encountered the basilisk it would be dead unless..." Harry's thoughts were interrupted by Dumbledore. "Mr. Filch, do not worry, Miss Norris is not dead, I believe she has been petrified," Dumbledore explained. Harry turned his eyes towards the pool of water close to the cat. "Can that cat be that lucky? Basilisk gaze can petrify if it is done by indirect contact, like a mirror or a pool of water. But then that means the chamber is really open and the voice I heard before was really the basilisk." Harry considered. "It must have been one of the students, I tell you. They hate me because I am you know." Filch looked desperate. "As I said, Mr. Filch, I do not believe any student is capable of performing magic this dark. And as for Miss Norris, I believe Professor Snape can make a potion to undo the petrification." Dumbledore said. "I can, but the mandrake we have will take at least 6 months to mature. Unless you want to buy a mature one from Snape was interrupted. "There is no need, we can wait," Dumbledore said. Then he looked toward the crowd of students and addressed them. "Very well, students, there is nothing more to see here. And I believe you all have some class to attend, yes?" When the crowd started to move, Harry felt Dumbledore's gaze locked on him. He looked at the old man for a moment and felt a legitimacy intrusion. It was just a surface reading, but it led Harry to question the headmaster's motivations for such an invasion of privacy. Does he suspect me for this? There is no way for him to know I am a Parselmouth, right? Harry thought. Dumbledore stopped staring at Harry and said something to Filch. This one shook his head in answer. Dumbledore seems disappointed about something before leaving, with the other professors following behind. Harry looked at this exchange with interest and wondered if Dumbledore has something planned for this year too. Could he be involved with the chamber opening? Those were Harry's thoughts before going back to class. Harry waited a few days for things to calm down a bit before going to check on the chamber. Most students were still scared and questioned all of the professors about what they knew about the Chamber of Secrets. The only students who were not worried were the Slytherins. Most of them seemed very happy about the heir of Slytherin coming back to cleanse the school of mudbloods. Theodore Nott was particularly giddy and pounced around the school like he has won some prize. Susan and Hannah suggested that Nott may be involved somehow, or that he may be the heir himself. Harry dismissed that thought quickly. There is no way for Nott to be the heir because he knew who the heir was already. Aside from that, Nott was with them when the basilisk attacked. Harry made his way to the second-floor bathrooms where the entrance was. After making sure there was no one else inside, he called for Myrtle. "Ah, Harry. You came to visit me, . The ghost seems very happy." "Yes, very good to see you, Myrtle. Now, tell me, did you see anyone open the entrance to the chamber, other than me? It should have been in the last few days. Harry asked. The ghost adopted a thinking pose and then said. No. In fact, no one has visited my bathroom since the last time you were here. Myrtle answered. If they didn't come through here, that means, the culprit is using the entrance that is in the dungeons. So it must be someone from Slytherin since no one else has access to that area of the castle. Harry contemplated for a moment. I will need to check to be sure. Harry opened the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets and went inside. He continued until he reached the most inner part of the chamber. There is no visible evidence that someone has been here, and the door to the inner chamber was closed. You have to pass through there even if you come from the other entrance. He directed his view towards the giant statue of Salazar Slytherin. Okay, here we go. Let's be ready just in case the basilisk turns aggressive towards me. Harry thought. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts 4, $. Harry pronounced the words in Parseltongue and immediately the statue opened, revealing the entrance to the basilisk chamber. Harry readied himself for a fight. Seconds turned to minutes, but the basilisk never came out. Harry used a spell to detect life forms in the area but it came out with nothing. The basilisk is not in the chamber. Is it still hiding inside the Hogwarts pipe system? TSK, this is frustrating. He took his wand and started casting alarm charms on all of the entrances of the chamber. If anyone comes in or out of the chamber, he will know. All that was left now was to wait. Chapter 40. Christmas Break. Time passed and Christmas arrived once again. There had been no more attacks since the one on Filch's cat, and the alarms that Harry had placed in the chamber had not been triggered. Whoever opened the chamber was being patient or maybe she was waiting for something. Susan, Hannah, and Luna had all gone to visit their families for the holidays, so Harry was by himself in the castle, since those were the only 3 people he tolerated for more than a few minutes. He spent most of his free time visiting the room of requirements for practice. His magic keeps growing more and more with no signs of stopping, so he needs constant training to keep it under control. If a normal wizard tried to control that much power, they would end up blowing up the entire class while trying to cast Illumos. And I still haven't performed that last ritual. I will be unable to hide my magic any longer after completing the ritual, which means that I need to deal with Dumbledore before that. Or maybe I could just use the old man for the ritual. The image of Dumbledore laying on the ground, drying, looking at him in horror while he absorbs all of his magic and accumulated knowledge brought a smile to Harry's face. He is suddenly interrupted from his happy thoughts when an owl he did not recognize flew into the great hall and stopped in front of him while carrying a small parcel. He carefully picks up the package and inspects it for curses. One can never be too careful. There were none. He then opened the note that was stuck on top of the package. Dear Harry, Merry Christmas. We hope you like it, we bought this together. From your friends, Susan and Hannah. Inside the box was a very beautiful and rather elegant feather pen. It seemed to be made of silver and had many elaborate engravings. Harry was surprised, he did not expect any present. He has received presents before, but those were more like offerings from his followers than actual presents. Friends, I suppose is only proper to send them something back. He was on his way to the room of requirements for some training after sending Noggy with a message for Laurie. It would be so much easier if I could just call my elf here. He gave his elf the task of buying 3 presents and sent them to Susan, Hannah, and Luna and gave him a limit of 10,000 galleons to spend. It may seem like a lot, but he already had more money than he would probably ever need. Not only does he have over 1,000,000 galleons from the Lestrange vaults, but he still has the Potter vaults untouched. And of course, there is the Philosopher's Stone. He hasn't even tried to create the longevity elixir since that requires a master in alchemy. But he did try the stone's second ability to turn any metal into gold, and it was surprisingly easy to do. During the summer, he had Laurie provide him with several samples of metal and used the stone to transmute them into gold, then sold the gold to Gringotts. He would never have to worry about a lack of gold ever again. Headmaster's office. Come on in, Dumbledore said in a relaxed manner. Snape came into the office and noticed that McGonagall was already inside and she seems very angry about something. Ah, Severus. It's good to see you, my friend. Are you enjoying the Christmas break? Dumbledore smiled. Albus. Don't change the subject, Dot. McGonagall seemed exasperated. My apologies, Minerva. He looked toward Snape for a moment. Please take a seat, Severus. I will be with you in a moment. Minerva and I have some minor issues to solve. He finished and pointed at the other chair close to his desk. Minor? Albus, have you really read those tests? They are ridiculous. McGonagall's face was getting red. Snape decided to intervene. May I know what is this about? What tests? McGonagall took some papers on top of the desk and without saying a word she pretty much threw them into Snape's hands. When he finished reading them, Snape's eyebrow rose up. Is this real? He asked. Unfortunately. And Albus seems to think that this is a minor matter. McGonagall almost spat the words. Well, let's not get carried away, he is a new teacher after all, Dumbledore said in a placating manner. Headmaster, these are 7th year D. Tests and the first question is, and I quote, what is Gilderoy Lockhart's most secret desire that was revealed in his critically acclaimed novel, Voyages with Vampires? End quote. Snape put the papers back onto the desk and looked at the headmaster, who was trying to look away. The man is a fraud, Albus, and he is not teaching anything. You have to do something. McGonagall demanded. Well, Minerva, it's not like we had a lot of choices for a professor this year. And I am sure that young Lockhart will do better, after the break. Dumbledore adopted a serious pose and continued. But now that Severus is here, we can get to the reason I called you here. Is this about the Chamber of Secrets? Snape asked and Dumbledore nodded. Indeed, I have written down some security measures that I wanted you to read and then pass to the other professors. He gave a piece of paper to Snape and another one to McGonagall. After reading it carefully, McGonagall asked. Are you sure this would be enough? These measures seem very lax. The last time that chamber was opened a student died. This time, the only victim so far has been a cat and is only petrified. I am not even sure anymore if the chamber has really been open. Those security measures should suffice. Dumbledore responded. What made you change your mind, Albus? The lack of attacks on students? McGonagall asked. Well, that too. But I have a theory. A very special and rare ability is required to open that chamber and he doesn't seem to have it. Dumbledore answered cryptically. Albus, what are you? McGonagall was going to inquire further when the headmaster raised his hand. I'm sorry, but I cannot say further for the moment. Fine, have your secrets. McGonagall rose up from her chair and left the office looking very frustrated. Snape looked at the headmaster for a moment before speaking. Parseltongue, that's the ability required to open the chamber, isn't it? Dumbledore looked at Snape in surprise after he said that word and Snape continued. That's why you instructed me to teach that spell to Not. You wanted to see if Potter had that ability. But why would you think that, Potter? Dumbledore raised his hand again and looked at Snape. You can't tell me. Very well, I'll take my leave. Snape rose up from his chair and turned to leave but then addressed the headmaster once more. Just remember the promise I made. I will not break it, no matter what your game is. And then he left, leaving the headmaster alone once more. Chapter 41. Alarm. Christmas break was almost over, classes were starting in 2 days, so students were coming back to the castle. The first one to find him was Luna, who spotted him outside, on the castle grounds, close to Hagrid's new house, laying against a tree while reading a book. She was carrying something in her hands. Once she was close enough, she showed Harry the object that she was carrying was a book. This is for you, Harry. Merry Christmas. Luna smiled. Harry examined the book. It looked old and was written in some dialect of Celtic. His eyes opened wide when he realized what this book was. This is a druidic magic book. Where did you get this? In his previous life, he had studied most forms of magic from all over the world, but druid magic was hard to come by. Druids were extremely secretive and only passed their knowledge down to their descendants. My family library. I asked Daddy and he said it was okay to give you this one because it's a copy. Luna answered and sat down next to Harry. You family is descendant of druids? Are you sure it's okay for me to have this? Harry did not want her to break some family tradition. Daddy said it's fine. Oh, by the way, I really liked your present. Luna showed him that she was wearing the pendant that Laurie bought. Don't worry about it. He found out later on that Laurie had used the full budget to buy 3 gold pendants enchanted with strong protections. Harry thought that it was a decent gift. He carefully stored the book inside one of his dimensional pockets. This book is very likely illegal, according to the stiff policy from the ministry which deems anything unusual as dark magic. Luna got comfortable and pulled out a newspaper called The Quibbler and started reading. The Quibbler. Is that a new newspaper? I have never seen it before. Harry asked. It's been around for a while but is not very popular. My daddy is the owner and writer of The Quibbler. Sometimes he lets me write something too. You should read it sometimes. Luna answered happily. That night Harry was sitting by himself at the Hufflepuff table, eating a turkey sandwich when Susan and Hannah approached him. Hannah gave him a hug and Harry stiffened a bit. He was not used to people doing that. Thank you for the present, Harry, I love it. Hannah enthusiastically said. Yes, that you, Harry, but are you sure it's okay for us to have this? Susan asked while pointing to her pendant. Why not? You sent me a present and I sent you another one. Isn't that how it works? Harry asked. Susan made a complicated expression. I know it's bad taste to discuss the present's price, but, according to my aunt, between the materials and the enchantments this would cost over 3,000 galleons. Susan looked around, making sure no one heard her. Is fine, is just money, I have plenty, Harry answered and went back to his food. Susan stood there for a moment, not knowing what to say until Hannah hit her with her elbow. This seems to wake her up. Alright, well, thank you again, Harry. But remember next time that you don't need to spend that much on our presents, the gesture is what matters. Susan smiled at him. Harry nodded. Yes, I will keep it in mind. Those girls are hard to understand. Harry thought. After finishing their classes for the day, the trio was walking through the halls when they spotted Luna sitting alone on a stone bench. Susan was the first one to see her. Hi, Luna. Susan greeted her. Luna looked up from her book and smiled at the trio. We are going to the library, want to come with us? We can help you with your homework too. Hannah offered. Okay, Professor Snape has asked us to write an essay about the sleeping draft, can you help me with that, Harry? Luna looked at him. Harry hesitated for a moment. Sure, no problem. Susan laughed softly. Oh Luna, Harry is the last person you want to ask help from. At least when it comes to potions or riding a broom, he is surprisingly good for everything else. I may not be best but I see a dash. Harry was interrupted when a warning signal rang in his mind. The intruder charm I put in the chambers has been triggered. The girls looked at Harry when he stopped talking all of a sudden. Harry? What's wrong? Hannah asked. Harry quickly composed himself. It's nothing, don't worry about it. But I just remember I had something important to do somewhere else. I'll see you all at dinner. Before they had time to question further, Harry took off swiftly towards the second-floor bathrooms. The girls were surprised at his unusual behavior. What was that about? Susan said. Chapter 42. Confrontation. Harry rushed towards the bathroom, ignoring the yelp from the annoying ghost. He opened the entrance and went inside. The door to the inner chamber was open and he could hear a familiar voice inside. He placed a silencing charm on himself and approached the opening of the door slowly. It has come the time of reckoning, and you will do as I say, The boy, that now Harry recognized as one of the two gorillas that used to follow Malfoy and now follow Not, was talking in perfect Parseltongue with the basilisk. The basilisk was behaving in a strange manner and seemed to be in pain. The boy pointed his wand at the basilisk and this one hissed angrily at him in response. Is painful, isn't it, he said in a mocking manner to the basilisk. You could have saved yourself a lot of pain by following my orders instead of going into hiding, The basilisk looked toward the boy. It had its eyes closed, but one could tell that it was not of its own will, it seems to be struggling to resist some sort of commanding spell. No, the basilisk said with extreme difficulty. The boy's face contorted with rage. How dare you, I am heir of Slytherin and you nothing but a pet. He fired some spell that Harry did not recognize and the basilisk yelped in pain. You will go back into the castle and kill every student and teacher that you can find, but your main target is Harry Potter. You will not stop no matter what. That is your order, Harry has seen enough and fires a restraining spell toward the boy. As much as he would like to kill him, he needs to know who is behind all of this. There is no way this is actually the doing of some second-year Slytherin student. Whoever is behind this can use Parseltongue, knows about the chamber, and can control people from afar. The spells hit true, ropes tied around his body and made him fall to the floor with a thud sound. Arg. Who? He turned his head with difficulty to look at his attacker. Potter? What are you doing here? Bah, no matter. He turned his head towards the basilisk. Dollar kill him. Kill Potter, dollar. Meanwhile, Harry was already making preparations to fight the basilisk. He closed his eyes and said, Sonus Augura. This spell greatly improves the ability to perceive and analyze sounds. He could easily hear the basilisk approach him and hiss. He aimed towards where he knew the head of the basilisk would be by the location where the hissing sounds were coming from. Terebrate, dot. The piercing curse flew with a red light towards the basilisk's head. Basilisks are extremely resistant to magic, but if you concentrate a great amount of power on a single point, then it is possible to pierce its skin and damage them. The piercing curse is the best spell for this. Harry wasn't sure if it would be enough to hit the brain and kill it, but maybe he could at least hit the eyes. Unfortunately, the basilisk moved its head slightly and the spell ended up grazing its cheeks, drawing some blood and making the creature even angrier. Harry could feel the mind of the basilisk. This used to be an intelligent creature. But now, with its mind shattered, was nothing more than a wild beast who cares for nothing but to kill its target. The basilisk launched itself with its mouth open toward Harry. Celeritas Meliorem. The enhanced speed charm. It can push the human body beyond the limits and greatly improve its movement speed. It comes with the cost of causing great damage to bones and muscles, making its use limited. After casting the spell, Harry moved out of the way at an impossible speed and the basilisk ended up smashing its face against the rocky ground. It hissed in anger and prepared its next attack when suddenly a loud screeching sound was heard. The sound passed above Harry and went directly towards the basilisk. While Harry was trying to make sense of the situation, something landed on top of his head, startling him. He quickly used his hands to discern what it was, a hat. Mr. Potter, calm down. We came to help, dot. A familiar voice was heard. The Sorting Hat. What in Merlin's name are you doing here? And how, dot. The loud sounds of fighting interrupted Harry. It seems that the basilisk was having a hard time with whoever brought the hat here. Harry had an idea of who it was. Dumbledore's phoenix, isn't it, dot. He asked. Fox. That bird is really clever. I believe he sensed that you were in danger, he then grabbed me with no warning, and here we are, the hat said the last part in an annoyed tone. I understand the phoenix, but how are you supposed to he dash? Harry heard a spell being cast at him and moved to one side. Potter, we are not done yet, dot. The boy spat the words. This is annoying. I still cannot open my eyes, just in case, the basilisk looks towards me. I have to fight blind. Harry considered the situation. Who are you? I know you are not Goyle. Harry proved for information. He is unable to delve into minds without eye contact, but he can still pick up some surface thoughts. Humph, since you are going to die, I suppose I can grant you the last wish. Goyle said with a sneer. I believe we have already met before, Mr. Potter. I am Lord Voldemort. He announced. HUH, was all that Harry could say. Chapter 43. Dark Lord versus Dark Lord. How can that be? Harry muttered. Goyle laughed loudly. Your surprise is understandable. Everyone seems to think that I am dead. But it is true nonetheless. Goyle gave a cruel smile. Harry knew that he was not lying. He can easily detect a lie even with his eyes closed. There is only one explanation that I can think of. You must be the fragment left inside the diary, Harry said, but it sounded more like a statement. After all, that was the only Horcrux that was left unaccounted for. Goyle's smile froze. How did you know, dash? You took over Malfoy's body, dot. Harry's realization hit him like a rock. Now it makes sense. Why Lucius disappeared, that fool. He must have tried to use the diary for something and it took over him. That would also explain why Wormtail never came back to inform me. The rat was probably considered a traitor and killed. Harry concluded. How do you know all of that? Are you really Harry Potter, dot? Goyle's eyes were wide open. He then composed himself and looked at Harry with murderous eyes. No matter. You will die today, I don't care how you know those things. Goyle pointed his wand towards Harry. Avada Kedavra, a green light shot out from Goyle's wand. Mr. Potter. The hat tried to warn in a panic. Harry could clearly hear the spell approaching, so he threw his body to one side and the curse hit the column behind him, making it explode. Goyle threw a few more spells and Harry was able to dodge them all, even returning fire. You can't see, how are you? Oh, I understand, very clever Potter. Goyle smiled. Quietus, Goyle whispered. Harry could only hear the fight between the basilisk and the phoenix going on far away into the chamber, but he was not able to hear Goyle's moves anymore. Move! The hat warned. Suddenly he felt a wave of magic approaching from his right and tried to dodge, but it was not fast enough and was grazed on the shoulder by a cutting curse. Is a good thing that the killing curse cannot be cast silently, or I would be in serious trouble. Harry thought. Now that Harry cannot see or hear his opponent, he decided to try something else. Lumos Solum Maxima. A bright white light came from Harry's wand and started to expand until it covered the entire chamber. Arg, my eyes, dot. Goyle was heard complaining. Even the basilisk, who was very far away, was blinded momentarily by the light and hissed in pain. Fawkes took the chance and went directly for the eyes. They could hear the basilisk struggling for a moment before it gave a loud painful screech. Goyle knew that something was wrong and opened his eyes with difficulty to see what happened. No, you stupid bird, dot. Goyle screamed when he saw what Fawkes had done. The basilisk has been blinded, Mr. Potter, you can open your eyes. The hat said. Harry did so, and he saw the basilisk wiggling around in pain. In one of those moments it managed to hit Fawkes, who seemed to have been exhausted already and could not dodge in time. The phoenix went flying quickly in an arc before colliding with the ground. Then it stood there, immobile. Harry looked at Goyle and noticed with difficulty that he was wearing a strange tiara. There was something preventing him from looking at it for long. That's a strong notice me not charm. That must be what he is using to control Goyle. I could probably just destroy the tiara and freed him. Harry smiled softly. There is no way he was going to show kindness to anyone that gets in his way. Well, I think it is time for some payback, boy. Harry's gaze made Goyle freeze for a moment. He flickered his wand. Incendium. Liquid fire shoot out like a bullet and Goyle barely had time to put some defenses before the spell hit him, but he was not able to protect his legs. Goyle screamed in pain. He still could not see properly, and now his legs were almost useless. His face contorted in pure rage, he moved his wand and said. Fiend fire. A serpent made of dark red fire shot out of his wand and flew towards Harry. He touched the floor with his wand and focused his magic. A giant hand made of pure rock grabbed the fire serpent and held it in place, then started to crush it until the serpent dissipated in smoke. When the job was done, the hand crumbled back to dust and Harry took a look at Goyle, who was lying on the ground, barely moving. Idiot, even if you know advanced magic, you are still using the body of a second-year kid, and not even a talented one. Fiend fire is one of the most magically exhausting spells in existence. Harry walked slowly towards Goyle. Goyle manages to look back at Harry with difficulty. I don't need your lessons, Goyle spat. At that moment Harry noticed that the basilisk, who was now blinded, was moving around like crazy, colliding with walls and columns, breaking everything. And it was now getting very close to where Goyle was. This is not over, Potter. Goyle tried to look threatening. Harry saw the basilisk tail descend towards Goyle. It is, for now, I believe. Harry said before Goyle was crushed by the basilisk. Blood splattered everywhere but his expression did not change a bit. Instead, he just raised a shield to protect himself from the splash of blood. Merlin, the hat exclaimed in surprise and disgust. Harry went to check for a moment on Fawkes. The place where he had fallen was now occupied by a small mountain of ashes. From the ashes, a small head popped out and made a cry. HMP, so you are fine after all, Harry muttered. Mr. Potter, the basilisk, the hat yelled. Yes, I know, I'm taking care of it now. Harry answered exasperatedly. No, not that, it is escaping. The hat exclaimed. Harry turned in time to see the tail of the basilisk disappear inside the hole behind Salazar's statue. Sigh, now I have to chase the snake. Harry muttered and started to go after it. The phoenix can take care of itself. Wait, Mr. Potter. I have something to help you slay the basilisk. The hat said. A moment later Harry felt some hard hit him on the head. Arg! What are you doing, stupid hat? Harry said angrily. Check inside. The hat said. Harry lifted the hat and grabbed what just came out of it and hit him in the head. It was a sword. He examined the sword for a moment. When he saw the symbol on the hilt, he immediately knew what this was. This is, dot. Indeed, this is the legendary sword of Godric Gryffindor, dot. The hat revealed, sounding very excited. Harry threw the sword to the floor and made a loud clang sound. "I'm not using that," he said and started to walk again. The Hat could not believe what he heard. "But, that is the legendary SW dash." "Yes, I know what it is. And I am not using anything from Gryffindor. So do not mention it again," Harry said dryly and kept going. Wait, at least, you are not just going to leave it there. Right?" the Hat asked incredulously. Chapter 44. This is a library. Hogwarts Library. "Do you need help with that potions assignment, Luna?" Susan asked. The three girls were doing their homework at the library along with a small number of other students. There are around 20 of them currently occupying the library. Luna shakes her head. "No, but thank you for asking. Potions is my favorite class, so I enjoy doing these." "You actually enjoy potions class?" Hannah asked incredulously. "Yeah, how can you enjoy it? Professor Snape barely explains anything and he is always so mean, especially to Harry." Susan asked. "Well, to be fair, Professor Snape would probably be nicer to Harry if he stopped blowing up cauldrons in his class," Hannah pointed out. Susan chuckled softly. "He is getting better this year. He hasn't blown up anything so far. I don't think Professor Snape is so mean. I suppose he could explain things better, but I can feel that there is a lot of sadness in him preventing him from doing better," Luna said while she was working on her paper. Susan and Hannah looked at each other, not knowing what to say. They both then heard some snickers from a table close to them. Susan took a look to discover a trio of Slytherins sitting there. Theodore Nott, Crabble, and Pansy Parkinson, who now seems to follow Nott everywhere for some reason. When Nott noticed Susan looking at him, he gave her a threatening glare. Susan just ignored him and went back to her work. She knows that Nott is all bark and no bite, and he is also very much afraid of Harry, even if he tries to pretend otherwise. Suddenly they heard someone screaming outside. Most of the students stood up from their seats and looked towards the entrance door of the library. Some of the students started to walk towards it, in order to check what the commotion was about. Before anyone could make it to the door, they heard a tremendously loud crashing noise. The walls shook, the floor shook, and after a moment of silence a second crashing noise, louder this time, and now they could see the door of the library and the surrounding wall broke down into 100 pieces and they flew everywhere. Everyone screamed in panic and took cover from the debris. They were all wondering what could have caused so much damage to the castle walls, when they heard a terrifying sound. A loud hissing sound, louder than any hiss they have even thought possible. The dust in the room was settling down and they could finally see a figure standing at the destroyed entrance of the library, which was now nothing more than a big hole. Standing there was a colossal snake looking in their direction, moving its tongue and hissing loudly. A blood-curdling scream was heard from someone and then more screams follow. No one could believe what they were seeing. The librarian was the only adult currently in the room, so she felt she had the responsibility to protect the students from this monster, although she did not know how. Stop, don't get any closer," the librarian said while trembling and pointing her wand at the snake. The basilisk seemed to sense that there was a human right in front of her with hostile intentions, so she started slithering quickly towards her target. Reducto. The librarian launched her spell toward the snake who was swiftly approaching. The spell hit true on the side of the basilisk, a few scales were torn off, but not much damage was done. The librarian did not have time to do anything else before the basilisk reached her, opened its giant mouth, and swallowed the librarian whole. Hannah was about to scream when Susan put a hand over her mouth. She grabbed Hannah and Luna and said, "Come on, we need to hide." "Hide? Where?" Hannah managed to ask. "She is blind. Haven't you noticed?" Luna added, she seemed oddly calm. "Luna is right, that thing has no eyes. If we hide and make no noise it will not find us before help gets here," Susan whispered while moving towards the forbidden section of the library. "Is a good thing her eyes are damaged, or we would all be dead already," Luna mentioned softly. "What are yo dash?" Luna interrupted Hannah with her next words that made their blood run cold. "That's a basilisk." They managed to reach the forbidden section while the basilisk seemed to now be slowly moving through the library, looking for her next meal. They were not the only ones who had this idea, as it seems, there were others hiding already there. Susan looked around and could see that most students were also frantically looking for places to hide. She then heard Luna gasp while looking towards another corner of the library. Susan, curiously, looked in the same direction. They could see two small first-year girls were pushed from under a desk and they heard them plead with whoever had pushed them. Please, let us hide there too. One of the girls spoke in tears. Get lost, mudblood. Go feed the basilisk, maybe it would leave us in peace then. They could not see the speaker, but the voice was more than familiar. Not that bastard. Susan felt her face heat up in anger. How can he be so heartless? Hannah covered her mouth. The basilisk heard the voices and immediately started moving slowly towards the girls who were still pleading and crying. Susan rose from her hiding spot, her eyes were resolute. Susan, what are you? Hannah wanted to ask what she was going to do but stopped herself. She already knew her friend had a thing for helping others. Luna also rose up. I'll help. Me too, Hannah managed to say despite her fear. We just need to distract that beast for a little bit. I'm sure help is already on the way. Professors must have heard all the commotion. Susan pulled out her wand. The basilisk was getting closer to the two girls, who were now paralyzed in fear. Not, Crabble, and Parkinson started to slowly move to the other side of the desks, away from the two girls, just in case they had to run. And no, please. One of the girls begged when the snake was only a few feet away and started to open its mouth. Diffndo. The spell flew quickly and hit the basilisk in the face. The spell actually managed to hit it right where its eyes used to be before the phoenix ripped them apart, but the flesh there was left unprotected, so when the spell hit, it managed to cause a great deal of pain. The basilisk hissed loudly and wiggled its body around. The trio ran to an empty part of the library and continued to fire spells and yell at the basilisk to lure it away from the two first-year girls. And it worked all too well. They now had the basilisk's full attention as it moved fast towards them. Okay, we got its attention, Susan said. That's great, Susan, but now what? Hannah raised one eyebrow. Is finally here. Luna smiled. We know, Luna, we can see the giant snake coming, Hannah exclaimed while pointing towards the basilisk. She was too scared to feel fear at this point and went directly into anger. I was not talking about the basilisk. Luna looked towards the entrance. Chapter 45. How to Slay a Basilisk. Harry was making his way out of the chamber using the pipe system that the basilisk used to escape. It was not an easy job since the pipes were very slippery and went into very steep angles, but eventually, he literally saw light at the end of the tunnel. I still can't believe you left the Gryffindor sword in that cold, damp, and terrible place. The hat managed to stay on top of Harry's head, which was undoubtedly a feat of magic. Shut up about the sword already, I have bigger problems right now. Harry said, losing his patience with the hat. If I am not the one that kills the basilisk, then I will have no claim over its materials. While the venom can be bought from somewhere else, the blood of such an ancient specimen is absolutely unique. I can't lose that. Once he managed to get out of the pipes and was once more in the castle proper, Harry was about to try sensing the direction that the basilisk went, but then he looked down. He realized there was no need for that. To his left, the floor tiles were cracked, and there were marks of grime from the pipes. I guess a 60-feet serpent will be easy to track, Harry said before he started running again. When they were following the tracks, the hat decided to point out. Oh no. It seems like it's going towards the library. Makes sense, it must still be able to sense the heat signal fro. Harry's eyes opened wide for a moment when he remembered. Aren't those girls in the library right now? Shit. Celeritas meliorem. Harry tried to ignore the flash of pain that went through his body. His muscles shook and his bones seemed to be about crack. This spell is not meant to be used more than once a day, especially with the physically undeveloped body of a child. Mr. Potter, what are you? Oh, the hat was surprised by the sudden increase of speed and he had to use everything he had to stay on Harry's head. Harry moved at an impossible speed through the halls of the castle in the direction of the library. He could clearly see the tracks following the same path. Once he reached the final hallway that leads to the library, he saw the destruction caused by the basilisk. In the place where it used to be a big wooden door, now there was only a giant hole with debris everywhere. Harry speeds up towards the entrance of the library, and once there he was able to assess the situation. He immediately spotted the giant snake as it was approaching Susan, who had gotten in front of Luna and Hannah and was preparing to throw some spell. Luna then looked in his direction with an ecstatic smile. He heard Susan cast a cutting charm and even managed to hit the basilisk, but it only served to make it angrier. It opened its mouth and was about to strike at her. Harry held his wand in his right hand and started running towards his target. He quickly conjured several blades and shot them at the body of the serpent. The blades managed to pierce its scale and earned a very loud hiss from that. He needs to earn the attention of the basilisk for his plan to work, and it seems that he succeeded as the basilisk turned toward him now. The girls also notice him by now. Harry! Both Susan and Hannah yelled. His focus, however, was on the giant snake that was not quickly approaching him. I need to finish this in one spell. Dragging the fight out would be bad for everyone present. He started to focus his magic and shape his spell. His eyes started to shine brightly and the debris that covered the ground of the library started to shake. As he was kneeling, Harry said, "Hey Hat, you wanted me to use a sword to fight this thing, right? I'll show you one." Harry smiled. "Mr. Potter, I don't think this is the moment dash." A shockwave of energy shot out from Harry and now the whole library seems to be moving. The basilisk's instincts were screaming at it to stay away from the being in front. And even with its broken mind, it hesitated for a second. Harry was on one knee, he lifted his wand, and then, with a swift motion, he slammed the tip of the wand against the ground while looking at the basilisk. Impetus Gladio. A giant sword, bigger than the basilisk itself, rose from the ground, right beneath the snake, and pierced its body while it rose high into the sky. The basilisk was pierced around the middle of its body, and when the sword kept rising higher and higher, the basilisk was carried into the air until it almost reached the ceiling of the great chamber that is Hogwarts Library. Everyone in the room was looking at the incredible scene before their eyes. The gigantic snake that looked so threatening moments ago was now wiggling its body in desperation while impaled in a sword that seemed to be almost 100 feet tall. The great serpent of Slytherin now looked more like a worm, stuck in a fishing hook. Harry rose from the floor with difficulty. He has never, in 2 lives, pushed his body as hard as he did today. As soon as he managed to stand up, an intense pain ran through his body and was forced to kneel again while he started coughing. "Mr. Potter, are you all right?" the Hat asked in a worried manner. Luna was already at his side with an unusually serious expression. "Harry." She went to his side and helped him stand up. Susan and Hannah also got to where he was now standing. "Harry, you saved us," Susan exclaimed while Hannah just looked at him with a worried expression. The other students started to come out from their hiding spots and carefully walked towards the exit of the library while looking with awe and fear at the basilisk, who was still seemingly alive and moving slightly once in a while. "Wow! What spell was that? Oh my, is still alive. Let's get out of here. That's one giant sword. Oh no, poor MS Pants." Students were commenting while walking around the library. Several sets of steps were heard by the students and moments later they could see several figures standing at the broken entrance of the library. "What happened here? Is everyone alright?" Professor Flitwick asked. Professor McGonagall's eyes were immediately drawn toward the colossal sword that erupted from the ground. Her face became a tad redder and pointed at the sword. "Who did that?" She then started to follow the blade of the sword up to see how big it was. And right at the top, she saw it. "By Merlin. Is that? Is that a dash? A giant basilisk?" "Yes, I believe so, Professor," Luna answered in a calm manner. Chapter 46. Recovery. After making sure that the basilisk was dead, the headmaster told everyone to leave the library and sealed the entrance using transfiguration to prevent the entrance of curious visitors who wanted to take a look at the dead beast. Professor McGonagall took all the students to the infirmary while Dumbledore and Snape went to investigate where this basilisk had come from, since Harry was not fit to answer questions for the time being. It was not hard to find the hole that the basilisk came out from. They followed the path until they reached the Chamber of Secrets. "Merlin. Is this what I think it is?" Snape was in awe. The Chamber of Secrets, what a wonderful view. Dumbledore then looked to the floor of the inner chamber and saw the mangled body of Crabble. Oh no. He swiftly made it there. The body was hard to recognize, but the robes made it obvious that it was a Slytherin student. "Is one of mine. I believe Potter has some questions to answer," Snape said coldly. "I doubt that this was the work of Mr. Potter. It seems that this poor boy was crushed by something very big and heavy. Can you think of anything like that, Severus?" Dumbledore was looking around when he spotted his phoenix laying down next to a sword. "Fawkes," Dumbledore called, and the little phoenix looked at him and made a joyful sound. "I'm glad you are fine, my friend, and this is?" He picked up the sword from the ground. His eyes opened like plates when he recognized the blade. "This is the sword of Gryffindor. I thought I would never see it again. But where did it come from?" The phoenix could not answer him, so he turned to Snape, who was carrying something in his hands. The student was wearing this. It may be related to this incident. Snape showed Dumbledore a very damaged silver tiara with a red stone embedded in it. I can feel some very dark magic coming from this thing. Store it with care, Severus. We can study it later. Dumbledore said seriously. After covering Crabble's body with a conjured blanket, the duo made its way out of the chamber. It would take 3 days for Harry to wake up after being brought to the infirmary. During this time Lord Goyle was informed of his son's death and came to Hogwarts to retrieve his body. Aurors had to be called after Lord Goyle tried to use the killing curse on the headmaster, blaming him for his son's death. No charges were filed against him for the use of an unforgivable curse, given his circumstances. They managed to retrieve the librarian's body from inside the basilisk and preparations for her funeral were ongoing. During those 3 days, Susan and Hannah visited Harry every day and Luna would stay at his side until curfew. When Harry opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Luna sitting on a chair next to his bed, reading a book. Harry mumbled something and Luna rose her eyes from the book. "Harry, you are awake." Luna cheerfully said. "How long?" Harry spoke with difficulty. 3 days. Madame Pomfrey said. "Mr. Potter, I see you are awake finally." Madame Pomfrey appeared out of nowhere and started casting some diagnosis spells over Harry. She then nodded, looking satisfied with the results. "It seems like everything is in order. But I have to say, Mr. Potter, that you were in very rough shape when you were brought here. Your muscles were severely damaged and the bones of your legs had many fractures. Whatever it is that you used, I would advise against doing it again." She looked at Harry with a serious face. "I understand, Miss Pomfrey," Harry said. She nodded. "I'm glad you do. I'll go fetch you some potions for the residual pain." And she left. Half an hour later, the headmaster and Professor Snape came into the infirmary. "I have been told that he is awake already. I need to speak with him, please." Dumbledore asked Madame Pomfrey. "Very well, headmaster, but keep it brief. He needs to rest." Dumbledore nodded and went towards Harry's bed. "Mr. Potter, is good to see you awake and well." He then turned towards Luna. "Miss Lovegood, I'm afraid we need to speak with Mr. Potter in private. And it's also almost curfew, I believe." Luna said her goodbyes to Harry and promised to visit the next day before leaving. Dumbledore turned to Harry and smiled. "You have good friends, Mr. Potter. Miss Bones and Miss Abbott have also visited you often. Can we get on with this? I have important things to do." Snape said bitterly. "Yes, of course. Now, Harry. We have some questions about what happened 3 days ago, but first, can you tell us your version of the events?" Dumbledore asked. Harry proceeded to tell them more or less the complete story, only skipping a few details like the fact that the one that took over Goyle was not the real Voldemort but a fragment hidden in a diary that took over Lucius. He also told them that he managed to spot Goyle acting suspicious by chance and managed to follow him into the chamber after Goyle opened it. Otherwise, they would surely ask, how did he manage to get into a chamber that requires the use of Parseltongue to enter? He knew the Sorting Hat had listened to their conversation, but the Hat is unable to disclose anything he learns while he is being used by a student. This was done to protect the student's privacy during the sorting, but it serves him well in this situation. "Are you sure it was him, Harry?" Dumbledore asked. "That's what he said. He introduced himself as Lord Voldemort, unless you want to believe he is an imposter." Harry commented. "This is too soon." Dumbledore turned towards Snape. "Severus, how is the headmaster directed his eyes to Snape's right arm. Snape just nodded and said. "Is stronger than before. If he is not back yet, it should be close. He will probably call you soon, be ready." Dumbledore said. "Should be discussing this in front of the boy?" Snape asked in an irritated tone. Dumbledore turned quickly to Harry like he just remembered that he was there. "Ah, Mr. Potter, well, leave you to rest, we can speak further at a later date. Oh, and by the way, that was a very impressive demonstration of transfiguration you did back at the library. It took 2 days for that sword to disappear." He gave Harry a smile. When Dumbledore and Snape were prepared to leave, Harry spoke again. "Wait. There is one more thing to discuss, I believe." Dumbledore was surprised for a moment. "What would that be, Mr. Potter?" "The basilisk carcass. I believe that as the one who killed the beast, I have the right to it, according to wizard law. Am I wrong?" Snape made an angry expression and was about to say something when Dumbledore put a hand on his shoulder. "There is a law like that, I'm surprised you know about it, to be honest." He then moved forward and got close to Harry. "So, what would like to do with the carcass?" I believe it may be worth a lot of galleons. Bring some goblins here to negotiate and make sure to include Griphook, my account manager. However, I am not a greedy person, headmaster. I am willing to donate to Hogwarts 50% of the earnings. That should make them more cooperative. After all I really need is a few vials of blood and some of the venom. The galleons are irrelevant for me, but it would be too suspicious if I only ask for some very rare and borderline illegal materials instead of money. Dumbledore opened his eyes wide and even Snape seemed surprised. That is very generous of you, Mr. Potter. I will make the arrangements. Chapter 47. Discoveries. Harry had to spend one more night at the hospital at the insistence of Madame Pomfrey. The next morning, before he was released, Susan and Hannah came to see him. Harry. Hannah runs to his side and starts hugging him before he can say anything. Susan tried to stop her, to no avail. Hannah, stop. He may still be hurt. No need to worry, I am completely fine. It wasn't that serious. Madame Pomfrey likes to exaggerate. Harry pointed out. Hannah let him go after a few seconds. Harry, you were amazing. The entire school is talking about how you killed the basilisk. Hannah comments excitedly. Yes, but the rumors are getting a bit ridiculous. I mean, he wasn't shooting lightning bolts out of his eyes. Susan rolled her eyes. No, but he was still incredible. I couldn't believe it when that giant sword came from nowhere making that shun sound and killed the basilisk like it was nothing. Hannah raised her hands in the air for more emphasis. Yeah, that was a very scary moment. Susan looked at Harry directly. Thank you for saving us, by the way. Shun then smiled. No problem, Harry said. You have missed a lot in these 3 days, Harry. We need to catch you up to speed later, Hannah comments excitedly. Miss Pomfrey approached the bed and performed one last check on Har before releasing him in time for breakfast. They encountered Luna, waiting for them rigged outside the infirmary. Luna. Were you waiting for us? Why didn't you come inside? Hannah asked. Madame Pomfrey didn't want more people bothering her patients, but she told me that Harry was going to be discharged this morning, so I waited. Luna looked at Harry. Hungry? Harry gave her a soft smile. Starving. Let's go. When they entered the great hall, the entire place went almost quiet all of a sudden, and Harry could feel that all eyes were on him. He was already used to being the center of attention, but it has never been this bad before. I guess that's what I get for performing a good deed. I hope this doesn't last long. Harry ignored the whispers and fingers pointed at him and tried to have a peaceful breakfast. That afternoon, the headmaster's office. Snape placed a book on top of Dumbledore's desk. It was a very gruesome-looking book. The cover was completely black, made of some unknown leather, and there were several small eyes all around the cover. Even the pages did not seem to be made of normal paper and were a lot darker than normal, making the reading more difficult. So, I take it that you found it then, Dumbledore said while looking at the book. He then opened one of his drawers and took out the damaged tiara that was found on Goyle's body. It was not easy to obtain, but yes. It's all in that book. Snape took a seat and observed the object closely before continuing. Is part of a set of 3 objects made by a dark Italian which named Sentenza who specialized in the mind arts back in the 1600s. That book was written by one of her disciples and details many of the cursed objects she made. The tiara, in particular, was called the puppeteer's crown and allows the user to control the victim who wears that tiara like a puppet. Think of it like a temporary possession that can be done from a great distance. That is a scary object, my friend. Dumbledore looked at the tiara with disgust and then continued. And the one using it was Voldemort. If we are to believe Potter's statement, then yes. We have no concrete evidence that he is back, aside from my mark getting darker. Snape said bitterly. I do not doubt that young Harry was telling the truth. Besides, Voldemort may be the only person in the world with the knowledge and skills to open the Chamber of Secrets. We are lucky that Harry noticed the suspicious behavior of Mr. Goyle and decided to follow him inside the chamber. He saved many lives that day. Snape made an angry expression and muttered something. The next day was Saturday and Harry had a meeting with Griphook and the other goblins who were going to visit Hogwarts to negotiate about the basilisk. The beast was still laying on the floor of the broken library after the sword that Harry made disappeared, so everyone was in a hurry to get rid of the beast so they can start to repair the library. According to Susan, they managed to recover the librarian's body and gave her a proper burial, but other than that, the basilisk has been left untouched. The headmaster removed the protections he placed on the library's entrance, to make sure that no student tried to enter and take a look at the scary snake. All the professors were sure that at least the Weasley twins have tried to enter more than once. Once inside, the goblins stared in awe at the dead beast. "That's the biggest one I have ever seen," one of the goblins said. "Of course, this is the oldest one that ever existed, almost 1,000 years I believe," another goblin said. Griphook looked at Harry and said, "Mr. Potter, according to the arrangement. After the evaluation is completed and the basilisk is taken to Gringotts, we are to deposit in the Potter main vault, half of the galleons and the other half will go to the Hogwarts vault. Is that correct, Dot?" "Yes, correct." Harry made sure that no one was close by and cast a mild silencing charm. Griphook was surprised for a moment by the use of wandless magic but calmed himself down quickly. "I also want 2 vials of the basilisk blood and half a vial of the venom. You can discount those materials for my half. And place them in my trust vault," Harry said softly. "Mr. Potter, those materials are controlled substances according to your ministry and you require a license to acquire them." Griphook gave him a knowing look. Harry wanted to roll his eyes. "You can have 1,000 galleons for yourself, for your services." Griphook gave him a wide smile. "Leave everything to me, Mr. Potter." Chapter 48. The second year ends. The rest of the year went without much issue. The board of directors tried to get Dumbledore fired again, claiming that the dead Slytherin student and the librarian were his responsibility. The DMLE launched an investigation but ended up finding no fault on the headmaster's side. So in the end Dumbledore got to keep his job and no one was punished. Death is considered a calculated risk when one attends a magical school. It was 2 weeks before the end of the year. Harry walked into the Great Hall and sat down to have dinner with a bitter expression. Luna, who everyone was already used to seeing at the Hufflepuff table, was the first one to notice. "Harry, what's wrong?" she asked. "Is that stupid headmaster?" He spat. "He insists that I cannot possibly live alone this summer since I am still a minor, so I need to stay with some wizard family, and the only available, according to him, are the Weasleys." Susan raised her face from the food. "Yikes, I cannot imagine spending the summer with the Weasleys twins. They will probably use you to test their pranks." Hannah looked at Harry. "Hey Harry, why don't you s-dash?" Luna, who was sitting next to Hannah, put her hand over Hannah's mouth. "You can stay at my house," she quickly said. Harry looked at her and raised one eyebrow. "Are you sure? Don't you need to ask your father, Dot?" "Nop, Daddy will do what I tell him." She then gave Harry a thumbs up. Hannah finally managed to get Luna's hand off her mouth. She seems to breathe heavily." "Luna, you didn't need to also cover my nose." Luna looked at her with an impassive expression. Better safe than sorry. Soon enough, it was again time for the end of the year feast. Professor Lockhart was suspiciously missing from the feast. No one has seen him for the last few days and there were a lot of rumors. According to the information that Susan managed to get from her Aunt Amelia, Lockhart was being investigated for fraud, illegal obligations, and some other odd charges. Even Hannah was not defending him anymore. After knowing the man for almost a year, no one was surprised when the prophet arrived, informing him of his arrest. Slytherin won the House Cup, but it was little consolation to them when the entire school was hating on their house even more than usual. Since Dumbledore didn't want to cause mass panic by revealing that the true culprit behind the basilisk attacks was Voldemort, everyone just blamed the entire Slytherin house and specially Nott, Crabbe, and Parkinson since they were Goyle's closest friends. When the headmaster announced the winner of the House Cup, there were screams of outrage and people yelling, "Cheaters," at them. It got bad enough that Dumbledore and other teachers had to intervene and calm things down. At least they didn't also win the Quidditch House Cup where there may have been a huge fight. The winner this year was Hufflepuff, thanks to their star player, Cedric Diggory. The train arrived at King's Cross Station at the appointed hour and students started to exit the train in a rush to go back home for the summer. Susan spotted her aunt waiting for her. There was a man next to Amelia. Harry assumed it must be Hannah's father. Hannah went running and hugged the man. "Dad! I missed you so much," Hannah said happily. "I missed you too, dear." Susan went to hug her aunt. She wasn't as enthusiastic as Hannah, but that was probably because they had seen each other during the year. The two adults turned their gaze toward Luna and especially Harry. They then approached and gave a quick introduction. "I am Hobart Abbott, father of Hannah. You two must be Luna and Harry. My daughter talks a lot about you." After exchanging their greetings, Hobart turned toward Harry with a grave expression. "Mr. Potter, in the name of House Abbott, I acknowledge the fact that you saved my daughter's life. If there is anything that I or my house can do for you, please do not hesitate to ask." Harry gave a soft nod. "I appreciate it, Lord Abbot. There is nothing at the moment that I can think of. But I will inform you if something comes up." Hobart gave Harry a nod and a smile. Amelia then approached Harry and gave him the same offer. She had already thanked him before, but he knew enough about old magical laws to understand what they were doing now. They were basically acknowledging the life debt between the House of Potter and their houses. Most likely with the purpose of a future alliance. Luna suddenly gave a squeak of joy and started running towards someone. The man that Luna was hugging was tall, with platinum blonde long hair, and was wearing yellow pants and a worn-out brown jacket. After the two were done with their greeting, they approached the rest of the group. "Harry, this is my father. Xenophilius Lovegood," Luna said with a wide smile. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Lovegood," Harry said while shaking his hand. "Yes, it's nice to finally meet you, Mr. Potter. I almost feel I already know you with all of the letters I received from my daughter. Seriously, she mentions you a lot." Xenos ignored Luna stepping on his toes and continued. "I'm glad to have you this summer. Let me tell you, it was not easy to convince that headmaster of yours, he really wanted you to be with the Weasleys." "Yes, no." Harry was getting upset just by being reminded of the old fool. They all left after saying their goodbyes and promised to write. "Hold on to my arm," Xenos said. And with a small pop noise, they were gone from the station. Chapter 49. They arrived in front of the Lovegoods' house, which Mr. Lovegood called the Rockery. It was a cylindrical tower made of some dark stone on top of a hill. It reminded Harry of those old wizard towers used in medieval times that he had read so much about. "I like it. It looks like a proper home for a wizard," Harry mentioned in his opinion. Zeno turned to look at Harry and then at the house. "I'm glad you like it, Mr. Potter. My neighbors have suggested more than once that I should renovate the place or just tear it down and build something more modern. But this has been my family home for almost a millennia now." Zeno smiled at him. "They are fools then. And call me Harry, if we are going to live in the same house we can drop the formalities." "Very well Harry, you then have to call me Zeno. My full name is a bit long so my friends call me like that instead," Zeno said. Luna, who was getting impatient with their conversation, started pushing them towards the house by placing her hands on their backs. "Come on, let's go inside. There is pudding waiting for me there, Dot," Luna said with a blissful smile. "You also need to show Harry his room," her father reminded her. "Yeah, that too, Dot." Harry was guided to the third floor of the tower, where his room was. The room was simple but cozy. It had the basic necessities, a bed, a drawer for his clothes, a desk, and a chest to store anything that was not clothes. It seems to have been cleaned and organized recently. Harry took his trunk out of his pocket and removed the shrinking charm he put on it. "Do you like the room?" Luna asked. Harry looked at her for a moment. "Yes, this will do, I appreciate you letting me stay here." Harry gave her a sincere smile. He was truly grateful for the fact that he will not have to spend his summer in a small house filled with redheads and an overbearing mother, for what he have heard about them. Harry then took off his coat and placed it on the bed, he then placed his invisibility cloak on the bed also. He always carries it with him even though he rarely uses it since he is able to cast the disillusionment charm in a second and with no wand. The cloak however is not without use. By the tests he had done, the invisibility offered by the cloak is a lot harder to detect than the charm. Luna's eyes were drawn towards the cloak. "Is that an invisibility cloak? I didn't know you had one. Can I hold it?" Harry looked at the cloak. "Sure, go ahead. I haven't found much use for it. It was given to me last year by the headmaster, apparently it belonged to my father." Luna examined the cloak and raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Your father?" "Harry, invisibility cloaks don't last that long." "Yes, I know, is strange. But this one still works perfectly." Luna kept examining the cloak with curiosity and moving it around until she found the symbol that has been engraved near the neck part of the cloak. Luna's eyes shoot wide open and she gasped. "This can't be real." Harry was startled by her sudden reaction. "What is it, Luna?" He followed her gaze towards the strange symbol on the cloak. "Oh, that. That could be the mark from the maker, do you recognize it?" Luna turned to him. Harry, this is the mark of the Deathly Hallows, dot. Harry raised an eyebrow. The Deadly Hallows? You mean that children's tale about death and the three brothers? He has heard about that story several times. Some people believe it to be true, but for most, is just a children's tale and nothing more. In all of his travels, he never found any evidence of those things existing. My father believes it to be real. He has studied the lore about the Hallows for years. You need to show this to him. He will know if it is real. Luna said with a serious face. Harry nodded and they left the room. Zeno was in his study on the 4th floor writing something very intensely when they came in. I'm sorry dear, but I'm a bit busy right now. I need to finish this article by the end of the day. Luna approached him and opened the cloak in front of him. Look, Daddy. An invisibility cloak, that is an interesting thing sweetie, but as I said I'm bus dash. Luna interrupted him. Look at the symbol on it, dot. Zeno picked up the cloak and carefully examined it. When he saw the symbol his face went pale. This can't be. Zeno went to one of his drawers and took out a small book. He started flipping through the pages until it reached the page he was looking for. The page seems to contain a very detailed description of the cloak of invisibility created by death, and it also includes a very well-made drawing of the cloak. Zeno started to compare the two and his face seemed to become even paler as time passed. They were a perfect match. Once he seemed to be done, he approached Harry, and seemed to be carrying the cloak with a lot of care. Harry, can you tell me where did you get this cloak, dot? It was passed down from my father. The headmaster was the one keeping it before he gave it to me last year. Harry answered and observed the reaction of the other man. Zeno gave the cloak back to Harry before going back to the little book. The Potters, yes, I remember they were mentioned somewhere here. He kept flipping pages for a while, then he stopped. Here it is. The Potters, yes, one of the last members of the Peverell family married into the Potter family 600 years ago. Less than a century after that, the Peverell family went extinct. They must have passed it to the Potters then. Why couldn't I think of this before, dot. Zeno was speaking very fast and then started mumbling something. Daddy, Luna called. But her father was still too engrossed in his musings. Daddy! Luna yelled this time. That seems to work, and Zeno stopped his rambling and looked back at his daughter. Ah, sorry dear. I got lost in my thoughts. So. Is it the real one, dot? Luna asked curiously, and Harry was also waiting expectantly for his answer. Zeno smiled at them and said. Oh yes. Without a doubt. That is one of the Hallows. He said, pointing at the cloak on Harry's arms. They were both surprised, especially Harry, who didn't believe they were real until now. He always knew there was something special about this cloak but didn't know what it was. At that moment, another thought came to his mind. If this is truly a Deathly Hallow, then, the stone on the gaunt ring has the same symbol. Do I really have two of the three Hallows? Chapter 50. It's been a week since he started living with the Lovegoods and has become familiar with the household. The tower has 8 levels in total, the basement, the ground level, and 6 floors. The basement is used mainly for storage. The ground floor is the entrance hall and the kitchen. The first floor has a big living room with some couches, a few bookcases, and a fireplace. The second floor is where the printing machines for the newspaper are located. The third floor has 3 bedrooms, 1 belongs to Lunas and 2 guest bedrooms. The fourth floor is where the master bedroom is located, and there is also a big studio that Zeno uses to write his articles. The fifth floor is where the main library is located. The entrance is forbidden for anyone that is not part of the family and contains strong protections to prevent access to intruders. Zeno has joked that if Harry wants to access that library he had to marry his daughter. The 6th floor used to be the laboratory used by Pandora Lovegood, Luna's mother. But no one has set foot there since her death. The 3 of them were having breakfast when an owl arrived with a letter for Harry. It was from Gringotts. Harry opened the letter and quickly scanned the contents. He then looked at Zeno. I need to make a trip to Diagon Alley. Do you mind if I call my house elf here? Go ahead, do what you need to do. Zeno answered nonchalantly. That was one thing Harry liked about the man. He didn't treat Harry like a child and did not get in his way when he needed to do something. You have a house elf? Is he nice? Luna asked. I'll introduce you. Laurie, come here, Harry called. A moment later a pop was heard and the elf appeared. Master. Is good to see you. The elf gave a polite bow. Laurie, I am going to be spending the summer here. These are Luna Lovegood and her father Xenophilius Lovegood. Harry introduces them. Zeno nodded to the elf and Luna shook his hand enthusiastically, much to the elf's surprise. Laurie then turned to Harry. Master M, the elf rubbed his hands and hesitated for a moment. Go ahead and say what you have to say, Harry said, slightly irritated by the elf's behavior. It was rare to see him like that. Yes. Laurie composed himself and straightened up. I have a request, Master. Harry raised an eyebrow. And the elf paled a bit before continuing. I would like to be allowed to cook and clean in this household for as long as Master lives here. Let me guess. You are getting restless, being alone in the manor. The elf nodded and lowered his head. Harry sighed, then turned to Zeno. Would it be okay for him to work here for the summer? Zeno looked at Harry and then at the elf. Well, we haven't had a house elf for a long time. But you should ask my daughter, she is the one that does the cooking. Luna stood up excited. Oh, I would love to have him here. He can help me prepare the meals and collect ingredients and help me make pudding and dash. Luna kept going for a while and Laurie was starting to question his decision. After she calmed down, Harry looked at Zeno. Excuse if I am overstepping, but the other day I took a look at the household wards. They are very ancient and I am sure that in the past were immensely powerful in the past, but right now they are extremely weakened. They barely offer any protection. Zeno was silent for a moment before speaking. You are right, Harry. I have been meaning to restore the wards, but, you know. Too expensive, Harry said, and Zeno nodded. He seemed slightly ashamed. Well, that's good. I was wondering how to repay you for letting me stay here. With your permission, I will restore and upgrade the wards. Zeno was shocked. Harry, I cannot let you do that. I know how expensive something like that is. Don't worry about that, I have plenty of galleons. Besides, things may get a bit more dangerous in the future. Harry said. Zeno looked at him with a stern expression. Does this have something to do with that beast who attacked my dear daughter? My sources have been hearing some strange rumors lately. Harry nodded and Zeno looked down for a moment before looking at Harry again. Very well, I will accept your generous offer. Thank you. Luna grabbed Harry's hand and looked at her father. See, Daddy? I told you Harry was the best, she smiled brightly. Zeno looked at Harry once more with a serious gaze. But you can't have my daughter, yet. Daddy. Luna let go of Harry's hand and her face got a bit red. Harry turned toward his elf. All right, we are leaving Laurie. To Gringotts. He wanted to escape the awkward situation that Zeno created. Laurie helped Harry and with a pop, they were gone. After they were gone, Luna looked at her father with an indignant expression. Oh, I just remember I have a lot of work today. Zeno left the kitchen in a hurry. Chapter 51. Wait here, Harry told his elf before going with Griphook. Yes, Master. The elf bowed. Once they arrived at the vault, the goblin took Harry's key and opened it. I trust you have no problems providing the items I require, Harry said. Not at all, Mr. Potter. I'm sure, you will find everything in order. Griphook said respectfully. Harry went inside the vault. He could see a small table has been placed in a corner. On top of the table was a wooden box. Harry opened it and inside there were 3 vials. 2 contained a thick dark-colored liquid and a third smaller vial contained a purely black liquid. Harry examined the items carefully. He knew the goblins were trustworthy when it came to monetary transactions, but one can never be too careful. After being satisfied, he stored the items with care and left the vault. Griphook looked at Harry and he nodded at the goblin to indicate that everything was in order. After leaving the bank, he went into a deserted alley and cast a strong glamour to hide his identity, the same one he used 2 years prior. He then made his way into Nocturne Alley and towards the same shop he visited before his first year, Cobb and Webb's. He made it to the shop without being bothered by anyone. There were few people roaming the alley at this time of the morning since most of them prefer the night. He went inside the shop and the owner seemed to recognize him. Ah, my dear customer is back. What can Madam Webb do for you this time? The woman asked with an enticing tone. I need the best curse breakers that you can provide to set up wards in 2 different locations, Harry said. The madam seems to be pondering for a moment before looking back at Harry. The best ones I know are the Santos brothers, from Spain. They have set up wards for some of the oldest and most powerful families of Europe. However, their services are very expensive. That won't be a problem, contact them. She stared at Harry for a few seconds. Very well. But, how shall I contact you, my dear client? I do not know your dash. Harry Potter. He knew that there was no point in hiding his identity from this woman since the curse breakers will be working in the Potter Manor. The purpose of the glamour was to prevent people from seeing Harry Potter going into Knockturn Alley. Madam Webb opened her eyes wide in surprise for a second. She then smiled at Harry. A wonderful glamour, my lord. I will confess that I did not detect it, although I suspected that those were not your real looks. You understand that if you spread this information to anyone Madam Webb raised her hand to interrupt him. Please my lord, save the threats. I would not be alive in my line of business if I went blabbering about my client's secrets. She said with an inscrutable expression. Then, that is all for now. Contact me when they are ready and I will send the address. The madam gave Harry a nod. After leaving Knockturn Alley and removing the glamour, Harry went back to the bank to pick up his elf. Master, are we ready to go? Laurie asked. Harry nodded. Take me to the Potter Manor. The elf took hold of Harry's arm and they disappeared with a pop sound. They appeared in front of a beautiful manor. They were currently standing on the road that goes from the main gate of the property to the main entrance of the manor. At the sides of this road, there were gardens with all sorts of flowers and trees. The manor itself seems to be composed of several sections. The main section was of rectangular shape and 3 stories high, but on the top one could see several towers with pointy ends. To the right of the manor was a gigantic greenhouse, and to the left, there seems to be another house of smaller size meant to serve as a residence for guests. As you can see, master, the construction of the manor is complete. All that is left is the placement of the wards. Wonderful house. Harry was honestly impressed with the results. Did you manage to salvage anything from the old place? He asked the elf. Not much, master. Just a couple of paintings and some books. I have placed them inside the manor's vault. Very well, show me around. I want to see everything. Harry asked Laurie and the elf gave him a very detailed tour of the property. After an hour, the tour was over and Harry was now familiar with his new house. He checked the books that were placed in the vault but there was nothing interesting there. If the Potters still have anything valuable, other than money, is inside the Potters' main vault at Gringotts. Harry thought. The paintings were of his grandparents, they have been placed in stasis, but Harry had no intention of waking them up. He has no business with them. He may have taken the Potter name but he does not consider the Potters as his family, the same way he never considered the Gaunts of the Riddles as his family. Now then, I have one more business to attend to before going back. Harry took the dimensional wallet out of his pocket. Chapter 52. Harry took out the Ravenclaw diadem and placed it on the ground of the main back garden. As soon as he did, the diadem started to send messages with promises of power and compulsions in order to take over his body. Harry smiled at the poor attempts of his fragment. Maybe he senses what is about to happen. Harry thought. He took out the vial of basilisk venom, removed the lid, and carefully approached it to the Horcrux. No. The fragment inside the diadem pleaded. I have no use for you anymore. Harry poured with care a couple of drops of the venom onto the diadem. The effect was immediate. The Horcrux started to dissolve and the pleading voice got weaker and weaker until it dissipated in a puff of smoke. I just killed a piece of my former self and felt nothing. There really is no connection at all anymore. I wonder if the other fragments felt the death of their brother. He did the same process with the Hufflepuff cup, this one did not plead that much. Can they have different personalities? Harry wondered. Then it was time for the ring. If this is really an authentic artifact created by death, the basilisk venom should destroy the Horcrux and leave the stone intact, or maybe I am about to destroy a unique and irreplaceable legendary magical artifact. Harry could not afford to hesitate. The Horcruxes need to be destroyed. What happened last year was proof of how dangerous they are if left unchecked. He dropped the venom on top of the ring and the metal started to melt, then he heard the scream of the dying fragment and more smoke appeared. After the air was clear once again, Harry was relieved to see that the stone was still there, intact. He made sure that all of the venom was cleaned before he picked it up. So, this is the Stone of Resurrection. He studied the stone for a bit, there was not much to examine. It was a pure black gem in the shape of an octahedron and it had the Hallows symbol inside. He could not feel anything magical about the stone. According to the tale, the stone has the power to either resurrect the dead or call the dead. The second one seems more likely. Let's try it then. Harry started to think about the names of dead people he would like to talk to. Once he thought of a name, he held the stone firm in his hand and said, Salazar Slytherin. Nothing. He gave it a bit more time. Still nothing. He looked at the stone, it didn't shine or made any change. He decided to try a different name. Merton Wilt. He called the true name of the most famous wizard in the world, Merlin. Nothing. Not a single change in the stone or his surroundings. Is it damaged? At this point, he was very sure the stone was not fake. But why was it not working? He then thought of a possibility. Maybe the dead has a choice on whether to answer the call or not. If that is the case, then it makes sense for Salazar and Merlin to ignore his call. After all, he has no relation to them, he has never met them and they don't know him either. Why would they come to see him? Then, who should he call? Someone who knew him but was now dead and would like to speak with him. The next words came out of his mouth without thinking. Mother. A cloud of green smoke came out of the stone and started to accumulate in front of him. The green smoke started to take shape. The shape of a woman Harry was familiar with. Harry's eyes opened wide with shock. He did not want to see this person. He stood there in silence. Harry. Lily Potter exclaimed in joy at seeing her son. Harry did not know what to say to this woman. Why did she even appear? Why not Mary Gaunt? Not that he wanted to see that one either. Harry, I'm so glad to see you alive and well, I wish I could give you a hug, but why did you call me son? Is everything alright? Lily asked. I am. Everything is fine. Harry wanted to avoid looking at her. Harry. Lily tilted her head to one side. What's wrong? She was interrupted suddenly when Harry dropped the stone and this one fell to the ground. The smoke returned inside the stone in a rush, and after a few seconds, it was as if nothing has happened. Harry stood there for what it seems like an eternity and then he just looked up in the sky and said, Sorry. Chapter 53. Harry was more quiet than usual for the next few days, but Luna and her father just gave him space and didn't bother him, for that he was grateful. A week after his visit to Diagon Alley, he finally received a letter from Madame Webb informing him that the Santos brothers have accepted the job of warding the two properties. He just needed to send the date and address, so he did just that. They would be arriving in 2 days at the Potter Manor. They are late. Luna huffed and crossed her arms. Harry sighed. Luna insisted that she wanted to visit his family manor and Harry saw no reason to refuse, and Luna can get really annoying when she wants something. After arriving, Harry asked Laurie to give her a detailed tour of the place. And now they were waiting for the curse breakers, who should have arrived 30 minutes ago. Harry did not mind it that much, he was comfortably reading a book while resting on one of the many couches placed at the front of the manor. He then sensed a magical fluctuation in the area and knew that their guests had arrived. Luna should have seen something with her ability if she was paying any attention instead of walking around and complaining. They are so late, she said again. A grave voice spoke from the road leading to the manor. Uno nunca liga muy tarde querida, son los demás los que legan antes. There were 2 men walking toward them. They were bald, with thick mustaches and they were wearing black suits. One of them was using a red tie and the other one a blue one. That was the only real difference between the 2 men, they were identical twins. Once they approached a bit more, Luna came to greet them first. I need to teach this girl to be more cautious, she is too carefree, were Harry's thoughts. Hello, you have a lovely French accent, Luna said enthusiastically. The brothers looked at each other in confusion. That was Spanish, Luna. Harry stood up from the couch and approached the brothers. Nice to meet you, I am Harry Potter and this is Luna Lovegood. He and the brothers shook hands. Yes, a pleasure to meet you, my lord. I am Julian Santos. One of them said. And I am Martín Santos. The other one went. Harry nodded. Let's not waste any time. I'll take you to the Arkenstone of the house. The Arkenstone was the foundation over which the wards were built. It was a very special type of magical stone capable of storing great amounts of magic, that was then used to power the wards. There were many qualities of these stones, the higher the quality, the more magical capacity they had and it was then possible to place more powerful wards. The Potter Manor had a stone of the highest quality. This was also what made warding a house so expensive if you wanted the strongest protections. The stone was secured in a basement whose entrance was behind a secret door. The two brothers examined the Arkenstone meticulously. Wow, it's been a while since I've seen one like this. Blue Tie brother said. Yes, with this thing, we can make this place a fucking fortress. Red Tie brother said. They then turned towards Harry. What type of wards were you looking for, my lord? Blue Tie said. What my brother wants to know is, how lethal do we make the defenses? Red Tie corrected. Harry pondered for a moment. According to the ministry regulations, as long as is not a blood ward, anything goes when it comes to protecting the home of a pure-blood family. So you can make them as lethal as you are capable. Harry answered. The brothers gave a cruel smile. That is what we wanted to hear, my lord. Let's get to work. Red Tie said. While the brothers were working on the wards, Harry took Luna to the backyard and offered to give her some defense lessons. She could not use the wand here because, without wards, her usage of magic would be immediately detected by the ministry. However, there are other things that can be practiced. I'm going to be using magic. I want you to use your mage sight to identify my spells before I cast them. Aren't you going to get in trouble? We are not allowed to use magic outside Hogwarts. Luna pointed out. I am not going to be using a wand, so no. Let's get started. He used transfiguration to create a training dummy made of wood. He then focused his magic on the point of his finger. Stupefy. Blue light shot out of his finger and hit the dummy. He noticed that Luna was studying him with care. Did you see my magic moving and forming the spell? He asked. Luna nodded. Yes, I think so. I saw some nargles moving to your finger before flying out. Well, as long as you understand it, interpret it however you like. Let's continue. Once you master this, you will be able to tell what spell your opponent will use before they use it, even if they use silent casting. But that would probably take years of practice. They practiced for almost 3 hours before the brothers came to announce they were done with the preparations. Luna seems to be very exhausted from overworking her mage sight, but she seems happy. We are ready to activate the wards, my lord. Blue Tie announced. Once more they were all before the Arkenstone. There was now a new addition to the room, a small table that seems to be made of stone and filled with all sorts of runes. Please, place your hand on the center of the control panel. Red Tie said while pointing to the stone table. As soon as he did so, Harry could feel the wards of the house activating and linking to him. Is all done, my lord? Remember to add your house elf and your little friend over there to the wards, pointing at Luna, otherwise, they are in for a nasty surprise on their next visit. Blue Tie gave a cruel smile. Chapter 54. They feel very dangerous, Zeno said after inspecting his new house wards. The brothers had just finished setting everything up. It took them an extra week because they had to locate a new Arkenstone since the old one was too deteriorated to be of use. But now with a new Arkenstone of the highest quality, the brothers managed to set wards even more dangerous than the ones back at the Potter Manor. The reason for that was simple, the Lovegoods property was a lot smaller, so one can focus the effect of the wards a lot better. They are very dangerous, my lord, be sure to key in anyone who is allowed into your house. You don't want any nasty surprises. Red Tie spoke. Thank you for your services, gentlemen. Harry said. The brothers nodded to Harry and gave a small reverence to Luna. Goodbye, my lady, they both said in unison. Au revoir. Luna waved at them. Todavia se piensa que somos franceses? One of the brothers told the other. Que eso es un poco rara. Vámonos de aquí. The other one said. The rest of the summer went by quietly. Harry used some of his time to give Luna some magical training. The ward served one more purpose besides protection, and that was privacy. The ministry would not be able to detect the use of the wand as long as one does not go too crazy with it. Luna had a lot of talent for magic and was able to learn things a lot faster than normal, however, it would take her many years to master her mage sight, as it was a very complex ability. 2 weeks before the start of the classes, Luna and Harry were getting ready to make a trip to Diagon Alley and buy their supplies for the upcoming year when they heard the voice of Zeno calling them to come down. He sounded very nervous, which was an unusual thing. When they entered the kitchen, they saw Zeno reading the Daily Prophet, which was even more unusual. He hates that newspaper. Harry is the only one in the house with a subscription. An owl just left this, Zeno said with a grave voice and then placed the newspaper on the table. For a moment Harry thought that Zeno was mad at him for buying the Daily Prophet, but that idea dropped the moment he saw the headline. Mass breakout from Azkaban. 7 inmates escape. Pictures of the prisoners were placed on the front page. Harry recognizes most of them. They were his former followers. Antonin Dolohov, Avery II, Gareth Greengrass, Bellatrix Lestrange, Rabaston Lestrange, Rodolphus Lestrange, and Sirius Black. Luna read the names out loud. We all need to be more careful now, but especially you, Harry. Zeno looked at him seriously. You think they are going to come after me? I'm sure they have better things to worry about. Harry dismissed his concerns. There is one of them in particular that you should be worried about if the stories are to be believed, at least, Sirius Black. Zeno said. He does remind me of someone. Luna was looking at Sirius's picture intensely. Why should I be worried about him in particular? Harry was now curious. He vaguely remembers Sirius Black. He was the only member of the Black family who openly opposed him, but back then his focus was mostly on Dumbledore and the prophecy. Zeno sighed and sat back down. I suppose it's not a surprise no one has told you. People dislike talking about those times. Zeno placed his hands together and was silent for a moment while gathering his thoughts. I don't know all of the details, but I had a source back then who was close to Mr. Crouch, who used to be the leader of the DMLE. According to what I was told, your parents went into hiding and trusted only one of their friends with the location of their house. This friend was Sirius Black, who then proceeded to betray your parents and gave their location to you-know-who, and, well, you know what happened next. Zeno paused for a moment to let the information sink in. Anyways, after that happened, he was apparently confronted by another one of your parents' friends, Peter Pettigrew. During the confrontation, Black killed Pettigrew and almost a dozen muggles who were close by. He was arrested shortly after that and has been in Azkaban since then. Pettigrew was given an Order of Merlin First Class. Zeno finished. Wow, what a load of crap, how could they have gotten the facts so wrong? Did they not even bother to question Black, and they gave Wormtail an Order of Merlin, and I thought he had merely escaped and went into hiding. While Harry was thinking that, Zeno rose from his chair. Harry, I need you to promise that you will not go after Black, he is a very dangerous individual. Zeno was serious. Harry found the situation somewhat amusing. Don't worry, Zeno, I won't be chasing Sirius Black. Harry raised his hands in a placating manner and Zeno nodded, satisfied. It's best if we wait a few more days for things to calm down a bit, and then I will accompany you to Diagon Alley, Zeno said. Harry saw no point in arguing with that, so he just nodded. He looked back at the newspaper and focused on the picture of Sirius Black. He may be of use. Chapter 55. King's Cross Station. Have a good year, my dear. Zeno hugged his daughter and then looked at Harry. You too, Harry, and take care of my Luna. He shakes Harry's hand. Stop worrying so much, Hogwarts is the safest place in Britain, right? Harry said with a deadpan delivery. Zeno gave him a pat on the shoulder. Yes, very funny, go on then, don't miss the train. After finishing their goodbyes, Harry and Luna went inside the train. Luna pointed in a direction. They are in one of the cabins at the end, Luna said. Harry raised an eyebrow. I'm surprised you can distinguish anyone in the middle of this chaos. After spending so much time with someone, it's easy to memorize their patterns, Luna said. Yes, that is called magical signature. Everyone is supposed to be unique in some way, Harry commented while making his way through the train. Can you also see it? You always knew when I was about to knock on your door. Luna looked at Harry quizzically. Harry shook his head. No, what I do is merely sense my surrounding by expanding my magic. Is like closing your eyes and feeling around with your hands, except I use my magic instead of my hands. Everyone's magic has a slightly different feel to it and it can be memorized. Harry explained. Is that a unique ability of yours, like my eyes? Luna asked. No, this is something that anyone can learn with enough time and effort. But you don't need it. Harry reached the door of the cabin. We are here. He ended the conversation there and opened the cabin door. Harry, Luna. Hannah rose from her seat to greet her friends. Is it good to see you again? Did you have a fun summer? Susan smiled at the two of them and then gave Luna a knowing look. Yes, it was very fun. Luna gave Susan an intense look and then smiled. Harry felt that he was missing something but didn't care enough to pry, so he just took a seat and waited for the train to start. 4 hours into their trip to Hogwarts, Harry was peacefully sleeping and the three girls were still happily chatting about their summers. All of a sudden, the temperature started going down very fast and the glass on the cabin windows was starting to be covered in condensation. Why is it getting so cold all of a sudden? Hannah started rubbing her arms to warm up. Harry opened his eyes when he noticed several presences have entered the train. Has the train stopped moving? Asked Susan with a worried face. Luna looked in the direction of the halls and used her mage sight. She gasped, "What is that?" Luna said while looking very startled. "Luna? What is it?" Hannah was starting to get scared. Harry did not see what Luna was seeing, but he was very familiar with this presence. Before they could say anything, Harry stood up from his seat. "Stay here, don't leave the cabin, no matter what you hear." He walked to the door and turned to face the trio. "Understood." They all nodded, looking very frightened, especially Luna, after whatever she saw with her ability. Harry left the cabin and turned right, towards the front of the train. He only took a few steps before one of the beings that invaded the train stood before him. A ghastly creature dressed in a pure black tunic floated before Harry. "What are you doing here?" Harry created a mental connection with the Dementor and sent a message. Dementors can understand spoken language, but they can only answer if you use this method. This is how he managed to communicate with them during the last war and turned them to his side. The Dementor however didn't seem interested in conversation and instead keep approaching Harry while extending his bony fingers towards him. As soon as the Dementor was only a foot away, this one tried to grab hold of Harry. A thin silvery white chain appeared out of nowhere and started wrapping itself swiftly around Harry's right hand. He then took hold of the Dementor's approaching arm. The moment the chains made contact with the Dementor's putrid skin, this one started to make a fizzing noise and emit some black smoke. The Dementor's voice now started to resound inside Harry's mind. Pain, stop. Then answer my question. Why are you where? Sirius Black find consume. Well, he is not here. You and your brothers can leave now. Orders Sirius Black Dash. Enough. Harry's eyes shone as bright as the killing curse and more of those silvery white chains appeared and started to wrap themselves around the Dementor's arm. Pain, stop, the Dementor begged and tried to break free from Harry's hold to no avail. Leave, now. Yes, leave, yes. Harry released the Dementor and this one flew out of the train in a rush, his brothers soon follow him. He could already feel the temperature start to raise back up and the windows have started to clear up. So it seems that the Ministry is sending Dementors to kill Sirius Black. And they sent them to the train filled with students. The current minister is either very stupid or is very desperate to get rid of Black for some reason. His musings were interrupted when an adult man approached Harry in a rush. Harry, are you okay? Where did the Dementors go? The man asked. He looked at the man who must be around his mid-late 30s, dressed in a cheap suit who has seen better days. He also seems very worried about him for some reason. Who are you? Harry asked. Chapter 56. The man in front of Harry seems to compose himself before speaking again. I'm sorry. I am Remus Lupin, a new teacher at Hogwarts. Remus smiled softly. Harry stared at him for a moment. You referred to me by my name. Have we met before? Remus looked down and scratched his head. Ah, yes, but you were too young to remember me. I was a good friend with your parents, we went to Hogwarts together. Harry looked impassive. He had no interest in his parents' past whatsoever. I see. Well, it was nice to meet you, Professor. Now I better go back to my seat. Lupin was taken aback by how indifferent Harry acted after revealing he was friends with his parents. Orphans normally would want to know more about their deceased family. Harry started to turn around when Lupin called for him. Harry, Mr. Potter, wait, Lupin corrected himself. Did you happen to see what happened to the Dementors? I know that several of them entered the train and then, they all suddenly left. Harry shrugged. I don't know, Professor. I'm just a third-year student. He then turned and left, leaving behind a very baffled Remus Lupin. After the opening ceremony and the sorting was over, the year was declared officially started and everyone was allowed to start eating their dinners. Luna had to seat alone at the Ravenclaw table because during the opening feast every student was forced to seat at their house table. The other Ravenclaws threw some glances at her because it was a rare occurrence to see her eating there, but no one dared to say anything. After Harry put a stop to Cho Chang and her two followers, no one bothered Luna again. It helps the fact that Luna stopped speaking about imaginary creatures, and if that was not enough, everyone knew that she was close friends with Harry Potter, who killed a giant basilisk the previous year. So, no one in Hogwarts was stupid enough to mess with Luna and just decided to leave her alone. Back at the Hufflepuff table, Susan, Hannah, and Harry were discussing the headmaster's announcement about the ministry decided to send Dementors to Hogwarts in order to protect the students from the dangerous criminals who escape Azkaban, especially Sirius Black. I can't believe my aunt didn't tell me about this. She should have given me a warning. Susan said, clearly upset. I'm sure she had a reason, Susan. Hannah said softly. Or she just didn't know. For the things I have heard about the current minister, it seems like the type of person who would do something like this without notification. Harry added. Susan seems pensive for a moment. That may actually be true. My aunt would often complain about the minister and his decisions. Susan considered. See? There you go. Hannah exclaimed. She then turned her head towards the teacher's table. Hey, have you seen the new defense teacher? He is kinda cute. Hannah tried to change the topic of conversation. Susan stared at Hannah in disbelief. Again Hannah, what's with you and defense teachers, ? Susan asked. Hannah was taken by surprise. What, is not that? I never liked Quirrell. As for Lockhart, well, he may be a fraud, but you can't deny that he is a handsome man. Hannah defended herself. Maybe not Quirrell, but I do remember you saying something about Professor Snape being kinda handsome. Susan teased. I did not say that, . Hannah was getting as red as a tomato. She turned to face Harry. Harry, what do you think, ? She just wanted to get the attention away from her. Harry stared intently at Hannah. I do not find Professor Snape attractive if that is what you are asking me. Susan started laughing and Hannah got more red. No, not that. I mean, what do you think about the new teacher? Hannah managed to get out the words. Harry looked at Remus, who was currently eating in silence at the teacher's table. He noticed that Snape would throw some nasty looks in his direction once in a while. He seems more competent than the last one, but we will have to wait and see. During that week, they would have 2 classes of defense against the dark arts. The first one was your typical introductory class, the second one was more interesting. Remus was currently standing in front of an old wardrobe that would shake every so often. Students were whispering, trying to deduce what was inside there. Can anyone tell me what a boggart is? Remus asked his class. Some Ravenclaw boy was the first one to raise his hand first and the professor motioned him to answer. The boggart is a shape-shifting being that takes the shape of the observant worst fear. Correct, 5 points to Ravenclaw. Now I want everyone to form a line right in front of the wardrobe. The professor said. The students started to form the line. Harry, Susan and Hannah ended up around the middle of the queue. I'm scared, I don't want to see that thing, Hannah said worriedly. Is fine, the only thing that the boggart can do is change shapes to scare you, it is incapable of hurting you for real, Harry said. Even after hearing that, Hannah was still worried. Susan had kept her mouth shut, but by the look on her face, it was obvious that she was not having a good time either. It was time for the first student in the line to face the boggart. It was a girl from Ravenclaw. Lupin gave the student some instructions and then pointed his wand towards the wardrobe. When Professor Lupin opened it, a black creature with no defined shape came out of it. It stood for a moment in front of the student before something started to happen. The creature started to change shape and in a few seconds, there was a giant menacing rat in front of the student, who was now shaking. Remember what I have told you, focus on the image and say the words, Lupin instructed. The girl composed herself and pointed her wand at the creature. Ridiculous. The giant rat was turned into a tiny pink mouse who seemed to squeak in anger at the girl and the class started laughing. Lupin clapped his hands and smiled. Wonderfully done, . He motioned for the girl to go to one side and the following student came forward. Alright, next. Chapter 57. It was finally Susan's turn. She stepped forward and stood in front of the wardrobe. Alright Miss Bones, focus on the mental image of what you wanted to transform into. Susan nodded nervously and stared at the wardrobe with her wand in hand. As soon as the creature came out, it started to transform into something very big. A giant serpent stood in front of Susan. Is that the basilisk? Some student was heard from behind. Oh my gosh, was it that scary? Another student said. Miss Bones, focus. You can do it. Professor Lupin encouraged her. Susan pointed her wand. Ridiculous. The giant serpent turned into a small snake apparently made of yarn. Well done, Miss Bones. Lupin congratulates her. That's kind of cute, but I don't know if I can do this, Hannah said while looking at the tiny snake made of yarn moving around. Lupin then called for her. Miss Abbott, your turn. Hannah approached slowly and got in front of the wardrobe. Lupin gave her some advice and opened it. The boggart floated in front of Hannah, it seemed unsure of what shape to take, then went to the ground and started to take shape. Everyone in the class gasped in horror and Hannah brought her hands to her mouth, tears started to form in her eyes. The boggart has taken the shape of Susan Bones. She was on the floor, paled and with opened eyes, immobile, she was dead. Professor Lupin quickly got in front of Hannah and the boggart started to change shape again, but Lupin was faster and pushed it inside the wardrobe again. He then looked at Hannah, who was now sobbing. There are some fears that are impossible to make fun, I suppose. He turned towards Susan, who was now approaching. Miss Bones, take Miss Abbott outside to calm down. You are both excused from class. Susan took Hannah by the shoulder and guided her outside the classroom. Professor Lupin clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Alright, those things happen sometimes. Let's continue. Harry walked forward. Ah, Mr. Potter. I believe it would be better if you do not perform this exercise. He noticed Harry's looks and continued. We can speak after class. Harry just shrugged and went to the other side of the class. After the class was over, Professor Lupin asked Harry to stay for a moment. I suppose you are curious as to why I did not let you face the boggart. Harry nodded. Well, I was afraid that the boggart would the form of you-know-who. I didn't want to take that risk and traumatize the entire class, Lupin said. Traumatized is a bit of a stretch. Should I be offended? Harry wasn't sure what to think of that. I see. He supposes that makes some sense. It was probably for the best, you do not want your worst fears to become public knowledge. If that is all, Professor, I'll take my leave. This one was the last class for the day and Harry wanted to check on Hannah before dinner. Yes, oh ha, Mr. Potter, one more thing. Harry turned to face the professor. If you ever want to talk about your parents, or just talk about anything you want, you can come to me. The professor made a sad expression. I will keep it in mind, Professor. Harry's answer came out sounding a bit cold. But that's how Harry usually talked to people that were not close to him. He had nothing personal against the man. Professor Lupin lowered his head looking disappointed and muttered something. Harry went directly to the inner gardens of Hogwarts. There was a group of benches in one of the corners of the garden where Susan, Hannah, and Luna liked to hang out. He immediately spotted the two of them and approached. Once he was close enough, Susan raised her head to look at him. Hi Harry, how did the rest of the class go? Boring. How is she? He asked, looking at Hannah. Hannah raised her head and smiled softly. I'm fine, Harry, thank you for asking. I was just a bit shocked, that's all. Hannah said. They all sat down in silence for a few minutes before Susan asked. So Harry, what shape did the boggart take with you? None. The professor decided that it would be better if I did not face the boggart. Why would he do that? Hannah asked. Was he worried it would take the shape of something too scary for the class? Susan came to the conclusion. Yes, Voldemort, Harry answered invasive. Hannah and Susan gasped at hearing the name. Harry, do not say that name out loud. Susan admonished. Harry shrugged. Is just a name, nothing to be scared of. A part of him loved the fact that people were too scared to even mutter that name even 12 years after his demise. Well, if he thought that, then it makes sense. I would not want to see you-know-who either. Hannah said the last part almost whispering. Harry found the situation kind of amusing. If only you knew. Chapter 58. 2 weeks after the start of the year, Dumbledore's office. A very ragged Severus Snape made his way into the headmaster's office and sat down with a painful grunt. Do you want me to call Pomfrey? A worried Dumbledore asked. No, side effects of the cruciatus, there is nothing she can do. I already took a potion to lessen the effects. Snape said with obvious difficulty. You can make your report when you are feeling better, my friend. Dumbledore offered. No, this is important. Snape raised his voice. After learning of Voldemort's return last year, Snape and Dumbledore have been waiting for him to be called back. But after waiting for weeks and then months, nothing. Snape was beginning to think that Potter had just made up the whole thing despite Dumbledore's reassurances of the boy telling the truth. It was either that or the Dark Lord has completely lost faith in him. But finally, his dark mark activated, he was being called. Very well. Then tell me everything. Dumbledore's voice sounded very grave. The place where I was called was Malfoy's Manor. I saw many familiar faces there. All of the escapees from Azkaban were there, except for Black. Crabble, Goyle, and Knot were also there. And of course, he was there. Snape took a few seconds to put his thoughts in order and Dumbledore waited expectantly. He did not look like I expected. He looked so young now, between his late teens and early 20s. He also seems, Snape was looking for a way to express it. He seems a bit more composed. By the end of the last war, the Dark Lord was always restless, almost deranged. Some believe that the Lord was losing his mind because of all of the rituals he performed on his persona. But now, he just seems back in perfect shape. Snape finished his exposition. That's bad news. A clear mind is always more dangerous. Dumbledore commented. Did you discover how he managed to come back? No, I was in no position to ask questions, he was not happy with me, that's for sure. He accused me of being a traitor like Karkaroff. I explained to him that this was the only way for me to avoid prison and I also told him that I was still loyal to him and I was willing to spy for him. Considering that you are still alive, he believed you, Dumbledore stated. Humph, I doubt he completely believes me, but he may think I can still be of use, given my position at Hogwarts. And there is another reason for needing me, Snape said. Another reason, dot. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows in curiosity. What reason is that, dot? Snape stood silent for a moment before answering. For the next part of the conversation, he asked everyone in the room but myself to leave, Dumbledore raised an eyebrow at that. Then he questioned me about potions that can be used to extend and protect someone's life. When Snape said those words, Dumbledore's eyebrows shot up in surprise. He what? But that doesn't make any sense, he already has the, never mind, continue. Dumbledore stopped before he could say too much and Snape gave him a glance. The Dark Lord has always been worried about mortality, that's no secret among its followers. Of course, no one would dare to comment on it in his presence. Snape glanced upwards, like trying to recall old memories. I know that he did something to keep himself protected in the past, that's probably the reason he is once more among the living, but whatever the case, I can tell you that right now, he is looking for ways to protect his life. Dumbledore looked at Snape intensely. And how did you answer him, dot? I told him the truth. I only how to make one potion that can extend someone's life, its main ingredient is unicorn blood and the side effects of that potion are so severe that most people would rather die instead. The only thing I know that can grant something akin to immortality is the elixir of life created by Nicholas Flamel. Snape concluded. He is not going to have luck with that. The Philosopher's Stone was destroyed 2 years ago and Nicholas Flamel died recently. I doubt he left any notes behind on how to recreate that stone. He was not keen on passing that knowledge. Dumbledore said. Yes, anyways. The Lord was disappointed with my answer, which earned me 2 crucios, and another one for not trying to contact him earlier. Snape sighed. They both stood silent for a few minutes. Dumbledore had his right hand under his chin and was pondering over the information he just received. Why is Voldemort so desperate to find a way to protect his life now? I was 100% sure he had created a Horcrux, probably more than one. I scanned Harry's scar when he was a baby and I am convinced that a piece of Voldemort was still there. There was one more thing that Dumbledore found strange. Severus, I noticed that despite going to the Malfoy Manor, you did not mention Lucius Malfoy being there. Dumbledore pointed out. I did not think of that. I did not see Narcissa either, that is strange. I'll try to contact Narcissa. Snape said. Yes, do that. I'm curious about what happened to Lucius. I haven't heard of him since he was fired from the ministry. Snape excused himself to get some rest and Dumbledore was left alone in his office. He looked at his phoenix for a moment and this one looked back at him and gave him what seemed like an encouraging cry. Dumbledore smiled briefly before going back to his thoughts. Well, what should I do now, dot. Chapter 59. On a Friday night, the foursome was having a quiet dinner at the Great Hall when Luna suddenly commented. There is something strange about Professor Lupin. Hannah was the first one to speak. What do you mean? He is a wonderful teacher. Strange how? Harry asked. Luna seems to ponder for a moment. There is something black in his belly thingy, what was it called? Luna looked at Harry. Susan and Hannah looked at Luna with complicated expressions. What belly thingy? Susan asked. Harry rubbed his forehead and sighed. Luna, we talked about this. That is called the magical core, and is not really inside the belly, is actually a metaphysical concept that Harry stopped when he saw the faces that the three of them were making. Anyways, you can see something black in there, . Luna nodded. Yes, everyone is shiny and clean, but the professor has a black spot there. Do you know what is that? She asked Harry, who always seemed to have the answers. Not sure. It could be some sort of curse. Harry did not know what a black spot inside the magical core could be, but it was definitely something very bad. Oh, something that Harry Potter doesn't know. That's new. Susan teased. Humph, only a fool would claim to know everything. Harry answered. Hannah, who did not want to think anymore that there was something wrong with her favorite teacher, was thinking of a way to change the subject when she remembered something very important. Oh, guys. Tomorrow is going to be the first Hogsmeade weekend. I'm so excited to see it finally. Hannah sounded very passionate about it. Susan smiled brightly. Yes, that's going to be so fun. She then turned towards Luna. Hey Luna, do you want us to bring you something? Sweets maybe. Luna looked a bit sad. Oh, I would like to go too. You can come with us all you want next year, Luna. Hannah tried to cheer her up but did not seem to work. Luna just muttered. Next year. I can take you there if you want. I was planning on going anyways. Harry commented. He hasn't visited that place in so long that he was curious to see how much it has changed. He also has one business to complete there. Luna's face brightened up. Really? Harry, you know that second years are not allowed. And according to what Professor McGonagall said, you are not allowed to go either. Susan said with a stern expression that, for a second, reminded Harry of McGonagall herself. Yes Harry, the professor said that is too dangerous for you to go, for as long as those criminals are on the loose, Hannah reminded him. Harry crossed his arms. Dangerous criminals. If we are not allowed to go, then all we have to do is make sure the teachers don't see us. You are planning on using that cloak of yours, right? Susan sighed. Hannah seemed to be worried as always and Luna was excited at the prospect of going to Hogsmeade. It must be around here, Harry whispered. Harry and Luna were hidden under the cloak of invisibility and walking around the third floor, looking for a certain statue. Oh, there it is. He spotted the statue of the One-Eye Witch. They approached the statue and Harry said softly. Descendium. The hump on the witch statue opened to reveal a short slide into a tunnel that led under the school and took about an hour on foot to get to Hogsmeade. Luna made a surprised face. Wow, you know a lot of secrets about this castle. I know a lot of things. Luna looked at him for a moment and then she shrugged and followed along. At this point, she has accepted the fact that Harry Potter seems to know almost everything and didn't question it. Even if she did, Harry always seems to answer something like, I know a lot of things or, I read about it, and does not explain further. After a long walk, they finally arrived at the cellar of Honeydukes. They both got back under the invisibility cloak and made their way out of the shop. Once they were in an unpopulated area, Harry stored back the cloak and they walked around Hogsmeade like normal. The chances of finding a teacher here were very low. They visited several of the shops and Luna bought some weird glasses with different color lenses. Harry thought it was a waste of money, but it was her money after all. After walking around Hogsmeade for a while, Luna became very excited about something she has just spotted. Harry, look at that. It looks like a haunted house. She pointed in the direction of a very grim-looking house. What's so special about a haunted house? We technically go to school in a haunted castle, with flying ghosts and talking paintings. Luna wasn't listening to him and started running towards the grim house. Harry sighed and made to follow her when he noticed a presence hiding close by. He looked around casually to not alert their stalker. Behind him, to his left, he saw it. A shaggy black dog was looking his way while sitting next to a tree. Harry was sure that was not a normal dog. He pretended not to notice anything and followed Luna to the grim house. After taking a few steps, the dog started to move again towards them. Luna was right outside the house, admiring it. So cool, do you think we can go inside? Luna asked. Harry had an idea. Yes, I'm sure we can go inside. The door was locked with magic, but the enchantment was so weak that it broke the moment Harry put his hand on the handle. After entering the house, Harry told Luna to go explore and she happily went. Harry cast the disillusionment charm on himself and waited next to the door. Moments later, the shaggy dog crossed the doorway and entered the house. Harry, who was now positioned behind the dog, found it very easy to cast a silent stunning charm on him. The dog went down without making a noise. Now, what do we have here? Chapter 60. Harry pointed his wand at the paralyzed dog. Homorphous. The dog started to transform and grow in size until it looked like a mid-30s man with long black hair. He was also wearing the dirty rags that all Azkaban prisoners are given. It was clearly Sirius Black. Incarcerus. Ropes appeared out of thin air and wrapped themselves around the man. Enervate. Sirius suddenly started moving again and fighting against his restraints. He started looking around seemingly confused until he saw Harry. Harry. He stopped struggling and tried to give Harry a smile, but even that much seemed to be difficult for him. Harry sat down on a nearby couch, pointed his wand at the man and whispered something. Sirius was startled for a moment when Harry pointed his wand at him, but calmed down when he realized what Harry was doing. Sirius's body floated in the air for a bit before it landed softly on another couch, in front of Harry. This way we can talk like civilized people. Harry was talking calmly, but his wand remained in his hand and pointed vaguely in Sirius's direction. Sirius understood that Harry was not being openly hostile, but he was still being cautious. He tried to smile again. Very good Harry. Why you should never lower your guard, James would be proud. Sirius said with some difficulty. Everyone says that you are a very dangerous man, Mr. Black. Those are some minor precautions compared to what the Ministry is doing. Harry said. Sirius chucked. Yes, I have seen the Dementors. The Minister is an idiot. On that, we can agree. Now Harry stopped when he heard footsteps closing by. Luna entered the room and saw Sirius sitting on one couch tied with ropes and Harry sitting on another couch with his wand out. Her gaze was then fixed on Sirius as she got close. Luna gasped, "Oh no, we broke into the house of Stubby Borman, ." She turned to Harry. Harry, what are we going to do now? Sirius's eyebrows rose up and his mouth opened in bafflement. Harry did not react much, he was already used to Luna and her quirks. Harry also noticed that even though she was acting silly, her wand was in her hand, and the shine on her eyes indicated that she was using her mage sight to spot any movement of magic on Sirius's part. Luna, come sit down and met Sirius Black. Harry tapped the seat next to him. Are you serious? Luna acted very surprised. Yes, I am. Sirius chuckled, then started to cough painfully. Ah, it hurts to laugh. Now then, I believe you were about to explain why were you following us. Were you planning on killing me, like everyone says you will do? Harry asked nonchalantly. Luna's gaze turned cold and gripped the wand with more force. Sirius was surprised by the quick change of attitude on the girl, but then he turned to Harry with a horrified expression. Kill you? And no, I would never hurt you, Harry. Why you have to believe me? I never betrayed your parents. It was that bastard Peter Pettigrew. Sirius's face seems to contort in rage at the mere mention of that name. Of course, Harry knew that Sirius was no Death Eater, but since he is unable to explain that knowledge, he decided that it is best to feign ignorance. Would you be willing to swear that on a magical oath? Harry offered Sirius a way to probe himself. If I had a wand Sirius stopped talking when he saw Harry stand up from his couch, walk right in front of him and place his wand in Sirius' hands. If you try anything, she will fire at you. And I taught her some nasty curses. Harry pointed at Luna. Luna smiled at him, but Sirius knew that she was not joking. I swear on my life and magic that I did not betray the Potters to Voldemort, I never joined him, I never became a Death Eater and I would never bring harm on purpose to my godson Harry Potter, so mote be. As soon as Sirius finished his oath, Harry made a move with his hand and the ropes that were binding Sirius disappeared, then with a flick of his fingers, the wand in Sirius's hand flew back into Harry's hands. Sirius was baffled. Why you can do wandless magic? I can do many things, was Harry's only explanation. He really does. Luna added. Harry sat back down on the couch and looked at Sirius. Now, the question is. What do you want to do? Sirius was a bit taken aback by Harry's personality. He was so direct and composed for someone his age. He expected his godson to be more of a moody teen. I don't know. When I managed to escape Azkaban, I did not have any plan. Then I remember you and I just wanted to see my godson. Oh, that's sweet. Luna smiled at Sirius. Well, you cannot keep roaming around Hogwarts grounds. It's just a matter of time before someone finds you. Harry's pointed out. You are right. Sigh, maybe I should ask Dumbledore for help. Sirius said. Harry's eyebrow twitched a bit at the thought of asking that old man for help. He wanted to keep Sirius away from Dumbledore if possible. Sirius was his key to access the Black Manor that contains his last Horcrux. There is also the bonus of the Black Library that has many unique ancient tomes. I have a better idea. Laurie, come here, Harry called. Hogsmeade is outside Hogwarts ward, so apparition is possible and elves can come and go as they please. With a pop sound, Laurie appeared in front of Harry. Sirius observed with curiosity the well-dressed elf, who seemed to be wearing a butler suit. The elf also carried himself with dignity and kept his back straight at all times. Greetings, master, Laurie gave a polite bow. That's your elf, Harry. By Merlin, he is 1,000 times better than creature. Hi Laurie. Luna waved at the elf. Greetings miss, Laurie bowed to Luna in the same way he did to Harry. Laurie, this is Sirius Black, my godfather. I'm putting him in your care. Take him to the Potter Manor and provide anything he needs. Do not disappoint me. Harry stared at his house elf. Of course master. Laurie turned to Sirius. Mr. Black. He bowed to Sirius. What? The Potter Manor? But wasn't it destroyed? Sirius asked. It has been repaired. You will be safe there. The wards are new and very powerful. Which reminds me. He turned to Laurie. Remember to pop him outside the wards and add his name first. I do now want you to come back and inform me that my godfather has been blown up to bits by the wards. Harry told his elf. Should I be worried? Sirius was unsure. Worry not master. Laurie said with confidence. One more thing, Harry pulled a piece of paper out of his robes and gave it to Laurie. I need you to contact the person on that note. Just follow the instructions written there and you will be fine. This was the main reason for Harry wanting to come to Hogsmeade. It was the only way to directly contact his elf and give him that note without using Nagi. Sirius and Luna looked at the exchange with curiosity about the contents of that note but did not say anything. Harry told Sirius to not leave the house and that he will visit during the Christmas break. And with a pop, Sirius and Laurie were gone from the Shrieking Shack. Chapter 61. It was Hufflepuff versus Gryffindor. The second game of the year for Hufflepuff and Harry was unfortunately dragged to watch it. I already told you that I have no interest in Quidditch, Harry huffed. Susan rolled her eyes. Yes, we heard you the first 50 times. But you need to watch the games once in a while and show support to your housemates. Look, even Luna is supporting our team. She pointed at Luna, who was currently wearing a hat in the shape of a badger. The hat would also move and make noises sometimes. I love your hat, Luna. Hannah complimented. Thanks, I made it myself, Luna said proudly. Oh, that was a close call. The announcer said. The new Gryffindor seeker was almost hit by a bludger. She was a small red-headed girl called Ginny Weasley. Almost an hour later the score was 110 for Gryffindor and 120 for Hufflepuff. Harry was beyond bored and was trying to occupy his mind with something else. Susan, Hannah, and Luna were still cheering loudly every time Hufflepuff scored points. How long does this last? Harry asked bitterly. He, of course, has knowledge about the existence of Quidditch for a long time, but he never really bothered to learn much of it. He does however remembers that games could last for a ridiculous amount of time. Until one of the seekers catches the golden snitch. As long as that takes. I heard of a professional game that took 6 months. Susan answered. Seeing Harry's pale face, Hannah decided to intervene. That's true for professional games, but in Hogwarts, the game ends after 3 hours if no one catches the snitch, and the team with more points wins the game. While they were distracted talking, they suddenly heard someone screaming and a lot of people gasping. Look, Luna said while pointing at the sky. Harry looked in the direction that Luna was pointing and saw the reason for the screams. Hundreds of Dementors were hovering over the Quidditch pitch. Cedric Diggory was quickly descending on his broom to get away from the creatures. He kept looking back and screaming something. Then, from the cloud of Dementors, a small figure was spotted falling down. More gasps and screams were heard. It was Ginny Weasley, the Gryffindor Seeker, the one falling down without a broom. The headmaster stood up and cast a wandless feather fall charm on the girl, then he pulled out his wand and used his Patronus to chase away the Dementors. McGonagall and Pomona Sprout, who were next to him, also pulled their wands and cast their Patronus. The three white figures flew through the air until they reached the Dementors. The dark creatures wasted no time flying away from the pitch. Hannah was looking at Ginny, who had just landed softly. Madame Pomfrey was already moving swiftly towards her. Oh no, is she okay? Has she been kissed? Harry gave Luna a glance. Can you check, Dot? Luna's eyes gained a slight shine as she looked toward Ginny. Her stomach thingy is still shining brightly. Magical core, Harry corrected. That means she is fine. You can be at ease, Hannah. The magical core and soul were directly connected. If a Dementor takes someone's soul, their core should quickly lose its brightness and become dull in color. So, we won? Susan asked. Susan, don't be so insensitive. Hannah admonished her friend. Susan raised her hands in defense. Hey, I'm not trying to be insensitive, but come on. Cedric was about to catch the snitch, and we were ahead in points, so. Everyone is leaving the stadium, we should do the same. Harry pointed out. What a bummer of an ending, Luna said softly. In the end, Hufflepuff was declared the winner. The Gryffindors complained, and to the surprise of many, Cedric Diggory supported their complaints and said that the game should have been declared a draw. Dumbledore was enraged with the minister and demanded to have the Dementors removed from Hogwarts. Not only were they a danger to the students, but there hasn't been a single sighting of Sirius Black or any of the other criminals who were still on the loose. The minister conceded a little bit. The Dementors were placed further away from the school, but not removed completely. To make up for this, a small group of Aurors was sent to guard Hogwarts and the surrounding areas. Sometime after that, Harry was eating dinner when his owl Nagi landed in front of him. He had left the owl back in the Potter Manor, that way Laurie could contact him if there was something that required his attention. Harry took the note while Luna gave the owl some meat. The girls looked at him with curiosity since it was a rare event for Harry to receive anything that wasn't the newspaper. None of them bothered to ask about the note because they knew that Harry was a very private person and would not reveal anything. The note informed Harry that Sirius was doing better after having food, clothes, and a bath. Laurie never mentioned the name Sirius in the note and instead referred to him as the guest. The elf knew better than to mention the name of the most wanted man in England. The second part of the note is about the errand that Harry asked of him. Laurie managed to contact that person and sent the message that Harry wrote down. All that's left now is wait and see. What are you going to do? Chapter 62. It was time for the second Hogsmeade weekend of the year. Susan and Hannah made plans to visit the hairdressing salon across the street from Honeyduke's. Luna was going to be spending some time in the room of requirements practicing a new spell Harry taught her. And finally, Harry was going to once again sneak out of Hogwarts. After breakfast was over, Harry made his way out of the castle in the same way that before. He went directly to the Shrieking Shack. When he approached the door, Harry felt that there was someone already inside the shack. He smiled and opened the door without a care in the world. As soon as he entered, there was a wand pointed at him. And a very angry Bellatrix Lestrange holding it. Are you the one that sent that message? She asked, but it sounded more like a demand. Harry nodded. Then you have a lot of explaining to do. How do you know th-? Sit down, Bella, and then we can talk, Harry said calmly. His attitude seems to anger her even more. Why you? Who do you think you are to order me around? You fucking brat. I'm the one holding the wand — Bella's wand went flying to the other side of the room. Bellatrix was enraged, but the moment she looked at Harry, her body stopped moving and her blood ran cold. Harry's eyes shone like lighthouses in the middle of the night. She could feel the magic surrounding him, it was getting harder to breathe and she felt a heavy weight on her shoulders pushing her down. Now Bella, I may have extra patience when it comes to you. But even that has a limit. Sit down. Bella could not remember the last time she has been that terrified of someone. It could be the first time her father has given her a beating when she was maybe 5 or 6, or maybe the first time she met the Dark Lord when she was still a Hogwarts student. Those moments made her feel tiny and defenseless, but they paled in comparison with what she felt just now. Harry took a seat on a nearby couch and waited for Bella to react. It took her a few seconds, but eventually, Bellatrix came back to her senses. For a fraction of a second, she thought about making a run to grab her wand, but the idea was dismissed instantly. She knew that the boy in the room with her is a lot more powerful than she is. Is he stronger than my lord? No, that's impossible. What am I thinking? I'll do what he says for now. Bella thought. She finally sat down in front of Harry and looked at him. Harry didn't say anything for a while and Bella was getting impatient. The message that you sent, who told you those words? Bella was a bit more polite than before. During the last war, there was a keyword that he used to write at the end of his messages. This was done as an extra security measure, to prove that it was actually him. Harry knew that using that code would get Bella's attention. There was a small risk of Bella not coming to the meeting alone, as requested, but in that case, he just had to deal with the extras. We'll get to that in a moment. Harry answered dismissively. You are Harry Potter, right? I have seen some pictures of you. Harry looked Bella's directly into her eyes. Which made her uncomfortable, but she did not avert her eyes away. This is something her lord would always do in order to peer into the minds of others and make sure they are not lying to him. Yes, I am called that now. Before that, I was called Lord Voldemort. Bella's eyes opened wide in surprise, but that was quickly replaced by pure rage. How dare you pretend to be the Dark Lord? I should K-dash. Bella and the couch she was sitting on were pushed backward with so much force that the couch broke into dozens of pieces when it hit the wall, while Bella was laying on the ground, bleeding and barely moving. Look what you made me do, Bella. You know I'm not good with healing charms. Harry stood up and approached Bella, who was grunting in pain. Episki, Harry muttered while pointing his wand at the broken woman. The bleeding stopped and some of her wounds were healed, but she was still injured and in a lot of pain. Ugh. Bella turned on her back and looked at Harry. I had to crucio Wormtail once or twice before he believed me. Do I have to do the same to you? Bella shook her head, then said with difficulty. Proof. Without casting a spell, Harry made the couch where he was sitting before moving forward until it was right behind him, then he took a seat once more. Bella was surprised but didn't say anything. Prof, of course. Harry crossed his legs and started thinking. What about this? The first time we meet was at the Black Manor. Your grandfather didn't like me much, but your Aunt Walburga did. You joined the ranks of my followers after your 7th year at Hogwarts. What else? Bella was a bit surprised but not much. Those events weren't exactly a secret after all. Many people knew about that meeting. 1 year after you married Rodolphus, you came to me one night. You were trying to tell something that happened between you and your husband. Bella's eyes opened wide at this. You could not get the words out, but I knew it was important, so I took a peek inside your mind. Rodolphus was angry with you because after a year of being married you still did not give him an heir. So he wanted to force you to sleep with his brother Rabastan with the hopes that would work. But you fought hard and Rabastan never managed to lay a finger on you. They were both enraged and you came to me, to ask for help. Bella looked down. There was nothing Sissy could have done and I didn't have anyone else to ask. But I could not bring myself to ask my lord for help. I'm sorry. I should have done something. Harry said softly. Bella was shocked, but then seemed to realize something. Only my lord would know about that, but the Dark Lord I know would never apologize to one of his followers. So, who are you? Bella narrowed her eyes. I said I used to be called Voldemort, but that's not who I am anymore. I am something new, something better. You may call me Harry Potter. Harry Potter, Bella muttered. Then she looked at Harry inquisitively. What happened that night? The night when we all thought you died. I am not sure myself how it happened. But I somehow ended up having my soul mixed with the baby I went to kill. Bella seemed to be in deep thought for a minute. A soul fusion, I read about something like that in the Black Library. I suppose that would explain how a third-year Hogwarts student is so powerful if my lord is in there. So, you believe me now? Harry asked. Bella moved with difficulty and placed herself in a kneeling position. My lord, I am sorry for doubting you. But then who? Bella was hesitant to ask. Who is the other one using my old name? Bella nodded. A fragment of my old self, Harry stated. A fragment, but that means, Bella gasped. You made one of those things? A soul container? Like Herpo the Foul. I made several, but that's not important. He is the last one, or he will be soon enough. The important part is that the one who calls himself Lord Voldemort right now is just a piece of myself who took over the body of Lucius. That would explain why no one has seen Lucius and why Sissy seems always depressed and rarely leaves her room. She should have told me. Bella turned to look at Harry. My lord, are you planning on killing the imposter and taking over? If that is the case, please let me help. Harry chuckled. No, Bella. I have no intention of going back to my old life. As for the one calling himself Voldemort, I'm afraid he will have to die, but I don't need your help with that. What I need from you is to stay close to him and keep me informed. Do that for me and I will give you anything you want as a reward. Bella thought about it for a while before speaking again. I want Rodolphus and Rabaston dead. And a safe place to live for me and Sissy, away from Britain, my lord. Harry smiled. That's easy. Do your part and you shall have it. He helped Bella up, who was still kneeling. She grunted in pain as she was standing but did not complain. Bella's wand flew in the air and landed on Harry's hands. Now, before you leave I am going to need some guarantee about your silence. I'm sure you understand. An unbreakable vow, ... Bella asked, not showing any worry. Is the most efficient way to secure our conversations. Let me write the vow down. Harry conjured some paper and wrote down a vow that would prevent Bellatrix from revealing any of his secrets to anyone. It will also protect that information from a legitimacy attack. After she performed the unbreakable vow, Harry also took the opportunity to place a loyalty compulsion deep inside her mind. Maybe he was being overly cautious, but that has never hurt anyone. Chapter 63. Malfoy Manor. Inside a beautifully decorated living room, there was a young man sitting alone on a comfortable leather couch. The man has striking features, long black hair, black eyes, and a pretty face that was currently frowning in displeasure. TSK, they are late. I am going to have to punish them when they come back, and where the hell did Bella go? ... While waiting for his useless followers to come back and report their findings, he started to think about the events that led him back to the realm of the living. One day, out of nowhere he just woke up. But the worst part was that he was trapped inside a diary and no matter how hard he tried, there was no way to get out. He remembers everything about his childhood and his life at Hogwarts. While reviewing his memories, he was trying to find a reason for his confinement, then a particular memory came out. It was one of his last conversations with the only professor he respected, Professor Slughorn. During that conversation, he mentioned Horcruxes. This seems to spook the professor, but still and wary of his questions. Then, he wondered how many Horcruxes could he make. When he mentioned about the possibility of making 7, Professor Slughorn looked horrified. But he could not trust just one container to secure his soul, and 7 was a magical number, and the more the maid, the safer he would be. His research progressed faster after that, and by the end of his 7th year, he was finally ready to create his first one. All that was left was decide on the victim and then his memories got a bit fuzzy there. He remembers about letting the basilisk out to kill those filthy mudbloods and hopefully get the old man fired, or maybe even killed. He remembers thinking of how amusing it would be if Albus Dumbledore became his first Horcrux. Then what happened? Someone died, a girl from Ravenclaw. She was killed by the basilisk probably. It happened in the bathroom that served as a secondary entrance to the Chambers of Secrets. He was carrying his wand in one hand and his diary in another one, his diary. It was at that moment that he realized what must have happened. He was not trapped inside a diary. He was the diary, he was a Horcrux. The books didn't mention anything about the soul fragments being sentient. But then again, there was very little information about Horcruxes out there. Very few wizards dared to use their magic. He did not know how much time has passed since his creation, he didn't even know where he was. Everything changed one day, when, out of nowhere, there was light again. And he could see once more. Someone has finally opened the diary. He was in a very beautifully decorated studio, he thought that it must belong to some rich pure-blood wizard. That thought was immediately confirmed when he saw a familiar face. Abraxas Malfoy was staring at him, one of the first ones to join him. He looks a bit older than he remembers. My lord, I need your aid. I don't know what to do. You left me this book to keep it safe. So it must have some powerful magic in it, but how do I use it? He could hear Malfoy speak. He was wondering how to answer without a mouth when something occurred to him. He focused on making a mental connection with Lucius and sending one order. Right. Lucius seemed surprised for a moment when he heard something inside his mind, and now he had the sudden urge to write in the book he was holding. My lord, Lucius wrote. Hello Abraxas, words appeared out of nowhere. Lucius was a bit startled at first, but composed himself and continued. I am Lucius Malfoy, Abraxas was my father. Is it really you? My lord? How is this possible? His father? How long has been? Tom thought. Tom could feel something every time Lucius wrote in the diary. He wanted Lucius to keep writing in order to find out what it was. It is indeed me, Lucius. I am Lord Voldemort. I left a piece of myself in this diary. Tell me, what year is it? Lucius smiled. If this is the Dark Lord, he can surely help me archive my revenge. It's 1992, my lord. 47 years, that's a long time. And the fact that he is asking a book for help must mean that the real me is not available, but he cannot be dead, that's what the Horcruxes were for. I heard you before, you said that you needed my aid. What has occurred? Tom asked. Is my son, he is dead, my lord. Killed during his first year of Hogwarts. And no one is doing anything to catch the killer. Lucius slammed his hands on the table. I understand your pain, Lucius. I will help you. He didn't really, but at this point, he understood what was happening. The more Lucius wrote in the diary, the better he felt. He was taking something away from Lucius with every word he wrote in the diary. He still wasn't sure exactly what it was, but he knew one thing. It was good for him. Weeks passed, and then months. Lucius would write in the diary almost every day. And the more he did, the stronger Tom felt. He knew that eventually, if things kept going this way, he would be able to use Lucius to resurrect himself. One day, Lucius came to him, extremely frustrated. Apparently, the ministry decided to drop the investigation on his son's death and declare it an accident. The minister also refused to arrest Dumbledore without solid evidence, much to Lucius' displeasure. If the ministry does nothing, then you do it. He was getting tired of hearing Lucius complain about the same things over and over. However, Tom came to regret that advice. He didn't anticipate that the idiotic Lucius would directly attack and try to murder Albus Dumbledore during a board meeting. Lucius failed miserably, of course. He also lost his job and spent a week in prison until his wife managed to get him out by paying a huge sum of galleons. That has been a very risky move. If Lucius ended up dead or thrown in Azkaban for the rest of his life, then his whole plan would go to the gutter. And who knows how long it would take before someone else started to write in the diary again. He cannot take more risks. He needs to take over Lucius as soon as possible. After Lucius came back home, he was a wreck. The man has always taken care of his looks, but now he looked dirty, haggard, and even more deranged than before. The diary may be partly to blame for the last part. During their next interaction, Tom decided to make a move. Lucius, I know of a ritual that can help you. Help me how? My lord. This ritual would imbue you with my power and knowledge. With this, making your enemies pay would be easy to accomplish. Tom said. Lucius' eyes opened wide, and he started to laugh maniacally. Yes. Yes. I'll make them all pay. Lucius yelled. After calming down a bit, Lucius sat back down and wrote. Tell me about this ritual, my lord. Tom would have smiled if he could. He then proceeded to name all of the ingredients needed. There were some very rare ones like nymph and basilisk blood. Lucius read the ingredients with care. I have everything in the list except for the basilisk blood, but I know where to get that. I'll have everything ready for tomorrow, my lord. Lucius entered his secret basement while carrying the diary. A complex magical circle has been drawn using the blood of a nymph for the exterior circle and basilisk blood for the interior one. Other ingredients were placed at specific spots of the circle. Lucius placed the diary on a table and opened it. There was one step he had to perform before the ritual, according to his lord. Everything is ready, my lord. Lucius looked very tired. For this next step, I need you to lower your mind shields and place your hand on the pages of the book. If Lucius was in the right state of mind, maybe he would have hesitated. But a combination of his blind trust in his lord and his deranged state of mind, made him follow the orders without a second thought. The moment Lucius placed his hand on the book, he felt that something was wrong, but it was already too late. A flash of light appeared and Lucius was sent flying back against the wall. He grunted in pain and stood up with difficulty. He then started to examine himself, and finally, he smiled. It worked. Tom, who was now occupying the body of Lucius Malfoy, smiled brightly. I missed having a body. Tom kept moving his body around, his hands, his legs. He looked like a child with a new toy. Now, let's calm down. I have one more thing to do now. Tom looked towards the magical circle that Lucius had carefully drawn. Although he has taken over Lucius' body, Tom knew that this was only a temporary solution. Maybe if his soul was complete, it would be different. But with only a small fragment, permanent possession of an adult wizard would be too difficult. Maybe if the target was a child it would be a possibility. But it didn't matter, once he completed the ritual, he would take over Lucius' body and soul completely. He made some last-minute changes to the setup. He wanted to modify his body looks and take the appearance that he was used to. It wouldn't really make his body younger, but he would still look like he did back during his Hogwarts years. Tom then proceeded to sit down in the center of the circle and chanted words in Old Gaelic. The circle started to shine in red light, the other ingredients seemed to turn into smoke and made their way inside Tom's orifices. Tom seemed to be in a great deal of pain, but he did not stop his chanting. After 5 minutes of this, the circle started to dissolve and Tom waited in silence. Arg! Tom grabbed his head in pain. It felt like someone was stabbing needles in his brain. Images started to flow in his mind. Memories of Lucius Malloy. Everything since his childhood, his days at Hogwarts, his marriage, his son, and everything else until the current day. Tom collapsed to the floor in relief after the pain subsided. He examined himself once more and immediately knew that everything was different now. This was no longer a possession. This body was his. He walked to a nearby mirror and looked at himself. Tom looked exactly like he did during his 7th year of Hogwarts, with the only exception of his hair. It was long and straight like Lucius was, but at least it was black now. Tom started laughing. I'm back. Chapter 64. December 21st, Potter Manor. Harry has come to visit Sirius, as he promised. It was not easy to leave Hogwarts because Dumbledore was insistent that it was not safe. Zeno Lovegood had to be called and he along with 2 Aurors had to personally escort Harry up to the edge of the wards of the Lovegood household. After that, Harry invited Zeno and Luna to visit his house during the holidays and then he operated away. Harry appeared before the front door of the manor. The way the wards were set up, it is completely impossible for anyone to appreciate inside the house, not even himself, for security reasons. Immediately, the front door of the house opened and Harry could see Laurie, bowing to him. Welcome home, Master. Thank you, Laurie. Harry went inside the house and looked around. How is our guest doing? He asked. Mr. Black is currently taking a bath. Lunch will be ready in 1 hour. Is there something else I can do for you, Master? Laurie asked. No, just tell our guest to come to see me when he is done. I will be at my studio. Harry said before starting to walk upstairs. 20 minutes later, Harry heard a knock on the door. Come in. The door opened and Sirius walked inside. Harry. He greeted enthusiastically. This place is amazing. It looks so much better than the old one. Hello, Sirius. I'm glad you like it. Harry pointed to the chair in front of his desk. Sit, please. You look a lot better now, and I see that you no longer have difficulty speaking, Harry said. Sirius smiled bitterly. Yeah, well, Azkaban can do that to you. But I am much better now. Your elf also got me some nutrient potions and new clothes. He moved around to show his new acromantula robes. Laurie is a very dedicated elf. Harry smiled softly. Is there something you want to ask me? He noticed Sirius's inquisitive look. There are a lot of things I want to ask, but let's start with, who raised you? Because I don't think you grew up here alone, Sirius asked. No, this house has just been recently repaired. I grew up with the Dursleys. Harry said. What? Those muggles. I can't believe it. Lily hated her sister. Did they treat you okay? And where are they? We never got along, but they treated me just fine. As for where they are, well, they are dead. There was a fire in the house and they didn't make it. Harry's face showed no change in expression. I see, then, who is your guardian now, Dot? I don't have a muggle guardian. As for magical, I believe that by law, that role goes to the headmaster in the absence of a magical guardian. Harry recalled reading something along those lines. Dumbledore, Sirius mentioned the name with a mixture of emotions. Maybe I can talk to him, maybe I can become your legal guardian. Would you like that, Harry? Sirius smiled. Harry raised an eyebrow. You are aware of your current situation, right? Sirius seemed to then realize. Ah, right, wanted convict, I guess I kind of forgot after living here for a while. As for talking to Dumbledore, you may want to consider contacting him at all. Harry rested his arms on the desk. Sirius was a bit taken aback. What do you mean, Harry? Do you not like the headmaster? This has nothing to do with my personal feelings. Think about it, Sirius. You spent 13 years in Azkaban with no trial. How easy do you think it would have been for Albus Dumbledore, Supreme Mugwump, Chief Warlock, etc., to grant you a trial? Harry said. Sirius lowered his head. He probably believed that I was guilty. Dumbledore knew how close you were with my parents, right? How loyal of a friend you were. Sirius nodded. Yes, he knew very well. I have only known the man for a few years. But he strikes me as the kind of person who always wants to get to the bottom of things, to know everything, and to be in control. Is that correct? Sirius looked at Harry. Yes, what are you getting at, Harry? Did he ever visit you in Azkaban, or send a message or contacted you in any way? Harry asked. Well, no, he did not, Sirius answered. So, knowing the type of person he is, I can only think of two possibilities for that. One, he was 100% sure that you were guilty, which seems hard to believe considering that he knew how close you were with my father. How could he be so sure? Harry paused for a moment and then looked at Sirius directly. The other possibility is that he was 100% sure that you were innocent, in which case, there was no point in talking with you. Sirius's eyes opened wide like plates. He wouldn't. Why would he do that? I do not know. Maybe he wanted something that required for you to be out of the way. Harry didn't know if what he was telling Sirius was true, but it was certainly strange that the old man never tried to get Sirius a trial, or even talked with him. Sirius seems to be in deep thought for a bit, then, his expression seems to change. I may know of a reason, but I need to think about this, Harry. Of course, take your time, Sirius. But for the meantime, I advise against contacting anyone. Sirius nodded and left the studio. Harry smiled. At the very least I put the seed of doubt there. December 25th. The guests have arrived, Master, the elf informed. Guide them to the dining room, Laurie, Harry instructed. Oh, your girlfriend is here, Harry. Sirius came into the room. Harry made an exasperated expression. We talked about Sirius, she is not Dash. Sirius raised his hands. Yes, I know. I was only teasing you. You will get a girlfriend eventually, don't worry. Harry sighed and went to the dining room. Chapter 65. Zeno, Luna, Sirius, and Harry were eating the feast prepared by Laurie. Earlier that day, Harry had sent presents to Susan and Hannah. He gave Susan the latest model broom that was actually gifted to him by Sirius, but he had no interest in flying in a broom, while Susan actually played Quidditch. He gave Hannah a copy of a rare herbology book from the Potter library. One of the few books that survived the destruction. So, Xenophilius, are you still writing that weird newspaper? Sirius tried to start a conversation because he didn't enjoy eating in silence. The Quibbler, yes. I just finished writing another article about a conspiracy. Turns out, there is a magical toad in the ministry that commands the Dementors and is trying to use them, in order to usurp Albus Dumbledore's position. Sure. That sounds scary. Sirius made a strange face. Indeed it is. Zeno said passionately. Luna turned to Harry with a smile. What did you buy me? She asked innocently. Harry gave her a coy smile. What makes you think I bought you anything? Maybe this dinner is your gift. Luna's expression did not change. You are not that cheap. Besides, I got you something. She approached Harry and pulled her empty hands. But, my gift comes later. Now, where is mine? Harry chuckled. Laurie. The elf appeared with a box in his hands. Here it is, Master, he presented the box to Harry. He took it and gave it to Luna. The box didn't seem special in any way. Just one of those normal boxes used to store clothes. Luna took it, placed it on the table, and opened it. Inside, there was a white bag, with some beautiful decorations in yellow. There were many sunflowers, her favorite one. Can you see it? Harry asked. Luna understood what he meant and used her mage sight. There were complex runic enchantments all over the bag. I can see them, but I only know the basics of runes. What do they do? She asked. Is a dimensional bag. The main space inside is 100 times bigger than the bag itself. It also has several smaller pockets. And it has some serious anti-theft charms on it. Whoever tries to steal this will definitely regret it. Harry gave a cruel sneer at the last part. Luna put down the bag and went to hug Harry. Thank you, Harry, I love it. Zeno and Sirius were looking at the two of them. Aren't they cute? Sirius smiled. Humph, I'm not going to give him my precious Luna that easily. Zeno exclaimed. Sirius started to laugh and patted Zeno on the back. Ah, my friend. When the time comes, I'm afraid that when the time comes, it will not be up to you. Sirius said while looking at Luna smiling. After resting for a bit, Laurie announced that it was time for dessert. The elf came to the table carrying what looked like a tart. Is that treacle tart? Harry asked with interest. Yup, I made it all by myself, Luna revealed excitedly. You made it? It looks really good, Sirius said. Of it does, my Luna is the best cook in the world. Zeno proclaimed. Luna went to cut the tart and brought Harry a piece. I didn't know what to buy you because you can already buy anything you want. So I asked Daddy and he told me that I could just make something for you. Luna placed the plate in front of Harry. I know this is your favorite. So, I hope you like it. Luna smiled a bit timidly. Harry took his fork and started eating while Luna watched with expectation. He placed the fork down and looked at Luna. Is delicious, thank you. Luna smiled brightly. Well, can the rest of us eat too? Sirius said while holding his empty plate. Soon enough, the break was over and everyone was back at Hogwarts. As soon as Harry entered the Hufflepuff common room, he noticed a commotion. There were a lot of students surrounding someone and talking with enthusiasm. The first one to spot Harry was Cedric. Harry, did you enjoy the break? Harry nodded. It was okay. What about you, Cedric? It was fun. So, tell me, Harry, about that broom. Cedric was interrupted by Hannah. Is Harry here already? She turned around. Susan, Harry is here. Susan came out of the group of students who were surrounding her and came running toward Harry while carrying a broom. Harry. Susan launched herself and hugged him. Hey, Susan, what is this about? Harry asked. Susan gave him a toothy smile. I love the gift, Harry. Of course she does. But, how did you manage to get a firebolt? They won't come out for another 6 months at least, Cedric asked. Fire what? Oh, the broom. My god I have some contacts. Harry wondered what the ruckus was about. Is just a broom. He doesn't even need one to fly and is so much better. But it seems like Sirius managed to get something rare. Harry, Cedric told me that maybe I can make it into the reserve team, and next year I could be the main player, Susan said. Well, if she can control that broom then she will make a great addition to the team, that's for sure, Cedric said. Hannah pulled Harry's arm to get his attention. Did you like our gifts? She asked. Hannah had given him a nice black coat, and Susan got him a dragon hide wand holster, like the ones used by Aurors. Yes, I did like them. Thank you. Harry showed them that he was already using the holster. After the commotion about Susan's new broom calmed down a bit, Harry went to his room and lay in bed. Chapter 66. Susan made it into the team as a substitute chaser. Which was great for her, but not so much for Harry, who was now forced to attend all Hufflepuff games, even though Susan almost never got to play. Hannah can be very convincing when she wants to. The rest of the year went fairly quiet. Harry was wondering if the new Dark Lord was going to make any move when he felt something in the pocket of his robes. It was the signal that the two-way diary makes when there is a new message. After seeing that Harry had no interest in brooms and Quidditch, Sirius made that diary for him, before going back to Hogwarts. Harry was actually impressed with the magical artifact. The rune work was flawless and very innovative. Sirius would say that this one was a prototype and that he would give Harry a few more at the end of the year, so he can keep in contact with his friends. Harry decided to give the partner diary to Bella, so she can contact him and send information in a secure way. This decision was easy to make, after what happened during their second meeting at the Shrieking Shack. Bella was giving her report when they heard footsteps approach the shack, so they decided to hide behind some curtains. 2 seventh-year students came in, lay on the couch, and started to get very intimate. Harry and Bella stood hidden behind the curtains, making no sound while the 2 teenagers were screaming and moaning. Those were the most awkward 10 minutes of Harry's life. So, after that, Bella would only communicate by sending messages with the diary. Harry started to read the message. Attack on Hogsmeade during the second weekend of June. Maybe Dementors. Bella's texts were always short and to the point. Second weekend of June, that's the last Hogsmeade weekend. The place is going to be filled with students. Well, that is not my problem. Dumbledore and the Ministry can deal with that. Dumbledore's office. A very ragged Severus Snape made his way up the stairs. Dumbledore looked at Snape with concern in his eyes. Cruciatus again? Snape nodded and sat down with difficulty. This was the third time he has been called by his lord. What did he want this time? Dumbledore asked. He wanted information about Hogwarts teachers. Names, magical expertise, hobbies, which ones would often leave Hogwarts during weekends, things like that. I assume, you told him what you knew? Dumbledore asked. There is no point in lying to the Dark Lord, he always knows, Snape replied. Then why did he punish you? Snape took a potion from his pocket and drank it. Dumbledore did not need to ask what the potion was for, it was obviously a potion to lessen the effects of the Cruciatus curse. After feeling slightly better, Snape continued. I'll get to that. He also questioned me about the Aurors placed to guard Hogwarts and Hogsmeade. He wanted to know everything, names, where they patrol, when, etc. Dumbledore made a severe expression. That sounds like he is planning an attack. Snape smiled. Yes, I thought that too, but he never revealed exactly what he was planning. He still does not trust me with anything too important. However, Dumbledore stared at Snape, waiting for him to gather his thoughts. The other Death Eaters like to talk. Especially Goyle, he seems to blame Potter for what happened to his son. He was bragging about how he was going to teach Potter a lesson, with whatever the Lord had planned. Snape said. So, did you find out what it was? Dumbledore leaned forward. Unfortunately no. However, I did find out, that whatever it is, it will happen during the middle of June. I see. As for my punishment. Before leaving, I was called into the Lord's study for a private talk. He once again inquired about methods to protect his life. He expected me to have done some more research and found something. I didn't, I had nothing more to offer. Snape's hand trembled by the pain and the side effects of the curse. I understand, my friend. He said, that I better have something to offer him next time. Or else, Snape's face paled slightly at the thought. Well, think of something. I have some old notes from Nicholas. Maybe I can put together something that will appease his anger a little bit. Let's hope so. Saturday morning, last Hogsmeade weekend. Harry arrived at the Great Hall and was surprised at how empty it was. It seems that almost half of the student population has decided to go to Hogsmeade. He went to his table and saw Luna eating alone. Good morning, Harry. Harry took a sit next to her and looked around. Good morning, Luna, have you seen Susan and Hannah? Harry had a bad feeling. They left 10 minutes ago for Hogsmeade. She responded. What? They told me they would not go. Harry had actually planned to use a mild compulsion to stop the two of them from wanting to attend the last Hogsmeade weekend. But it was not necessary, Susan told him just yesterday that they had no intention to go. They just wanted to spend their last weekend relaxing at the house dorm. Luna was startled by Harry suddenly raising his voice. He is always composed to the point of looking emotionless. Hannah's favorite hairbrush broke last night and Susan mentioned having seen a similar one at Hogsmeade, so they decided to make a quick trip. I'm sure they will be back in a few hours. Sigh. Harry stood up. I'll be right back. Chapter 67. Harry was making his way to the secret passage leading to Hogsmeade at a brisk pace. I'm coming too. Luna was running behind him. Harry turned and looked at her. No, stay here. I'll be back soon. Harry said firmly. They are in danger, right? I'm not going to ask you for details, just tell me yes or no. Luna made a worried face. Yes. That's why I want you to stay here. I'll bring them back. I want to come too. I can defend myself, you know it. Luna's expression was filled with determination. Harry wanted to tell her that no matter how much potential she has, she is still a pup with zero experience in facing dangers. But one look at her face told him that she was not going to a no for an answer. Fine, but you stay close to me. Unless I tell you to run, then you run without asking any questions, understood? Luna could tell that Harry was being serious, so she nodded. Hogsmeade. It was still fairly early in the morning. The shops had just opened. The workers were welcoming their first clients of the day. Susan and Hannah were walking through the streets. The shop is this way. We are almost there. Once we cross that alley, Susan pointed out to a fairly grim-looking alley. Hannah wanted to avoid going through there. But she wanted to get the shopping done quickly. Besides, it was daytime and there were plenty of people in Hogsmeade, which eased her worries a bit. They both made their way into the alley. Susan started to walk even faster, like she sensed that something was wrong. They made a turn and could now see the light of the streets right ahead. Hannah felt a bit relieved and picked up the pace to leave the alley as soon as possible. Once they were only about 30 feet away, Hannah saw a blue light rush past her and toward Susan. Hannah did not have time to warn her friend. When the light hit Susan, this one fell to the floor with a thud sound. Susan. Hannah panicked and wanted to run toward her friend. But then, she must have also gotten hit with something, because the next thing she knew, everything went dark. We have two lost puppies. A thin, tall man wearing a dark cloak and a white mask said. A big fat man approached Susan to pick her up. Hey, wait a minute. I know this one. This is Amelia Bones' niece, Dot. The thin man smiled behind the mask. Then we have hit the jackpot, my friend. Because I heard that Harry Potter was very close friends with that particular girl. The fat man chuckled. Oh, we can use this. I am going to make that bastard pay. Give the signal. The thin man pointed his wand in the sky. Mors Mordra. Green light erupted from his wand and traveled to the sky, where it seemed to explode, creating a lot of noise and leaving a very familiar mark in the sky for all to see. A green skull with a snake coming out of its mouth, a dark mark. Everyone in Hogsmeade heard the loud noise and looked up. Screams were heard all over the place. Most adults recognized that mark immediately. Is the dark mark? Is not possible, he is dead. No. People started to panic and tried to run away. I cannot apparate. My portkey is not working. Shit, they put an anti-apparition ward. We need to call the Aurors. A shopkeeper came out of his shop and yelled. They blocked the flow. We cannot call anyone. Then they saw them. At least a dozen masked men wearing black robes were running towards the crew of people with their wands out. Crucio, one of them yelled, and a middle-aged woman dropped to the ground and started screaming. If that was not bad enough, some of them realized that everything was getting darker, like the sun was already setting for the night. The first one to look up lost all of the colors on his face and his expression was contorted in horror. Dementors. He yelled while pointing at the sky. There were hundreds of Dementors flying above Hogsmeade. Harry and Luna came out running out of Zonko's basements and immediately noticed that the shop was empty, and it was also unusually dark outside. Harry didn't even need to look outside to know the cause of this, and by the look on Luna's face, neither did she. The last spell that I taught you. Can you use it? Harry asked. Luna nodded. Yes, I managed to cast it last week. Good, you may need it. Let's go. They both stepped foot outside the shop and could see and hear the chaos that was plaguing Hogsmeade. There were people running, screaming, or trying to hide all over the place. He also spotted several people wearing the old Death Eater garbs. Harry looked up and saw Dementors starting to descend and the dark mark, decorating the now dark sky. Chapter 68. Can you find them? Harry asked Luna. Shouldn't we try to help everyone here? Luna was obviously shaken by seeing all that chaos. We came here to help Susan and Hannah, let the authorities handle the rest. Harry looked around and saw in the distance a couple of Death Eaters laughing and chasing a young couple. But they were not firing anything lethal. Besides, it doesn't seem those guys came here to kill people, just to get attention. What Harry didn't mention, was that the Dementors were not going to care about whatever orders they have been given. They will try to feed themselves. Luna's eyes gained a clear shine and started to look around. It only took her around 30 seconds. That way. She pointed in a direction. Let's go then. After running for a bit, Harry noticed that one Death Eater was running toward them with his wand out. Without stopping, Harry waved his hand and the Death Eater went flying at high speed and collided with the wall of a nearby shop. Are you sure he will come? The tall man asked. Do I look like a seer to you, not, Dot? The fat man said. Idiot, don't say my name out loud. What are we wearing the masks for, Goyle? The thin man, who was now identified as Not, said. "Oh, bugger off." Goyle Sr. looked at Susan and Hannah, who were tied up and seem unable to talk. "Besides, those two will never have the chance to tell anyone. Right?" Goyle laughed. Susan had an angry expression on her face, but Hannah on the other hand was weeping. The four of them were near the end of the main Hogsmeade Street. It was the furthest part away from Hogwarts. They decided that it was the safest place to make an escape from when the Aurors or Dumbledore came into Hogsmeade. It also made it impossible for anyone to approach them without giving them time to prepare. Susan and Hannah were sitting on the ground while Not and Goyle stood over them with their wands out. "Hey Goyle. Do you think the Lord would care if we bring those two with us into the manor?" Goyle looked at his partner, already knowing what he was thinking. "I don't think he would mind. However, I also want one of them." Goyle gave Hannah a pervy look. Not laughed. "That's fine. It would be such a waste to just kill them. Especially when we see Dash, look." Goyle was startled and immediately looked in the direction that Not was pointing. They could see a black-haired boy and a blonde girl running directly toward them. Once they were a bit closer, Not was the first to confirm the identity of the boy. "That's Potter for sure. I don't know who the girl is. Be ready." Not told his partner, and then he pointed his wand at Susan, who was next to him. Goyle did the same with Hannah. Once Harry was close enough, Goyle spoke. "Stop right there, or your pretty friends over here will die." Harry and Luna stopped. "Stay close," Harry told Luna. "All right Potter, do what we say and your friends will get out of this alive. First, you and the blonde next to you. Take out your wands and throw them this way. Don't try anything funny or they will be the ones who pay." Not jabbed his wand against Susan's cheek and she made a grunt. "Do what they say, trust me," said Harry softly. Susan and Hannah were looking in them and moved their mouth. They were trying to say something to Harry and Luna but no sound came out of their mouths. Luna threw her wand a few feet away. Harry held his wand for a moment while whispering something, then threw it far enough to almost reach Not's feet. Not looked at Harry's wand right in front of him and smiled. "You are going to pay for humiliating my son, Potter." "No, I'm going first. That bastard killed my son." Goyle's face behind the mask was getting red with rage. Not lifted one hand in a placating manner. "Of course my friend, you go first." Goyle stopped pointing his wand at Hannah and started to walk toward Harry. "My partner over there only needs a second to kill those girls, so do not make a move, Potter." Not remained in place pointing his wand at Susan. Luna was getting nervous but when she looked at Harry, she realized how calm he was. He must have a plan, she thought. He always seems to have a plan, so she will put her trust in him. Once Goyle has taken a few more steps away from Susan and Hannah, something started to happen. The tip of Harry's wand, which was on the floor right in front of Not, started to shine in a dark red light. Not didn't notice this, but Susan, who was also on the floor, did notice. What Harry did before throwing the wand was called delayed casting. A skilled wizard can place a spell in a wand without being fired. The spell will remain contained for a certain amount of time and the fire by itself, even if the wizard is nowhere close to the wand. A small ball of light that now looked like very dark blood, shoot out of the tip of the wand and hit Not's right foot. Not seems to feel that something had hit his feet and was going to look down, but then he noticed that he could not move his head. He tried to look at Susan, to see if she has done something, but his eyes could not move. He was only able to look forward, and could not move a single muscle. Then he started to feel a great amount of pain, but could not scream. Goyle didn't notice any of this either and kept approaching Harry until he was only a few feet away. "I'm going to enjoy this, Potter." Goyle smiled and pointed his wand at Harry. Cruci dash. While Goyle was focusing to cast his spell, Harry made a swift cutting motion with his left hand. A silver arc of light came forth and collided with Goyle's right side. The man's entire arm was cut at the shoulder. It took him around 5 seconds to even process what just happened. When he did, he looked at where his right arm used to be and gave a blood-curdling scream. He quickly used his left hand to cover his wound and stop the bleeding. Then turned towards Not. "Not, don't just stand there like an idiot and help me. Shoot him. Now." But Not did not move. "I'm afraid that he cannot help you," Har said in a calm voice that made Goyle's blood run cold. W8. Goyle turned to look at Harry, who was now slowly walking towards him, and felt absolute terror. He started to back away from Harry. "W8, please. We can let this go. Just let me dash." No. Those were the last words that he heard before Harry extended his hand towards him and Goyle's body suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. The disintegration curse was rarely used because it required the caster to completely overpower his opponent's magic in order to work. However, for Harry to overpower the incompetent Goyle Sr. was just too easy. He also felt nothing about killing one of his former followers. Those men were once loyal to him, but now, they just want to be his enemies. So be it. If they want to die so badly, let them come. He thought. Luna picked up her wand and ran towards Susan and Hannah. Finite incantatem, she used the charm to remove the ropes and the silencing spell that was put on them. Luna, Harry. Susan yelled. Hannah grabbed Luna in a hug. I was so scared. Susan turned to look at Nott with obvious fear in her eyes. Can he really not move? No, he can't. Harry's voice came from her side. Susan turned to look at Harry. Harry, you saved us again, thank you so much. Susan gave him a hug, and then looked towards the red stain that Goyle left. What did you do to him? Disintegration curse, Harry said calmly. You killed him. Susan wasn't sure how to feel about that. Oh, bugger him. The voice came unexpectedly from Hannah. They all turned to look at her in awe. Susan, you heard what they wanted to do with us. I'm glad they are dead. Hannah exclaimed with misty eyes. Susan thought for a moment and nodded solemnly. Actually, this one is not dead. Luna pointed at Nott. I can still see his magic working, but is weak. Petrification is not necessarily lethal, Harry said, and that seems to ease Susan's conscience a little bit. What he did not say is that the variant he used, although not immediately lethal, the victim will suffer a very painful death in less than an hour if the person is not given the petrification cure. That potion has to be brewed at the moment of need and cannot be stored, so the chances of not surviving are 0. Can we leave now? I want to get away from this place already. Hannah said. I'm afraid, not yet. Harry looked at the huge group of Dementors approaching. Chapter 69. Susan and Hannah screamed at the sight. Luna looked extremely worried. That's a lot, what now? Can we run from them? Luna said. Run where? We are surrounded. Susan pointed out. Harry made a mental connection with the closest Dementor. Leave us be. You can eat the rest if you want. The Dementor immediately sent a response. No. Consume. Great soul. Tisk, if you all want my soul so bad, so be it, I will use that. Harry muttered. He turned to Luna. Luna, I'm going to need your help. Distract them for a minute. Alright, but what are you going to do? Luna asked. I'm going to teach them a lesson they won't forget. Harry sat down with his legs crossed and closed his eyes. Immediately, magic around him started to stir and the wind started to flow faster around him. Luna wasn't sure exactly what Harry was doing, but he seemed to be preparing to cast something big. She turned her attention to the Dementors. Stay close to me. Luna told Susan and Hannah while the Dementors were approaching. A group of 20 Dementors was almost upon them already. Luna felt the temperature lowering fast. She pointed her wand at the group. Expecto Patronus. A white rabbit came out of the wand and flew towards the Dementors. The creatures made some painful noises and started to get away from the rabbit. Wow, Luna, you can use a Patronus. Susan was in awe. Hannah saw that Luna seemed to pant a bit. Are you okay, Luna? She asked with concern. I'm fine, that spell is a bit exhausting. Luna gave a weary smile. After 10 seconds of running around, the white rabbit dissipated into nothingness, and once again, the Dementors started to make their way toward the trio. They looked at Harry. The phenomena occurring around him were getting stronger, but he was still not making any move. Seemed like he needs more time, for whatever it is that he is trying to do. Susan commented before looking at Luna, who was pointing her wand in the air again. Expecto Patronus. The white rabbit came out and chased out the Dementors again. After casting the spell, Luna fell to one knee and started to pant heavily. Luna. Hannah came to her side and tried to lift her up. Susan lifted on her other side. You can't use that spell again, you are probably close to magical exhaustion. Susan's face showed a mix of concern and fear. What are we going to do when they come back? Hannah asked. I think I can manage one more, Luna said, sounding very weak. No, you cannot. Exhausting your magical core completely can kill you, ... Susan exclaimed. Hannah looked at Harry, who was still not moving. Come on Harry, you have to do something. She muttered. Susan looked up and gasped at the sight. The other two heard her and turned also to look up. It seems like the other Dementors must have felt that their brothers were having trouble and came to help. Because now, instead of 20 Dementors, there were almost 100 coming their way. As soon as the rabbit disappeared, the horde of Dementors rushed toward them much faster than before. Luna moved her wand in the air again, and before Susan or Hannah could stop her, she said, Expecto Patronus. A white light came from her wand, but this time, instead of a rabbit, a small white mist appeared and disappeared a second later. Arg! Luna collapsed and would have hit the ground if Susan wasn't there to catch her. Luna! Hannah yelled. Oh no! Susan tried to grab Luna and move away from the monsters approaching, but when one of them got close enough, she entered some sort of trance. Sad memories rushed into her mind, memories about the death of her parents, cousins, uncles, and aunts. Memories about her, being left alone and sad. And she could not move. Hannah was in the same situation, while Luna seemed to be unconscious. The closest Dementor extended his bony fingers to grab Susan's face and pull her closer when a shiny white chain shot out of nowhere and hit the Dementor in the face. The creature screamed in pain as smoke started to come out of the place where the chain hit. Sorry for the wait, I'll take it from here. More and more white chains seemed to appear near Harry and then shot out in all directions. Some of them pushed back the Dementors trying to consume the girls, while others seemed to be going all over Hogsmeade. There was one that started to cover the entire perimeter of Hogsmeade, creating a gigantic circle, while others went all over the town, attacking any Dementor they came across. Harry showed no change as he was concentrating on perfecting the shape that the chains were creating. If one were to look from the sky, one would see a giant magical circle that was getting more complex by the second as the chains kept moving. The Dementors were unable to approach further, but they did not go too far either. They seemed to be waiting for Harry to get tired as they did with Luna. Near the entrance of Hogsmeade, there were 3 people approaching in a hurry. By Merlin, Albus, look. McGonagall pointed at the sky, where the Dementors were flying. Dumbledore made a grave expression. Cornelius should have listened to me and removed those creatures from here. It would not have mattered. I believe the Dementors are no longer under the control of the Ministry. Snape pointed out. Once the trio was only a few feet from the entrance of Hogsmeade, Dumbledore grabbed both of them firmly. Stop! He yelled in an uncharacteristically way. Both Snape and McGonagall were baffled at his sudden change and wondered what triggered his reaction. They would not have to wait long as a few seconds later, a very shiny white chain came flying and covered the entrance. The chain didn't seem to be made of metal, but instead, it seemed to be made of pure light. What is that? Said McGonagall in an alarmed voice. Snape and Dumbledore were quietly observing the movements of the chain and noticed that it wasn't really moving, but it was actually growing in length at an alarming rate as it covered more ground. It seems to be circling the village. Do you know what that is? Snape asked. I have an idea. And there is not just one. Look. Dumbledore pointed to the interior of Hogsmeade, where many more chains were seen. The chains would grow in length, attack any Dementor they came across, and then lay on the ground. It seems like they are creating a specific shape. Snape pointed out. That's called a formation. It is basically a giant magical circle that requires a group of wizards or witches to power it up and perform feats of magic that would be impossible otherwise. Dumbledore said. That's ancient magic, no one has used it for centuries. McGonagall looked at the growing formation with concern before looking at the headmaster. Albus, do you know what it does? Dumbledore shook his head. No, and that's why I did not want you to step inside it. If we do, we may not be able to come back out. Formations can be deadly even for the most powerful wizards in the world if they are careless. Snape tried to examine the chains a bit closer. He took out his wand and cast a few detection spells. I don't think this formation is harmful, at least not for us. Dumbledore also did an examination. You might be right, I don't detect any traces of dark magic. But, you can never be sure, is not that hard to harm people with so-called light magic. Is best to wait for the formation to finish its function before going in. I hope you are right, Albus, we have a lot of students in there that may need help. McGonagall's face was now filled with worry. Harry was now panting and looked very tired, but he was still smiling. You bastards made me work hard. Now is time to pay. Without standing up, Harry took hold of the closest chain. As soon as he did, all of the chains covering Hogsmeade started to shine brighter and brighter. Seeing this, the Dementors seemed to realize that they were in danger because they stopped pursuing people and started to fly away. Harry saw this and chuckled. Too late, I'm afraid. You should never have come here. He clenched his teeth and poured more of his magic to activate the formation. Hogsmeade was engulfed in an almost blinding white light. The people around Hogsmeade did not understand what was going on and started to take cover inside the shops. Even the Death Eaters that were still around got spooked and looked for refuge. Then, they started to hear blood-curdling screams that seemed to come from their worst nightmares. Those were not human screams. The Dementors were screaming. Chapter 70. During the second year, Harry had to push his body to its limit, and now, Harry was, for the first time, pushing his magic to its limits. According to the book on Druid magic that Luna gifted him last year, this formation was meant for at least 6 people. And he was performing a more powerful modified version by himself. He could not see much, but could perfectly hear the screams coming from the Dementors. Well, it's time to end this. I hope this works. He started to chant in Old Gaelic. The chains all transformed into pure energy and they all pushed upwards, forming a giant column made of white light that covered the entire village. Soon, the screams from the Dementors stopped and the light of the formation started to disappear. Once it was all gone, the village of Hogsmeade was left in complete silence. The dark skies from before were gone, and the natural light of the morning sun illuminated the village once more. But the column of light was not the only gone from sight. The hundreds of Dementors that were plaguing the place moments ago were also completely gone and the temperature had returned to normal. The people in Hogsmeade noticed the sudden change and started to go outside and check the situation. The Death Eaters in hiding decided that now was a good time to retreat. They instantly noticed that, whatever that light was, has destroyed their anti-apparition wards. Horrors will be all over the place in a matter of minutes. Harry has never felt more exhausted. He approached the girls with difficulty and checked that they were fine. Laurie, he called. The elf immediately appeared. Master. Laurie exclaimed in surprise and worry after seeing his master condition. I'm fine. I need you to keep an eye on Susan and Hannah until the Aurors or the teachers get here. But don't let anyone see you. Yes, master. The elf used his magic to move Susan and Hannah, who were still sleeping, and placed them in a sitting position against one of the nearby houses. Harry took Luna in his arms. They need to leave the place before people get here. They were not supposed to be in Hogsmeade, and Harry had just killed 2 pure-blood wizards using magic that the Ministry will no doubt qualify as dark. Harry brought the both of them to the Hogwarts station. It was the closest place that apparition was allowed by Hogwarts wards. He will still have a long walk to the castle. He took out his invisibility cloak and expanded it, to cover them both with no difficulty, and started to walk back to the castle while carrying Luna. By the time he made it to the 7th floor of the castle, Harry was more than ready to pass out. He knew that it would be impossible to leave Luna at her house room without having to give some explanation, and he could not take her to the Hufflepuff house room. After making 3 passes, the door to the room of requirements opened. Inside it, there was a very fancy-looking bedroom, and a giant fluffy bed in the middle of it. After placing Luna down, Harry collapsed in the bed and fell asleep. Right after the column of light disappeared, Dumbledore instructed Minerva and Sirius to enter Hogsmeade. Dumbledore made it through the village, looking around in case anyone needed help. They soon arrived at the Hog's Head Inn. Albus, you are late. Aberforth was carrying a very angry expression. Dumbledore lowered his head a little bit. I'm sorry, brother. Someone placed a formation and we could not enter. Aberforth's face changed to one of surprise. A formation? Is that what those chains were for? Do you know who did it? No, we did not see them. But maybe someone else did. Dumbledore said. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we need to call the Aurors. McGonagall said, looking a bit exasperated. Calm down, Minerva. I called them, the moment the flow started working again. Aberforth said. Were you attacked by only Dementor or was there someone else? Snape asked. Your former friends. Aberforth spat the words and Snape flinched. Yes, there were a few of those cowards, using unforgivables on defenseless people and laughing. Dumbledore was looking at his brother like he wanted to say something, but before anyone said anything else, the flow of the inn activated and revealed several Aurors coming in. The first one to arrive was the head of the DMLE, Amelia Bones. What's the situation? she asked while looking at the occupants of the room. Around a dozen Death Eaters and hundreds of Dementors attacked Hogsmeade. The Dementors have disappeared, the Death Eaters also appear to have run away, but you may want to check that out. Aberforth spoke. A middle-aged Auror, who was next to Amelia, made a strange face. Death Eaters, are you joking? Those guys have all been arrested. I don dash. Enough. Amelia commanded. I want a full assessment of the situation in Hogsmeade. Get to it. She then turned to her newest recruit. Tonks. Call Saints Mungo and have them send us some healers. We are bound to find people in need of assistance. I'm going to check the situation outside too, said Dumbledore before leaving the inn. An hour later, Amelia was recounting the damages. We have 26 injured by the use of several curses that includes the Cruciatus, 6 deaths by Dementor Kiss, 2 of them were Hogwarts students. McGonagall covered her mouth and Dumbledore's face seemed to get paler after hearing those words. Amelia continued. We found no trace of the Dementors. We did find 2 stunned Death Eaters. Some of the locals found them hiding during the commotion and managed to subdue them. They were young relatives from dark families with no criminal records. After a pause, she continued. We also found Lord Not in full Death Eater garb, he seems to have been petrified. We sent him to St. Mungo with an Auror escort. He was found very close to the place where they found my niece and her friend. Amelia frowned at the thought of Susan being attacked by Death Eaters. There was a red stain close by that was confirmed to be blood, but we do not know who it belongs to, yet. That's all for now. Amelia then looked at Dumbledore with a serious expression. I noticed that you did not seem surprised at the sudden appearance of Death Eaters once more. Is there something you want to tell me, Albus? Dumbledore sighed. Yes, I believe it is time. Chapter 71. Amelia Bones and Minister Fudge, who had arrived at the last moment, were currently in the headmaster's office, listening to the entire recount of events related to the Dark Lord since the previous year. Dumbledore told them the whole story since Goyle Jr. being possessed by Voldemort using a dark artifact, to all of Snape's meetings with the Dark Lord. Both Amelia and the minister were left flabbergasted, but she was the first one to speak. So, you lied to me when you said, I don't know where that basilisk came from or who set it free. And you kept all of this for yourself for an entire year. Amelia said, looking very angry. Amelia, you have to understand the dash. No. Fudge interrupted loudly while slamming his fist on the desk. I will not have more of this nonsense. You know who is dead. The minister's face looked red like a tomato. Dumbledore sighed. He already knew the minister was going to react like that, and that was part of the reason he decided to not say anything. Cornelius, you have to accept the facts, Dumbledore said calmly. What facts? Yes, we have caught a few idiots dressed as Death Eaters. That doesn't mean he is back. Fudge said. What about the Dementors, Minister? Amelia asked. Fudge threw her a glare that said, what about them? The Ministry is supposed to have control of them. But that is obviously not the case anymore. We know that you know who was able to communicate with them in ways that we aren't capable and turn them to his side. Fudge was already going to explode into a rant when Amelia stopped him by raising her hand, indicating that she was not done. But, even if you do not want to believe that he is back, here are some facts that cannot be denied. 1. We have many witnesses saying that they saw at least a dozen people dressed in Death Eater garbs. Amelia raised 2 fingers to indicate a count. 2. The anti-apparition ward must have been raised and maintained by another group from the outside of Hogsmeade. She raised another finger. 3. Someone managed to shut down the Floo network. Which means they have at least one person in a high position in the Department of Floo Transportation. A 4th finger. 4. They have someone that can control Dementors. Unless you want to claim that the attack on Hogsmeade was ordered by the Ministry. Fudge quickly shaded his head fiercely. So, in conclusion, we have a big group, of over a dozen wizards, very likely from powerful pureblood families that decided to launch an attack against innocent civilians. Whatever you believe that the Dark Lord is back or not is irrelevant. Do you want to be remembered as the minister that did nothing as magical Britain citizens were under attack? Fudge's face went a bit paler while Dumbledore gave Amelia a nod of approval. Fine, what do you suggest? The minister finally said, sounding defeated. They then heard a knock on the door from downstairs. Dumbledore opened the entrance and a young Auror came in. Ah, Nymphadora. It's good to see you again. Dumbledore smiled. Tonks's hair turned a bit redder. Please headmaster, call me Tonks. Do you have something important to report? Amelia asked. Tonks righted her posture quickly and looked at her superior. Yes, ma'am. Your niece and her friend have just woken up. You asked me to inform you when that happens. Tonks said. Do you mind if I come along? I have some questions too. Dumbledore asked. Amelia nodded and they all left for the infirmary. When they entered the room, they found Susan and Hannah sitting in bed, eating chocolate. Madame Pomfrey was next to them. Susan. Amelia started to walk faster toward her niece. Auntie. Susan tried to get out of bed but was promptly stopped by Madame Pomfrey. Stay right there, you need to rest. She said with a frown. Amelia reached her bed and gave Susan a hug. You gave me quite the scare, Susan. She then turned to Hannah. Hannah, I'm glad you are fine too. We already called your father, he should be here soon. Hannah nodded and smiled, looking forward to seeing her dad. Amelia looked at Madame Pomfrey for a moment and this one understood. They are both perfectly fine. They just suffered the side effects of being in close proximity to a Dementor. Nothing that a bit of chocolate can't fix. But, they do need to rest, so keep this conversation brief. They all nodded to the nurse and she left. Miss Bones. Can you tell us your version of the events? Dumbledore asked with a spark in his eyes. Just tell us whatever you remember, honey, take your time, Amelia added. Susan looked at Hannah before starting to speak. Well, we went to Hogsmeade early in the morning to buy a new hairbrush for Hannah. When we were going through an alley we were attacked by two masked men. Susan took a moment to think about what she was going to say. She knew that Harry and Luna were not supposed to be there. Also, Harry had to kill one of those men to protect her and Hannah, so she didn't want to get him in trouble. When we woke up, we were tied down by ropes and put some silencing spell on us. Amelia's face was getting red with anger. How dare they? Susan continued. Then someone came to our rescue. What did he look like? Dumbledore asked, looking very interested in this part of the story. Susan looked up and started to think. I don't know, that person was wearing a dark tunic that covered his face. He attacked the two masked men and saved us. Afterward, he left, and we were attacked by those Dementors. That's all I remember. You didn't see who attacked the Dementors? Or anything else? Susan shook her head. Sorry. Dumbledore felt that Susan was hiding something, so he tried to make a surface read of her thoughts, but he was not able to feel anything. That girl had some mental protection. I could break it if I push harder, but that may call too much attention. He thought. What Dumbledore didn't know was that, during the second year, Laurie bought Christmas presents for Susan, Hannah and Luna. The gold pendants that Laurie bought were enchanted with strong mental protections. Those enchant were very popular among pureblood children that were expected to protect the family's secrets. So when Laurie went to buy some expensive gift for the three girls, that's what the vendor recommended. Are you sure there was only one man? Dumbledore asked. Susan looked surprised at the question. Yes. I mean, I only saw one. What makes you think there was more than one? Amelia asked. A formation was used to deal with the Dementors. A group of wizards is required to use one of those. Dumbledore answered while pondering the situation. There must have been more people, but those girls only saw one before passing out. The headmaster thought. A formation? Is that what the light that everyone talked about was? That's some old and bizarre magic. When I was a rookie Auror, I participated in the raid against the last cabal of witches in Britain. They had a cave on the coast of Ireland protected by a formation. Took us 3 days to take it down. Amelia explained. So, we have a group of vigilantes using ancient magic too. Great, Fudge mumbled. Well, let you rest. If you remember something else, or if you need anything, give me a call. Amelia said to the two girls before leaving. Susan and Hannah exchanged a look and they both nodded in agreement. Chapter 72. Room of Requirements. It was late at night when Luna woke up. The first thing she noticed was being in a strange bed. She looked around the dimly lighted room and she noticed that Harry was lying down on the other side of the bed. Luna's cheeks gained a pinkish color as she wonders about what happened. She was tempted for a moment to wake Harry up, but he seemed completely exhausted. The room looked different what she was used to, but she quickly recognized that this was the Room of Requirements. She pulled out her wand. Tempest, Luna whispered softly, and the spell showed her that it was almost midnight. There is no point in going around the halls at this hour. I'll have to wait until the morning. She looked at the sleeping figure of Harry and gave a mischievous smile. Harry opened his eyes and grunted in pain the moment he tried to move. His whole body ached. I almost exhausted all of my magic. I didn't think that was even possible at this point. When he made another attempt to stand up, he noticed something preventing him to rise. When he looked to the side, he saw the culprit. Luna had somehow ended up with her arms wrapped around his waist. Harry was a bit confused by this. He remembers putting her on the other side of the bed, which was big enough for 4 people. Did she woke up during the night? Tempest, Harry whispered. The spell showed that it was early in the morning, there was more than an hour before breakfast time. He gently shook Luna to wake her up. Luna, wake up. He said gently. She opened her eyes and looked at Harry. Good morning. She smiled. Come on, we need to get moving. If we are lucky, no one noticed our absence with all the mess from yesterday. Harry said. Susan and Hannah, are they okay? I don't remember what happened after using my third Patronus. Luna asked with concern. They are fine. The Dementors never touched them. We can go see them after freshening up. Harry stood up from the bed and started to check his looks before walking through the halls. His clothes were a bit dirty, but other than that, no one would suspect he has been involved in a battle with monsters. Luna opened her eyes at the realization. Oh, that's right. What happened to the Dementors? Harry looked pensive for a moment. I'm not sure. Luna was surprised. What do you mean? What happened? Remember that book you gave about old druid magic, Harry asked. Luna nodded and Harry continued. Well, it contained a few formations. The one I used was supposed to be used to banish evil spirits. I made some modifications and combined it with one of my own original spells. Harry extended his hand and a white chain appeared for a moment before disappearing again. He didn't want to push his magic while recovering. I was never able to use the Patronus, so I created this. Is not fueled by positive emotions or happy memories, but instead is raw magic, done to simulate the Patronus effect. Luna was baffled. She knew that Harry was a genius, but to create new spells at his age is unbelievable. She then seems to recall something. Wait, you used a formation by yourself? Those are meant to be used by full groups of druids. You could have died. Luna was horrified at the thought. Harry chuckled. Don't forget who I am. Luna chuckled too at the ridiculous statement. But let's keep this between us, okay? Luna nodded and they left the room. They both left for their house rooms to bathe and change clothes before going to the infirmary to check if Susan and Hannah were there. Turned out that no one even noticed their absence with all the chaos. The fact that both Harry and Luna barely interact with their housemates also helped. Once they entered the infirmary, they were greeted by Madame Pomfrey, who looked very tired. She looked at Harry and already knew what he was doing here. The bed's at the end. You can tell those two that they are free to leave whenever they feel rested enough. Harry nodded and went on with Luna at his side. Luna, Harry. Susan and Hannah greeted them. They were both seated in the same bed, chatting. How are the two of you feeling? Luna asked. I should be the one asking, Luna. I was so worried. Susan said. Luna gave a weary smile. Sorry. Well, I'm glad everyone is fine. Hannah said happily. Pomfrey says that you are free to go whenever you want, Harry said. Great. I want a bath, Sue badly. Susan raised her hands in the air in celebration. She then turned to Harry with a more serious expression. She made a gesture for Harry to get closer, and he did. My aunt and Dumbledore were making us questions yesterday. We told them that a mysterious dark-robed wizard was the one that saved us. Susan whispered. Harry smiled. Thanks. It seems that I will not have to deal with old man inquiries for now. He thought. Harry and Luna waited for Susan and Hannah to get ready before going to have breakfast. It was a bit late by the time they arrived and there was almost no people at the Great Hall. But it didn't matter. They were already done with exams and they will be leaving for home in less than a week. After eating their breakfast, Susan approached Harry. Harry. He noticed that Susan seemed to be hesitant about asking something, so he waited for her to talk. Once she made up her mind, Susan looked at Harry's eyes with determination. You are the one that taught Luna the Patronus, right? Harry nodded. There was no point in hiding that from them. Can you teach me too? Not just the Patronus, but I. You don't want to feel defenseless again. Harry didn't need to use legitimacy to read her thoughts at this point. Yes. Susan lowered her head. I hate that feeling. First with the basilisk and now with those men. I want to be strong like my Aunt Amelia. I was planning on giving Luna some classes during the summer at my house. You and Hannah are welcome to join. Harry said. During the summer. But we can't do magic outside Hogwarts. Harry smiled. We can, at my house, but keep that a secret. I don't think your aunt would like that. Chapter 73. When it was time for the end-of-the-year feast, the mood in Hogwarts was very gloomy. Dozens of students were first-hand witnesses of the attack, some of them were injured and 2 students died. The Slytherins were the only ones in a festive mood. They seemed too excited about the prospect of Death Eaters coming back to do some cleansing of the unworthy. After dinner was over, it was time for the headmaster to make his speech and declare the House Cup winner. The murmurs in the hall came to a stop when Dumbledore tapped his wand on the stone podium. I'll make this brief. The headmaster looked like someone who hasn't slept much in days. I will first ask for a minute of silence in memory of the 2 souls we lost during the unfortunate events at Hogsmeade. Percy Weasley and Penelope Clearwater. Harry looked around and saw the Weasleys at the Gryffindor table looking miserable. At the Slytherin table, many were smiling, some were fighting hard to contain their laughter. The only one that looked miserable at that table was Theodore Nott. His father was not only publicly revealed to be a Death Eater, but they also announced his death after the healers from Saints Mungo were unable to save him. After the minute was over, Dumbledore continued. As a gesture of respect for the victims of the attack. This year, there will be no house coup winner announcement. The students at the Slytherin table started to complain loudly since they knew their house was the one with the most points. Silence. Dumbledore's voice resounded loudly all over the hall. The decision is final and is not up to debate. It would feel wrong to celebrate anything at this time. Dumbledore gave a look around the hall. Since dinner is concluded, I will ask all students to go back to their rooms for tonight and rest tomorrow. The train for King's Cross leaves at 8 a.m. That is all. Dumbledore turned around and started to leave the hall. All the students started to leave their seats. What a bummer, to end the year like this, Hannah said, looking sad. Yeah, and this summer is already looking boring. I doubt my aunt will let me leave the house much, with all of those masked men being around. Susan said. Well, we can at least visit each other, right Harry? Hannah said, trying to cheer her friend up. When he left the train at King Cross, Harry spotted Amelia Bones waiting and looking around. He told Susan and this one went running over to greet her. He then saw Zeno Lovegood approaching them when Luna came out running to hug her dad. Are you two ready? Zeno asked Harry and Luna. Harry of course was going to be staying at the Potter Manor. But officially, he is still supposed to be under the care of Mr. Lovegood, so for appearance's sake, he needs to leave the station with him. Susan and Hannah came to say their goodbyes and promised to visit soon. Harry and Susan had arranged a schedule for their summer practice. Before leaving with Zeno, Harry gave a last glance at his surroundings and spotted something unusual. A shaggy black dog was sitting near the entrance to the station and looking in his direction. Harry wanted to roll his eyes at Sirius's recklessness but contained himself. After arriving at the Love God's household, Zeno offered him to stay for some tea while Luna went running inside to put her things down and eat some pudding. According to her, the one served at Hogwarts is not bad, but it cannot compare to the one made by her father. Apparently is also the only thing that Zeno is capable of preparing that is actually edible. After serving the tea, Zeno sat down with an unusually serious expression. I have heard a lot of things, but I wanted to hear it from you. How bad is it? Harry was pensive for a moment. He didn't understand why Zeno put so much faith in him. Although Harry has proven himself to be capable, you wouldn't normally ask those kinds of things to a student. Could he know something? No, he would never allow me to be anywhere near his daughter if he suspected something. He decided not to dwell on that. Zeno was always very perceptive. You could say is bad. I would advise you to not leave the wards unless is absolutely necessary. If you need anything, just ask Luna to call Laurie. The elf has been instructed to answer her calls. After talking for a few more minutes, Harry decided that it was time for him to leave. Luna, who had just started eating a big bowl of pudding, looked at him. Can't you stay for a bit longer? She pouted. Sorry, I have things to do. But, you will be seeing me again soon enough. Call Laurie if you need anything. Luna came close and gave him a hug. This seems to have become something natural for her to do. All right. I'll see you next Saturday. I'll bring some treacle tart. Luna said, filled with excitement. Harry, welcome back. Sirius greeted him as soon as he entered. He raised an eyebrow. What were you thinking, coming to the station in your animagus form? Sirius gave a cheeky smile. Well, I just wanted to see my godson's arrival from Hogwarts. Harry sighed. He was getting used to Sirius's personality, but it was still difficult to handle someone like him. Oh, by the way, Harry said, and Sirius looked at him. Did you get the house ready to visit? Sirius made a complicated expression. Yes, it was not pleasant to speak with that blasted elf, but I ordered him to get the house clean and ready. We can go tomorrow if you want. Excellent, well, do that. Harry gave a smile. I still don't understand why you want to visit the Black Manor. It's just a creepy empty house. Sirius said. Harry of course had other motives that he could not reveal to Sirius, so he had to come up with something. Well, is the ancestral home of one of the oldest wizard families in England. I'm sure there is a lot of interesting stuff in there. The library alone should be worth the trip. Harry answered. Yeah, I guess. But be careful with those books. I'm sure there is a lot of dangerous, nasty stuff there. Sirius said while he started to walk towards the kitchen. I'm counting on it, Harry thought. Chapter 74. The next morning, Harry and Sirius were having breakfast when Laurie appeared, carrying something in his hands. Master, an owl left this for you. Laurie placed the copy of the Daily Prophet on the table. After giving the front page a look, Harry made a surprised expression. Oh, I should have seen that one coming. Sirius lifted his face from his eggs and bacon to look at Harry. Something interesting, dot. Harry passed the paper to Sirius. When this one looked at the front page, he made the same surprised expression that Harry did. The page read, Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, removed from his position by the Wizengamot. The article proceeded to explain that the main motive for his removal was the mishandling of the Dementors at Hogwarts that ended up costing the lives of 6 people, 2 of them being students. Sirius put the paper down. He should never have brought those monsters to a school. He deserves to be fired, Sirius spat. Yes, well, I do wonder who the new minister is going to be. Harry calmly said. They operate in front of an old house. Sirius was using his new wand that Laurie had acquired from Nocturne Alley. Harry examined the house. Aside from the black walls, the house was very nondescript. It looked like the rest of the houses in the neighborhood, but Harry had the feeling that the looks of the house had been altered with magic to not stand out. He could also feel the strong ancient wards. Sirius looked at him with a complicated expression. Well, come on, let's get this over with. Don't worry about the wards. I already asked Creature to add your name in. Once inside, Harry started to look around. Welcome to Grimmauld Place, home sweet home. Sirius had a bitter tone in his voice. An old elf appeared in front of them. The unworthy master has brought a filthy half-blood to the House of Black. The elf said with an angry face. Shut up, Creature. Go do something useful and leave us be. Sirius yelled at the elf, and this one just gave one last nasty glare and disappeared with a pop. Ignore him. That elf follows the old family values a bit too much. Sirius said. Harry already started to look around. His last Horcrux must be in this house, but it will be hard to find. If you need anything, I will be in my old room on the 2nd floor. Maybe I can find my leather jacket from my Hogwarts years. Sirius smiled a bit and went upstairs. Harry kept walking around the house until he found the library. He was positively impressed. This library must contain at least 1,000 tomes, and those books were rare, some of them were probably only found in this library. Wonderful. I'll take my time with this, later. He muttered. He used his senses to make sure that Sirius was far enough. Creature, answer my call. Nothing happened. As a guest of the House of Black, and you are compelled to answer my call. Creature. A few seconds later, the elf popped in front of Harry. Filthy half-blood dares to call Creature. Harry looked at the elf with interest. It's been a long time since he has seen it, and the elf now looks to be near the end of his lifetime. Instead of walking around the house and looking everywhere, this has to be faster. He must know where it is. He pointed his finger at Creature, and before this one could do anything, the elf was stunned. Harry took out his wand and concentrated. Legilimency, he whispered. Elves have natural protection against mind attacks. Even for a master in legilimency, it would be incredibly difficult to access their minds. Harry started to rifle through the elf's memories until he found what he was looking for. The conversation between him and Regulus Black about the Horcrux. "Creature, I need to hide this and keep it safe." Regulus gave the Slytherin locket to the elf. "I have been researching how to destroy it and I think I have found the solution. I need to make a trip to Nocturne Alley. If something happens to me, creature, I will leave the job of destroying it to you, my friend." "Must Master go?" "Maybe creature can do it instead." "No, is too dangerous. Unlike you, I can use magic to hide my identity. I'll be right back, I promise." Regulus smiled at his elf and left. Creature waited and waited for Regulus' return, but he never did. Eventually, the elf decided to keep his promise and find a way to destroy the locket. He tried everything he could think of, but even his most powerful elf magic could not put a scratch on the locket. In the end, the only thing that the elf could do was to hide it away. In a secret compartment, inside the grandfather clock located in the main living room. Harry pulled out from Creature's mind and smiled. Obliviate. The elf was left laying on the floor of the library. He will not remember the last few minutes when he wakes up. Harry found the clock, opened the secret compartment near the bottom, and, there it was, the Slytherin locked. There is no point in postponing this. I better do it while the elf still sleeps. He closed the door of the living room and placed a silencing charm. Then placed the locket on top of a silver plate. He carefully took out the small vial, containing the basilisk venom from his wallet and opened it. Once he got close to the locket while carrying the venom, the Horcrux must have felt the danger, because it decided to start speaking into his mind. It just said the same things as the others, offers of power and riches. Harry just ignored the nonsense and let 2 drops of the venom fall on top of the locket. It was a good thing he decided to place a silencing charm because the dying scream of this one was the loudest of them all. Well, the only thing left now is that little fragment who now carries my old name. Harry looked at the destroyed Horcrux with indifference and decided to return it to its previous hiding spot before leaving. Let's take a look at that library. Chapter 75. After a few hours of going through the Black Library, Harry felt like he needed a break. The library did not disappoint him, there were some books in there that he has never seen in his 2 lifetimes. That being said, he has been unable to find books related to souls, which was the theme that he was the most interested in at the moment. After what happened to him, Harry realized how little he knew about the subject and was hoping that this library will have some answers. I haven't even skimmed through 1/3 of the books there, so there is still a chance. As he was taking a walk around the mansion, he noticed Creature seemingly whispering with a painting. He could barely hear what he was saying. Something about bastards and traitors. After hearing his approach, Creature shut his mouth and gave Harry a nasty glare. "What is a filthy half-blood like you doing in my house?" An angry screech came from the painting. When Harry looked at the woman in the portrait, he recognized her immediately. "Walburga Black," Harry muttered. The woman seemed a bit surprised. "So, you at least know how I am." "Of course. You are a mere reflection of a bitter woman who never accomplished much in life and blames everyone else for her own failings. How dare you? Creature, teach this filth a lesson." Walburga was enraged, she was not used to people talking down on her, especially those of lesser station. Harry looked with amusement at the elf's struggle at being incapable of following his former master's orders, and he knew why. Paintings have no magical authority over house elves, and Harry has been declared a guest of the House of Black by the current head of the house. So the elf is incapable of harming him, no matter how much he wanted to. He heard some steps approaching and soon enough, Sirius appeared out of the corner. "Ah, I see you have met my lovely mother. Sirius, you unfilial son. This boy has insulted me, teach him his place." Walburga yelled. Sirius looked at Harry for a moment. "I merely stated some facts that she didn't seem to like," Harry explained. Sirius turned to the painting. "I would not take orders from you even if you were alive, much less a portrait. Why can't you be more like your brother? He was a wonderful boy, O Regulus." This seems to anger Sirius. "Yes, he was a wonderful Death Eater." He spat the words. Sirius would probably have been happy to know that his brother actually betrayed the Dark Lord and tried to destroy one of his Horcruxes. Not that Harry had any intention to tell him. After calming down a bit, Sirius turned to look at Harry. "We should get going. It's time for lunch and you don't want to eat anything that Creature prepares, trust me," Sirius said. The elf made an angry face but chose to remain silent. But I still have so many books to look at, Harry complained. Sirius chuckled. How did you not end up in Ravenclaw? Fine, we can come back again during the summer. What, you let this filth access our library? How can y dash? Shut up already. I swear, he'll find a way to get you out of that wall one day. Sirius said angrily. Harry agreed to the proposal of coming back another day and they both left Grimmauld Place. Saturday morning, Harry was waiting for the arrival of Susan, Hannah, and Luna, who came to Potter Manor for their first lesson. Harry turned to Sirius. Remember to stay in your animagus form until they leave. Yes, you told me already. Sirius looked exasperated. Why can't you just tell them about me? Luna already knows. They are your friends, don't you trust them? Luna was with me when you showed yourself, I didn't tell her. As for Susan and Hannah, yes I do trust them. But there is no reason to put that burden on their shoulders. Especially Susan, whose aunt is the head of the DMLE. As far as the rest of the world, you are still considered a very dangerous criminal. Harry explained. Sirius seems to deflate at that. I know, it's just, I don't like having to hide all the time. Well, I'm sure at some point we will be able to get you a trial to prove your innocence. At least, if the new minister is a reasonable person. At that moment, Harry and Sirius heard a peculiar noise. That was the noise that indicated that the Flu connection was being used. Harry gave one glance at Sirius and this one turned into his dog form without complaining. A few minutes later, he saw Susan and Hannah being escorted by Laurie. The two of them were looking around in awe. Wow, this place looks amazing, Hannah exclaimed. Yes, is also a lot bigger than my manor, Susan said. If you want, Laurie can give you a tour while I finish the preparations in the backyard. Harry offered. Oh, I would love that. Hannah sounded very enthusiastic about the idea. Harry, I have a question. Why did you put the Flu fireplace in a basement? Normally, houses have them in the living room. Susan asked, and Hannah looked intently like she also wanted to know. Security measure. There are some very strong protections in that basement. If someone managed to use the Flu to infiltrate the manor without permission, well, let's just say, that they would never leave that basement. Harry left the words hanging and made his way outside, leaving Susan and Hannah with pale faces. Chapter 76. Malfoy Manor. A handsome young man was sitting down on a very comfortable-looking leather couch, looking at the man kneeling in front of him with a bored expression. Report. The kneeling man quickly raised his head. Yes, my lord. Avery has reported from Norway that the negotiations with the Giants are still ongoing, but he said that everything is progressing well and that he will have them on our side before the end of the summer. Voldemort gave a small smile and nodded, indicating his follower to continue. The Lestrange brothers are still in Romania trying to recruit the vampires, but he said that their demands are too outlandish. They want high positions in the ministry and a part of the country as a reward. Voldemort frowned. He knew the vampires would be hard to convince. I'll write down a letter for the Lestrange brothers, later on, to help them in their negotiation. Anything else to report? No, my lord, the man said, still kneeling. Voldemort made a gesture for him to stand. Very well. He then turned to another man, who was standing up a bit farther away. McNair. Walder McNair was a lanky man with brown hair and a permanently angry expression. He worked as the executioner of the ministry. McNair approached Voldemort and kneeled in front of him. My lord. Have you found the location of that traitor, Igor Karkaroff? Yes, I have. He is currently working as the headmaster of Durmstrang Institute. That would be a problem. The location of that school is a complete secret to outsiders. Voldemort thought out loud. McNair smiled. I have good news in that regard then. I have heard that Hogwarts is going to host some big event next year, and some foreign schools are going to attend. One of these is Durmstrang. Voldemort smiled. That is indeed excellent news. I want you to find out everything you can about this event. McNair nodded firmly. Then Voldemort continued with the next topic. Have you found out something about Harry Potter? Voldemort was getting angry solely by mentioning the name. Harry Potter's mere existence was an issue for him. Everyone seems to believe that his older self was defeated by Potter when he was a mere baby. Whether that was true or not, he did not know. But that was something he needed to rectify. If he wanted to rule with absolute power, there can be no doubt about his abilities. McNair looked at Voldemort for a moment before facing down again. Yes, my lord. My contacts in the ministry have found out a rumor about Harry Potter staying with the Lovegoods after his Muggle relatives passed away. The Lovegoods, Voldemort looked pensive. It was in moments like this that he was grateful for having full access to Lucius' old memories. He had a bit of knowledge about Xenophilius Lovegood. Is that the one that writes that ridiculous newspaper? Yes, my lord, the same one. I have his address right here. He took a piece of paper out of his pocket and passed it to his lord. After reading it, Voldemort looked at the last man in the room. Yaxley. A man in his late years with white hair approached Voldemort. My lord, how can I serve you? Voldemort passed the paper to him. I want you to go to that location. If Harry Potter is there, I want you to bring him alive. You can kill anyone else you find in that house. Yaxley gave a cruel smile. Yes, my lord. Take the Caro twins with you, they are some of the best cursebreakers we have that will make your job easier. Yaxley nodded and left the room smiling. Oh, how have I missed a good hunting, the man muttered. Potter Manor. You are not making the right wand movement. Harry corrected Hannah while Susan kept firing spells at a training dummy. Try again, Harry said. Hannah concentrated for a moment before firing a near-reversing hex at the training dummy. The right leg of the dummy turned backward and it fell down. Yikes. Hannah went a bit pale at the thought of using this against a real person. Hey Harry, shouldn't Luna be here already? Susan asked. Harry pondered for a moment. Susan was right. It was rare for Luna to be late. He had a bad feeling about this. Laurie, he called the elf, and this one appeared in a moment. Yes, master. I need you to go check on Luna, and bring her here if she is ready. Very well, master. The elf made the motion to pop away, but nothing happened. Harry saw Laurie frowning and already had an idea of the problem. You can't enter their house. Is that right? Harry stated. It seems that way. There is something preventing me to enter. Does master know the reason? Susan and Hannah had noticed that something was wrong, stopped their practice, and approached Harry. Did something happen? Asked Hannah with worry on her face while Susan was also looking at Harry with a serious expression. It seems that someone is trying to break into the Lovegoods house and the wards have been activated at full force, preventing anyone from getting inside. Not even Laurie. Harry said. Both Susan and Hannah gasped. Oh no. We have to call my aunt. Luna is in danger, Susan said. Harry raised his hands in a placating manner. Calm down, you two. The security of that house is even stronger than this manor. If anyone is in danger, it would be the attackers. But just in case, Bill, go check it out. Give your aunt a call if you want. Harry took out his wand and prepared to leave. Wait, Harry, you can't go alone, it is too dangerous. Susan exclaimed and Hannah nodded in agreement. I'm just going to check the surroundings, nothing more. Once is safe, Bill send a message through Laurie. Harry took out his wand and apparat away. Susan and Hannah were left dumbfounded in the yard. Wait, he knows how to apparate? Hannah asked. Honestly, at this point, we should not be surprised anymore, Susan said. Chapter 77. Harry aimed his apparition around a mile away from the house, at the entrance of the forest surrounding the area. He looked in the direction of the Lovegoods house and immediately saw a golden dome with some red tones covering the property. Harry pushed his magic and was lifted into the sky, then started flying towards the house. His method of flying was slower than the average broom, but it was a lot safer since there was no risk of losing that thin piece of wood beneath you and fall to your death. He flew 100 feet above the ground as he approached the house. The wards were around the same height. Once he was close enough, he spotted 3 figures at the border of the wards. Harry smiled at the sight. 20 minutes earlier. Luna was finishing her preparations before going to visit Harry. She moved around while looking at herself in the mirror, making sure her hair was properly done and her clothes looked good. All right, all good. She was not a vain person and normally wouldn't care that much how she looked, but she hasn't seen Harry in a week and didn't want to look sloppy. He is always well dressed and his long hair seems always perfectly tied and clean, and he always smells nice. Anyways. Luna shook herself of those thoughts with rosy cheeks and went down to the kitchen to pick up the treacle tart she promised Harry. This was actually the main reason she was late. Her oven has been acting up and the tart took a bit longer than normal. Once she entered the kitchen, she saw her father sitting on a chair, drinking some tea and reading something. How do I look, Daddy? Luna asked while smiling and giving a twirl. Lovely as always, dear, Zeno smiled at her, but then had some complicated feelings after thinking about why she was worried about her looks. However, looking back, Harry always seems to behave like a perfect gentleman, and that thought eases his worries a little bit. Luna picked up the tart from the counter. I'm going to use the flu, I'll be home in time to make dinner. Don't try to cook, please. Zeno chuckled and nodded. But when Luna was about to leave the kitchen, they both heard an alarming sound. What is that? Luna was startled. Zeno's expression grew serious all of a sudden. He had an idea about the reason for that sound. Stay here. Zeno rushed to the basement, where the Santos brother had set up the ward's controls. As soon as he entered, the situation became clear immediately. The controls were warning about an unauthorized attempt to breach the wards. Luna came from behind Zeno and also looked at the controls. Are we under attack? She asked while looking from behind her father's back. Zeno looked at her daughter and was going to tell her something about being disobedient, but then he thought that this was not the time. It seems that way. Let's hope these wards are as good as they promised. Zeno said, looking a bit grim. Outside the Lovegoods household. How long is this going to take? Yaxley asked. He was already anxious to get this done. He had a bad feeling the moment they arrived here. Patience, my friend, breaking a ward safely takes some time, Amicus answered. His sister Alecto was silently studying the wards. This is a lot more advanced than I expected. Those do not look like ancient wards, but instead is something a lot more modern. She said. Indeed, Amicus said while looking at the yellow dome covering the household. As soon as they took out their wands and pointed them at the house, the wards activated. These wards have defenses based on intent. That has only been in use for the last few decades. And you too can break them? Yaxley asked. Do we have a choice? Coming back to our Lord empty-handed is not an option. I rather not be tortured to insanity. Alecto said with furrowed eyebrows. A loud noise was heard and the ward started to change slightly. There was now a red hue mixed in. What did you do? Amicus exclaimed loudly. I didn't do anything, you moron. I was just testing for weak points, Alecto defended herself. Yaxley was getting more anxious, this was not going according to plan. They just came here to fight a weirdo and 2 Hogwarts students, not to deal with this crap. He instinctively started to move back, away from the wards that were now emitting a very threatening noise. It almost sounded like a lightning storm. The noises started to get louder. Alecto turned to notice that Yaxley has backed up at least 5 feet. Stop, don't move. I think there is a movement trigger somewhere, Alecto yelled. Amicus was waving his wand around, trying to disable the security measure that has just been triggered. He looked extremely worried and beads of sweat were falling down his face. Yaxley was now terrified, he could barely hear what Alecto said, the only thing that he could think of now was to get away. He turned around and started to run. Alecto and Amicus yelled at him to stop. Yaxley only took 5 more steps before a red lightning was shoot from somewhere they could not see and impacted Yaxley, throwing him to the grassy ground. He grunted, feeling a lot of pain, but somewhat less than he expected. Maybe it wasn't that bad. He thought. He then looked at the twins and was a bit surprised at how horrified they looked. What is it? It doesn't hurt that much, I think I'm fine. Why your legs? Amicus said while pointing. When Yaxley looked down at his legs, it took him a moment to process what he was seeing. His legs were gone, both of them, there was nothing from the upper thigh down. Yaxley started to scream like mad. Calm down, we are going to get you out of here, but we need to disable that trap before W-. Amicus was interrupted when the sound of thunder started to get louder again. But we didn't move this time. Alecto complained. Amicus's face changed when he came to the realization of what happened. Intent, he said. Alecto looked at her brother, waiting for him to continue. Amicus looked at his sister with a defeated expression and fear in his eyes. This thing has been reading our intent since we came here. It was never going to let us leave. A thunderous noise was heard, and Amicus was hit by a bolt of red lightning, like the one that attacked Yaxley, except this one hit Amicus in the head, killing him instantly and leaving his body completely headless. Alecto screamed in horror at seeing her brother killed in front of her. She knew that at his point, there was no way to disable the protections, her only chance was to apparate away immediately, leaving Yaxley behind. The moment she started to lift her wand, she heard that blasted sound once again, and before she could even think about a place to apparate to, she was also hit with red lightning on her back, piercing and burning her chest. Her death was not instant, but inevitable. Most of her internal organs has been lost and she was laying in a pool of her blood. Yaxley, who had watched the whole thing, had realized something. The lightning seems to need a bit of time to recharge and fire again. So when Alecto was hit by the bolt, he already had his wand out and apparate away, leaving Alecto dying alone. When Harry came floating down, he found the two bodies. He did not know at first who the decapitated one was, but he could make a guess after finding out the identity of the woman. The Caro twins. He then notices a pair of legs with no body. So, we have one survivor. If he doesn't bleed to death. The yellow dome covering the household started to dim and disappear. As soon as it finished, Harry saw Luna peeking out from a window, with Zeno at her side. He started to walk toward the tower at a brisk pace. When Luna saw that Harry was almost at the door, she came out and jumped into his arms. "Harry, I was so scared." She sobbed. "Is okay, they are gone. I told you, these wards will keep you safe." Harry tried to calm her down the best he could. Zeno came out and looked in the direction where the Caro twins lay. "Are they dead?" "Yes, and I think the Aurors will be here shortly, so it's best not to touch anything. Let's go inside," Harry said while moving Luna towards the house. Once inside, Harry called Laurie and sent him back with a message for Susan and Hannah that everyone was unharmed, as he promised. It only took a couple of minutes before Harry felt the presence of several people, operating right outside the wards. Chapter 78. Amelia Bones was not too happy about the use of lethal wards. But Harry pointed out that they were perfectly legal for pure-blood households and that the intruders came with the intention to kill them. The Aurors took a basic statement and then left with the bodies of the Caro twins and the pair of amputated legs that were still unidentified. Later on that day, Harry brought Luna to the Potter Manor and she got to spend some time with Susan and Hannah, who were worried sick about her. There was no more training that day, but they set another date for the next week. Outside Malfoy Manor. Help, the yells were getting weaker after the third one. Help. McNair opened the door after one of the house elves informed them about the presence of someone injured at the entrance. "Yaxley? Oh Merlin, what happened to you?" McNair kneels down to check on Yaxley. The wards were, T2, the wards. Yaxley had lost too much blood and was starting to lose conscience. "Damn it, I don't know any healing spell." "Hold on, he'll take you to Saints Mungo." McNair took out his wand and apparat the both of them away. Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Amelia Bones was at the morgue of the ministry where they had just brought the two bodies and were now trying to identify the owner of the legs. There are some ways to find out but involve the use of blood magic and, as you know, is very restricted and requires a lot of paperwork, so it will take some time. The forensic Auror said. "There may be another way." Amelia turned to Tonks. "I need you to call Saints Mungo and have them inform us if anyone arrives today with missing legs. With all of the blood that person lost, there aren't many places that could save his life in time. Is worth a shot." "I'll get to it," Tonks said before leaving. McNair was in the waiting room, waiting for news about Yaxley when he spotted a group of 4 Aurors, that included Amelia Bones, walk into the hospital and talk with the receptionist. McNair lowered his head and tried to hear what they were saying, but they were too far away. He did however notice that the receptionist pointed out in the same direction where they took Yaxley. He didn't need to be a genius to know why those Aurors came here. "Shite, I need to get out of here." He didn't give his name to anyone when he brought Yaxley. With some luck, no one would have recognized him. McNair quietly made his way towards the flue access and left with no one noticing. When Amelia entered the hospital room, she noticed that everything was too quiet and feared the worst. One of the healers turned to her and recognized the head of the DMLE. "We tried our best, but he had lost too much blood, even blood-replenishing potions were not enough." Amelia looked at the dead man on the bed and didn't take much effort to recognize him. Yaxley, of course. Along with the Caro twins, now she found another no-death eater who fought in the last war and got off with no punishment. If Voldemort is really back, then they were probably after Harry Potter. Amelia thought. There were only a few people in the ministry that knew about Harry staying with the Lovegoods, but it only takes a few galleons for people to talk. McNair made his way back to Malfoy Manor to inform his lord. Voldemort looked at him when he entered the room. "What happened? You left suddenly." McNair explained what happened to Yaxley. "He is in Saints Mungo." "What about the Caro twins?" Where are they? Voldemort asked. I don't know, my lord, only Yaxley came back gravely injured, he could barely talk. The only thing he said was something about the wards. McNair explained. The wards, Voldemort looked pensive. Were the Carrow twins unable to disable the wards and were injured by it? He wondered. Voldemort turned to look at McNair. Call all of your contacts if you need to. I want to know exactly what happened. Yes, my lord, McNair responded quickly, noticing the anger of his lord rising. McNair hopes that no one remembered him at the hospital would be all for naught. All Amelia had to do was to ask the receptionist to put her memories of the encounter inside a vial that she could then analyze in her pensieve. The next day, McNair was brought to an interrogation room. However, after questioning him for an hour, the only thing that he admitted was taking his injured friend to Saints Mungo and denied any connection with Death Eaters or the attack on the Lovegoods. Since there was no evidence of his involvement and McNair had many friends at the ministry, Amelia had no choice but to let him go. However, she will keep a close eye on him and any of his associates. Under constant vigilance, McNair was unable to gather the information that his lord had demanded without raising more suspicion, so he passed the request to another one of his associates at the ministry, a man named Gibbon, who worked at the Department of Foot Transportation. It would take Gibbon almost a week to gather all of the details, but eventually, the two of them were ready to report to their lord. That's everything I managed to find, my lord. Gibbon finished talking. McNair was kneeling next to him while the Dark Lord looked to be in deep thought. Did you find out who set up those wards? Voldemort asked. Gibbon shook his head. No, my lord. Fine. Voldemort was clearly displeased. His two followers who were still kneeling on the ground started to shake in fear. There will be no more attacks in that house. There is no point in throwing away valuable resources. I'll find a way to get Potter while he is in Hogwarts. McNair seemed to recall something and lifted his face to look at his lord, hoping that this new information will improve his mood and maybe avoid punishment. My lord. I found out one interesting piece of information related to Hogwarts. Voldemort made a hand gesture indicating for him to continue. I found out the event that is going to take place next year at Hogwarts. Is the Triwizard Cup, my lord, McNair informed. Voldemort smiled at the news and was already starting to make plans. Is it now? I read about that tournament, a very dangerous event. And it is common for students to die. A cruel smile started to appear on his face. Chapter 79. A Quidditch game? Harry asked with a bored face. Not just a Quidditch game, is the World Cup finals. Ireland versus Bulgaria. Susan said with intense enthusiasm. They were all having lunch at Potter Manor after a session of training and Susan was trying to convince Harry and Luna to attend the event. Come on Harry, it will be fun, even if you don't like Quidditch that much. And it was very hard to get enough seats for all of us. Hannah said. Harry gave a look to Luna, who also seemed to be excited about watching a big game like that. I have never been in an event that big, I bet is going to be so fun. Luna said. Harry sighed in resignation, he knew that he was going to get dragged one way or another. Fine, he finally said. Since Harry would be attending, Amelia thought that it would be safer to have some extra protection. So, in addition to herself and her new assistant Nymphadora Tonks, they will also be joined by the veteran Auror, Alastair Moody. The group came to the Lovegoods house to pick up Harry and Luna. Moody kept looking at the wards with his magical eye. Those are some fantastic wards you got there. Moody turned to look at Zeno. They have kept us safe. Zeno did not like to talk about what happened at the start of the summer, so he turned to his daughter. All right, dear. Stay safe and have fun. Luna gave her dad a hug. Don't worry, we will be fine. Good luck with your writing. And remember that I left enough food in the pantry for a week at least. A week? Harry's face paled. Is not going to last that long, right? They all ignored Harry. We should get going, I want to get a good camping spot. Amelia said. They all gave Zeno their goodbyes and took hold of the port key in the shape of a cane. The place was already filled with people the moment they arrived. They started to walk around and look for a good spot to put the tent. Look, the Weasleys are over there, and there seems to be a spot next to them. Luna said while pointing in a direction. Arthur Weasley spotted them and approached. Miss Bones, is good to see you. Arthur gave the group a glance, only stopping for a moment after seeing Moody, and then he stared at Harry. Blimey, you are Harry Potter, aren't you? Arthur, keep the voice down. We rather not attract too much attention. Amelia admonished him. Moody had his wand in hand as always and was looking around, trying to spot any threats. My apologies, I just got a bit excited. He approached Harry and extended his hand. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Potter. My sons have told me many wonderful things about you. Nice to meet you, Mr. Weasley. Oh, and I'm sorry for your loss. It has only been a few months since Percy Weasley's death at Hogsmeade. Arthur made a weary smile. Thank Mr. Potter. Well, I better get back to my family. Enjoy the game. Mr. Weasley. Luna called and he turned around. Is Ginny here? I would like to say hi. Ah, Luna. Yes, she is here. Come on, he gestured for Luna to follow him and they both left. Well, let's set the camp over there. Amelia said. Tonks and I will explore the perimeter, Moody indicated and gave Tonk a passing glance. Before midday everyone was sitting in their places, waiting for the game to start. An announcer came flying and started to introduce the teams. The Irish team came in with loud, cheerful music and fireworks that transformed into a leprechaun and started dancing. The Bulgarians had more of a warrior entrance with Viking music in a very militaristic style of flying. The game started and everyone was cheering excitedly. Luna was dressed in Ireland colors, she even painted green marks on her face and wore a big green hat. Susan and Hannah were both dressed in red and black, the Bulgarian team colors. And Harry was wearing a nice, comfortable suit because he didn't care who would win. After 3 hours of the game, the score was 50 points in Ireland's favor and they announced a 30 minutes break. A group of Velas came flying into the stadium and started to perform a dance in the sky. Harry felt a slight tug on his occlumency shields. He knew that was the Vela allure. Luna was looking at Harry intensely. Susan was also looking at him and decided to say something. Sue Harry, what do you think about those Velas? Susan gave him a coy smile. Humph. If you are referring to their allure, I'll have you know that it does not affect me. A mild mental attack like that will only affect those with weak minds. What going on over there? Hannah pointed in the direction where the Weasleys were sitting. Ron seems to be trying to jump off the rails in order to get close to the Velas while his mother is holding him and yelling. Speaking of weak minds, Luna said. She will never admitted it but was still a bit bitter with Ron for calling her loony so many times in the past. Over 7 hours later, the game came to a close when the Bulgarian seeker decided to catch the snitch and end the game, seeing that his team was so behind in points that it would have been impossible to come back. The final score was 170 to 160. Susan was very disappointed and said that Victor Crumb should not have given up and ended the game. Harry on the other hand was very grateful to Crumb for ending the game. It was already getting late, so they were going to camp for the night and go home the next day in the morning. The tent had 3 big bedrooms, so it was decided that Susan, Hannah, and Luna would take one, Amelia and Tonks another one and the last one would be for Harry and Moody. However in the end was only Harry since Moody refused to sleep and instead offered to stay on guard duty all night. Harry opened his eyes when he heard Moody screaming. We are under attack, I repeat, we are under attack. Get up already. Moody yelled at the top of his lungs. Chapter 80. Stay close to me. Amelia yelled at the girls before turning to Tonks. Tonks, get the portkey ready. Moody guard the perimeter. Harry calmly walked outside the tent to see the chaos that reigned over the area. People screaming and running all over the place. In the distance he spotted a few masked men levitating some people and pointing at them, they seemed to be laughing. Potter, stay close to me. And get your wand out. Moody said in a hurried voice while his eyes were scanning the surroundings non-stop. A couple of masked men came running towards them with their wands out. One of the men laughed. What do we have here, an old cripple and a boy? Oh, this is going to be fun. Wait, that old man seems familiar, the other man said. Their voices sounded very young, and by the way, they were moving, they seemed to be very drunk. The first man pointed his wand at Moody but didn't have time to even begin firing his spell when he was hit by a combination of stunners, silencers, and restraining spells, all done silently. It seems like Moody hasn't lost his touch. Harry thought. The other masked man was taken aback by how quickly his partner was defeated. Wait, I know you. You are Mad-Eye Moody. He said, his voice filled with fear. That's right boy, now drop your wand and get to your knees. The masked man quickly obeyed and was promptly stunned and restrained. Pathetic, are those his new recruits? Harry made a disgusted expression, looking at the 2 masked men on the ground. Amelia came out of the tent. She gave the two masked men a glance before turning to Moody. "Reinforcements are coming, they'll be here in less than 5 minutes," she said. "If the rest of them are like those two," Moody said while pointing at the downed men, "there is no need for reinforcements. They are nothing but drunken idiots." Tonks left the tent. "The portkey is ready, Miss Bones. Should I dash?" A loud bang noise was heard and the sky turned green all of a sudden and they all looked up. "Get the kids out of here, now," Amelia said with worry in her voice. Tonks indicated the girls to come out. "Grab the portkey, quick," she said before turning to Harry. "You too, Harry, come on." Harry did as told. He had no interest in fighting some drunken newbies. They all grabbed the portkey and disappeared, leaving Amelia and Moody looking at the dark mark, shining its green light over the sky. The next day, Malfoy Manor. Care to explain? Voldemort threw a copy of the Jelly Prophet at Antonin Dolohov. Dolohov's face was extremely pale, it was half fear and half hangover from the previous night. "Well, Jugson and I took some of the new recruits to the Quidditch finals. We got a bit drunk and someone started talking about how we should teach these traitors a lesson. You know, just scare them a bit, make them remember us. And you all thought that was a good idea, while I remember specifically saying to lay low and don't cause trouble until we are ready." Voldemort's face was getting red. Dolohov trembled. "Well, it seemed like a good idea at the time." "Crucio!" Voldemort yelled while pointing his wand at Dolohov. The man screamed and wriggled on the floor. The torture was held for over a minute. Voldemort saw that he was breathing and didn't bother with him anymore. Instead, he turned to Jugson. "You mentioned before that you found someone that I would be interested in meeting." "Why, yes, my lord. He is the one that cast the dark mark." Jugson turned to look at the door. "Come in." The door opened and a thin man with dark hair walked in. He swiftly moved in front of Voldemort and kneeled. "My lord. Your loyal servant returns to your side." Voldemort examined the man for a moment and making full use of Lucius' memories, he managed to remember who this man was. "Barty Crouch Jr., you were declared as dead," Voldemort said, trying to hide his surprise. Barty's face contorted in anger. "My father's doing, my lord. He faked my death and kept me locked up at home all those years. I finally found a chance to escape after convincing him to let me attend the Quidditch game." "I see." Voldemort stood silent for a moment thinking about something. "Is your father still the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation?" Barty was surprised by the question but answered nonetheless. "He is, my lord." "Then I am going to have a very important mission for you, Barty." Barty smiled. "Anything you wish, my lord." Voldemort turned to look at Jugson. "Now, Jugson. Step forward, we have one last unfinished business." He did as was told. "My lord." He looked confused for a second before seeing Voldemort point the wand at him. Crucio. Chapter 81. After the events of the Quidditch finals, Susan and Hannah were forbidden from leaving the house for the remainder of the summer. There were only 2 weeks before the start of the next year, so they weren't that upset about it. Luna would still visit Harry's house, once every few days. Harry made 2 more trips to Grimmauld Place and went over the entire library. He found 2 particularly interesting books on the matter of souls. One was a transcript put together, following notes left by an ancient Egyptian sorcerer. It goes into great detail about soul containers and their risks. Harry wished he had read that book before creating his first Horcrux. The book talks at great length about the side effects of the creation of such containers and the deterioration of the mind and soul by its overuse. Maybe he could have found another way, but there was no point in dwelling on such matters now. What was done, was done. The other book was more interesting. It was written by an unnamed wizard from the ancient Greek era. It details some methods to improve and strengthen the soul of the wizard. Harry already was aware of a ritual used to assimilate a part of someone's memories and power. That was actually the ritual that he has been preparing for years now. But with the information contained in this book, he may be able to create something even better. Harry smiled at the prospect. A week before the start of the new school year, Harry was reading the newspaper when Sirius came into the kitchen carrying a package in his arms. He placed it in front of Harry. "Harry, remember when I told you about making more of those two-way diaries to give your friends?" Harry nodded before looking with curiosity at the box. "Did you make more?" "No, actually, I made something much better." Come on, open the box. Harry opened it and noticed two small mirrors inside. He took them out and inspected them. The runic work had some similarities with the diaries. The two mirrors were obviously connected, but the rune work on this was a lot more complex. Impressive work. I assume you can send messages by using these mirrors. Sirius gave a toothy smile. Not just messages, look. He took one of the mirrors and told Harry to hold the other one. Harry, Sirius said out loud while holding the mirror. Harry, who was holding the other one, noticed that the mirror sent a pulsing signal, like a vibration over his body. Touch the mirror, Sirius said. Harry did so and immediately the image on the mirror changed. Instead of reflecting his own face, it was now showing Sirius's face. Then Sirius started talking while looking at his mirror and Harry could see the results on his side. Amazing. What is the maximum range? Harry asked. I haven't tested that yet. But it should be very far. Sirius smiled proudly. I made 4 prototypes so you and your 3 girlfriends can talk all you want. Harry rolled his eyes at his godfather's obsession with him getting a girlfriend. He passed the newspaper that he was reading to Sirius. You may want to read that. Sirius took the newspaper and read it. Well, it was about time. He said. The front line read. Rufus Scrimgeour declared new Minister of Magic after a very long Wizardgamot session. Do you know that man? Harry asked. More or less, he was one of the higher-ups in the Aura department, back when your father and I were working there. But Rufus always seemed to me more a politician than an Aura. He may be an improvement over Fudge, but not by much. Sirius said. That's not a bad thing. Politicians are easier to reason with, compared to soldiers. Harry started to ponder on how to use this to his benefit. Hogwarts dungeons. Severus Snape was currently busy working on a delicate potion when he heard a loud noise behind him and felt a wave of heat. He turned around and was surprised when he found Fawkes, standing on top of a table, looking at him. The Phoenix made a desperate cry infused with sadness. Snape could not communicate with Fawkes as well as the headmaster, but he understood that the Phoenix was asking for his help, and there is only one thing that came to his mind at that moment. Is the headmaster in trouble? He asked the Phoenix. Fawkes made another cry and moved his head around. Take me to him. Snape grabbed hold of one of the Phoenix legs, and in a ball of flame, they were both gone. When Snape opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dark cave. He looked around, inspecting his new surrounding. There was a lot of water around him and he seemed to be standing on a small island the size of his classroom. He spotted a small structure made of crystals and next to it was Albus Dumbledore. He was sitting down, with his back resting against the structure and he seemed to be clutching his right hand in pain. Headmaster. Snape rushed to his side. S. Severus H. Help. Seekers S.E. Dumbledore said with difficulty. Let me see. Snape said while taking his wand out. Dumbledore revealed his right palm. There was a familiar mark on it. The symbol of the Slytherin house seems to have been carved into the headmaster's hand and there was some black goo coming out of the wound. Snape started to chant spells to reveal what curse was used on the headmaster, but could not find anything that he was familiar with. But whatever the case, it was a very dark and dangerous one, of that, he was sure. Snape took out a potion from his tunic. Drink this, is for the pain. We need to move you to Saints Mungo. Dumbledore drank the potion and then said. No, Hogwarts. But, Snape wanted to refute Dumbledore, but then, he understood his reasoning. At this moment, the headmaster could not show any signs of weakness to the public. If he does, then the Dark Lord will surely take advantage of that chance. So he wanted to keep this a secret for as long as possible. I understand, I'll do what I can in Hogwarts, Snape said with resignation. Dumbledore made an attempt to smile. Thanks, my friend. Chapter 82. Compared to the last year, the train trip was very quiet and serene this time around. They once again entered the halls of Hogwarts. Susan and Hannah made plans with Luna for the next day before she left for the Ravenclaw table. The trio took their seats and looked at the teacher's table. There is an empty spot at the table. Hannah pointed out. That's the spot belonging to the D. A teacher. Harry pointed out. Susan gave a playful smile. Harry, do you think Hannah is going to be smitten with this year's defense teacher too? Hey. Hannah gave Susan a light punch on her shoulder. Suddenly, the doors of the great hall opened with a loud bang, revealing a big man, standing there. Then he started to walk toward the teacher's table at a brisk pace while looking around constantly. If he is the new teacher, I doubt it, Harry said. The murmurs in the hall started to get louder after seeing the strange man with a metal leg and a fake eye. That's Alastor Moody, what is he doing here? Susan exclaimed. That's Mad-Eye Moody. I heard some wild tales about him from my dad. Cedric Diggory, who was sitting close by, said. You guys think that he is going to the new defense teacher? Another Hufflepuff asked. That question was quickly answered when Moody took a seat right next to the headmaster. Dumbledore then approached the podium for his opening speech. Welcome to Hogwarts once again. For this year we have something very special prepared. But first, I want to introduce your new defense against the dark arts teacher for this year, and a good old friend of mine, Alastor Moody. The students started to clap and Moody stood up for a moment to give a nod before sitting down once again. The next announcement I want to give is a difficult one, but I'm afraid that there will be no Quidditch coup this year. The entire hall erupted in chaos. What? Susan yelled. No Quidditch. Cedric's face became pale as a piece of paper. Silence, Dumbledore's voice resounded over the entire hall and everything grew quiet all of a sudden. Allow me to explain. First, I said that there will be no Quidditch Cup. I did not say that you will not be allowed to play some games, whenever possible. Second, the reason for this is as follows. This year, Hogwarts has been chosen to host the Triwizard Tournament. Dumbledore paused for a moment and let murmurs in the hall to die down before continuing. Some of you may have read about it. The Triwizard Tournament is an ancient tradition among wizard schools in Europe. It is a competition between 3 champions from different schools. In 2 weeks, we will be receiving students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. I expect you all to make them feel at home. Dumbledore made a signal to McGonagall and this one took the sorting hat from the table. And now, let's proceed with the sorting. Back at the Hufflepuff table, the feelings were a mix between disappointment and excitement. That's not fair. I was going to be in the main team, this year. Susan complained. Well, but you heard the headmaster, you can still play some games. There is just no cup to win, that's all. Hannah tried to cheer up her friend. Just think of it like training for next year, Harry added. Hay said, are you going to participate in the tournament? A 6th-year puff said. You guys think I should? I don't know, Cedric said, but he was obviously glad for the mention. Of course said. You are one of the best students in all of Hogwarts, who else can represent our school? A puff girl said. Cedric gave Harry a quick glance but said nothing. The next day it was time for their first class of the year, potions with Ravenclaw. Susan was sitting next to Hannah while Harry was at the next table with a boy named Michael Corner. So, Hannah, I guess this year's crush is Moody, Susan teased. Susan, for Merlin's sake, don't even joke about that, Hannah flushed a bit. Well, I don't know. He may be better than Professor Snape. Susan whispered to Hannah. Hannah rolled her eyes. Susan, for the last time. I do not find Professor Snape attractive. She said a bit louder than she intended. Well, Miss Abbott. That is good to know, I'm a bit old for you. Snape's voice was heard from the back of the class. Hannah's face turned bright red and she covered her face with her hands. Oh, she started mumbling something. The whole class started laughing. Snape walked to the front of the class. Oh, and, Miss Abbott, that would be detention for yelling in class. 2 weeks later, early in the morning, the headmaster, the teachers, and a big group of students were at the entrance of the school to welcome the foreign students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. The French students were the first ones to arrive. They came in a big carriage pulled by several winged horses. Wow, I always wanted a Pegasus. They are so beautiful. Luna commented. I read that they only allow females to ride them, Hannah said. I can't believe that Harry is missing this. What is he doing anyways? Susan asked. He told me that he wanted to do some practice, Luna answered. He is always studying or training, he needs to get a hobby. Susan chuckled. A loud splash sound was heard, and a gigantic ship rose up from underwater. That's Durmstrang, one student said. Wow, so cool. Another one commented. The student from Durmstrang got off the ship and started to walk in an orderly fashion towards the entrance. Susan gasped when she saw a familiar face. That's Victor Crumb. She pointed with her finger. Oh, you are right, that Bulgaria's seeker, Hannah said. When they were passing by, Victor started to look in the direction of the Hogwarts students, and when he saw Susan, he paused for a moment before continuing. Chapter 83. The headmaster organized a great feast that night, to welcome the other two schools and to explain the method of selection for the champions. When Dumbledore unveiled the giant cup, there were many gasps around the hall. This is the Goblet of Fire, an ancient artifact of goblin origin. Everyone who wishes to participate will write their names on a piece of parchment and throw it into the goblet. But be mindful. Dumbledore's face grew serious. Once you do so, you will enter a magical contract of which there is no way out. If you are selected, you will have to participate. And the Triwizard Tournament is no trifling matter. Students have perished in the past. Because of that, only those students of the 6th and 7th year are allowed to participate. After the headmaster was finished, the hall was filled once more with the excited voices of the students. How are they going to prevent younger students from putting their names in? Hannah asked. Look at the floor around the goblet, Harry said. Hannah and a few others looked intensely, trying to find what Harry was talking about. Those marks on the floors? A 4th-year student asked. That's an age line. Anyone below the set age will not be able to cross it. Harry explained. Harry's eyes scanned the teacher's table and noticed that Moody was staring at him with intensity. Harry frowned slightly and Moody turned towards McGonagall and started to talk with her. There is something off about him. Harry had only interacted with the man a few times, but he seemed a bit different compared to when they met during the summer. His thoughts were interrupted when one of the French students addressed him. Excuse me, could you pass me the bouillabaisse sauce if you are done with it? Harry turned to address the speaker when he noticed a slight tug on his occlumency shields. It felt like the one during the Quidditch finals. Avila? He thought. Before Harry could answer, he noticed Luna grabbing the bowl of sauce and pushing it towards the French girl. Here you go, you can have it all. Luna then made a motion for the girl to leave. The French student frowned. How rude, she took the sauce and left. Harry raised one eyebrow and Luna just shrugged at him and smiled. Susan whispered something at Hannah and this one giggled. That same night, before going to bed, Harry felt the two-way diary stir, signaling a message. He opened it and read the contents. Moody is fake, plans to put your name in the tournament, be careful. Bella's messages were always short, but this one confirmed his feelings about Moody. So he is an imposter. But why would he want to put my name in the tournament? I guess I will have to ask the man himself. The next day Harry saw the perfect opportunity. After the classes were over, Harry waited until everyone left and approached Moody. Professor, I was wondering if you could help me answer some questions. Moody looked at him and smiled. Oh, of course, Potter, what is it? Well, here is the thing. Harry pulled his wand from the holster and with a swift motion, he pointed at Moody. Imperio. Moody did not have time to react before his eyes became glazed and lifeless. Harry turned towards the door and cast some privacy spells. This was the last class of the day, but he didn't want to risk someone overhearing their conversation. Then, Professor, let's start with. Who are you? Harry's voice became cold. Bartemius Crouch Jr. He answered without showing any emotion. I see. He remembers Batty well enough, he was one of the most fanatics of his old followers. What is your mission? Harry asked. My lord instructed me to capture Alastor Moody, take over his position as Hogwarts teacher, and put Harry Potter's name in the Goblet of Fire, Barty said. Put my name in the tournament, with what purpose? I was to interfere during the tasks and organize the death of Harry Potter, making it look like an accident, Barty answered. That's a very convoluted way to kill someone. Harry thought for a moment before addressing Barty again. What about the real Moody, did you kill him? No, I need him alive for the polyjuice potion. I keep him locked inside a briefcase in my office. Barty answered in a robotic manner. Very well, this is what I want you to do. Go to your office, release Moody and stun him. Then, walk to the top of the astronomy tower and jump off. Harry saw that there was no change in Barty's expression or any sign of resistance. Yes, I'll do that, Barty said. Go then, be quick about it. Barty left the classroom at a brisk pace. The little fragment is going to have to use a more direct approach if he wants me dead. Harry smiled and left the classroom. Later, that night. Dumbledore was sitting on his desk with his right hand extended and Snape was analyzing the cursed wound. The wound has changed since the last time. The Slytherin symbol was still present on the palm. From the symbol, there were now many black lines that ran from Dumbledore's palm, all the way through his arm, until reaching his shoulder. Upon closer inspection, the black was actually runic symbols, very small ones. "How is the pain?" Snape asked. "More or less tolerable during the day, but it gets worse at night." Dumbledore looked very tired. "I may be able to improve the potion for the pain, but I can't do much to slow down the curse. I tried everything I could, but this is way beyond my knowledge," Snape said. Dumbledore smiled gently. "I know, Severus. It's okay, I know my time is coming soon." Snape and Dumbledore were startled when they heard someone banging on the statue that serves as the entrance to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore covered his black hand and opened the door. "Come in." A familiar voice was heard coming from downstairs. "I'm sorry, headmaster, I forgot the password, you see." Argus Filch's figure appeared at the entrance of the office. He seemed to be struggling while carrying something. Snape's eyes opened wide in surprise and rushed to Filch's side to help him. Dumbledore gasped in surprise when he saw Snape and Filch carrying the very damaged body of Alastor Moody. "I heard a ruckus coming from his office while doing my rounds, and I found him struggling on the ground, with one leg and one eye missing," Filch said. "You should have taken him to the infirmary," Snape pointed out. "No," the voice of Moody sounded faint, but he was still conscious. "Alastor, what happened to you, were you attacked?" Dumbledore said with concern. The two men helped Moody to a seat and Dumbledore instructed Filch to bring Pomfrey to his office. Moody looked at Dumbledore with obvious anger in his expression. "Albus, you have an impostor in Hogwarts." Chapter 84. "I was ambushed the morning I was supposed to come to Hogwarts to teach defense," Moody said. They were all surprised at the news. "That was 2 weeks ago. Wait, are you telling me that we had that impostor from the first day, and he has been teaching classes?" Snape asked in disbelief. "Do you know who the attacker was?" Dumbledore asked. I recognize one of the bastards. It was Antonin Dolohov. There were 2 others with him but I didn't have time to see them clearly." Madame Pomfrey arrived at that moment and started to tend to Moody's. "You don't have any serious injury. But you are severely starved and dehydrated. I have some potions that can help, but you will need a lot of rest," Pomfrey said. "Can't rest now, woman. That bastard may still be here. I don't know why he released me. But the moment he took me out of that dimensional luggage, he stunned me and left me there. I don't know how long I have been out, but it must have been hours," Moody said with anger. "That is strange. The impostor was doing a good job at deceiving us. Why expose himself now?" Snape said. "Maybe he accomplished what he came here for." "Severus, did you not hear anything about this?" Dumbledore asked. "Of course not. I would have told you," Snape answered quickly, having taken offense at the question. Dumbledore noticed this. "I'm sorry, my friend. I did not mean to doubt you." "Headmaster, an emergency." The portrait of one of the previous headmaster exclaimed. "What is it?" Dumbledore looked at the nervous portrait. "My portrait on the Great Hall has just heard something disturbing. It seems that the ghosts have found a dead person at the bottom of the astronomy tower, ... "Oh goddess, I hope is not a student," Pomfrey said. Dumbledore and Snape looked at each other before standing up to leave, then Moody tried to stand. "No, you don't." Pomfrey stopped him. "You are missing an eye, a leg, and can barely stay conscious. You can stay here and wait for the headmaster to return or I can take you to the infirmary." Reluctantly, Moody sat back down. Dumbledore quickly found the body among some rocks. It was the impostor, and he was still wearing Moody's clothes, his artificial leg, and his magical eye. But the face has already gone back to his original looks. Even with all of the injuries, Dumbledore recognized the man. The last time he saw him was during his trial, and soon after that, he heard about his death. "Barty Crouch Jr., he said. Snape also looked at the body and frowned. He was supposed to be deaf. His father has some questions to answer. I believe it would be prudent to call the Aurors. Amelia will not forgive me if I keep this a secret," Dumbledore said. The next day, Hogwarts erupted in rumors and chaos. The headmaster had declared that there will be no classes for the day and people had seen Aurors walking the grounds of Hogwarts. The situation was similar to previous years, so people were starting to wonder if someone else has died. "That's awful, I hope no one died this time," Hannah said. "I don't know, I tried talking to my aunt, but she only said that she was busy and couldn't talk at the moment." Susan commented while playing with her food, not feeling in the mood to eat. What do you think happened? Luna asked Harry, who was reading the Jelly Prophet. With all of the deaths that we had so far in this school, would one more be that surprising? Harry commented before going back to his lecture, pretending that he had nothing to do with the current events. Oh, by the way, Hannah said, wanting to change the subject. Tomorrow is Hogsmeade weekend and Luna can finally come. So, what do guys say? Yes, finally. Luna raised her hands in excitement. Susan smiled fondly. Sure, it will be fun. But, we are going to need a gentleman to escort these three ladies. All three looked at Harry and he sighed in resignation. The authors found evidence of Barty Crouch having been a victim of the Imperio curse, but could not find anything pointing to the culprit. They never even approached Harry, but even if they did, he knew several ways to hide the use of illegal spells on his wand. In the end, Amelia concluded that it must have been some internal conflict among Death Eaters. They interrogated Igor Kasparov and Snape, but both of them had solid alibis and their wands were clean. Malfoy Manor. Dead? Voldemort asked. Yes, my lord. I could not find the details of the investigation, but he was found dead after falling from the astronomy tower. Gibbon said. Someone must have found he was an imposter. Barty has always been quite incompetent, Bellatrix mocked. Voldemort looked at her with anger. He was at least doing something useful. I don't remember the last time you did something like that. My apologies, my lord. My sister hasn't been feeling well lately and needed my company. Losing her son and husband has be dash. I don't care. Voldemort yelled. I only care about results. And lately, I seem to be getting nothing but failures. He slammed his hands on the table. The other Death Eaters sitting at the table were starting to get nervous. My lord. I'm sure there will be more opportunities to kill that brat. McNair commented. The glance that Voldemort threw at him made him look down and stay silent. How is everything else going? Bella, report. Voldemort turned to look at her. Avery said that the Giants have agreed to fight for you and will be here in 2 months' time. Over 24 foreign wizards have agreed to join our cause. My husband and brother-in-law have agreed to the vampires' demands, as you instructed. Bellatrix looked at Voldemort for a moment. Are you sure about this, my lord? Giving them Hogsmeade and Hogwarts seems a bit excessive. Unfortunately, we need them. But, the deal is not going to be as good as they think. After what I have planned next, there may not be much left of Hogwarts. Voldemort's laugh resounded in the dining hall of Malfoy's Manor. Chapter 85. A week have passed and it was time to announce the participants of the Triwizard Tournament. Everyone was looking with intensity at the Goblet of Fire as Dumbledore approached it. And now, we begin the selection of champions. The headmaster announced and everyone cheered. The goblet's fire grew in intensity and changed to blue. A piece of parchment came out of the fire and Dumbledore grabbed it. The first champion will be Victor Crumb, from Durmstrang. After more cheering, the goblet fired up again and produced another piece of paper. The second champion will be Fleur Delacour, from Beauxbatons. And then the third paper. And finally, the third champion will be Cedric Diggory, from Hogwarts. People at the Hufflepuff table went wild. Cedric stood up and waved around while smiling. Champions, with me. The headmaster indicated for the 3 champions to follow him to a side room for a meeting. The great hall was filled with students talking loudly and discussing the tournament and the champions. Do you think Cedric is going to win? Hannah asked. Of course, he is going to win. Who else is going to? The brute and the blonde tramp have no chance, an older Hufflepuff girl who had an obvious crush on Cedric said. Hey, come on. Victor Crumb is not a brute, he seems like a nice guy. Susan defended. Oh, seems like someone has taken a liking to the Bulgarian. But I'm sorry to say that you have a lot of competition, he is always surrounded by fangirls. Another female student said. Susan blushed fiercely. I don't have a crush on him, I just admire him as a Quidditch player. Harry, who was barely listening to their conversation, noticed Hannah make a sad expression. He wondered what was that about, but didn't say anything. What about you? Luna. Do you think Cedric will win? Zacharias Smith asked her. As long as the Vila doesn't win, I don't care. Luna said while jabbing her knife at the turkey. Smith paled a bit and promptly went to talk with someone else. Harry noticed that Luna seems to have great dislike for the French Vila, for some reason. But he had better things to worry about at the moment. Severus Snape was having a terrible week. After the death of Barty Crouch Jr., he went asking around to find who was the last person that saw the fake Moody. And several students confirmed that Potter had stayed behind to speak with him. It was confirmed that Barty was hit with an Imperio curse that forced him to free Moody and then commit suicide. Potter was the last person who saw Barty before that. But when he shared this information with the headmaster and the Aurors, they all dismissed it, saying that it would be impossible for Harry Potter, the hero of magical Britain, to do something like using an unforgivable curse. I know he is hiding something, and I am going to find out what it is. He had that feeling since he saw Potter in his first year. The boy seemed too perfect to be true, too educated, too mature, well-dressed. He looked more like a pure-blood heir than Draco Malfoy did. And then, death started to occur. Draco was the first, the culprit was never found, but it was not a secret that Draco had antagonized Potter many times before. Quirrell was killed by Potter, but the headmasters believed that it was actually the protections left there by Lily that killed Quirrell, so the boy was not to blame. Then the librarian was killed by the basilisk, and Potter saved the day by slaying the beast like the hero they all believe he is. But Snape was sure that Potter was more involved in the release of the basilisk than he revealed. In the third year, more death follow. But at least he can believe that for once, Potter had nothing to do with the attack on Hogsmeade, since he knew that it was Voldemort's doing. And now, Barty's mysterious death. Snape sat at his desk, waiting for his next class to arrive. This next class was for 4th year Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, which means Potter will be there. The instructions are on the blackboard. After the class started, Snape sat back down and started to pay attention to Potter, looking for an opportunity. Snape then noticed Potter making a small mistake and approached his table. Potter, you need to crush the bitterroot before you cut them. 5 points from Hufflepuff for your incompetence. Snape waited for Potter to look him in the eyes with his wand ready. Seriously, Harry looked at Snape but noticed too late the wand in his hand. Legitimacy, Snape whispered softly and went on to Harry's mind. He was promptly crushed by the most powerful mind shield he has ever felt. Snape was pushed out of Harry's mind and fell backward on the floor. Professor. Several students went to help Snape up. That's bad, it seems like I lower my guard. I didn't have time to plan a defense and acted by instinct at the attack. But why did he suddenly try to enter my mind? It makes no sense. Harry wondered. Snape was in a lot of pain, but he was satisfied with the result. He managed to get Potter by surprise and showed his true defenses, instead of those fake memories Potter always uses to pretend that he had no defense. Now I have proof that Potter has been hiding a lot of things. Those defenses are not something any student should possibly have, no matter how talented. But, he knew that this will not be enough to convince the headmaster. He needs more, and he will get it. Chapter 86. The Quidditch field has been turned into a stadium with an enclosure in the middle for the champions to face the dragons. Wow, look at that one, he is huge. Hannah was looking excited at the red dragon. That's a Chinese fireball, they are extremely aggressive, Luna commented. I'm sure he is going to be alright, Susan said, but could not help to feel a bit worried. What would you do if you had to face something like that, Harry? Hannah asked curiously. Their scales are very magic resistant, but their eyes are still vulnerable. You can also use magic in indirect ways, like using transfiguration to create spikes that can injure the beast, Harry explained. The commentator gave the signal to start. Krum jumped into action and used Conjunctivitis Curse to blind the dragon. And it seemed to work fine at first, but the effects ran out when Krum had just taken the egg. Oh no! Susan yelled. Krum started to run as fast as he could and escaped, but not without suffering some burns. The audience cheered happily and the commentator introduced the next champion. The handlers removed the red dragon and brought a Welsh green dragon. This one looked smaller and a lot calmer than the other one. Fleur used her allure to confuse the dragon long enough to get the egg without suffering any injuries. And last, Cedric had to face a Swedish short snout. That's a dangerous one, Luna said with a serious expression. Really, is a lot smaller than the other two. Hannah pointed out. They are extremely aggressive and the flames they shoot are bluish in color and a lot hotter than the other dragons. One can easily die if hit by those flames. Harry added. Susan and Hannah's faces became a bit paler and looked at the arena with worry. Cedric used transmutation to turn a group of stones into rabbits and had them run all over the place to distract the dragon. He then used a disillusionment charm on himself to blend into the environment. Everything seemed to be going great, but when he managed to get the egg and was making his escape, one of the rabbits he created got too close to him without his notice. The dragon shot his fire breath at the rabbit, but also ended up hitting Cedric on his left side, burning him badly. The audience gasped and the handlers quickly entered the arena to distract the dragon while the healer team took Cedric out. The next day, everyone was having breakfast at the Great Hall and discussing the events of the previous day. I heard that he will have to be in Saints Mungo for at least a week. A Hufflepuff student said. Well, at least he will recover, but he will probably have some scars. A seventh-year girl said. They all then heard Professor McGonagall calling for silence in the hall. She went up to the podium and cleared her throat. I have an announcement to make. But first let me just say that Cedric Diggory is going to make a full recovery and he will be back in Hogwarts by next week. There was a round of applause from most of the students in the hall. Once the noise died down a bit, McGonagall continued. There is going to be a Yule Ball on December 25th. Fourth years and older can attend freely, but those in the younger years can only attend in the company of an older student. The event is going to be a very elegant ball, so I expect those of you who will attend, that you will be dressed appropriately. Students started to cheer. Whoa, Yule Ball. I can't wait to go. Hannah said. Yes, but don't we need dates? Susan asked. Oh, yes, Hannah said with mixed feelings. I'm sure, you'll get a lot of invites, Susan. Luna was intensely looking at Harry, who seemed to be lost in thought, as usual. Ernie Macmillan, a fourth-year Hufflepuff, who was sitting next to Luna, turned to her. Hey Luna, would you like to Get lost, I'm busy. Luna said sharply and gave the boy a quick glance. Oh, yeah. I have a thing to do. Ernie quickly left the hall. Sue, Harry, about the dance, Luna was hesitating. Harry seems to be woken out of these thoughts at the mention of his name. He looked at Luna. Sorry, did you say something? Harry asked. No, that's okay. We can talk about it later on. Luna stood up and left. Harry was wondering if he did something wrong. When he looked at Hannah and Susan, they gave him an angry look. You need to pay more attention, Harry, . Hannah said before leaving with Susan. Harry was left baffled. What did I do? The next day, at dinner. Excuse me. They heard someone speak and turned around to see Victor Crumb staring at Susan. Would you like to attend the ball with me? Crumb asked Susan and her eyebrows shot up in surprise. And she wasn't the only one, it seems like Crumb's invitation has gathered the attention of the entire table. Susan was very embarrassed at the situation, but she gathered her valor and looked at Crumb. Okay, I'll go with you. She answered, trying hard to look calm. After Crumb left, Susan turned to Hannah. Can you believe it, I'm going to the ball with Victor Crumb, the best seeker in the world. Hannah smiled gently at Susan. I'm happy for you, Susan. Susan spotted a hint of sadness in Hannah's voice and thought that maybe she was worried about her date. Don't worry Hannah, I'm sure, a lot of guys are going to ask you. You are quite the catch, Susan gave her a thumbs up. After the commotion of that event had died down a bit, students started to murmur again when they saw Fleur Delacour approaching the Hufflepuff table. Once it was clear who the Vila was approaching, Luna, who was sitting next to Harry, made an annoyed expression. Harry did not pay attention, but Luna had noticed the Vila looking at Harry on more than one occasion, and this was the thing that she was worried about the most. Oh, now she is going to ask Harry, he is going to say yes and I'm going to be left alone, I can't compete with her. Luna thought. Excuse-moi Monsieur Potter. Fleur said to gain Harry's attention. He turned around to look at her. Yes, Miss Delacour. I am in need of a gentleman to accompany me to the ball, would you mind? Fleur was not used to having to ask guys out. But for what she has observed about Harry, it seemed unlikely that he would ask her. So she decided to make the first move and take what she wanted. Harry heard a gasp and gave a quick side glance at Luna, noticing her expression. So, that's what it was, I should have been paying more attention. He realized at that moment what Luna wanted to say the day before. He looked at Fleur directly. My apologies Miss Delacour, but there is already someone else I wish to take. I assure you, there are plenty of gentlemen in Hogwarts who would gladly take you. The entire hall became silent. Chapter 87. Fleur left the hall in a rush, looking absolutely furious. After that, the entire attention fell on Harry and people started to murmur quite loudly, more to his annoyance. I think I'm done with my dinner. Harry put his fork down, then turned to Luna, who seemed to be lost in thought. Luna, this seems to wake her up, and looked at Harry. Do you mind walking with me for a bit, Dot? He asked. Luna seemed surprised but quickly recovered and nodded shyly. The both of them left the hall, among a sea of whispers. Susan and Hannah gave each other a knowing look. After leaving the hall, they both walked through the inner garden of the castle. Harry was pondering on how to address the situation. He is not oblivious to Luna's feelings, and he is quite fond of her, but he still sees her as, well, too young. But he also doesn't want to hurt her or make her feel rejected. I don't think I ever had this problem before, he thought. Luna. Harry addressed her and she lifted her gaze to look at him. Sorry, I missed what you were trying to say yesterday. Oh, that's okay, Luna said awkwardly. I should have asked you earlier, but let me do it now. Would you come to the ball with me? Harry asked. Luna's eyes opened wide. Really, you rejected a beautiful villa to go with me? Harry raised an eyebrow. Well, if you want to put it like that. Then yes. Luna smiled brightly. Then, yes, I'll go with you. She started to jump around happily. Then she suddenly stopped and gasped. Harry noticed this and asked. Something wrong? Yes, I don't have a dress for the ball, Luna said dejectedly. That's not a big issue, there are plenty of shops in Hogsmeade, we can fix your problem next weekend. Thank you, she said, excited about the prospect of going shopping. The rest of the week was not very good for Harry. It seems like students at Hogwarts had little to do besides gossiping. Everywhere he went, he had to hear whispers about his supposedly exciting love life. If that was not enough, Snape had taken to keep an eye on him, every time he had no classes to teach. After the mistake he made during that potion class where he made use of his occlumency skills, Snape has been convinced that he was hiding some dark secret. Near the weekend, Harry received a message from Bella, who requested to meet in person. Apparently, whatever she had to say, was too important to rely on paper. Harry agreed to meet her once more in the Shrieking Shack during their next Hogsmeade weekend. Are you sure? We don't want to ruin your date, Susan asked. Is not a date. Luna needs a new dress for the ball and I offer to pay for it as a Christmas present. I'm just giving you and Hannah the same offer. And I think she would prefer to have some female advice. Are you offering to pay for our dresses too? Hannah asked. Harry shrugged. Why not? It would be cheaper than the previous presents he had got them anyways. Susan and Hannah squealed in joy. Well, go. They both said. This is the one, Harry said after stopping in front of a very luxurious boutique. I have been told that this is the best one in Hogsmeade. Whoa, the three girls were staring at the dresses on display. Harry, we can go to another one. I heard that this one is very pricey. Hannah commented. Harry rolled his eyes. Why are they always so worried about money? He thought. Let's go. He pushed the door and entered, and the girls quickly followed behind. Welcome, a middle-aged woman said with a smile. She gave Harry an evaluating glance and was satisfied after seeing his expensive suit. What can I help you with? See these three girls? They need dresses for the Yule Ball, show them the best you have. Of course. The woman smiled brightly. Harry turned to the trio. I have something to do. I'll be back in around an hour. Just pick whatever you like and forget about the price tags, okay? You are leaving, Harry? Luna asked. She was hoping to get Harry's opinion on her dress. Harry had an idea of what she was thinking without using legilimency. I'll be back soon, and I'll see your dress then. Take your time. When Harry left the shop, the lady approached the three girls. Was that Harry Potter by any chance? When they nodded, the lady smiled again and rubbed her hands. Well then, I have a lot to show you. Let's get to work. When he arrived at the shack, he found a very nervous Bella, pacing around. Finally. Bella said when she saw Harry. Calm down, Bella, what is so important that requires to meet in person, Harry said. I could not risk it. The Lord, well, you know, the other Lord is getting suspicious of me. I have skipped some meetings, and I haven't been doing the best job at my assignments. He has not done or said anything, but I know it's just a matter of time. Bella looked very tired. Well, get to it, what is it? Bella seems to hesitate for a moment. Before that. I need you to promise something. Oh. You are very daring, Bella. Harry said with a raised eyebrow. I'm sorry my lord, but I'm getting desperate. Is about my sister. She's not doing well, she's barely eating or leaving her room anymore. And, I think the Lord is planning on forcing her to marry one of his followers to secure the Malfoy fortune. Bella said, looking very worried. I see. So what is your request? He asked. I want what you promised. A secure way for me and my sister to leave the country and live somewhere far away from here. But it needs to be quick, we don't have much time. Bella said. I'll keep my word, you don't have to worry about that. My house elf has everything prepared, an international port key, money, and a safe house, somewhere far away from here. Now, tell me. Harry demanded. The Lord is preparing a massive attack against Hogwarts, in around 2 months' time. I'll send you the exact date when I have it. Bella said. How massive are we talking about? Harry asked, not looking very worried. A host of around 100 vampires with their lord, 150 giants, a few dozen trolls, and at least 200 wizards. He has spent almost all of his effort to put together that army in order to take over Hogwarts and the Ministry during the next few months. Bella explained. Harry whistled. Not bad. At least he dash. He turned around and threw a wandless spell towards a curtain. A man jumped from behind it in a hurry before the curtain exploded in flames. I haven't felt your presence until now, how did you do that? Professor Snape. Harry said. Chapter 88. Learning to hide your presence is something any decent spy should know, Mr. Potter. Snape gave Bella a quick glance before going back to Harry, his wand firm in hand. I must confess, I knew you were hiding something, Mr. Potter, but I'm not even sure what this is. Are you working with the Dark Lord or against him? If you mean that pretender, then no. I am not working with him. Harry said. Pretender, dot. Snape looked at Bella. You betrayed the Lord for this child. He said incredulously. I think you are jumping to the wrong conclusions, Sirius. There is only one real Dark Lord, and he is in front of you. Bella was firmly holding her wand, just in case she had to fight. Snape looked at Harry in confusion. I suppose you want an explanation, Sirius. Everyone thought I died that Halloween night when I went to see the Potters. But instead, something else happened when I used the killing curse on the child. I dash. You took over the child's body? Snape made a horrified face. Then he looked down and started to mutter. Of course, that explains why you know so much magic, regardless of being raised by muggles. And your occlumency defenses are beyond anything I have ever seen, except for the Dark Lord, Snape whispered to himself. Snape raised his face to look at Harry, there was a mixture of horror and rage. No, this can't be. You can't be him. The Lord is at Malfoy Manor, I meet him several times. You probably won't believe anything I say, so go ahead and look into my mind. I'll let you in, Harry offered. Snape was a bit hesitant, thinking that this may be a trap. No, if they just want to kill me, Bella will be enough. Fine, he said. The moment he pointed his wand at Harry, he saw Bella do the same to him, but she didn't shoot. If the next words he says, do not start with L, he will definitely be cursed to death. Legilimency, he pronounced out loud. This time, there was no resistance, but he was being guided. Harry didn't give him full access to his memories, just a part of them. He was now looking at the memories he wanted to see the least. It was Halloween night. The Lord and Wormtail entered the Potter's home. He saw Voldemort kill James, then went upstairs, and... No! Snape jumped out of Harry's mind. He looked at Harry with a mixture of anger and fear. It's really you. I am, or I was. Harry said. Then, who is the man using your name now? Snape asked. A pretender, a fake. It doesn't matter who or what he is. He will be dealt with. Now. What are you going to do about this? Harry asked. Snape didn't know what to say, he was still trying to process what he had just learned. The Harry Potter that everyone believes in never existed. He was the Dark Lord from the beginning. Oh, the headmaster has been so wrong on his assumptions, he thought. Seeing that Snape was lost in thought, Harry decided to speak. You have betrayed me, Sirius. You betrayed me for that old man. Snape gripped his wand with more force, anticipating an attack. But, you were always a valuable follower. I'm willing to give you one last chance. Swear your loyalty to me once more, make an unbreakable oath, and I'll let you live. Harry said. Snape made a complicated expression. I can't do that, my lord. Harry raised an eyebrow. Did you make an oath to the old man? Maybe we can work something out around it. Snape looked at Harry with a blank expression. No, I made no oath or vow to the headmaster. The only one I made, I have failed it, after you murdered Lily. Snape spat the words at Harry, and his face started to show the anger he was feeling. I made one single oath that convinced the headmaster of my sincerity. I promised on my life that I would protect Lily's legacy. Her son, Harry James Potter. And I have failed that, the boy is no more. Snape raised his wand and got on to dueling pose. Severus, you are making a mistake. Harry Potter is still here. Harry said. This seems to anger him more. And oh, you are the monster that killed Lily. And if I can't keep my promise, I can at least avenge them, sectumsempra. A bright light came from Snape's wand. Harry dodged the curse. Bella, stay out of this. She nodded and took some distance. Snape kept firing spells at Harry and he dodged them all. Harry made a hand motion and several knives were conjured and fired at Snape. Snape used a protego to stop them all, but when he looked at Harry, this one was kneeling and toughing the wooden floor with his index finger. He didn't have to wonder for long what Harry was doing when wooden spikes came from the ground and pierced his leg. Arg! Snape managed to free himself from the spikes, but his right leg was severely wounded, and losing a lot of blood. He used a couch for cover and to prevent his falling. Avada Kedavra! Green light came from Snape's wand. Harry used a wandless Accio charm to move the coffee table on the path of the curse. The table exploded, leaving pieces of wood everywhere. Avis, Harry whispered. The hundreds of pieces of wood turned into black birds that rushed towards Snape and started to attack him with their beaks. He then used a cutting curse to remove the wand from Snape's hand, along with some fingers. Snape grunted and fell to the floor, now clutching his bleeding hand while trying to protect his face. Harry approached him and dispelled the birds. They had made a number on Snape's body, which was now bleeding everywhere. Is over. Harry pointed and got his wand out of the holster to put an end to the fight. Any last words? Snape turned on his back with difficulty and stared at the ceiling with a blank stare. Lily, I loved you. Avada Kedavra, green light came from Harry's wand and impacted Snape on his chest. Snape gasped and then closed his eyes. My lord, are you all right? Bella approached and looked at Harry with concern. He left me no choice, Harry said while sounding a bit bitter. He was wrong, you know. You have changed a lot, you are no longer that man. Bella said. Snape just jumped to quick conclusions, but for Bella, who took the time to get to know the current version of her lord, it became obvious to her how different he was now. When he told Severus that he was still Harry Potter, Bella knew that he was not lying. She looked at the body of Snape lying on the floor. Foolish man, she thought. Harry gave her a weary smile and took out his cloak of invisibility. Come on. I'm sure all that noise has attracted some attention. I'll escort you outside of Hogsmeade. It will be safer to apparate from there. Chapter 89. After sending Bella off and making sure that everything was clean, Harry made his way back to the boutique where the girls were. It's been almost an hour, so they should be about done by now. Harry thought. Once he entered the place, he saw the woman he talked with before, who he assumed was the owner, and a young woman, who looked like the assistant. The two women seemed to be carrying a lot of dresses. He spotted the trio of girls, sitting down on a comfy couch, talking. Hello there. How is the shopping going? Are you girls done? Oh, Harry. It was very hard, but we are finally finished. Hannah said enthusiastically. Good, then we can dash. Harry was interrupted. With the shoes, Hannah added. Harry made a confused expression. Pardon? Hannah means that we are finished with the shoes. We still haven't decided on the dresses. Susan explained. Yes, and then, we need to choose the accessories, Luna commented. I see, Harry was dreading that this was going to be another Quidditch finals and almost wished for the Death Eaters to attack. 3 hours later. I think we are done. Susan approached Harry. Thank Merlin. Harry stood up from the couch. Oh come on, it wasn't that bad. Laurie brought you a book to read, and you got to see us in our new dresses. Hannah gave him a playful wink. What do you think, Harry? Luna was wearing a beautiful light blue long dress. Harry looked at her up and down. You look lovely. Thanks. Luna flushed slightly. Susan was looking at them with a smile. Come on, we need to change back, and Harry has to go pay. The owner of the boutique approached Harry and handed him a piece of paper. It was the bill for the dresses, shoes and everything else. A bit over 2,000 galleons. I guess this really was the best shop in Hogsmeade. Laurie. The elf appeared in front of him. Yes, master. Harry handed the bill to the elf. Get this amount and pay the shop owner. Laurie took the paper, and after reading he reached into one of his pockets and took out a bag. Where should I place the galleons, miss? Laurie asked. The owner guided the elf to another room that was probably her office. A while later, the girls came out, wearing their Hogwarts uniforms. Their new clothes were carefully wrapped by the assistant. If you don't need anything else, we can go back to the castle, Harry said. Don't you need to buy anything for the ball, Harry? Hannah asked. No, I have plenty of elegant robes. I buy new ones every year. And I don't take 4 hours. He said that last part in a whisper. When it was time for the dance, Harry left his room wearing a very elegant black robe made with acromantula silk. He made his way to the 7th floor where he found Luna, waiting for him at the entrance to the Ravenclaw Tower. Harry, hi, she greeted him with enthusiasm. Hello, Luna. You look fantastic. Shall we? Harry extended his arm and she grabbed onto it. You are quite the gentleman. Luna smiled. Harry smiled back. Of course. Once they reached the entrance to the hall, they found Susan and Hannah with their companions. Susan was with Victor Crumb and Hannah came with a blonde boy from Ravenclaw called Anthony Goldstein. Susan was wearing a crimson dress that complemented her red hair and a mid-length skirt that showed some of her legs. Hannah was wearing a black dress that hugged her figure and her growing breasts that Goldstein seemed to be having a hard time not looking at. We were waiting for you, Susan said. Yes, we wanted to go in together, Hannah added. Luna, you look fantastic. Susan said and Hannah nodded. Thanks, you two look great too, Luna answered. After finishing their greeting, Harry said. We should get going. I heard that the champions need to do an opening dance. Wait, really? Susan said while starting to look embarrassed. Chapter 90. While she may have seemed embarrassed at first, Susan offered a great performance during the opening dance. As the heir of the Bones family, she has been trained in pure-blood etiquette since very young, and that included dancing. Fleur was dancing with a 7th-year Ravenclaw and Cedric came with a Gryffindor girl named Katie Bell. After the opening dance was over, McGonagall called everyone to the dance floor. Harry offered his hand to Luna. Shall we? Luna took it, looking a bit nervous. Are you worried about stepping on my toes? Harry asked. The one that taught me how to dance was my mum, and, well, that was a long time ago, Luna said sadly. Just follow my lead. I'm no expert, but I can handle myself on the dance floor. Harry guided her and they started dancing. Thanks, Luna says shyly. Harry looked around and spotted Hannah dancing very awkwardly with Goldstein who seemed to be unable to look at her face. Hannah didn't notice this because she kept looking somewhere else. He also saw Susan dancing with Crumb. The Bulgarian seems to have very wandering hands and Susan keeps placing them back on her waist. If he doesn't behave himself, he may not make it back to his country. Harry thought. After a few dances, it was time for dinner. Everyone went to their assigned seats. Just before Harry and Luna seated, someone spoke from behind. Mr. Potter. Harry turned around to stare at the ugliest woman he has ever seen. The fact that she was wearing a pink dress with pink shoes and pink accessories did not help. Yes. He tried to sound polite. My name is Dolores Umbridge, I am the secretary of the minister, and I am here to invite you to his table. She turned to look at Luna and frowned slightly. You can bring your date, of course. Harry immediately disliked this woman but agreed to her request just because he had an interest in meeting this new minister. Sitting at the table were Madame Maxime, Igor Karkaroff, and the minister. He looked around but didn't see Dumbledore anywhere, even when this was supposed to be his table. Ah, Mr. Potter, I'm glad you could join us, please take a seat. Rufus Scrimgeour said while pointing to a couple of empty chairs. Minister, he nodded, then looked at the other two occupants of the table. And headmasters. Hi. Luna said enthusiastically and waved at them. Minister, not to seem rude, but I am curious about why am I here? I'm not even one of the champions. Harry mentioned the same thing that the two headmasters were thinking. They all looked at the minister. This one made a hand gesture that seemed to mean, don't be silly. Nonsense, Mr. Potter, you are famous enough without being a champion. You saved our world when you were a mere baby, and then you saved the school when you slayed that beast 2 years ago. You are already considered a hero by most, of course. I would want to take the chance to meet you. The minister said. Harry understood what the minister was trying to do. He wasn't even being subtle about it. He just wants to make use of my fame to increase his own reputation. But that was fine by him. He could also make use of the minister. Harry gave Karkaroff a quick glance. He hasn't thought much about that man, since he has barely seen him around. He doesn't really feel any anger towards the man. By the time Karkaroff betrayed the Death Eaters, they were no longer his followers. And now they follow someone else anyways. I suppose, I can let him live, as long as he doesn't do anything to annoy me. Harry then turned his attention to the minister. This man could be useful in the future, so it wasn't a bad idea to get to know him a bit. Well, it's an honor to meet you, Minister. One can never have too many friends in the ministry. Scrimgeour chuckled. Very right, Mr. Potter. Please, call me Harry. They talked for a while about various topics and the minister seemed impressed with Harry's general knowledge. The two headmasters would add something to the conversation once in a while. Luna didn't say much and just ate her dinner. She was obviously getting bored. Minister, it was very nice to meet you, sir. But I'm afraid that my date is growing restless. I hope we can talk again on another occasion. Harry shook hands with the minister. Ah, my apologies, I almost forgot that this was a party for the young ones after. So, you two go and have fun. We can talk more at a different occasion. The minister turned to Luna and nodded to her. Miss Lovegood, enjoy the rest of the evening. Harry took Luna's hand and walked away. Once they were far enough, Luna turned to Harry. Are you sure about that, Dot? She asked. Luna had an idea of why Harry wanted to get in the good graces of the new minister. Yes, to tell the truth, I was getting bored too, Harry said. Luna chuckled. Oh, thank Merlin. That was so dull. They went back to the dance floor and danced until Luna could barely stand. Come on. I'll escort you to your tower. She nodded and Harry took her hand. When he looked around he noticed that neither Hannah nor Susan were in the hall anymore, or at least he didn't see them. After arriving at the entrance of the Ravenclaw Tower, Luna leaned in and gave Harry a kiss on the cheek. Thank you, Harry, it was very fun. She said softly in his ear. When she retreated her face away from Harry, stood there, waiting for something and looking down. Well, whatever she was going to say was interrupted when Harry put one hand under her chin to lift her up. He then gave her a chaste kiss on her lips. Good night, Luna. He turned around and started to walk away. She stood there, flabbergasted for a moment until she heard the familiar voice of the Raven statue. Do you want the riddle or not? The statue seems to be getting annoyed at being ignored. Chapter 91. When Susan made her way into the common room, she did not expect to find anyone in there. The ball was still going strong. So she was very surprised when she spotted Hannah, sitting close to one of the fireplaces, hugging her legs and looking very sad. She approached her. Hannah, what's wrong? Susan. Hannah turned to look at her friend in surprise. What are you doing here so soon? I thought you would be still with Crumb. I saw you leave with him for the gardens. She said and lowered her head again. Yeah, about that guy is a pig. Susan sat down next to Hannah. What do you mean? Did he try anything? Hannah was a bit alarmed. He tried to grab my ass all night while dancing. Then he asked me to go take a stroll through the gardens. I thought I would take the chance to speak with him about manners. But the moment we were a bit far away from the hall, he grabbed me and tried to kiss me. Susan said, looking a bit shaken still. He kissed you without permission, Dot. Hannah said with a mix of worry and anger. Oh no. Susan moved her hands for emphasis. I said, he tried. But you know, after an entire summer of training with Harry. Well, let's just say that Crumb is going to spend some time getting to know Miss Pomfrey. Susan smiled softly. Hannah's eyebrows shoot up. What did you do, Dot? Remember when Harry was trying to teach us how to do the Accio charm wandless? Susan asked. Yes, we couldn't get it right. Wandless magic is too difficult. Hannah answered. No, but I did manage to get some result. Every time I tried to use the charm, the object would get twisted around instead of coming to me. Susan said. Hannah gasped. Don't tell me that you. I twisted crumb balls, Susan said with a smile. Hannah gasped and covered her mouth with her hands. Susan, that's not, actually, he may have deserved it. Yeah, he did. But enough about me. What about your date? Susan asked. Not well, it was so boring, Anthony would not talk about anything and just look down all the time, Hannah explained. Look down. Susan looked down at the fairly exposed chest of Hannah. Wow, that neckline is a bit too exposed. No wonder Goldstein could not take his eyes out of those. Susan's thoughts were interrupted by Hannah. Yes, he made that look too, all of the time. How did you know? Hannah asked innocently. Maybe she should have gone with a different dress, that was a bit too much, Susan muttered softly. What? Said Hannah. Susan shook her head. Never mind that. So, it seems like both of our dates were a failure, Yeah, we should have gone together, Hannah looked down and muttered softly. The two of us? Susan managed to barely hear what Hannah said. Hannah's face grew red. No, I mean, is not what you think. She panicked after realizing what she had just said. Susan smiled. Yes, maybe she should have. What, really, Dot? Hannah said, looking very shocked. You know what? Let's have a dance here. Susan said. What, here is the common room? Hannah asked in surprise. Yes, here. We are alone, and I doubt anyone will come here for at least the next hour. She stood up and held out her hand for Hannah to grab. There is no music, Hannah pointed out, but still stood up and took Susan's hand. I can whistle. Susan smiled. The two of them started dancing slowly. Susan's gaze kept going down. Susan, you can stop imitating Anthony already. A few days before the start of classes, during dinner. Professor McGonagall approached the podium and asked for a moment of silence. I have one sad announcement to make. A little bit before the day of the Yule Ball, Professor Snape suffered an unfortunate accident and passed away. She waited for the gasps and murmurs in the hall to die down a bit before continuing. We waited this long to inform you all because the Aurors investigation was still ongoing and also because we didn't want these terrible news to ruin your holidays. By next week, we will have a new professor for potions. None of you probably know about him, but he used to be a potion teacher a long time ago. His name is Horace Slughorn. That is all for now. An unfortunate accident. I guess they don't want to cause panic by saying that a teacher got murdered right outside of Hogwarts. Harry thought. They continued their dinner while discussing the death of Professor Snape. Can you believe it? Snape is dead, Dot. One student said. Yeah, I wonder what kind of accident was he on? Another one asked. Maybe he blew himself up while doing one of his potions. Someone commented. That's awful. Poor Professor Snape. Hannah said. They went all silent when they noticed Professor McGonagall approaching their table. Mr. Potter, if you are done with your dinner. The headmaster wants to see you. Harry nodded at her, stood up, and followed her. He knew that there was no point in arguing, if the headmaster wanted to see him, he needs to go. Besides, he was also a bit curious about the sudden need to speak with him. You think he is in trouble? Susan asked Luna. I don't know, I hope not, Luna said looking worried in the direction Harry left. Why would he be in trouble? He is one of the top students, I bet they make him prefect next year, Hannah said. Chapter 92. Harry entered the headmaster's office and was greeted by Dumbledore. Harry, I'm glad you came. The headmaster looked very tired, had black rings under his eyes, and was clutching at his right hand. Harry noted at the old man. Headmaster. Take a seat, Harry, there are some serious matters we must discuss. Harry took a seat and waited to see what the old man had to say. Where do we start? Let's see. As you might have known since your encounter with Mr. Goyle in your second year, Voldemort is back in power. He has been lying down and plotting his revenge for quite some time, but I have reasons to believe that he is planning something big, and is going to happen very soon. Dumbledore said. Shouldn't we leave that to the Aurors to deal with? After all, he is just a criminal. Harry wasn't sure why the headmaster wanted to suddenly involve him in this, but he had the feeling that the old man was trying to manipulate him. Alas, if only it was that simple. Normally, I would not involve a student in this, of course. However, you are not a normal student. Have you never wondered why Voldemort went after your family in particular? Dumbledore seems to be giving Harry an appraising look. Not really, sir. I read about the war and many families were targeted back then, not just mine. Susan, for example, lost everyone except for her aunt. Harry wondered where Dumbledore was going with this. Yes, what happened to the Bones was an awful tragedy. But, your family was the only one that Voldemort attacked personally. The headmaster took a pause and exhaled his breath before continuing. It seems like the next topic of conversation is something that he didn't really want to talk about. Before you were born, Harry, there was a prophecy. It went like this: the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. Those were the exact words. Harry was left in silence. So that's what the full prophecy says. Severus only managed to acquire the first half. But, shouldn't be already complete? Harry Potter has already vanquished Voldemort, at least in a literal sense. My old body was destroyed and my soul was absorbed into a new body. Or maybe I am now destined to fight as Harry Potter with the one who now carries my name. This is going to give me a headache. I hate prophecies. Dumbledore was carefully observing Harry's reaction. What do you think about this? He asked. So, you are saying that this prophecy is the reason for him coming after me? How did he even learn about this? Dumbledore seems to pay close attention to everything he says, so he needs to be mindful of the way he answers. That is indeed the reason, but he only knows the first half of the prophecy. As for how, well, I'm ashamed to say that I was unable to detect the intrusion of one of Voldemort's spies who managed to hear part of the prophecy. Dumbledore said. Well, can't blame you on that one. Snape was very good at sneaking around. Harry thought. I see, and, what am I supposed to do? You don't expect me to rush into battle with Voldemort, right? Dumbledore seems to be taken aback for a second. Of course not. He took a moment to calm down. Sorry, there is still a lot that you need to learn before considering facing Voldemort. We will need to have more of these sessions. I hope you don't mind, but are going to be very crucial for you. Dumbledore smiled. TSK, like I have a choice. He thought bitterly. Of course not, Headmaster. I would be foolish if I didn't want to learn from such an experienced wizard. Harry smiled back. Wonderful, we can meet again next week. I'll have everything prepared by then. The headmaster said. During the next weeks, the headmaster would call Harry several times. In his next session, he revealed information about Voldemort's past, like his real name and where he grew up. The headmaster also shared many memories in his pensive. Dumbledore seemed to think that all of this would be very helpful to Harry, but in reality, it was just annoying to him to remember all of that stuff. In their third session, he revealed that he was dying from a curse left in an object by Voldemort. He then went on to explain the existence of Horcruxes and how Voldemort had made several of them. You must promise not to share this knowledge with anyone, Harry. The existence of that terrible magic must be kept a secret. This is of utmost importance. Dumbledore said with a grave expression. I understand, Headmaster, Harry said. After every meeting with the headmaster, Harry came to the room of requirements to blow up some steam. After losing count of how many wooden dummies he blew up, Harry heard the sound of the door open. There were only 3 people who could enter when he was inside. Luna is a bit late to be going around the halls, Harry said when he saw the blonde girl enter the room. There were only around 20 minutes to curfew. Well, it took me a while to find you, Luna said while approaching Harry. Harry used Inscourgify to clean all the sweat and grim off him and looked at Luna. Was there something you needed? Not really, we haven't seen much lately. And you spend a lot of time with the headmaster now. Luna pouted. Harry smiled. Sorry about that. You still won't tell me what those meetings are about, Luna asked. The headmaster made me promise not to tell. At least for now. He said. In reality, he didn't care about any promise he made to the old man. He just didn't want Luna involved in that particular mess. Harry saw Luna making a sad expression, so he decided to offer her something. Well, tomorrow is Saturday. Why don't we go to Hogsmeade, Just the 2 of us? Luna asked while tilting her head to one side. Harry nodded. Luna made a squeal of joy and hugged Harry. They hadn't really made their relationship clear since they shared that kiss at the end of the Yule Ball. But neither of them seems to be in a hurry to put any labels on themselves. They are just happy to spend time together for the moment. Chapter 93. One night, Harry was laying in bed, reading a book when he felt the diary signaling the arrival of a message. The attack will take place in 7 days. Be ready. The message said. 7 days. That will be the day of the second task. That can't be a coincidence. A lot of important people will be at Hogwarts that day, including the Minister of Magic. It seems that he wants to remove all of his obstacles in one go. Harry made sure that his roommates were asleep and went to his desk to write. Bella, I need you to do one last thing for me. On the day of the second task, Hogwarts was extremely lively. Parents of the students, important figures from the ministry, and some members of the press were all at the castle, waiting for the second task to start. It was still early in the morning, so there were many hours left since the task will take place in the afternoon. Harry, Susan, Hannah, and Luna were having something quick to eat at the Great Hall. I still can't believe they would ask me that, Susan said, looking extremely angry. The organizers and teachers didn't know what happened between you and Crumb, Luna said. Still, wanting to put me at the bottom of the lake so Crumb could rescue me, pass. Susan put her food down, not being in the mood to eat. I think it's a bit sad that you were considered his most important thing. He barely knows you. Hannah commented. Mr. Potter, a familiar female voice was heard from behind them. Harry turned around to see Professor McGonagall. Let me guess, the headmaster would like to see me, The professor nodded. I'll see you guys later. If I'm not back in time, just go to watch the second task, don't wait for me. Harry stood up and followed McGonagall. Once they were far enough, Susan asked. Luna, has Harry told you what's going on with the headmaster, Luna shook her head. The headmaster asked me to not reveal the contents of our conversations. That's what he said. How mysterious, Hannah added. When Harry entered the office, the headmaster was standing up and looking outside the window. Greetings, headmaster. I didn't expect a meeting today. I figured you would be busy with the tournament. Harry pointed out. Dumbledore turned around. Fortunately for me, I have several trustworthy individuals to carry those tasks. I'm afraid that some matters are too important to wait. Dumbledore said in a grave way. What matters? Harry asked. This didn't seem like it was going to be like the other meetings. I have found one of his Horcruxes. And I would like you to accompany me to retrieve it. Dumbledore was looking at Harry intently. Harry was surprised but didn't let that show in his expression. What is he playing at? I have already destroyed all of them. Of course, I would like to go. As you said before, it is also my role to take down the Dark Lord, isn't it? Dumbledore gave him a soft smile. Indeed. I'm glad that you see it that way. Well, let us go. Dumbledore took out his wand with his left hand and extended the elbow of the right one, indicating for Harry to hold on. Apparently, the headmaster can apparate from inside Hogwarts. Harry thought. As soon as he grabbed the old man's arm, they disappeared from his office. The place where they appeared was very familiar to Harry. It was the old Riddle Manor. This is where he had at one point hidden the Gaunt family ring, but it was no longer there. Dumbledore walked ahead towards the entrance door without saying a word. He used his magic to force the door to open, which was a great feat since Harry had locked that door using a very complex security seal, in Parseltongue. The old man went inside and Harry followed him. Once they were both inside the house, Dumbledore turned around to look at Harry, wand in hand. This used to be where the Riddles live, but you already knew that, right, Tom? Dumbledore pointed his wand at the entrance door and fired a white light. The moment it impacted, the door was completely sealed. There was no way out. Since when? Harry asked calmly. I suspected it since the first time I called you to my office this year. Severus left many notes on his suspicions. Before you killed him. Dumbledore's gaze was firm, and even though he was not showing it, Harry could tell that the old man was extremely angry. There are still many things I still don't understand, but I doubt that you would answer any of my questions with sincerity. Dumbledore said. Well, it seems like you have already made up your mind, so let's not waste more time. Harry opened his arms widely, provoking the headmaster to attack him. Dumbledore took the opportunity. He pointed his wand at Harry and used a silent incarcerus. Ropes appeared out of thin air and traveled fast towards Harry. Harry waved his hand and vanished the ropes. The duel between the two most powerful wizards in Britain has begun. Chapter 94. A stunning spell flew past Harry's head, but before he could reply, He noticed Dumbledore making a wand move while pointing at the floor. Annoying. Harry thought. He jumped out of the way as the wooden floor came to life and tried to trap him. He then made a pushing motion towards the headmaster. A strong wave of wind crashed against the old man, pushing him backward, but managed to stay on his feet. Harry took out his wand from the holster. "Oh. Are you ready to finally use your wand, Tom?" Dumbledore was trying to provoke him. Harry ignored him and just pointed his wand at Dumbledore. Ex salvo horribilis. A sickly yellow sphere came rushing towards his opponent. Dumbledore knew that protecting against this with a shield may not work. Instead, he used a chain of summoning charms, putting all of the closes by pieces of furniture in the way of the spell. The yellow sphere exploded the moment it made contact with a table. The liquid inside splashed all over the place. A sizzling noise was heard, as everything that made contact with the yellow liquid started to dissolve. "Quite the nasty curse," Dumbledore said in disgust. "Come now. I'm sure you have a lot of nasty spells in your arsenal too. But you refuse to use them," Harry said with a mocking smile. "I will not lower myself to use any of that dark magic," was Dumbledore's answer. "Magic is magic, dark or light is just an illusion created by fools. There is only power in those too weak to seek it," Harry said with a serious expression while looking Dumbledore directly in the eyes. Dumbledore looked back at him for a moment before shaking his head. "We will never agree on that, Tom." He took a recipient from his tunic and smashed it on the floor. A silvery white liquid that resembled metal splashed all over the parquet. Harry made a surprised expression, clearly not recognizing that substance. But he was not just going to stand there and let the old man finish whatever he was doing. Glacious, white vapors shoot from Harry's wand and traveled quickly in the direction of the headmaster. Dumbledore covered himself with a shield charm. The liquid on the floor was covered by the freezing spell but remained in liquid form afterward. "What is that? It doesn't freeze," Harry said, not expecting an answer. "You will see soon enough." Dumbledore pointed his wand upwards. Mutatio. The ceiling started to move and the big wooden pieces that held the roof changed into rope-like shapes and shoot toward Harry. Celeritas Meliorem. Harry's muscles tensed up at the change. With his speed multiplied tenfold, he managed to dodge all of the ropes and fired back spells to destroy them. What he did not notice was the silver liquid on the floor was expanding rapidly and approaching him in all directions. Once he was done, destroying all of the transfigurated wood, he sensed an attack coming from behind. He moved to dodge it and saw the white liquid shoot past him. The liquid moved in an irregular pattern and attacked when it saw an opening. It was almost like is alive. Harry was surprised. Dumbledore looked at him and smiled. "So be it, then." Harry pointed his wand at the bulk of the liquid that kept growing. Avada Kedavra. Before he could finish, some of the silver liquid that has been hidden under the wooden floor, shoot up and covered his hand and wand. Arg. Harry's face contorted in pain. But the liquid did not give him any rest. Instead, it took the opportunity to launch an all-out attack. It started from his legs and started to cover all of his body until it reached his face. Harry looked to be filled with pain and fear. "Stop." But the liquid did not stop and covered him completely. Silver ooze. It is the final result of my latest alchemy research. It took me decades to finish it. I'm afraid that there is no way out once you are swallowed by it. I'm sorry it had to come to this, Tom, but you had to be stopped," Dumbledore said sadly. He then noticed the ooze started to move again. Dumbledore's expression changed to one of surprise. He shouldn't be able to move in there. What's going on? He thought. What came next truly shocked the old headmaster. The ooze started to disperse again on the floor, like how it was at the beginning. When it finished dispersing, Dumbledore realized that Harry was nowhere to be seen. "What? Impossible. There is no way to escape, I'm sure of it," Dumbledore exclaimed. He then felt a strong wave of pain coming from his left side and heard something falling to the floor. Dumbledore looked at the ground, only to observe in horror his left hand, lying on the ground, still clutching his wand. The pain got now more intense and his blood started to flood out of his stump, but before he could even find out what happened or cover his wound, several white chains that seemed to be made of light, wrapped themselves around his body, making him lose his balance and fall to the ground. "Ugh," Dumbledore grunted in pain. "Don't worry, I will not let you bleed out. I need you alive for what's coming next." Dumbledore heard a very familiar voice come from behind him. He tried to move his head to look at the speaker, but he could not move an inch. "How did you get behind me?" Harry chuckled. Why, I have been sitting behind you for quite a while, old man. Dumbledore opened his eyes wide at the realization. He had been fighting an illusion, but that would mean. You got into my mind. When? Harry knew that Dumbledore was just trying to gain time. The silvery liquid was slowly moving towards him. He was not planning to give him a chance. We can continue this conversation later. Harry pointed his wand at the headmaster. No. Stupefied when Harry said the words, a strong blue light came from his wand and quickly impacted Dumbledore, making him lose consciousness and paralyzing him. As soon as the old man went down, the ooze stopped moving. Harry had the feeling that this creature needed to be linked to Dumbledore to move, and it seemed like he was right. Well, if that didn't work, I would have to grab the old man and run away. Harry approached Dumbledore and smiled. I have waited for too long, but it is finally time. Chapter 95. Where is Luna? Susan asked while looking around. The second task was about to start and everyone was already taking their seats. She told me, she had forgotten something in her room. What I would like to know is, where is Harry? It's been hours since he went to see the headmaster. He is going to miss the second task. Hannah said. Yeah, I don't think he cared that much about the tournament anyways. There are still 15 minutes left before they start, why don't we go find Luna? If she comes here alone, it would be difficult for her to find us in the middle of this. Susan proposed and Hannah nodded. They both stood up and started to make their way back to the castle. Outside of Hogwarts. Voldemort was standing on top of a hill, observing the castle. He looked behind him and smiled. Trolls, giants, vampires, werewolves, and wizards were getting ready for the attack. With this mighty army, they have no chance to stop us. Voldemort knew that today Hogwarts was going to be filled with a lot of extra people, including many Aurors and important figures from the Ministry. That's exactly why he chose this particular day. He can inflict a crippling blow on all of his enemies in one go. Taking over magical Britain after that would be trivial. We are ready, my lord, Bellatrix said. Voldemort turned to face Bella. Next to her were Dolohov, Werner Greyback, the Lestrange brothers, and an old man called Dewey Mandrake, who was a retired but very skilled ward breaker. Voldemort knew that Hogwarts wards were very powerful, so he decided to create an infiltration team. The main army will attack the wards from the front, however, taking down the wards like that will take hours. The job of the infiltration team will be to use brooms and make a small hole on the top of the wards, where they are weaker, and get inside the castle. Once inside they will capture the Deputy Headmistress McGonagall and use any means necessary to force her to shut down the wards. Even if they fail, that would only delay the inevitable. The wards will fall one way or another. So I'm not risking anything by sending them. Voldemort gave Bella an intense look. There was something about her that gave him a bad feeling when she offered herself voluntarily for the task of infiltration. Voldemort decided to send the Lestrange brothers as well, to keep an eye on her. Let's start, Voldemort said. McGonagall was sitting at the judge's table, taking the place of the headmaster, who was still absent. Albus, where are you? She thought while looking around. The headmistress from Bosbaden was asking her something when she felt a strong signal ringing in her head and gasped. Minerva, are you all right? Madame Maxine asked. The other occupants of the table also looked in McGonagall's direction with curiosity. This was the first time McGonagall had experienced that sensation, but she immediately knew what it was. The wards were able to transmit small pieces of information to those who were in control. The warning that she had just received had informed her that Hogwarts was under attack. Several hostiles were trying to gain access to the castle. She did not know how many were several, but she needs to do something. McGonagall looked back to the crowd of people looking for someone in particular who she knew would be there. There she is. She thought the moment she spotted Amelia Bones. Excuse for a moment, McGonagall said while standing up. Miss Deputy, the champions are almost ready to begin. The minister said. They have my blessing to start then. She said no more and walked away. The nerve. Karkaroff said angrily. Amelia Bones was looking around, trying to find her niece when she spotted McGonagall rushing towards her with a very worried expression. She stood up and went close to the other woman. What is wrong, Minerva? Did something happen to Susan? Her voice was filled with worry. No, but I'm afraid something terrible is happening. Let's go talk somewhere else. They both went to one of the close-by tents, set up for the champions to use, but was currently empty. What is going on? Amelia asked. We are under attack. Hogwarts wards had detected an intrusion attempt. But I don't know how many are there. McGonagall said, trying to be as calm as possible. I have 12 Aurors with me. I'll send a few to scout the surrounding. I'm sure it's only a few foolish Death Eaters trying to cause chaos. Amelia said. Should we inform the minister and the others? McGonagall said. Not yet, there is no need to cause mass panic until we know the situation better. But, the moment they left the tent, there was a tremendously loud noise all around them, and then a semi-transparent yellow filament started to fill the sky. People were looking up in confusion. What is that? The minister asked in a panicked voice. Amelia and Minerva came running towards the crowd. Minerva, what is this? Why are the wards being activated? Madame Maxine asked. Sonorous, Amelia said while pointing her wand to her throat. Everyone, stay in your seats and listen to me. I am Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE. We have a situation at Hogwarts. Until we find out more about it, I want everyone to stay calm and remain in their seats. We will give you more information when we have it. Tonks and the other Aurors in the area came rushing towards Amelia and waited for orders. All right, we have a lot of work to do, Amelia addressed her Aurors. What was that? Asked Hannah after hearing that tremendous sound. They had just arrived at the 7th floor and were on the way to the Ravenclaw Tower. I don't know, but I don't like it. Let's go find Luna. When they were about to reach the entrance of the tower, they saw Luna leaving through the door. Luna. Hannah called and the girl turned around. Hannah, Susan. Did you come for me? Sorry, I had forgotten something important back in my room and had to come back and get it. Luna clutched the pendant that Harry gave her as a Christmas present 2 years prior. Did you hear that noise before? Susan asked. Luna nodded. I don't know what that was, but it was very loud. They started to walk back to the stadium when Hannah stopped at the first window. Hannah? Susan called. Hannah pointed outside. Why is the sky all yellow? When Luna looked outside, her face went pale. She knew very well what this was, she had seen something like this very recently when her house was attacked. Those are wards, Howard wards have been activated. Luna said, looking very shaken. Wards? Are we under attack or something? Susan was starting to get scared. Let's hurry back and try to find some of the teachers, Hannah suggested and the other two nodded. While they were running back, Luna activated her mage sight to check her surroundings. This was something that Harry had told her to do as much as she could. You can never be too cautious. He likes to say. Luna's eyes became brighter and she started to look around, there was no one else on this floor. But then she spotted something with her peripheral vision. When she looked up, she saw 6 strong magical signals, and they were approaching very fast. That's where the astronomy tower is. Did the attackers come inside already? Luna thought. We need to run faster, someone is coming and I don't think they are friendly, Luna exclaimed. The other two noticed the worry in Luna's voice and knew that this was serious. They all started running as fast as they could. But then something came flying very fast, it went past them and then stopped. It was a huge man, sitting on a broom. He had long blonde hair and a beard. He looked very fierce, almost feral. Going somewhere, ladies? Maybe you can give me a tour of the school. Fernie said with a toothy smile. Chapter 96. The moment Dumbledore woke up, he felt an intense pain on his left side. When he opened his eyes, he saw nothing but darkness and could hear the sound of water moving around. After waiting a few seconds to let his eyes adjust, he started to recognize shapes again. He tried to move his right arm to help himself up, but then realized that he could not move his body other than turning his head. He looked around in a panicked manner and realized how familiar this place was. Hello again, Headmaster. Dumbledore turned his head to face Harry. Tom, why did you bring me to this place? Dumbledore tried to seem composed, but the nervousness was obvious in his voice. The place where they were at the moment was the cave where Harry had once hidden the locket Horcrux and the place where Dumbledore got his curse. Well, I was actually planning on doing this at my old house, but that ooze that you created ruined the house, so I had to change locations for this next part. Harry said, looking obviously annoyed about the extra work. Next part. Dumbledore then realized that he was not just being restrained. He moved his head with difficulty to look at the ground, there were all sorts of runic symbols written in blood, diverse materials were placed at the external border of the circle, and in the center, was Dumbledore himself, being restrained by several white chains. What are you doing to me? Just kill me already. Dumbledore's voice was filled with anger. I am going to use you in a ritual that will allow me to absorb part of your magical power and knowledge, Harry said with a blank expression. Dumbledore's face paled in horror. Why, you are a monster, Tom. I heard that before, Harry said dismissively. However, I have a deal that may benefit us both, Headmaster, Harry said. After seeing that the old man was waiting for him to continue, he did so. Right now, Voldemort is attacking Hogwarts with a huge army. He is planning on taking over the castle and killing anyone that gets in his way, then he will do the same with the Ministry. Dumbledore's eyes opened widely. What are you playing at? You are Voldemort. Harry raised an eyebrow. Oh, yes, I can understand your confusion. There is someone else using my old name now. He is the one who wants to destroy Hogwarts. You expect me to believe that? You have been deceiving us all from the beginning. Dumbledore exclaimed. I can see that trust is going to be an issue here. Harry took out his wand. I, Harry James Potter, swear in my life and magic that everything I have told Albus Dumbledore since the moment he woke up, moments ago, has been nothing but the truth. I also swear that from this moment until the moment of his death, I will speak only the truth, to be the best of my knowledge. So mote be. Dumbledore saw the light come from the wand, confirming that the oath has been accepted. I can't believe you did that. You left me no other choice. Now, ask what you want to ask, we don't have all day. Harry said, looking a bit exasperated. Then, let's start with a simple question, who are you, really? Dumbledore asked. In the past, I was Tom Marvolo Riddle. After October 31st, 1981, I became Harry Potter. Harry answered. Dumbledore was shocked. He was sure that the oath was real, which means that the man in front of him is unable to lie. But this was too much. How can he be Harry Potter? The day I left Harry with the Dursleys, I scanned the baby scar that you left on his forehead. I knew there was something malevolent in there. At the time, I wasn't sure what it was, but after some investigation, I came to the conclusion that it must have been a Horcrux left unintentionally by Voldemort. Are you that Horcrux? Dumbledore asked. What you must have felt back then was certainly me. But that was no Horcrux. Do you really think they can be made by accident? Don't be ridiculous. What you discover back then was my actual soul, linking together with the boy's soul. The resulting fusion of both entities is me. Most of my resulting personality is of course from my old identity as Tom Riddle, since the other Harry at the time was only 5 and has been severely beaten and malnourished. Thanks for putting me there, by the way, Harry said. Dumbledore flinched at the last part but decided that there was no time to discuss past mistakes. This also threw a new light on the death of the Dursleys. Their accidental death may not have been that accidental after all. Instead, what called Dumbledore's attention the most, was something else entirely. A complete soul fusion of two different beings. I never knew something like that to be possible. Dumbledore was left baffled. Yes, well. Me neither. But, it happened anyways. Harry shrugged. Then, the other Voldemort. Is he a Horcrux? Dumbledore asked. Yes, that piece used to be inside a diary that I left with Lucius Malfoy. You can imagine what happened next. And before you ask. I have already destroyed all of the other Horcruxes. You destroyed them? Dumbledore was about to ask why, but he then realized what the reason can be. They didn't work for you anymore. That was not a question, he already knew it was the only possible explanation. The Tom Riddle he knew would never throw away a key to immortality, unless it became a liability. Correct, Harry confirmed. And this other Voldemort, you say that is attacking Hogwarts? How can you know that? You are not the only one with a spy. He brought an army with giants, trolls, vampires, werewolves, and around 100 dark wizards, most of them foreigners looking for quick riches. Harry stated. Dumbledore paled. Then everyone is doomed. They cannot possibly stop an army like that. Now, Harry shook his hands. Do not despair just yet, old man. I told you I had a deal for you. Dumbledore frowned. What is this deal? Well, you see. This ritual I have prepared is a bit inefficient. If I activated it right now, I estimated that I will only be able to get between 20 and 30% of your magical power and some of your knowledge, depending on how much resistance you put during the ritual. Harry explained. Dumbledore looked around, trying to understand what ritual Harry had planned, but he had no knowledge of this specific one. According to some new knowledge I have acquired, I will be able to make some changes that will give me almost all of your power and wisdom. However, the requirement for this, is that you have to willingly give it to me. Dumbledore was shocked. And, why in Merlin's name, would I ever do something like that? Why would I give you more power, Dot? Because with that power, I can save them all. Harry left the words to hang. If it wasn't for the oath, Dumbledore would not believe in a million years that those words came from the one that once was called Lord Voldemort. Dumbledore then realized something. Aren't your friends there too? I know that you care for those girls at least, am I wrong, Dot? I do care for them. But, all I have to do is save them, and leave the rest to die. No one could blame me for not being able to do more than that. After all, I'm just a fourth-year student of Hogwarts, no matter how talented. Harry gave Dumbledore a mocking smile. Seeing that the old man remained silent, Harry spoke again. Do not think about this too much. The ritual takes some time, and I don't think the Hogwarts wards will last more than 2 hours. Seeing his hesitation, Harry added more. What is there to think about anyways? He pointed at Dumbledore's right hand. By the looks of the curse, you will be dead in less than a week. Now you have the chance to save hundreds. Dumbledore looked at Harry intently. If I do this, I need more than your word that will save them all. You know I cannot lie to you. Sigh. Fine. Harry took out his wand and pronounced a magical oath. He was careful with the wording, indicating that he will save the innocent lives in Hogwarts in exchange for Dumbledore's full cooperation during the ritual. Dumbledore nodded. Very well then, one last thing, when you said that this ritual will take my power, you meant my soul, right? That's the source of the wizard's magic. What will happen then to me then, will I just disappear, Dot? I will not take all of your soul, you should have enough left to go on your next adventure, whatever that is. I don't have all of the answers about what happens after we die. Dumbledore closed his eyes in contemplation. When he opened them again, he seemed determined once more. Then, let's do this, Harry. Chapter 97. Hogwarts, 7th floor. Hannah, Susan, and Luna had their wands in hand and were backing away from Furner Greyback slowly when they hear more voices coming from behind them. Oh, look what the wolf found, 3 lost puppies. Rodolphus Lestrange said with a mocking tone. The girls turned around to see 5 people landing on the floor and storing their brooms. What should we do with them? Bellatrix asked. Do we have time for some fun? Rabaston Lestrange asked while licking his lips. Don't be a fool. Of course, we don't have the time. Let's just kill them and move on. Rodolphus scolded his brother. What? The Lord didn't say anything about killing children. We just need to disable the wards. The old man called Dewey Mandrick said, looking disgusted with his companions. TSK, what a useless old man. Dolohov pointed his wand at the old man's head and before anyone could stop him, he shot a yellow-looking curse at the old man. Dewey covered his face with his hands and gave a blood-curdling scream before falling to the floor, dead. Why did you do that for? Rodolphus yelled. He was annoying me, and besides, we don't need him anymore, we are already inside. Dolohov shrugged. Did you forget that our mission is to disable the wards? Maybe a curse breaker would have been useful for that, Rabaston said. Dolohov made a surprised expression that indicated that he clearly didn't think of that. Forget it. What's done is done. Let's deal with this. Rodolphus said angrily. The 3 girls were clutching their wands, prepared to defend themselves. Luna did not take her eyes off Furner, who was looking at her like she was mere prey. Bellatrix was watching the procedures from the back of the group. Dolohov, Rabaston and Rodolphus were intensely looking at the 3 girls, while Furner was doing the same on the other side. Avada Kedavra. They all heard the words and tensed up. The girls were waiting for the green light to travel towards them and hoped they could dodge it. All of a sudden, Rodolphus Lestrange falls to the floor. Everyone's gaze turned to the fallen, and obviously dead man. Ops, my wand slipped, Bella said with a grin. Bella, what is the meaning of this? Dolohov asked with an angry scowl. You traitorous whore. Rabaston yelled while pointing his wand towards her. The Lord was right, you betrayed us all, Dot. Rabaston started attacking Bella while Dolohov turned his attention to the 3 girls. Furner, let's end this quickly and help Rabaston. Dolohov said and Furner noted. Depulso. A strong wave of energy came from Luna's wand and impacted Furner, taking him by surprise and sending him further into the hall until he crashed against a couple of metal suits of armor. I'll take care of that one, Luna said before moving toward him. Hannah and Susan nodded and pointed their wands at Dolohov. Dolohov smiled, not worried in the least about the girls. After all, he was a world-class duelist. The only thing that worried him was ending this quick and helping Rabastan, since Dolohov knew that he was no match for Bella. Let's get this over with. With a swift movement of his wand, Dolohov threw several silent spells at Hannah. A combination of disabling and stunning spells. Protego. Hannah raised a shield that protected her from the spells. However, the force of the spells was too much and crushed the shield, sending her flying back. Susan wanted to check on Hannah, but she knew that it would be very stupid to take her eyes off her opponent. Defindo, she directed her spell to Dolohov's legs, but he managed to smoothly dodge it. Dolohov responded by throwing another combination of spells at Susan, who decided that it was a better idea to dodge then rather than try to use a shield and end up as Hannah. Susan threw herself to one side and avoided most of the spells, but a conjured rope created by the Incarcerus charm managed to tangle her lower legs and made her fall to the floor. Arg! Susan landed badly against the stone floor and lost her wand in the process. Dolohov already had his wand pointed at her to finish her off when a blue light came from one side and hit him on the shoulder, creating a deep cut. Dolohov grunted in pain and looked in the direction that spell came from. Meanwhile, Susan was using the opportunity to free her legs from the rope. Defindo. Another blue light rushed towards Dolohov, but this time, he was ready and deflected it with his wand. You are going to pay for that, bitch. Dolohov was looking extremely mad. He pointed his wand to Hannah's feet and muttered some words, but nothing seemed to happen immediately. Hannah, move. Susan said in a panic. She had the feeling that whatever Dolohov did, was affecting the ground below Hannah. Hannah did as told, but before she could move out of the way, the rock tiles started to move, making her lose her balance and fall down. Susan had managed to disentangle herself and started to run as fast as she could. Dolohov made a slashing motion with his wand and a purple flame came rushing toward Hannah. She had just started to prop herself up, saw the flame approaching but did not have time to move. Is this it? Were Hannah's last thoughts. Then something obscured her vision and heard a loud scream. She realized then that it was Susan, who got in the way of the curse and was now on the ground, bleeding. Susan! Hannah yelled. TSK, how annoying, just die already. Dolohov observed that Susan was hit on her right shoulder, so she would not die quick enough. Let's go with a classic then. Dolohov pointed his wand at Susan. Avada K-. Accio. Susan, who was still on the floor, bleeding profusely, had managed to extend her left hand at Dolohov. She focused all of the magic she had at her disposal and used the wandless summoning charm on Dolohov's wand. What happened next took the dueling veteran by surprise. Before he could finish his curse, his hands started to twist rapidly in a 360-degree motion until his bones completely shattered. He made an anguished scream as his hand twisted and broke, and his wand fell down. He clutched his broken hand and looked at Susan with an expression of pure rage. I'm going to make you and your little friend suffer for that. Nah, I don't think so. A female voice was heard from behind Dolohov. Red light impacted Dolohov in the back and this one started to scream again, even harder than before, and grabbed at his chest. After a few seconds of agonizing pain, he stopped moving. Bella looked at the two girls. In case you were wondering, that was a blood-boiling curse. She said with a smile. They all then heard a very loud and animalistic growl. Hannah gasped. Luna. Luna was intensely looking at the fallen set of armor that was still covering the body of Ferner. She then hears the armor start to make noise as well as a very loud growl, like the one made by a wild beast. Ah-oh. Luna used her gift to take a closer look at her opponent, and then she saw something very familiar in Ferner. A black mark, that can't be good. He had a similar black spot inside his magical core as the one in Professor Lupin. After the professor left Hogwarts, there were some strange rumors about him being a werewolf. The armors came flying out as the figure of the transformed Ferner emerged, now looking like a very big and fierce werewolf. Well, I guess the rumors were right. Luna was now thinking about how to fight a werewolf. They are allergic to silver. If it was Harry, he would probably conjure a giant silver sword and cut him in half or something. Unfortunately, I don't even know how to conjure a silver knife. While Luna was thinking, Ferner started to charge at her while his growling got louder. Celeritas Meliorem, Luna grunted at the pain after using that magic. Harry had told her to only use it in situations of life or death. Ferner pounced at her and tried to take a bite, but Luna managed to move away at inhuman speed. In Carcerus, ropes came from her wand and wrapped themselves around Ferner. The beast screamed and used all of his might to break the ropes apart. Fine, no more ropes. Luna wondered what to do next. Luna pointed her wand down and cast a slippery jinx at the floor tiles before moving away. Ferner gave chase, and in his current state of mind didn't even notice Luna casting the jinx. When he stepped over the slippery tiles, he went rushing to one side of the hall and ended up crushing again the wall, breaking it, and falling inside an abandoned classroom. What to do, come on, think Luna. Her repertoire of spells was very limited. There must be something I can use. Luna looked down at the mess made by the slippery jinx that caused Ferner to crash against the wall, her eyes then opened wide when an idea came to mind. That might work. She prepared herself and went into position. As soon as the enraged Ferner came from the classroom, Luna aimed her wand. Ferner growled and started to charge. She let him get a bit close to secure her shot. Conjunctivitis, her aim was true and hit him in the eyes, then moved out of the way with her increased speed and ran towards one of the big windows that covered the halls of the 7th floor. Ferner had his eyes closed and was grunting in pain and feral anger. Here, Wolfie. Come get me. Luna taunted. Ferner used the sound of her voice and her smell to sense her position and started charging again, even faster than before. Luna's muscles were trembling from the overuse of the enhancement charm, but she ignored the pain. It will be over soon. When Ferner got close, she pushed her body to its limit and moved away, positioning herself at one side of Ferner, while he was right in front of the big window. Ferner, noticing her movement, made an attempt to stop and change directions. But then Luna attacked again. Engorgo. A simple second-year charm that can increase the size of an object. And the object that Luna chose was a small piece of debris right behind Ferner. One of the many pieces that were scattered around as a result of Ferner crashing against the wall. The stone raised rapidly in size and pushed Ferner against the window with great force. The werewolf grunted as he was pushed out of the window, but with his enhanced reflexes he managed to dig his nails against the sides of the window, preventing his fall. Depulso. Luna poured most of his remaining power into that spell. The force that came out of her wand was powerful enough to not only push Ferner, but the entire window frame and part of the wall. As the werewolf started falling from the 7th floor of the castle, along with the pieces of loose stone that follow him, he made an extremely loud animalistic growl. Luna was left panting for breath, but she could not rest yet. I need to go and help Susan and Hannah. She started making her way as fast as she could. As soon as she turned the corner, she saw Bellatrix Lestrange looking at Hannah, then she spotted Susan on the floor, surrounded by blood. Susan. Luna yelled and hurried over, but not taking her eyes off Bellatrix. Bella looked at the approaching Luna. Calm down, kitten. I'm here to make sure you girls don't die. Please, Hannah hesitated, but then looked at Susan. If you are not an enemy, can you help us? My friend is badly hurt. Yes, I saw it happened. Dolohov curse, I may be able to help with that. Don't try anything funny. I don't trust you. Luna clutched at her wand while looking at Bella. Bella chuckled. And you shouldn't. Now let's see. She approached Susan, who was barely conscious, and pointed her wand at her shoulder. Hannah tensed up at this but didn't intervene, instead went back to look at Susan with worry. Bella's expression was very serious while examining the wound left by Dolohov. You are a lucky girl. A bit more to one side and there would be no saving you. That means, Hannah said hopefully. Yes, I can save her. I will remove the curse and apply some first aid, then just take her to the infirmary. Bella started to chant a spell and the cut on Susan's shoulder started to lose its purple color, turning into a normal deep cut. She then used a basic healing charm to close the wound and stop the bleeding. I'm not as good as my sister, but that will do for now. She then made another wand movement. Mobilicorus. Susan's body was lifted a few feet in the air. You can take it from here. Thank you. Hannah said before turning to Susan started to move her. Go ahead, I'll go get Susan's wand, Luna said. While Hannah left with Susan, Luna went and picked her wand, then she looked at Bella. Is there something you want to ask, kitten? Bella said. You are one of them, why help us? Luna asked. Bella smiled. Someone convinced me that I was fighting for the losing side. And also promised me a reward if I kept the 3 of you safe. I will say no more. You are going to have to ask him. Harry, Luna said. There was no one else that came to mind. Bella shrugged. Go on. Your friends need you. I'll clean this mess. Luna looked at the dead bodies around her and shuddered. She then turned around and left. Well, I did my part. Bella then looked outside the window at the yellow light created by the wards. The rest is up to you, my lord. Chapter 98. Dumbledore was put to sleep and had all of his belonging removed before the ritual started. Harry then removed all of his clothes, walked to the center of the circle, and sat down next to the old man. The idea of being naked next to an also naked Dumbledore didn't please him. But this was necessary. Any bit of magic in their clothes or other belongings could interfere with the ritual. He then placed his right hand on Dumbledore's forehead before he started chanting the ritual in Old Gaelic with his eyes closed. The runes engraved on the ground started to shine more and more as the ritual continued. This went on for a long time before the next change occurred. The materials that were put in specific places of the circle turned into pure white dust, and then flew towards Dumbledore, entering his body. Dumbledore's body started to emit a strong white light. The light became more and more intense until it seemed like the old man's body was made completely of light, losing its physical form. Harry stopped chanting and opened his eyes. He looked at the current state of the headmaster. It is time. Dumbledore's body has completed its transformation and it was now made of pure magical energy. Harry started to quickly absorb all of it into his magical core. It was like a vacuum has been placed on his lower abdomen as the light entered his body. When all that was left of Albus Dumbledore was a mere speck of light the size of a golden snitch, Harry stopped the process and left the speck of light to escape. I did promise that I will leave you a little bit. So be it, go on your next adventure, old man. The tiny ball of light stood there for a moment before rushing out of the cave and disappearing. The ritual was over, but now Harry had to finish assimilating all of that power, otherwise, his body could explode, like a balloon with too much air. He closed his eyes and focused on his core. The magic once belonged to Dumbledore was now circling his magical core as it rotated. Then it started to incorporate the new magic into it. As this was happening, flashes of knowledge were entering his mind and Harry had to make full use of his occlumency mastery to organize all of this new information without damaging his mind. The process took an entire hour to end. During this time Harry did not move from the spot. When Harry felt that everything was in order once more, he opened his eyes. A strong gush of wind flew around him, and wisps of magical power came from his body. His eyes illuminated the dark cave with green light. When Harry examined the results of the ritual, he was very surprised. This is a lot better than I imagined. Harry extended the index finger of his right hand and a ball of pure magic materialized in front of it. If I fire this, it would probably destroy the entire cave. He willed his magic back and the ball disappeared. I'll have a chance to do some tests soon enough. But first. He made a hand gesture and all of his clothes came flying and dressed him once more. After collecting his belongings, he looked towards the few things that still remain of the old man. Some ridiculous robes, portkeys, lemon candies, and his wand. Harry did not have time to observe Dumbledore's wand before, but there was a familiar feeling coming from it. He called and the wand flew into his hand and when he observed it up close. It can't be. Is this the real one? The mark of the Hallows was inscribed on the side of the wand. And the feeling that it was giving was very similar to the one made by the other two, already in his possession. Harry started laughing. It seems that today is my lucky day. He stores the wand in a secure place. There will be time for more examinations later, now he had one last promise to keep. Harry took out his wand and tried to apparate close to Hogwarts, but there was something blocking him. TSK, how annoying. It must be the wards. Harry put more force and finally managed to apparate away successfully. How are things? Amelia asked. Everyone is scared and keeps asking me questions I don't have answers for, McGonagall said. After the Auror spotted the massive army trying to break Hogwarts wards, they informed Amelia and McGonagall and the two of them decided that it was more secure to bring all civilians to the inner gardens. It was also the only place big enough to host so many people inside the castle. McGonagall looked around the entrance hall. It was almost empty, save for a few Aurors and some of the teachers. They were going to be the last line of defense, once the wards went down. Their faces showed how scared they all were. Tonks rushed into the hall and everyone turned around to look at the young Auror making her way to Amelia. Any luck? Amelia asked. Tonks shook her head. I tried all of the connected fireplaces, I can't communicate at all. We are completely isolated. I thought so, they came well prepared, those bastards. Amelia frowned. The noises outside got louder. Amelia ordered them to open the gate so they can take a look outside. Be ready to close them when I order it. She warned them. Once the doors of the entrance all opened, they all wanted to know what the situation was outside the wards. It doesn't look good. One of the Aurors said. There were over 24 giants armed with great clubs attacking the wards over and over. To one side there were trolls doing the same, and behind them, many wizards were hurling spells at the barrier. How long do you think it is going to hold? Amelia asked with clear worry on her face. At this rate, half an hour, maybe less. We need to find a way to secure the children. McGonagall said. I already asked 2 of my men to be ready. They will try to escape with the students using the back entrance. I'm sure they have placed anti-apparition wards around the area, but if they can get far enough dash. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and then a strong wave of wind and dust pushed them all back. What is that? One of the men yelled. Did the wards go down already? Amelia said while trying to stand up again. The area was filled with dust and she could not see anything. No. McGonagall yelled. She immediately realized that the wards have been broken by whatever had caused that noise. This can't be. Is too soon. Be ready. Amelia yelled at her men. They all took positions and pulled out their wands. When the dust started to settle, they could almost make a figure, standing in the middle of the dust. Arg, that hurt. Did I hit something? A voice was heard from the dust cloud. McGonagall raised an eyebrow. That voice sounds familiar. Amelia also seems to recognize it. They saw the figure move his arm, and then a gust of wind blew up all of the dust away, revealing a young man with long black hair and wearing a Hogwarts uniform. Harry? Amelia wondered. Mr. Potter? McGonagall asked in confusion. Chapter 99. Moments before, Hogwarts Infirmary. Susan was still sleeping in one of the beds. Hannah and Luna were at her side. There were many others in the room. Many people got injured when they announced that Hogwarts was under attack. People can become something close to wild beasts when they enter in panic, and as a result, many were pushed too hard or stomped and had to be brought to the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey and her assistant were working non-stop. This is crazy, why are they attacking us? This is just a school. Hannah said. Luna didn't know what to say about that. She also didn't understand why this army was attacking them either. She knew that Voldemort had returned, but not many knew about his motivations and objectives. I wish Harry was here, she said softly. A thunderous sound was heard from outside. The people at the infirmary started to panic. No. It's all over. They are already here. Luna looked outside and immediately noticed that the yellow tint that used to cover the sky had disappeared. The sky was now blue, with some orange at the end, indicating that nightfall was approaching. The wards have been broken. Hannah gasped. Oh no, what do we do now? Luna used her mage sight to catch a glimpse of what was going on at the entrance. She saw many small balls of blue light at the entrance hall. In the distance, there were dozens of lights of many different colors. And between them, there was the strongest light that Luna has ever seen. She could not stare for long and had to close her eyes. But no matter how much had changed, she recognized that magical core. Harry. What is it, Luna? Hannah asked. Harry is here, I need to go. Luna said. What, but we were told to stay here, is too dangerous to leave now, Hannah said with worry. But Luna wasn't listening and ran away. Harry observed his surroundings. His intention was to apparate as close to Hogwarts as possible, but he didn't expect to appear right in front of the door. He also felt something hit him when he arrived. Did I hit the wards? He thought. He looked towards the army. Dozens of giants and a few trolls were standing a bit of distance away from him. They seemed to be at a loss for what to do. He then looked behind him, towards the castle, and saw some familiar faces. So, is everyone all right? Harry asked the baffled group of people. Tonks was the first one to regain composture. Harry, we are still fine, but wards have been destroyed, you need to come back here, quick. Tonks yelled. Sure, but let me dash. Harry was interrupted from what he was going to say by a very pale-faced Amelia. Harry, careful, behind you. Amelia screamed while pointing behind him. Harry already knew that there were 3 giants charging at him. Puny human, Grum will crush. The first giant declared. Harry turned and pointed his left index finger at the giant. A small beam of blue light came from it and went directly to the giant's forehead, piercing it. The giant's death was immediate and he fell to the ground, alarming the other two giants who were close. Harry made a cutting gesture with his right hand and the heads of the other two giants got separated from their bodies before they could even process what was happening. Their bodies then fell to the ground making a tremendous noise. Harry then started to walk away from the castle and towards Voldemort's army. Everyone who had witnessed what happened could not believe it. Giants were famous for their resistance to magic, to the point that it is seen as folly to use magic directly on them. But they had just seen Harry kill 3 giants with some wandless piercing and cutting charms. Over 100 giants were close by, and they were not happy with what just happened. Their leader was a giant called Krull, who was almost twice as big as a normal giant. "Kill the human, avenge our brothers," he commanded. The giants obeyed their leader and charged at Harry. But it was the trolls that were currently at Harry's side, the first ones to attack him since they were closer. The trolls didn't really care about the dead giants, but they did recognize the human as a threat and wanted to get rid of him. Harry saw around a dozen trolls approaching and decided to try something. He extended a finger and focused a good amount of raw magic on the tip until it formed a shiny sphere, like the one he created at the cave, but didn't dare to test back then. This time, he did release the tiny sphere of light and pushed it towards the trolls, expecting to kill a few of them. The small ball of magic moved at an incredible speed until it collided with one of the trolls that were running towards Harry. The explosion that followed was something that no one was expecting, not even Harry. The light blinded everyone in sight, it was like looking at the sun on a bright summer day. Once the light died down and they were able to see again, the first thing they noticed was that the trolls were nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was a hole, at least 100 feet wide in their place. Harry raised an eyebrow and looked at his finger, then looked at the hole. Maybe I should leave the testing for later, lest I blow myself up. He turned to the giants and noticed that they all had stopped their advances and were now staring at him with fear on their faces. Harry smiled while looking at Voldemort's army. His green eyes shone brighter than the killing curse. "You all came here today to take part in a massacre. Well then, I'll show you one." Chapter 100. As Luna was making her way towards the entrance of the castle, she was hearing all of the commotions. When she was almost reaching the doors leading to the outside of the castle, she heard the sound of a loud explosion accompanied by a string light and a wave of wind. After leaving through the doors, she saw a group of people taking cover behind a transfigured short wall and looking towards the other side of the castle bridge. A single figure with long black hair was standing there. She recognized him immediately even from that distance. "Harry." Luna started running towards him but was stopped by a familiar woman. "Luna, stop. It's too dangerous to approach now," Amelia said while grabbing the girl and holding her. Luna seemed to regain her wits and realized that Harry was not the only one in that area. A large group of giants was staring at him some distance away, and there were groups of people dressed all in black further away. Why is he alone there? Why is no one helping him? Luna looked infuriated. Helping him? You did not see what he just did, but you are not wrong. Amelia turned to her Aurors. I want you to give Mr. Potter some cover fire, but maintain the distance. The Aurors nodded and took positions further into the bridge. Stay here with Minerva, I'm going too, Amelia said. McGonagall grabbed Luna's hand and brought her behind her makeshift wall. I would like to tell you to go back inside. But you wouldn't listen to me, right? Luna shook her head. I need to be here. Sigh, very well, but stay close to me. McGonagall looked toward Harry. I have so many questions for Mr. Potter. Like what happened to Albus, or where did he learn that magic, but that will have to wait until we all survive this battle. Luna looked at Harry and used her mage sight. It wasn't as blinding as before and wild as before, now it looked more in control. Luna didn't know why or how, but she knew that Harry's magic has changed, it wasn't just more powerful, but there was something else in there, something that wasn't there before. Harry's magic had always felt wild and aggressive even when he was controlling it. Now, it felt calmer and peaceful, although still dangerous. Luna of course wished to know what had brought that change, but she will not push Harry for information. She trusted him and knew that one day, he will trust her with his secrets. Voldemort's camp. What the hell was that? He killed all of the trolls with one spell. McNair said with a very paled face. Enough. Voldemort roared. Yes, he is powerful, but he is only one wizard. Let him exhaust his magic fighting the giants, then we finish it. Yeah. That's right, my lord. Gibbon exclaimed. Voldemort approached Mordred, the leader of the vampires. Mordred, I want you and your vampires to be ready. If Potter by some miracle managed to deal with the giants, you go finish it. Is that clear, Dot? Mordred was staring intently at Harry without blinking, his eyes shone with blue light. Lord Mordred. The Dark Lord is talking to you. Mordred's second in command, grabbed his shoulder to shake him up from the trance. Mordred seemed to come back to his senses and looked at Voldemort. Yes. He said to Voldemort, showing him no respect. As far as Mordred was concerned, Voldemort was just his business partner. They had a deal that benefited both, nothing more. Voldemort frowned. I said that if Potter manages to deal with the giants, you and your vampires go and finish him. Think you can manage that? Voldemort said, clearly annoyed. Finish him, sure, Mordred said softly. Voldemort nodded, satisfied that at least the vampire seemed to have gotten the message and left. The second in command approached Mordred after Voldemort was far away. My lord? What did you see? He asked with concern. I'm not sure yet, let's wait and observe him a bit more, I'll make my decision by then. What Voldemort didn't know about Mordred is that he had been born with the same gift as Lunas, mage sight. And what he has seen so far about Harry had left him very unsettled. Do we still attack? The giant asked their leader. Kroll was very worried now, but he could not show weakness in front of his followers. Why yes. We attack. Kill the puny human. He yelled to his people. They all gave a war cry and started charging again as fast as they could. Harry was looking at an army of 100 giants approach and was now wondering how to deal with them. I suppose that some transfiguration will do the trick. He thought. He knelt down and placed both his hands touching the dirt. The giants were now around 60 feet away. As he focused his magic, his eyes shone brightly and the wind around him seemed to react to his magic. When the front line of the giants was only 20 feet away, the earth started to shake violently, startling everyone. The first thing that they all noticed were the screams that the giants were making, followed by them being tossed into the air. But on a closer inspection, the observers realized what Harry had done. Thousands of very sharp metal spikes were created underground and shot up in the sky at great speed, impaling any giant that happened to be in the way. A few lucky ones, less than a dozen, managed to avoid all of the spikes and stood there, looking in horror at the fate of their comrades. As for the unlucky ones, most of them were still alive. The spikes were not clean-shaped like a needle, instead, they had many smaller points, arranged at intervals along the main body, like barbed wire. The moment one was pierced, it would be impossible to get out as gravity will keep pushing you down while the small points destroy you from inside. The screams from the giants filled the battleground and it would take several minutes for them to die down. Mordred was looking at the fate of the giants with an impassive expression. He then called for his second in command. My lord, what do we do, Dot? Mordred did not take his eyes off Harry for a second before answering. We are leaving. Chapter 101. Back at the castle entrance, the Aurors, McGonagall, and Luna all watched in awe the battle against the giants. I can believe what I just saw, one of the Aurors said. That was so brutal, another one said. Geez, it makes me feel bad for the giants, Tonks said. Don't be so naive, Tonks. Have you forgotten what those giants came here to do? Amalia asked, looking fierce. Tonks's blood ran cold for a moment at the thought of what those giants would have done with the people inside if they had managed to enter the castle. None of the Aurors said a word after that. McGonagall looked at Luna. Miss Lovegood, are you sure you don't want to enter the castle? This is no spectacle for a young girl. Luna keeps looking at the battlefield, trying not to show a change in her expression. I'm fine, Professor. A lot of things were happening that day. Not too long ago, she had also killed a man. I'll have to deal with my feelings tomorrow. Today I need to be here and watch Harry fight. She thought. Harry used his levitation to fly over the army of giants and landed in front of a big group of vampires. None of them seemed to be ready to fight. At the front, there was a well-dressed man with long blonde hair, blue eyes, and a thick beard. The moment Harry landed, the man approached with his arms extended wide and his palms wide open, as a show of non-aggression. Great one. The man greeted and then proceeded to do a light bow. My name is Mordred de Raziel. I am the lord of these vampires you see behind me. I came here to fight for that man with the promise of lands and a castle. And Why aren't you fighting? Harry asked with an impassive expression. Great One, I beg for forgiveness. Had I known this was your territory I would have never dared to come to this place. How can I earn your mercy? What do? I don't want to kill someone who has already surrendered. But if I just let them go like that, it would be seen as a sign of weakness. Harry pondered. Then looked at Mordred directly. Fine, cut one of your arms, swear on your true name to never set foot in these lands again. Then, you and your cabal can go in peace. His second-in-command and most of the other vampires seem enraged at the demand. That's too much, this is Lord M. The loud sound of flesh being cut managed to silence the vampire. Everyone's attention went to Mordred, who was now, using his right hand to stop the blood flowing from the stump left where his left arm once was. I, Mordred de Raziel, swear on my true name to never set foot on these lands again for all eternity. They were all shocked that their lord did not hesitate for a second to give in to the demands of that person. Even after seeing what Harry had done to the giants, not all of the vampires thought that it was a lost cause to fight the human. But they trust their leader's decision and no one said a word anymore. Mordred left immediately and his cabal follow him. Harry looked at the vampires leave and nodded, satisfied. What he had asked of the vampire lord may have seemed excessive, but he knew that vampires had several ways to regrow their limbs if necessary. He had only put the condition as a show of submission. The harsh condition was actually the second one. An oath swore on the vampire's true name is equivalent to an unbreakable oath for a wizard. If Mordred ever comes back to these lands, he will die immediately. I better make sure no one else can leave, Harry thought. While walking towards his next target, he also started to weave a complex anti-apparition ward. He did not have that much knowledge about wards, however, Dumbledore did. And thanks to those memories, Harry can now be considered almost a master curse breaker. I can't believe those vampires, they just ran away like cowards, Jugson exclaimed. Gibbon looked around, their army was getting quite small. They already lost the trolls, the giants, and now the vampires. All they have left was a dozen werewolves that came with Ferner and around 100 wizards, but most of them were foreigners, dark wizards who came here for the promise of riches. There were actually only 19 Death Eaters left. Gibbon then started to look in the direction the vampires left. The dark forest was close by. If he started to run right after the fight started, no one will be able to stop him. Suddenly a hand landed on Gibbon's shoulder. Don't even think about running away. Or I will kill you personally. Gibbon turned around to look at the speaker with a very pale face. And no, my lord. Oh, of course, I would never run away. Promise. He said, not looking very convincing. Voldemort growled at him before turning his attention to Potter, who was now walking casually towards them like he was just having a casual walk through the fields. He then looked at what was left of his army. He did not need to use occlumency to know that most of them were thinking of running away. Listen to me, you fools, Voldemort yelled and they all turned their attention to him. Yes, he is more powerful than I thought. But, he is no god, but just a mortal human being. Hit him with a killing curse and he will drop dead like anyone else, I can guarantee you that. And then, this country will be OURS. This seems to make most of the wizards regain their vigor once more. Yeah. They started yelling. The Lord is right. We can do this. Is just a boy. Let's go. The wizards held their wands firm and started to approach Harry. The werewolves transformed and started to growl loudly. Well then, let's start the final round. Harry smiled at the approaching army. The werewolves were trying to ambush him from both sides, leaving the front open for the wizards to throw spells at him. Harry enhanced his body, but this time he felt no pain at all. He felt a lot stronger now. He started to dodge the fist-killing curses while waiting for the werewolves to get closer. As soon as they tried a pincer attack, by charging at him from both sides, Harry made his move. Chapter 102. Under attack from all sides, Harry decided to put his plan into practice. Magnus Fumus. Smoke started to quickly cover the area around Harry, and before any attack could reach him, he was nowhere to be seen. Disperse that smoke, quick. A Death Eater. Shit, where is he? A foreign wizard yelled with a Russian accent. Then, they all started to hear yelps of pain coming from inside the mist. The werewolves charged into the smoke. What were they thinking? Jugson said. We cannot see him, but the werewolves can still use their sense of smell, so they know where he is, Gibbon explained. They didn't dare to randomly shoot spells at the smoke since it was more likely that they would hit one of their allies. Ventis. One of the wizards used a wind spell and tried to disperse the smoke, but this one didn't seem affected by the wind at all and stayed in place. What kind of smoke is that? The frustrated wizard said. Look. I think is getting bigger, someone pointed out, and after some observation, the cloud of smoke was indeed starting to cover more space. Meanwhile, they keep hearing growls and yelps of pain from the werewolves. Once the voices inside the smoke went silent, something else changed suddenly. The cloud of smoke that was slowly expanding, started to accelerate, and it was now expanding at great speed, covering everything in its way. Shit, run! Jugsun yelled. All of the wizards started quickly retreating from the area, but the smoke was expanding too quickly and soon they found themselves inside it. That was very clever. He used the smoke to protect himself from the wizard's spells, and then he took the opportunity to eliminate the werewolves, since they were the only ones who could find him inside the smoke, using their enhanced sense of smell. Amelia pointed out. The other Aurors nodded in agreement. Luna was looking intently at the smoke cloud, her eyes shining in blue light. That's not the only thing he is doing. Luna could see that Harry's magic has been mixed in the smoke and was doing something to the wizards, but she didn't know exactly what it was. Look, the smoke is disappearing, Tonks pointed at the dark cloud. The smoke started to quickly disappear into nothingness, revealing the army of wizards, who was now looking around in confusion. It also revealed the group of werewolves, who were obviously dead, with silver knives stabbed all over their bodies. But, there was one person missing. Where is Potter? A Death Eater yelled. Voldemort, who was observing the battle from a safe distance, was also confused. Where did Potter go? And what was the whole point of covering everyone with the smoke? Was he trying to run away the whole time? The confusion didn't last long, and soon, one of the wizards pointed his wand at someone. There you are. Green light started to illuminate the tip of the old wizard. They all looked at the one the old wizard was pointing his wand at. It was a young redhead man with short hair and many freckles. And it was obviously not Harry Potter. Sven, what are you saying? That's not Harry Padash, before the friend of the old wizard could finish. Avada Kedavra. Greenlight shoot towards the confusing redhead who didn't have time to move before his life was snuffed out. What wrong with you? Old man, that was not Dash. The Death Eater stopped talking when he spotted someone familiar in the crow. There it is. He discovered Potter trying to blend in with a small group of foreign wizards. Avada Kedavra. The young Death Eater shoots his curse and hit true at Harry Potter. Yes, I got it. Yes. He celebrated. Meanwhile, the small group of wizards was baffled at what just happened. One of them, a man in his 30s with long blonde hair, pointed his wand at the Death Eater that had just shot. That was my brother, you are going to pay for that. The man said with a German accent. A nasty dark curse hit the young Death Eater and this one fell to the floor screaming. It didn't take long before the whole thing devolved into chaos. Potter, you are mine. Stop, I am not Potter. There it is, I found him. You killed my wife, you motherfucker. Potter. Die. No. What is this madness? Why are they killing each other? Tonks asked in confusion. Could it be a Confundus charm? But how did he affect so many at the same time? A young Auror asked. Harry must have done something to that smoke. But I have no idea what, Amelia concluded. Luna was looking at the dark wizards. There is something in their heads. A piece of Harry's magic has been attached to their minds and made them see things that are not really there. Luna wanted to share her findings with the others, but Harry had warned her about keeping her gift a secret. So she reluctantly keeps her mouth shut. No. He is not even there at all, you fools. Voldemort yelled in frustration. He wanted to go in there and stop them, but it was impossible. There were deadly curses flying all over the place, and even if he managed to get there unscathed, he didn't know where to start to remove whatever Potter had done to them. Is this it? Have I lost? Voldemort whispered. Avada Kedavra. Gibbon yelled, looking exhausted and seriously injured. When he saw Potter finally go down, he finally smiled brightly. Yes, I did it. I killed Potter. Congratulations. A voice sounded from behind him. Gibbon turned around and saw Potter descending from the sky while removing his disillusionment charm. What? But I just killed you. He yelled in frustration and anger. And here is your price. Harry made an slashing motion with his hand and Gibbons's head was swiftly separated from the rest of his body and fell to the ground. Harry observed the battlefield with satisfaction. They were all dead. He then looked towards Voldemort, who was still standing at a safe distance and looking back at him with a complicated expression. And then, there was only one. Chapter 103. There is only you-know-who left. An Auror said. Mr. Potter is amazing, he took care of the entire army all by himself. Another Auror commented excitedly. There is no way he loses against you-know-who, right boss? Tonks asked. I believe you can start using Voldemort's name. And he has already lost, Amelia said confidently. She had never faced the Dark Lord directly, but if he had been anywhere near to the level of what Harry has demonstrated so far, the last war would have ended very quickly. Come on, Harry. Finish him off. Luna cheered. McGonagall was looking at Harry with a complicated expression. Mr. Potter. Back on the battlefield, Harry was approaching Voldemort while carrying a mocking smile. Ah, if it isn't the Dark Lord Voldemort himself, what an honor, Harry said. Voldemort clenched his teeth hard with fury. You have not won yet, Potter, or whoever you are. You know. I bet that the only reason you haven't tried to run away already is that you have sensed the wards I put down. Voldemort didn't say anything, but it was true that he had felt the wards that Harry had placed. And he was sure those wards would not only prevent the use of apparition but would also prevent him from physically leaving the area. I will not humiliate myself by trying to run. I will defeat the enemy in front of me, or I will die trying. Voldemort thought. He pointed his wand with a swift motion. Avada Kedavra. Harry moved his head to one side and avoided the curse. Tisk, no manners whatsoever, not even a courtesy bow before starting a duel. After seeing that using directly the killing curse was of no use, Voldemort started to use combinations of spells to disable or entangle him. Harry kept dodging, blocking, or deflecting his spells only using his hands. Who are you? Where did you get so much power from? Voldemort asked in frustration. Harry just smiled at him without answering. He is just mocking me. Voldemort thought, becoming more enraged. Enough of this, I am the Dark Lord. I will not be locked down upon. Fiend fire. A giant basilisk made of the strongest flames came out of Voldemort's wand and rushed towards Harry. Harry took his wand out of the holster and pointed it at the basilisk. Fiend fire. The temperature in the entire area rose up as the creature summoned by Harry flew into the air. Voldemort opened his eyes widely at seeing it. This can't be, Hogwarts entrance. Wow. Are you seeing that? Tonks exclaimed. How can we not see it? Another Auror said. Amelia was without words, looking at the sky like the rest of them. But the one that seemed the most surprised was McGonagall. She stared at the creature with awe. Is that really a colossal phoenix rose up from Harry's wand. It was easily 5 times the size of the basilisk and its extended wings seemed to cover the whole sky. It gave a cry as it moved towards the basilisk. The moment they collided, flames were spread everywhere and the temperature of the area rose even more, forcing the bystanders at the entrance of the castle to start casting cooling charms. The sky got so bright that they were all forced to close their eyes, and when they opened again, the basilisk was gone and the phoenix stood triumphantly, floating in the air. Harry pointed at Voldemort. Go on, finish this. The colossal bird immediately started moving at great speed towards Voldemort. No. Voldemort knew that running away was not a possibility anymore, so he focused all of his magic and cast the most powerful water spell he could muster, trying to stop the phoenix's approach. The water evaporated before even toughing the bird and its approach did not slow down one bit. Completely exhausted, physically and magically, Voldemort knew that this was his end. As he looked at the approaching being of fire, he only said, I never had a chance, didn't I? The phoenix exploded into flames after impacting the ground, where Voldemort was. The fire died down quickly, leaving behind a charred corpse, surrounded by ashes. It's over, the nightmare is over, Amelia said. Her hands were shaking with emotion. Yes. The Dark Lord is dead. The Aurors celebrated. Luna saw that Harry was now descending from the sky at the other side of the bridge and she started running towards him. Miss Lovegood. McGonagall called. Oh, leave her be, Professor. The girl is smitten. Tonks winked at McGonagall. Harry was walking through the bridge when he saw Luna rushing at him. As soon as she was close enough, she jumped at him and he opened his arms to receive her. They embraced for a minute before Luna moved her head to face Harry. "You had me worried for a minute there," she said, looking very serious. "Really, you thought a Dark Lord and his army would be enough to defeat me? Do I need to remind you, I am Harry Potter." Luna interrupted him before she started laughing, all of the prior bad moments, forgotten. Chapter 104. "Ugh, it's finally over," complained Harry as they left the courtroom. "Come now, Harry, it wasn't that bad. They went easy on you, and the minister seems to like you," Amelia said. "I actually found the experience very interesting. And I might have managed to confirm some of my theories," Zeno added. "It's been a week since the Battle of Hogwarts, as they called it." Harry was summoned to a Wizardgamot meeting to go over the events. The minister was the one that personally informed him of the summoning. Whatever the circumstances, it was a fact that Harry had ended the lives of many wizards that day. Some of them came from important pureblood families. During the process, Harry, McGonagall, and the Aurors who witnessed the events had to go over what transpired that day. The claims were a bit too incredible for the court to believe, so they asked to review the memories of several of the Aurors, including Amelia Bones, as evidence. After reviewing the memories, the members of the court started to look at Harry with obvious fear in their eyes. The process went a lot quicker after that. After leaving the ministry, they all went to the Lovegoods household to have a meal. Luna, Susan, and Hannah were waiting for them. "How did it go?" Susan asked with anticipation while Luna and Hannah watched with interest. "As one would expect. Harry is not going to be charged with any crimes considering the circumstances. Also, the foreign families of those wizards have been told that they have no room for complaints since the wizards entered Britain illegally and died while committing a crime," Amelia explained. "The minister even wanted to award Harry with an Order of Merlin, first class," Zeno said. "Wanted, so they are not going to give it to him, Luna asked. Amelia shook her head. Some of the members of the court believed that it would be in poor taste to reward Harry for killing notable purebloods, regardless of the circumstances. "That's outrageous, those wizards came to Hogwarts to attack us. Harry saved everyone," Susan said. "It's politics, Susan. You will have to learn about it someday," Amelia said. "It's fine, Susan. I can live without that honor, Harry shrugged. He really didn't care about those things. "Lunch is served." Laurie informed the group and they all went to enjoy the meal. After another week of rest, it was time to go back to Hogwarts. McGonagall cancelled classes for 2 weeks to give people time to rest after all of that stress and also to give time to Hogwarts wards to recover after being broken and exhausted. There was also another event waiting for them after their return. Albus Dumbledore funeral. After questioning Harry about what happened to the headmaster, Harry told them a story about how they went to Voldemort's old house looking for something that would help them defeat the Dark Lord when they were ambushed by several wizards. Dumbledore then told Harry to go away while he took care of the wizards, and that was the last time Harry saw Dumbledore. The Aurors made an investigation and found signs of a fight inside the house and also found the ooze created by Dumbledore. But, there was no sign of the old man. Harry even gave the Aurors some very well-made fake memories where one could see 4 masked individuals attacking them. With no sign of a body, the search continued for a few more days with no results. The minister had to authorize the use of a blood ritual to finally confirm that Albus Dumbledore was dead. The Death Eaters that killed the headmaster were never found. They announced that the Triwizard Tournament will continue after the second task was cancelled. It was decided that the winner will be decided on the last task that will take place near the end of the year. The 2 foreign schools were a bit reluctant to stay after what happened, but they were reminded that Crumb and Fleur were under a magical contract to finish the tournament and they, at least, need to stay. Classes started again and life at Hogwarts returned to normalcy. The ministry never made an official statement about what exactly happened to Voldemort and his army, other than, they were defeated. So, the students did not know that it was Harry the one who had done it. However, there were still some rumors. Apparently, some of the members of the Wizardgamot told the story to their children, and those started to spread the crazy story about Harry Potter defeating an army by himself. Of course, most of the students thought it was bonkers, but some of the Slytherin students were doing their best to keep their distance from Harry. After ending their classes, the group was headed towards the room of requirement for a training session. Susan and Hannah were walking ahead while Harry and Luna were following behind them. "Can't we take a longer break from training? I doubt we will get attacked again in the near future," Susan whined. That training had already saved your lives once. And from what I heard, it was very close. It's best not to grow overconfident. Harry reminded her. Susan touched her right shoulder where Dolahov's curse had left a permanent scar. Hannah grabbed Susan's hand and gave her an encouraging smile. Susan smiled back at her and held her hand firm while they continued walking. Harry had noticed the two of them holding hands on a few occasions but didn't say anything. Luna got close to Harry and whispered. I bet, they are going to make it official any day now. She then gave Harry a cheeky smile and held her hand out. Harry got the sign and took hold of her hand while they continued walking. Chapter 105. Bella and Narcissa. Ah, this is life. Bella exclaimed happily while stretching her arms. Yes, I have missed living like this. Narcissa smiled and took a sip of her drink. The two sisters were currently lying down on some loungers and enjoying the beach of Tenerife, one of the Canary Islands from Spain. After leaving Hogwarts, on the day of the battle, Bella went to a secret location where she left her sister and waited for her lord's elf. Laurie appeared soon after and handed her 2 bags, one containing over 1,000,000 galleons and a lot of Muggle currency. The other one contained all of the documentation they needed to legally live in another country, an international port key, and the deed to a house in one of the Spanish islands. Bella looked back and she could see her beautiful house right next to the beach where they had been living for the last 6 months. The Lord was truly generous with us. Indeed, Narcissa said before her expression turned into a frown at remembering the events of the last years of her life. The loss of her son and her husband still haunts her sometimes. Bella noticed this and put a hand on her sister's shoulder. I know you are still sad about their loss, but you need to move on. And you know, I may have just the thing. What thing? Narcissa asked while raising an eyebrow. You know the house next door that has been empty since we moved here? Well, today I saw someone moving in. I could only see him from a distance, but let me tell you, I liked what I saw. Bella winked at her sister. You are incorrigible, sister. But, I have no interest in dating other men at the moment. You can have our new neighbor for yourself. Narcissa said. Are you sure? Maybe you change your mind after seeing him. Bella moves her head to point something out behind her. When Narcissa turned back, she saw a man with black hair walking toward the beach. Sirius Black. It took almost 6 months for Harry to finally convince the minister to give Sirius a proper trial. After a severe interrogatory under Veritaserum, Sirius was acquitted of all charges and was given compensation in the form of 500,000 galleons. Sirius thought for some time about what to do with his new life. At first, he was thinking about staying close to Harry and acting as a paternal figure, but Harry didn't seem to need parents anymore, he was more than mature enough and liked his privacy. He then planned to move to his old family home, but after staying there for a single night he had to leave, he had too many bad memories of that place. Harry then said that he was willing to buy Grimmauld Place from him and help him acquire a house away from there, in a peaceful place. Sirius agreed to the idea and promised to visit his godson on every holiday. Soon after, Sirius was moving into his new house. It was a beautiful mansion on the coast of Tenerife, one of the Canary Islands of Spain. After settling himself in his new house and having a good night of rest, Sirius decided to check the beach. As soon as he approached, he noticed how few people were there, then he remembered that he has been told something about this being a private beach, only accessible to the members of this select neighborhood. Well, at least is not completely empty. While looking around, he spotted a small family of 3 to the left. And when looking to the right, he saw 2 attractive women laying down on some loungers. Well, I better go say hi to my new neighbors, Sirius said with a lustful smile. As he was approaching, he was giving a good look at the women. They seemed to be in their late 30s, one of them was blonde with a green bikini and sunglasses, and the other one had black curly hair and was wearing a purple and very revealing bikini. Both of them had great bodies. Hello ladies, I am your new neighbor. My name is S. Sirius? What are you doing here? Narcissa yelled. What? The hottie I saw is fucking Sirius? Bella was alarmed. Bella, sissy. Sirius was baffled. Susan and Hannah. 8 years after the Battle of Hogwarts. Hannah, help me up with this dress, Susan asked. She was wearing a crimson dress, similar to the one she wore on the day of the Yule Ball, but this one was made of acromantula silk and had a midi length. Her hair was cut at shoulder length since it was harder to move with long hair, and given her line of work, she could not afford any disadvantages. After graduating from Hogwarts, she immediately entered the Auror Academy and graduated in record time. After all of the training that Harry had put her through, she could have easily become a world-class duelist, but she wanted to save lives like her Aunt Amelia. Okay, let me see. Hannah entered the room. She was wearing a skin-tight, black dress that complemented her long blonde hair, like the dress she wore at the Yule Ball, but a bit less provocative. After the Battle of Hogwarts, Hannah became completely resolved on becoming a healer. She didn't want to feel useless again when someone important to her was hurt. She became Madame Pomfrey's assistant during her stay at Hogwarts, and then she went to Saints Mungo to learn from a healer that Pomfrey recommended. Currently, she is a fully licensed healer and working in the healer sector of the Aura department. If an agent gets hurt, they are the first ones to arrive at the site since they are also trained for combat. Hannah got behind Susan and zipped her dress up. You know, you could have easily done this with your wand. Susan turned around and kissed her. Maybe I like to have your hands on me, Susan winked at Hannah. You are terrible, Hannah rolled her eyes. Are you sure you want to wear that dress? Susan asked. Hannah raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with it? I thought we decided to get married using similar dresses to the ones we used at the Yule Ball. You know, that was the night when it all started. Susan shook her head. There is nothing wrong with the dress. She lowered her gaze. But it may get me distracted, that's all, Susan said while looking at Hannah's chest. Harry and Luna. The room was filled with beakers, flasks, and all sorts of potion materials. Sitting on a desk, writing in a notebook was a young woman with long blonde hair. An elf appeared out of nowhere, right behind the woman. Miss, the wedding will start in an hour. It would be wise to get ready. Luna turned around. And what is my dear husband doing? Master is in his study, working I believe. Laurie answered politely. I'll go see him first, she said. Luna made her way through the Potter Manor. It hasn't changed much since their time in Hogwarts, except for all of the pictures and paintings that decorate the place now. Luna stopped at the hall before the stairs to look at one particular picture. In it, Harry was well dressed in a black tunic while Luna was wearing a white dress. When the picture moved, the duo started to dance. It was Luna's favorite picture of their wedding. Luna looked at it and smiled. It's been a year already, time sure flies. She thought. She continued making her way until reaching her husband's study. She opened the door and went inside. Harry hasn't changed much in these years. He still had his long black hair, tied in a ponytail, and his face was clean-shaved. His features looked more mature now. He raised his face from the book that he was reading. Is it time for the wedding already? Yes, but there is something more. Luna walked around his desk until she was in front of Harry and then proceeded to sit on his lap. Harry wasn't surprised since she does this a lot. She then placed her arms around his neck and gave him a long kiss. I did it. She said with a smile. You mean the elixir? Harry asked with obvious surprise. Yes, I have found a way to improve it, Luna said excitedly. After ending Hogwarts, Luna decided to become a potions mistress. After that, Harry taught her everything he knew about alchemy, and the two of them have been working together to create the elixir of eternal youth, using the Philosopher's Stone. However, the elixir they created at first was far from perfect, and they had spent the last 2 years looking for ways to improve its effects. If my calculations are correct, we would only need it once every century. But I still don't know what the diminishing return can be. Luna explained. That's still a great improvement over the last one. Now we will have plenty of time. Harry smiled and kissed his wife again. The kiss started to become something more, and Luna had to put a stop to it. We are going to be late if we keep going, she said, reluctantly. You are right, go change. Luna nodded and left the room. Harry relaxed in his chair and thought about his latest years. After finishing his Hogwarts education, for the second time, Harry didn't have any plans for a career. He just wanted to explore the world and learn everything he could. Luna didn't mind where he went, as long as he came back home for her every night. He has been working on several projects in the last few years. The Elixir of Life, the Three Hallows, and many secrets he found hidden around the world. There was still so much that he wanted to learn, and he intended to live enough to learn it all. The end.